The hunter. The process of life evolution often parallels the cycle of hunting and being hunted. The scout. Perceiving the essence of the world, seeking benefits while avoiding harm. The mystic. In this moment, I am one with heaven and earth. You ask me which profession is stronger, the hunter, the scout, or the mystic? I truly cannot say. After all, I'm the game administrator, capable of mastering all three professions, and they all feel quite formidable. The apocalyptic game gradually descends into reality. Before me lies a peaceful era, while behind me is the abyss of hell. Some are evolving on the pinnacle of slaughter, seeking hope for survival. Others tremble in the dark corners, praying for divine mercy. Beneath the tide of corpses, all beings are equal. In the epic of the long night, who shall be the sovereign? The young man gazes profoundly at the world-class boss. That familiar face and the desperate roar. It is merely a matter of killing you once more. Chapter 1. The apocalyptic game descends, a train laden with death. Train K231. This is Wudu train station. Please respond. ZZZ. At the Wudu station's control center, the operator, gripping the intercom, shouted at the top of his lungs. Yet, the only reply was static. Alert! Alert! Train K231 is just 3 kilometers from a station. If it does not decelerate, it will be unable to stop normally. A bright red exclamation mark illuminated the display. The cold electronic alarm echoed through the control room. Damn! How could we lose contact? The operator pounded the control panel frantically, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Have we made contact? The door to the control room swung open, and the station master, sharply dressed and bearing 5 stripes on his shoulders, entered with a grave expression. The operator replied anxiously, Station master, I don't know what happened. Train K231 has not responded at all. It's almost at the station and shows no signs of slowing down. If it crashes into the station, the consequences would be unimaginable. There is no time. Forget everything else. Immediately implement remote control on train K231 and initiate emergency braking. The station master decisively issued the command at lightning speed. The control panel erupted with the frantic sound of buttons being pressed. The station master hastily approached the control room window, gazing toward the waiting area, his eyes filled with concern. A train nearly at full capacity carried over 2,000 passengers. Now it was inexplicably out of contact. If an accident were to occur, it would undoubtedly provoke a nationwide uproar. As a mere station master, he could hardly bear the weight of such consequences. On the platform, over 100 unsuspecting passengers stood leisurely outside the yellow safety line, forming long, crooked lines. Some exhaled smoke rings, others chatted in pairs, while others were engrossed in their phones. Suddenly, ZZZZ, the piercing sound of steel grinding sent chills down their spines, echoing throughout the station. Everyone turned in alarm to locate the source. In the distance, train K231 charged towards the station like a frenzied steel beast. Sparks of golden fire erupted where the train wheels met the tracks. Waves of heat and white smoke billowed from beneath the train, the scorching air distorting the atmosphere. The passengers on the platform sensed something was amiss. In terror, they all retreated several meters. What the hell is happening? That's an emergency stop. Something is definitely wrong with this train. Step back, everyone step back. Amidst the chaos, train K231, enveloped in thick smoke and heat waves, came to a halt at the platform. Simultaneously, dozens of fully armed security personnel, wielding riot shields and batons, rushed to the scene. Undeterred by the sweltering heat, they advanced against the retreating crowd towards the train. Quick, open the door, the captain shouted anxiously. Clang! The moment the first large door swung open, a heavy stench of blood surged forth from the train. Drip, drip. Drops of crimson blood slowly trickled down from the open train door. See, Captain, there are dead. So many corpses. A team member's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at the horrific scene inside the train. Chunks of bloody flesh, scattered brain matter, severed hands, arms, intestines, and personal belongings smeared with viscous blood lay strewn about like refuse in every corner. Such a ghastly sight, accompanied by the foul odor, deeply unsettled everyone's stomach. Even the well-trained tie-in team turned pale with fear, some unable to bear the sight, instantly turning away to vomit. The entire train is filled with corpses. There isn't a single living person left. There aren't even any complete bodies. How could this happen? At the train door, Captain Tyen took a deep breath, suppressing the terror and unease in his heart, gripping the radio tightly as he hastily issued commands. Team 3, immediately notify higher-ups to send someone to seal off the station. Ensure to check everyone's phones. No one is allowed to record or spread the situation here. Teams 1 and 2. Follow me into the train to see if there are any survivors. Xiao Wang, go inform all hospitals in Wudu to dispatch ambulances. Also, contact the station troops. This matter has exceeded our handling capacity. Military intervention is necessary. Understood. At this moment, both the train staff and the passengers witnessing this shocking scene knew that from today onward, Wudu train station would become the focal point of the entire world. A train laden with death. This would undoubtedly be the largest terror incident in the peaceful era, shocking the entire globe. Time rewinds to 7 hours earlier, aboard train K231 in the hard seat compartment. Excuse me, could you please let me through? Lin Fan, clad in a black t-shirt, with a laptop bag slung over his shoulder and a suitcase in hand, navigated through the crowded aisle. After much effort, he squeezed beside seat 93, lifting his suitcase high to place it on the overhead rack. However, before he could sit down, he felt a kick against his backside. Turning to look, he saw a small, boisterous boy around 10 years old in seat 92, engrossed in a zombie movie on his phone, loudly playing the audio while gleefully kicking his legs. Grandma, I wish there were real zombies in the world. Let them go to school and bite all those annoying teachers so I wouldn't have to go to school. Realizing he had kicked someone, the boy showed no sign of remorse. Instead, he glared at Lin Fan and said threateningly, "You should just let the other people on the train die too. Then I'd have a place to lie down and watch my movie. It's too crowded on this train." Passengers around them frowned, their expressions tinged with disgust. What kind of language is that from this child? Seriously, isn't anyone teaching him manners? In seat 91 by the window, a silver-haired grandmother took the boy's phone and, with an apologetic smile, addressed Lin Fan and the other displeased passengers. "I'm so sorry, he's still very young. Give me back my phone." The boy, indifferent to the disapproving looks, immediately lunged at his grandmother, trying to snatch the phone back. When she refused to let go, he bit down on her wrist. The grandmother was startled and instinctively released her grip. "Why are you biting people?" Who told you to take my phone?" The chubby boy triumphantly waved the reclaimed phone, resuming his enjoyment of the zombie movie. Ugh, ugh, roar. The eerie audio once again filled the air. The grandmother shook her head helplessly, letting out a deep sigh. She rummaged through her bag to find a pair of headphones and placed them on him to prevent further disturbance to others, while smiling apologetically at Lin Fan. She then removed the boy's feet from the seat to allow Lin Fan a place to sit. Lin Fan, however, said nothing in response. Clang, clang. After a slight tremor, the train began to move forward slowly. Lin Fan settled into his seat, took out his phone, and inserted his Bluetooth headphones. He intended to listen to some music and rest. Suddenly, a text message popped up on the screen. "Hello, Lin Fan. There are only 3 days left until the registration deadline for new students at Dashia KG University. Please ensure to report to the school by August 30th, 2135. Location, 889 Shuyan Road, Jinha District, Wudu City." Lin Fan glanced at it briefly before dismissing the message. Today is August 27th. According to his schedule, he would arrive in Wudu by 6 o'clock this evening, well in time for enrollment. He still had ample time to explore the campus in the next couple of days and appreciate the splendor of this prestigious institution renowned for its sci-fi aesthetics. Just as Lin Fan was daydreaming about his wonderful campus life, suddenly an absurdly rudimentary and tacky game advertisement popped up on his phone screen. The end of the world has arrived, new 5D realistic game. Logging into Earth for the first time. The game is about to start. Please player Lin Fan enter quickly. Buzz buzz buzz. Warning. Unknown virus intrusion. Game loading interrupted. Altering game parameters. Initially, Lin Fan paid little attention, assuming it was just another malicious promotion for a trash game. However, when he saw a series of disturbing green-garbled text appear on his screen, his heart raced. A virus? Could it be from a movie he watched last night? Damn it. This was a brand new phone he had just bought. Before he could lament over his phone, the game advertisement window popped up again. Buzz buzz buzz. Game parameters modification complete. Game reloading. Before entering the game, the end of the world has arrived. Please watch a game trailer. Chapter 2. The eerie video foretelling the future I want to live. Upon witnessing the green garbled text vanish, Lin Fan finally exhaled in relief. His finger hovered over the close button in the upper right corner, eager to dismiss the bothersome game advertisement. However, to his astonishment, an extraordinarily high-definition video commenced playing automatically, rendering any attempts to close it futile. Strangely, even his Bluetooth headphones, which he had yet to connect, emitted sound. "Excuse me, could you please make way? It would be best if you could eliminate the other passengers on the train, allowing me a space to lie back and enjoy a movie." Goodness, she must be insane. How could she have brutally bitten her own grandson to death? The video began by showcasing Lin Fan's experiences upon boarding the train. Yet, as it played on, the progress bar accelerated, transforming into events that had never occurred in reality. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan found himself witnessing a horrific scene in which he met a tragic end aboard the train. Boom! A deafening roar echoed in his ears. The surrounding light seemed to be devoured by a colossal beast, plunging the entire carriage into darkness. The train had entered a tunnel. As it emerged into the light once more, Lin Fan noticed his phone had inexplicably fallen onto his thigh. He lowered his head and tremblingly picked it up, a chill creeping up his spine. Unbeknownst to him, cold sweat had already drenched his attire. Lin Fan fixated on the phone screen, scarcely daring to blink. The video had recorded the past while eerily prophesizing the future, so real it instilled fear. It felt as though an unknown entity loomed in a realm beyond human reach. Observing the passengers of the train with a mocking and indifferent gaze, particularly fixated on Lin Fan. Those under its scrutiny were akin to monkeys on display in a zoo. Utterly vulnerable, most alarming of all, these monkeys were destined to perish. Strange, mysterious, and terrifying. Before Lin Fan could regain his composure, a chilling mechanical voice suddenly erupted in his ears. Beep! Apocalypse Descends game has finished loading. For reasons unknown, you have been granted the qualification to become a game administrator. Please note, this is merely a qualification. Before proceeding, you must complete the game administrator assessment task. Eliminate all the corpse mutants in your train carriage within 3 hours. Failure to complete the task will result in being devoured by zombies. Apocalypse Descends has officially integrated into reality. Location: Train K-231. The descent has officially commenced. As the electronic voice faded, Lin Fan had yet to process the implications of this surreal situation. Suddenly, the kindly old lady seated beside him began to convulse uncontrollably. A foul-smelling white foam incessantly oozed from the corners of her mouth. Her eyeballs rolled back to the point where her pupils were nearly invisible, and veins bulged ominously on her forehead. Her visage was grotesque and terrifying in the extreme. Old lady, are you all right? Is there a doctor on the bus? Someone is foaming at the mouth. The bespectacled man across from Lin Fan looked on with deep concern, shouting hoarsely. Upon hearing his cries, the surrounding passengers hurried over. What is happening? Wasn't the old lady fine just a moment ago? How has she suddenly become like this? Attendant, quickly notify the attendant. A child leaning against the window blinked in confusion. He glanced at the strangely behaving grandmother and then at the zombie movie playing on his phone, his face lighting up with a realization. Grandma, are you turning into a zombie? You little rascal, can't you see the gravity of the situation? The man with glasses was genuinely irritated by the chubby child. If there were no other passengers around, he would have liked to give the brat a good thrashing. In the next moment, an even more bizarre occurrence transpired. The elderly woman's waist abruptly bent at a 90-degree angle, her arms raised high above her head as she stood from her seat in an absurd posture, emitting a series of monstrous sounds. Grandma, you're acting so convincingly, just like the zombies in the movie. The child, now exhilarated, stood on his seat and clapped joyfully. However, the bespectacled man and the other passengers instinctively recoiled a step. The old woman's posture and state emitted a chilling aura of horror. Old lady, how are you feeling? Are you all right? The man in glasses asked cautiously. A low, guttural growl escaped the old woman's lips. Suddenly, she opened her mouth wide and viciously lunged at her closest kin, the very grandson who had been clapping and calling out to her. Grandma, no. It hurts. Vivid crimson blood erupted from the boy's neck, splattering several meters high. Many passengers were splattered with droplets of blood, recoiling in terror. Lin Fan immediately rose from his seat and stood in the aisle. The child, eyes wide with fear, desperately cried out for help while pressing his hands against his grandmother's head. His legs were planted on the seat, kicking frantically as if trying to break free. Yet, the seemingly frail old woman now possessed the strength of a beast. As her prey struggled, her excitement only grew. She seized the boy's head and bit down even more savagely. In mere seconds, the chubby child was rendered lifeless. His windpipe severed by the very grandmother who had once cared for him. With a casual disregard, the grandmother discarded her lifeless grandson, whose eyes remained wide open in death. She lifted her head, blood dribbling from her mouth, as she emitted an ecstatic roar towards the onlookers. Heavens, she must be insane. She has actually bitten her own grandson to death. The crowd gasped. She might turn on us next. Quickly, Restrain her before she descends further into madness. Others hastily alerted the conductor, demanding her arrest. The response from the crowd was remarkably swift. Almost instantaneously, 3 valiant men sprang into action upon witnessing the horrific act. Each seized one of her arms and forcefully pinned the frenzied grandmother to the ground. The last of the trio secured her thrashing legs. Only when the elderly woman was thoroughly subdued did the crowd exhale in relief, averting a major panic. Instead, they began to whip out their phones, snapping photos and recording videos, eager to share the spectacle on social media. Amidst the chaos, Lin Fan stood pale, his eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. He understood that the situation was far more complex than these spectators realized. This grandmother was not merely deranged. She had truly transformed into a monster. Everything that transpired was a grim reality foretold in the video he had witnessed moments earlier. Lin Fan opened his mouth, intending to warn the crowd to distance themselves from the grandmother. Yet, inexplicably, no sound emerged, regardless of how he tried to manipulate his tongue and vocal cords. A cold, mechanical voice echoed ominously in his ears. Warning: player Lin Fan has violated game regulations due to the opponent's status as an alternate administrator and being a first-time offender. No punishment will be administered. A temporary silence will be imposed. Player Lin Fan, you are hereby advised: do not engage in any futile actions. Every individual in this carriage, aside from yourself, is destined to become a zombie. The transformation occurs at an alarming speed, rendering it impossible to prevent. Even if you forewarn them, the outcome will remain unchanged, leading to unimaginable panic and chaos, ultimately trapping you here. Now, leave this place immediately, seek a temporary refuge, and focus on completing the administrator assessment task. This is your sole chance for survival. Time remaining until the passengers fully transform: 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Note: do not attempt to escape the train. All doors and windows will remain sealed until every zombie is eliminated. No one may enter or exit. As a mechanical voice faded, Lin Fan was struck with realization. In that bizarre video, he had missed the optimal chance to escape by joining the others in subduing the grandmother, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of a horde of zombies. At that moment, 2 figures, one black and one white, emerged in his mind, representing the conflicting thoughts battling within him. The dark figure was the first to roar: run. There's no time left. Don't worry about anyone else. We must find a way out before the transformation of the dead becomes complete. The white figure, unwilling to be outdone, shouted back: so many lives at stake. In the next moment, the black figure kicked the white figure away, continuing to bellow at Lin Fan. What are you hesitating for? You cannot save anyone else. You can't even relay the game's information. If you don't leave now, you will only ensure your own demise here. Think of your father. Think of your mother. They are still waiting for you to come home. If you die here, what will happen to them? They have worked so hard to raise you, only to end up mourning a child. Lin Fan stood frozen, his face pale as he surveyed the entire carriage. The bewildered, terrified, and frowning faces filled his vision. In the next instant, he was once again haunted by the image of his parents, their aging faces filled with hope and smiles. Ultimately, Lin Fan gritted his teeth, saying nothing. He picked up his computer bag, turned sideways, and pushed desperately through the crowd. He wanted to live. He dared not imagine how his parents would react upon hearing the news of his death. He had to survive. Chapter 3: The Unstoppable Transformation of the Dead. A gift package from the administrator? A burly man, with a face covered in stubble and a thick gold chain hanging around his neck, resembling a bull in stature, noticed Lin Fan desperately trying to squeeze his way out. His eyes were filled with disdain. With a cold snort, he said, "What are you pushing for? It's just one dead person. Look at you, such a coward. Useless." With his words lingering in the air, a middle-aged woman beside him, dressed provocatively, immediately chimed in with a sharp retort: "Look at his trembling body. I bet he's so scared he's wet himself. Ha ha ha." After a pause, the woman playfully linked her arm with the gold chain man's. "My husband is truly impressive." The man, seemingly very concerned about his image, puffed up with pride at her words. "Of course, I've seen all kinds of situations. What is so frightening about a crazed old woman?" As he spoke, the gold chain man raised his foot and stomped down hard on the old woman's back. His strength was remarkable, and he managed to compress her chest cavity by several centimeters. Just then, a pair of bloody, delicate little hands suddenly emerged from beneath the seat, grasping the man's ankle with surprising force. It was the child who had been viciously bitten to death by the old woman, now thrown beneath the seat. This sudden turn of events sent chills down the spines of the others, their hair standing on end. How could a dead person possibly come back to life? Panic ensued as everyone began to retreat in fear. Even the three burly men who initially subdued the elderly lady dared not linger any longer. Freed from her restraints, the old woman suddenly trembled and rose from the ground, alongside the mischievous child. She seized the thigh of the man adorned with a gold chain and bit down ferociously at his groin. Blood gushed forth, a piercing, heart-wrenching scream, so shrill it sent shivers down one's spine, echoed throughout the entire carriage. This anguished cry acted as a catalyst. Within the carriage, an increasing number of bizarre passengers emerged, sprouting like mushrooms after a rainstorm. They lunged at the other passengers like wild beasts. At the forefront was the wife of the gold chain man. Seated beside her, a middle-aged man who had been sound asleep suddenly stood up. He was now fiercely clinging to her, savagely gnawing at her heavily made-up face. "Help! Please, I beg you. Don't bite me. Husband, save me. They've gone mad, utterly mad. Run away. Get off my leg, you wretched creature. Move away." The scene had spiraled into utter chaos. Such an eerie situation had never been witnessed by anyone. Shocked, all sought to escape this terrifying carriage, to flee from these deranged humans. Some dashed towards the front, while others rushed to the back. Yet the carriage, confined in size, was teeming with ravenous monsters. Where could one possibly flee? Ultimately, the panicked crowd became tightly clustered together, unable to move an inch. The sounds of weeping, cursing, and agonizing screams, mingled with the stench of blood and urine, interwove into a cacophony of despair. On Lin Fan's side, having taken action early, he narrowly evaded the initial wave of chaos, thus escaping being trapped amongst the crowd. Just as he was on the verge of fleeing this carriage and entering the next, a man in his 30s, with eyes wide and devoid of color, unexpectedly lunged out from the last row of seats at the rear of the carriage, blocking Lin Fan's path. He extended his large hand, reaching upward with force towards Lin Fan's groin. Already on high alert, Lin Fan was instantly paralyzed with fear, every hair on his body standing on end. There was no time for contemplation. Adrenaline surged. In that instant, every muscle in his body tensed. He swiftly bent and leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the grasping hand. Reacting instinctively, he raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the creature's groin. Thud! The monster, taken aback by the suddenness of the attack, stumbled unsteadily, losing its balance and collapsing to the ground. As Lin Fan witnessed the creature attempting to rise again, without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the notebook in his hand and struck down furiously upon the monster's back, shoulders, head, and neck, until he heard a crisp crack. The creature lay still on the ground, completely motionless. Lin Fan cast aside the blood-stained computer, continuing his frantic flight. Just a few steps into his escape, he was met once again with a chilling roar from behind. One of the monsters, previously engaged with the crowd, had caught sight of him and was now in hot pursuit. Panic surged within Lin Fan, reaching a crescendo of terror. The game alerts were indeed real. The transformation of the undead was alarmingly swift. It had been scarcely a minute since he left his seat, and the outbreak had escalated to such a degree. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he might have already succumbed to death. Originally, he intended to flee to another carriage for refuge. However, as he entered the junction between two carriages, he beheld through the glass doors that the adjacent carriage had also succumbed to the undead transformation, nearly indistinguishable from his own. To rush forward would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. With monsters closing in from behind and his path ahead blocked, what was he to do? In this dire predicament, Lin Fan's, I was suddenly drawn to a green iron door marked with the label unoccupied. It was the train's restroom. Without hesitation, he yanked open the iron door and slipped inside, quickly securing it behind him. The monster pursuing him reached the door just as he locked it shut. Through the narrow crack, the pungent stench of blood invaded Lin Fan's nostrils, and the creature's pallid, murky eyes fixated on him with an unyielding stare. Bang! The restroom door was firmly closed and locked. A heavy knocking resonated against the door, echoing for a full 10 seconds before silence fell outside. At that moment, Lin Fan, who had been on high alert, finally exhaled the breath he had been holding. Leaning against the iron door, he gradually sank to the floor, the recent events having placed him on the precipice of life and death, leaving him no time for contemplation or reaction. He was so tense that he had nearly forgotten how to breathe. After a few moments of deep, ragged breaths with his eyes closed, Lin Fan managed to calm his panic to some extent. He hastily retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket, his fingers trembling as they brushed against the screen. Alas, whether attempting to call for help or reach out to family and friends, the calls would not connect. The phone had no signal. With the outside world teeming with flesh-eating monsters, how could he possibly seek aid? Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Lin Fan's ears. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Fan. You have successfully survived for 10 minutes since the game's arrival in reality. Furthermore, you have demonstrated remarkable prowess by defeating one zombie with the physique of an ordinary person. To assist you in completing the administrator assessment task more effectively, we shall bestow upon you the preliminary administrator exclusive gift pack. Would you like to accept it? Lin Fan was taken aback. A gift pack? How is this akin to a game? No, that cannot be right. This enigmatic voice seems to incessantly utter something about the game, the coming of the apocalypse. Could it be that this is indeed a game, merely intertwined with the fabric of reality? A flicker of disbelief crossed Lin Fan's eyes. He had always been a paragon of scientific reasoning, a staunch materialist, and a resolute opponent of superstition since childhood. Had someone told him in the past that a game could manifest in the real world, or that a novice gift package might exist in reality, he would have deemed them utterly deranged. Yet now, when confronted with this option brimming with the supernatural, anti-scientific, and idealistic elements, he hesitated not for a moment. He silently resolved to accept it, for he wished to survive. This was likely his sole opportunity. Chapter 4. The Hunting Composite Crossbow, The Killing Plan. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Fan, for successfully claiming the preliminary Administrator Novice gift package. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Fan, for acquiring the weapon, Composite Crossbow, equipped with 30 bolts. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Fan, for obtaining a C-grade skill book, Master of Firearms. Passive. Remember, you have 2 hours, 49 minutes, and 37 seconds remaining. Please complete the Administrator Assessment task promptly. Notice, during the Administrator Assessment task, this carriage will enter a complete lockdown, preventing monsters from other carriages from entering, and likewise, trial participants and monsters within this carriage will be unable to exit. Upon expiration, if the task remains uncompleted, the trial participant will be forcibly erased. In the next moment, several items appeared on the restroom floor. A book bound with cotton thread, a composite crossbow approximately 1 meter in length, exuding a sense of modern technological sophistication, entirely black in hue, and a cylindrical quiver about half a meter long, filled with arrows. A look of astonishment flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He had approached this endeavor with a mere sense of experimentation. He never anticipated that real objects would materialize from thin air. Ever since the advertisement for the coming of the apocalypse emerged, the succession of bizarre occurrences had consistently upended his understanding. Ominous videos predicting the future, the chaos of the carriage as the undead began to emerge, and the mysterious gift package manifesting out of nowhere. Each event profoundly illuminated the terrifying nature of the game, the coming of the apocalypse. Every prompt he received was likely laden with gravitas. Once more, his gaze fell upon the countdown timer for the task. Lin Fan's face was etched with gravity and conflict. Failure to complete the assessment would result in his forcible erasure, meaning he could not simply remain hidden in the restroom. He must confront the horrifying zombies lurking outside. The specter of death had not been dispelled. Rather, it had intensified. At this juncture, even if Lin Fan was reluctant, he found himself devoid of options. After a struggle within himself, he was compelled to act. He once again grasped the entirely black composite crossbow lying on the ground. This hunting-type crossbow, crafted from titanium steel alloy with a composite nylon bowstring, weighed 4 kilograms and offered the choice between single-shot or 10-shot modes, delivering an energy of 300 joules, capable of penetrating a 5-centimeter thick wooden board within a range of 200 meters. Its distinctive feature was its remarkable silence. The sound produced upon the release of a bolt was almost imperceptible. Lin Fan held the crossbow in his hand, scrutinizing it carefully. Comprised mainly of 4 fundamental components: the limbs, the bow, the bowstring, and the mechanism. The design was not overly complex. At a mere glance, it appeared straightforward to operate. However, when Lin Fan actually drew out a finely crafted iron bolt and prepared to load it, he was taken aback. He had no idea where to affix the bolt. It indeed seemed easy to grasp at first glance, yet proved utterly perplexing upon engagement. Realizing this, Lin Fan decisively abandoned his intention to experiment further and shifted his gaze to a book bound in cotton thread. Detected C-grade skill book, Master of Firearms. Do you wish to learn? Yes. A torrent of vast data surged into Lin Fan's mind. This information encompassed a myriad of esoteric theories regarding firearms, crossbows, and projectile dynamics, including theories on ballistic landing points, parameter analysis, and the calculation of factors such as wind direction and gravity during shooting. Beyond theoretical knowledge, it also imparted practical shooting techniques covering various stances, crouching, standing, prone, sitting, along with terrain utilization, and more. It felt as though a master gunsmith had bestowed upon Lin Fan the entirety of their lifelong expertise in an enlightening moment. Upon assimilating this wealth of information, when Lin Fan lifted the composite crossbow once more, the experience was entirely transformed. Releasing the safety, adjusting to single-shot mode, loading the bolt, adopting a crouch position, and aiming. All flowed seamlessly, as if instinctively engraved within his very being. As he reveled in the profound change brought forth by the master gunsmith, he slowly lowered the crossbow, his face a canvas of astonishment. Could it be that a single skill book could elevate someone with almost no understanding of crossbow shooting to such a proficient level in mere breaths? This was nothing short of astonishing. Once again experiencing the mystery and power of the game Apocalypse descending, Lin Fan suddenly recognized a crucial point. He swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket. Among a plethora of applications, he quickly located the Apocalypse descending app, marked with a zombie icon, and attempted to open it. However, the phone screen remained unresponsive. Yet, in his ears, the familiar and chilling mechanical voice resonated. Activating game interface. Welcome player Lin Fan to Apocalypse Descending. The mall feature is now available. Please explore your leisure. Ding. Detected that player Lin Fan has been selected as a prospective administrator by the game system. You have been granted exclusive features, minimap, and monster compendium. Indeed, as Lin Fan had surmised, upon launching the game, he discovered a myriad of additional functionalities. Following the mechanical voice, Lin Fan felt a gentle warmth enveloping his eyes. Subsequently, the world before him transformed dramatically. A vivid crimson countdown loomed above his field of vision, displaying 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 24 seconds. This indicated the remaining time for the task, akin to a death knell, incessantly reminding Lin Fan that he must not cease his actions. In the upper left corner of his left eye's view, a small square frame materialized. Within this frame, from a godlike perspective, Lin Fan could see the restroom he occupied, as well as the corridor beyond it. In addition to this visual representation, the frame bore a green dot and a red dot. It resembled a radar image, reminiscent of a minimap found in first-person games. As Lin Fan focused, an introductory message unfurled beneath the small frame. Basic minimap, visualization range of 3 meters, costs 10,000 points, can be upgraded. After perusing the information, Lin Fan cautiously took 2 steps within the restroom. The once stationary green dot on the minimap began to move, indicating that the green dot represented himself. As for the red dot, it was likely a monster. The minimap could only reveal the surroundings within 3 meters, failing to provide insight into the situation within the carriage. Yet, over 10 minutes had elapsed. Judging by prior videos and game prompts, the transformation into zombies had been fully realized, with 118 seats in the carriage. In addition to some standing passengers, there were approximately 130 individuals aboard. This meant that should Lin Fan dare to step out of the restroom, he would confront the onslaught of 129 zombies. Armed solely with a crossbow, venturing out would be tantamount to courting death. He needed to further explore the game, seeking more features to enhance his strength or increase his chances of survival. Otherwise, this task would remain unattainable. Resolute in his decision, Lin Fan redirected his attention away from the minimap to continue his exploration. In the lower left corner of his right eye's view, 2 parallel icons appeared, one for the shop and the other for the monster compendium. As his gaze shifted, a large, translucent shop interface sprang forth before him. At the top of the interface, his points were displayed. 1 point, killing a monster awards 1 point. Looking further down, he found the equipment section. High-density nylon combat suit for 30 points. Potion section. Basic healing potion for 10 points. Skill section. C-grade skill. Gathering for 100 points. After gazing for some time, Lin Fan felt utterly speechless. Not a single item was within his purchasing power. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a rather inconspicuous gray gift box icon in the lower right corner of the shop interface, roughly the size of a sesame seed. A gift package? He hastily clicked on it. Today's special offer from the administrator. T-Virus Antibody Potion, available for just 1 point, limited to 5 bottles. The T-Virus Antibody Agent. Upon ingestion, it grants immunity against T-Virus infection within an hour. During the duration of its efficacy, should players be scratched or bitten by zombies, they will not succumb to transformation into monsters due to viral infection. The virus antibody agent is indeed a remarkable commodity. The most terrifying aspect of zombies lies in the fact that even the slightest contact could lead to infection and metamorphosis into a creature of the night. It is almost a matter of touch equating to death. This is precisely what renders them so formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan expended his soul point to procure the potion. He then meticulously scrutinized the marketplace interface for an extended period. Upon confirming that no other packages were available, he reluctantly closed the shop. His gaze shifted to the final feature, Monster Compendium. As the scene transformed, it resembled a voluminous album being unfurled. The first page of the compendium encapsulated an image of a male in his 30s, now transformed into a monster, the very zombie he had previously vanquished. Ordinary human infected with the T-Virus. Height 168 centimeters, weight 67 kilograms, unevolved. Traits: significantly enhanced olfactory senses, capable of detecting blood scent wafting through the air from a kilometer away. Moreover, while their hearing remains unenhanced, they are highly sensitive to sound and easily attracted to it. Deficiencies: complete loss of rationality, driven solely by primal hunger instincts, with severely degraded vision, only able to perceive within a 10-meter radius. Weakness: the central nervous position at the nape of the neck, of course. Destroying the skull will also result in a kill, but the skull is the hardest bone in the human body, hence it is inadvisable to attempt. It became evident that this was a comprehensive guide detailing the characteristics of monsters. No wonder that after Lin Fan severed the nape of that zombie, it ceased all movement. He had struck its vital point. Moreover, his prolonged concealment in the restroom had gone unnoticed by any monsters, likely due to his failure to create any commotion. Those creatures, driven solely by instinct, were utterly oblivious to the presence of a human hiding within the restroom. With this realization, Lin Fan felt a surge of clarity. His mind became invigorated with possibilities. Perhaps he could leverage the characteristics of the monsters to devise a hunting strategy and fulfill his assessment task. Chapter 5. Courage is not necessarily correlated with strength. The deterioration of vision and significant enhancement of olfactory senses. Although hearing remains unchanged, zombies are exceedingly sensitive to sound. How can he exploit these traits to accomplish his task? First, he ruled out the olfactory aspect. The entire carriage was permeated with the rancid stench of blood. Even if the zombies' sense of smell was greatly heightened, they would struggle to discern any other sense. Thus, it was futile to utilize that. The only option left was sound. With this thought, a spark ignited in Lin Fan's mind. He could easily employ his mobile phone's alarm as an auditory lure to attract the attention of the zombies. He hurriedly retrieved his phone from his pocket. The current time was 11:03. He opened the alarm clock and set it for 11:10 and 11:11. Starting from 11:10, he configured a total of 60 alarms, each 1 minute apart, with a ringing duration of 10 seconds. These 10 seconds represented Lin Fan's moment of reckoning. The 50 seconds between each alarm served as his window for survival, allowing him to procure arrows and prepare for loading. If the plan succeeded, with 60 opportunities to divert attention, Lin Fan could potentially eliminate the majority of the zombies within the carriage. The feasibility of this plan was indeed substantial. However, a plan is always just that, a plan. The disparity between theoretical discussions and practical execution is vast. During the implementation, even the slightest error could result in Lin Fan being torn apart by those terrifying zombies. Life is a singular, precious entity. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fan's breathing quickened. His eyes filled with conflict and uncertainty. After all, he was merely an 18-year-old high school student, one who had never even killed a chicken. Time slipped away second by second. It was not until there remained only a minute before the first alarm would sound that Lin Fan finally resolved himself. He had to take this step, no matter the cost. To act offered a glimmer of hope. To refrain meant certain death. After a deep breath, Lin Fan placed his trembling hand upon the bathroom door handle, slowly pressing down. To avoid making noise, his movements were deliberate and gradual. It took a full 30 seconds to open the door, just a crack. The low growls and guttural noises seeped through the gap, filling Lin Fan's ears. The nauseating stench of blood assaulted him. Thump! Thump! His heart pounded in his chest like a war drum. Lin Fan suppressed his terror. With only 3 seconds remaining before the alarm would sound, he gritted his teeth, flung open the metal bathroom door, and hurled his phone, set to maximum volume, into the depths of the carriage. 1, 2, 3. The resounding and captivating melody filled the entire carriage. No more evolution. Let not the animal kingdom deceive us. It's time to reveal our claws. The cacophony of monstrous growls echoed. The information from the monster compendium was unfaltering. At the moment the alarm rang, even the zombies that had initially spotted Lin Fan were entirely diverted by the sound. The horde surged forward like raging bulls, charging towards the phone and ignoring Lin Fan completely. The plan had indeed succeeded. In a mere span of 10 seconds, Lin Fan had no time to feel astonished or contemplate. His arm instinctively raised the composite crossbow, and he pulled the trigger towards the cluster of zombies that had their backs turned to him. The skilled gunsmith master activated automatically. Whoosh! A barely perceptible sound of air being sliced through emanated quietly. Thud! The half-meter-long ebony arrow struck the first zombie's vulnerable spot at the nape of its neck. The arrowhead's rapid rotation imparted immense, penetrating power, instantly piercing through the zombie's neck and shattering its bones. Lin Fan stood at the restroom door, hands firmly gripping the crossbow, his right index finger repeatedly squeezing the trigger. Arrows shot forth in rapid succession, each striking its target with precision. Crack! Unbeknownst to him, the quiver had run dry. Lin Fan hastily drew an arrow from his quiver and reloaded it into the crossbow. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone ceased abruptly. The entire train car fell silent. The stillness was so profound that the sound of Lin Fan loading arrows was distinctly audible. In the next moment, every zombie in the car turned to face him. Their pale, hungry eyes resembled those of famished wolves. A chill ran down Lin Fan's spine, though his mind acknowledged that the zombies were still a distance away. He had time. He could shoot a few more arrows while they were yet to charge. However, at that moment, his body and mind were at odds. Mind, you can kill a few more. There's still time. Body, for heaven's sake, stop talking nonsense. It's perilous. Retreat quickly. Ultimately, the body prevailed. He retracted the crossbow, his entire being trembling and stiffened as he turned and squeezed into the restroom. Bang, bang, bang. The minimap displayed a multitude of red dots clustered outside the restroom door. Lin Fan pressed his back firmly against the iron door, feeling the relentless pounding of waves upon waves. His face drained of color. Even a hand gripping the crossbow trembled uncontrollably. This iron door was his final bastion. If it were to give way, he dared not envision that scenario. Fortunately, the iron door proved sturdier than he had imagined. 5 minutes later, the cacophony of banging subsided entirely. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fan. Your score has surpassed 10 points, preparing to unlock a new feature for administrators. Attribute panel activated. Another new feature? The continuous excitement left Lin Fan with no time to rest. With a mere thought, he opened the game interface. Indeed, next to the zombie encyclopedia, a new function labeled Attribute Panel had appeared. Upon entering, a vertical human model materialized before Lin Fan's eyes. She was devoid of any attire, her form nearly transparent, revealing the intricate details of her skeletal structure, veins, flesh, and even her internal organs with remarkable clarity. Her attributes were displayed in vivid detail. Skin, barely capable of resisting microbial invasion and the scratches of blunt objects, exhibiting a defense level akin to that of an average human, alarmingly low. Thigh muscles, capable of sprinting 100 meters in 15 seconds, achieving a running speed of 66 meters per second, and a vertical leap of 60 centimeters from a standing position, comparable to that of an ordinary high school student. After reviewing this string of data, Lin Fan realized he was merely at the level of a typical human. Ding! Enhancing skin to bolster defense requires a small expenditure of points. Would you like to enhance? The prospect of utilizing points to enhance his own physicality was a delightful surprise. Any increase in strength provided a glimmer of hope for survival. He decisively opted for enhancement. In the next moment, a sudden mild electric sensation surged from within, coursing over his skin. Lin Fan felt every inch of his skin and each pore tightening under the stimulation of the current. It was indeed effective, without pondering the underlying principles. He fervently tapped on the attribute panel. Skin, enhanced 5 times, defense equivalent to leather, capable of withstanding scratches from small knives and the claws of ordinary zombies. Upon seeing this attribute, an indescribable joy welled up within Lin Fan. With 5 points remaining, he initially considered further enhancing his skin for increased defense. However, Survival also heavily relied on speed. Ding! Waves of current surged to his legs. Once the current subsided, he felt a palpable surge of strength in the muscles of his thighs. Thigh, enhanced 5 times, running speed of 86 meters per second, jumping ability of 80 centimeters. Equivalent to a secondary athlete's level. Enhancement complete. The augmentation of his physique instilled Lin Fan with a newfound sense of confidence. Just then, the ringtone of his phone resonated once more, capturing the attention of all the zombies. Armed with the experience from his first encounter, Lin Fan felt a surge of courage and opened the door decisively. With a compound crossbow in hand, he stood firmly at the threshold, continuously pulling the trigger. 3, 10. Arrows loaded, 12. Even as the ringtone ceased after 10 seconds, Lin Fan did not relent. He continued to shoot. However, this once again drew the zombies' attention, and they swarmed towards him with frenzied abandon. The confidence that had adorned Lin Fan's face vanished in an instant. His mind barely had time to process the situation as the muscles in his thighs instinctively exploded with energy. His body retreated at nearly double the speed of before, swiftly making his way back into the restroom. He expertly shut the heavy iron door behind him. Indeed, courage and strength bore little correlation. Chapter 6. Gradual Transformation and Uncontrollable Mutation. This time, Lin Fan's swift dash into the restroom left the zombies bewildered, losing track of their prey and refraining from further attempts to batter down the iron door. However, even in the safety of his sanctuary, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. After several deep breaths, he compelled himself to regain composure. He removed the quiver from his back and counted the remaining arrows, 8 in total. With a mere thought, he accessed the game's marketplace. Points balance, 12. In the previous battle, a total of 12 zombies were slain, 2 more than the first round. Steel arrows quiver, 30 arrows. Price, 1 point. The arrows were quite affordable and essential. He promptly spent 3 points to purchase 3 quivers, leaving him with 9 points. He resolved to further enhance his physical capabilities. After expending 5 points, a gentle current coursed through his skin once more. This time, an eerie pale blue aura enveloped him. Once the luminescence dissipated, Lin Fan could distinctly feel that his skin had transformed entirely. The sensation was akin to touching not human flesh, but a slab of hard granite. Smooth, yet strangely slick. The feeling was extraordinarily peculiar. Skin, enhanced 10 times, defense equivalent to rhino hide. Ordinary blades struggle to inflict harm, and it offers considerable protection against 5.56mm handgun bullets. Upon reading the description of his skin's fortitude, Lin Fan was utterly astonished. His skin could withstand, to some extent, the damage from firearms. This was not mere enhancement. It was evolution. Just as Lin Fan intended to continue fortifying himself, a notification flashed before him. Ding! Your skin's defense has reached the current limit of human physiology and cannot be further enhanced. To elevate your skin's defense further, you must first comprehend the talent for skin enhancement. The limit of physical capacity? The talent for enhancing skin? How does one even grasp that? It wasn't available in the game shop. Lin Fan found himself at a loss, ultimately deciding to abandon the notion of further enhancing his skin. Glancing at his points balance, he saw he had 4 left, which he devoted entirely to strengthening his thighs. After the tingling sensation subsided, he closed the game interface, filled his magazine with arrows, and timed his exit perfectly with the alarms ringing. After several repeated attempts, Lin Fan became increasingly adept at his hunts. Each venture out was meticulously timed, allowing him to slip away just as the ringing ceased, leaving the zombies with no chance to react. As the battles progressed, the number of zombies he had dispatched swiftly surpassed the 50 mark. In the narrow aisle between the 2 rows of seats on the train, which barely exceeds a meter in width, it is typically capable of accommodating 2 individuals walking side by side. However, an overwhelming number of corpses lay piled upon this confined passageway, gradually forming a towering mound of the deceased, reaching a staggering height of over 16 meters. It has become exceedingly difficult for the instinct-driven zombies to climb over this lofty heap of bodies, and the accumulation continues unabated, transforming it into an incredibly resilient natural barrier. Consequently, Lin Fan decided to abandon his attempts at concealment. He boldly stepped onto the backrest of the seats, wielding a compound crossbow in his hands. From his elevated vantage point, he relentlessly fired at the remaining zombies within the carriage, pulling the trigger with precision. Each arrow soared through the air, almost forming a continuous black line that symbolized death. Witnessing the zombies fall as if harvested like wheat, Lin Fan's heart began to undergo an unnoticed transformation. Even he himself was unaware that his gaze had sharpened significantly, erasing any traces of his initial uncertainty. He resembled a hunter, in addition to his growth in demeanor. His overall abilities were gradually enhanced through the accumulation of points. Thigh muscles, strengthened 10 times, comparable explosive power to that of a cheetah, sprinting speed reaching 112 km/h, having attained the genetic enhancement limit of humanity. Arm muscles, strengthened 10 times. In just a matter of minutes, his physique had diverged significantly from that of an ordinary individual. In the K231 train, the first carriage is the closest to the driver's compartment. To ensure that the train driver remains undisturbed, this carriage is devoid of any passengers. Aside from electronic instruments, it houses only a workspace for the train conductor, effectively rendering it a sealed environment, completely unaware of the monstrous events occurring in other carriages. At this moment, in the conductor's workspace, a half-gray-haired, disheveled train conductor was slumped on the sofa, trembling. His face bore no trace of color, appearing frightfully pale. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. "Conductor, how are you feeling? You must hold on. In just 5 hours, our train will reach Wudu. Once we arrive at the hospital, you will surely be all right." A slender, fair-skinned chief attendant, clad in a purple body-hugging uniform, crouched beside the sofa, using a tissue to wipe the conductor's cold sweat while anxiously watching him. She could not comprehend why the conductor had appeared perfectly fine before boarding, only to suddenly deteriorate so drastically. Cold. The chief attendant noticed the conductor seemed to be trying to speak and quickly leaned closer to his mouth. "All right, I will turn off the air conditioning immediately." Upon hearing clearly, the chief attendant promptly turned off the indoor air conditioning. Then, she retrieved a spare blanket from the cabinet, gently draping it over the train conductor. "Do you feel better now?" she inquired. Cold, the conductor seemed to utter only this single word, incessantly repeating it. It was August, sweltering with the sun blazing at noon. Not to mention a blanket, the absence of air conditioning could suffocate a person. How could this be? The chief attendant furrowed her brow, her concern intensifying. "Shall I fetch you a cup of hot water to warm you up?" She stood and approached the water dispenser, filling a cup with steaming water. Cautiously, she returned to the conductor's side, gently lifting his head with her arm. Just as she was about to offer him the water, suddenly, a hand grasped her delicate wrist with tremendous force, as if intending to crush her bones. In pain, the chief attendant looked up in shock, and upon doing so, she dropped the cup of hot water to the ground. What she beheld were eyes that no longer resembled those of a normal human being, eyes filled with brutality, coldness, and a peculiar grayish gleam. A low, mournful whimper escaped the conductor's throat as he abruptly lunged at the unsuspecting chief attendant, knocking her to the floor with astonishing speed, leaving her no time to react. A piercing scream echoed throughout the conductor's quarters. Crimson blood erupted like fireworks, splattering against the walls, floor, and ceiling. Provoked by the sight of blood, the conductor's fury escalated, his movements growing increasingly savage. He bent over the graceful form of the chief attendant, voraciously tearing into her delicate, pale flesh. The once radiant attendant could merely lie on the ground, her eyes filled with terror and despair as she watched her body being devoured piece by piece, until the light in her eyes gradually faded and her consciousness became utterly blurred. She could not fathom why the train conductor, her partner for over a decade, had transformed into a ravenous demon. With the conductor's frenzied consumption, his body began to undergo a grotesque transformation. Age spots emerged on his once youthful skin, swelling into yellowish pustules. Suddenly, with a pop, the pustules burst, releasing legions of pearly white worms that crawled forth from beneath his skin. They bore a resemblance to caterpillars. But unlike them, their mouth parts were sharp and slightly curved, approximately 2 centimeters in length, resembling the fangs of a bloodthirsty fiend, sending chills down one's spine. As the chief attendant was reduced to a mere skeleton, the ground was strewn with those eerie worms, densely packed and countless. In carriage number 16, the countdown for the administrator's assessment task read 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 4 seconds. Lin Fan donned a form-fitting black nylon combat suit that perfectly showcased his muscular physique. Carrying a quiver and wielding a compound crossbow with a single hand, he strolled through the carriage, which was littered with corpses, his gaze as frigid as ice. The black nylon combat suit he donned had cost him 30 points in the game's marketplace. It was meticulously crafted from high-density nylon, weighing approximately 6 pounds, yet capable of withstanding piercing and cutting from sharp weapons, and even capable of absorbing several rounds from a rifle. Such formidable defensive capabilities were astonishingly lightweight, embodying a level of technology comparable to the advanced research institutions on Blue Star developing nanotech bulletproof vests. At this moment, not a single zombie remained standing in the carriage. Lin Fan, having engaged in this carnage, had undergone an indescribable transformation. His every movement exuded the essence of a seasoned warrior, devoid of the youthful naivety of an ordinary high school student. Casting a glance at the countdown for the administrator's assessment task, Lin Fan furrowed his brow. He had clearly exterminated all the zombies within the carriage. Why, then, did the task remain incomplete? Was there a zombie that had not been fully dispatched? As Lin Fan continued forward, a chilling game notification suddenly rang in his ears. Warning, extreme danger. 3 meters ahead, a zombie is undergoing uncontrollable mutation. The mutation is progressing at an alarming rate. If the mutation completes, the game process will face unpredictable uncertainties. The mortality rate will rise to 100%. Please interrupt immediately. Chapter 7. Blood Battle with the Boss, Life and Death Crisis. Uncontrollable mutation? A 100% mortality rate? Upon hearing the alert, Lin Fan felt a tightness in his chest. Instinctively raising his compound crossbow, his finger poised on the trigger, he dashed towards the direction indicated by the system prompt. That very direction corresponded to his seat number in the carriage, 93. Upon reaching seat number 93, an exceedingly grotesque and repulsive sight met his eyes. On the blood-stained floor, a gigantic chrysalis, approximately 1 meter in diameter and entirely crimson, had mysteriously appeared. The chrysalis was covered in a viscous liquid, with its hideous flesh seeming as if it had been scorched by fire. Lin Fan could not discern what it was, but an instinctive sense of danger washed over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his compound crossbow and unleashed a barrage of arrows upon it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew out in a triangular formation, striking the massive chrysalis. With a thunderous explosion, the chrysalis burst open, releasing a foul-smelling, viscous crimson liquid that rained down like droplets. The nature of this unknown fluid was a mystery, and Lin Fan dared not allow it to splatter upon him. In an instant, his leg muscles surged with power, propelling him to take shelter beneath a nearby seat. A piercing roar emanated from seat number 93. At this moment, on the ground stained with blood, a zombie with a mane of white hair was slowly rising. This zombie was none other than the elderly lady who had been the first to transform within the carriage. However, her appearance had undergone a significant transformation, diverging from that of all other zombies. Her eye sockets no longer bore the hollow, pure white of the undead. Instead, they glimmered with an eerie shade of gray. Even more astonishing was the sight of 2 necks emerging from her shoulders. One neck supported her own head, while the other bore a bloodied visage. A closer inspection would reveal that the additional head belonged to the mischievous child. Most notably, the elderly lady's hands had completely deviated from human anatomy. Sharp, glimmering claws extended from her knuckles, exuding a chilling radiance. Her gaping maw housed a pair of 5-centimeter-long fangs. Even her knees were grotesquely deformed, bulging with bony protrusions as if poised to sprout razor-sharp spikes, though they had yet to fully manifest. This bizarre appearance, coupled with the menacing aura radiating from her, left Lin Fan with no choice but to act swiftly. Seizing the moment while the zombie was momentarily dazed from its transformation, he crawled out from beneath his seat and unleashed a barrage of arrows. Whoosh, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated. The arrows, which could easily pierce through other zombies, only penetrated the elderly lady's neck by a mere inch, failing to breach her defenses. In response to the assault, the elderly lady let out a chilling shriek, turning to fix her gray eyes upon Lin Fan. With a swift motion, she raised her sharp right claw and effortlessly snapped the arrows at their base, crafted from fine steel, as if they were mere twigs. The sharpness of her claws was nothing short of terrifying. Witnessing this, Lin Fan's pupils involuntarily contracted. His mind quickly assessed the situation. It was imperative to avoid close combat with this formidable opponent. Her offensive and defensive capabilities were alarmingly potent, rendering her exceedingly dangerous. He had to rely on his speed to create distance. Retreating rapidly, he hastily reloaded his crossbow. Once his bolts were ready, he continued to back away while relentlessly pulling the trigger. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air was relentless. At that moment, the elderly lady sprang into action, evading the projectiles as she pursued Lin Fan. It is noteworthy that Lin Fan had maximized his leg speed through accrued points, enabling him to run at a velocity comparable to that of a cheetah. Yet, astonishingly, the elderly lady seemed to outpace him by a fraction. In an instant, they had traversed from the rear of the carriage to its front. Upon arriving at the towering mound of countless lifeless bodies, Lin Fan had barely prepared to leap over the grotesque heap when a chilling gust of wind swept behind him. Turning swiftly, he beheld two bloodied claws lunging at his throat with alarming speed. Lin Fan dared not gamble on whether the elderly woman could shred his combat attire and the dual protection of his skin. In the face of imminent danger, his muscles tensed and surged with vigor as he deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the deadly talons. Just as he intended to raise his crossbow for a close-range shot, an unexpected twist occurred. The child's neck elongated dramatically, akin to a serpentine creature, ensnaring Lin Fan in a constricting embrace. His right hand, clasping the composite crossbow, was now pinned against his neck, leaving him utterly immobilized. With its formidable speed, defense, and this bizarre neck-stretching ability, this creature resembled a boss devoid of any apparent weaknesses. Moreover, it had already been interrupted in its transformation. If it had completed its metamorphosis, Lin Fan could scarcely fathom surviving even a single round. It was no wonder the game had warned that failure to disrupt the mutation would result in a fatality rate soaring to 100%. As he found himself ensnared by the python-like neck, the gravity of Lin Fan's predicament escalated. The elderly woman's claws, moving with astonishing rapidity, aimed for his chest. Meanwhile, the child, positioned behind him, sank its teeth into the area of Lin Fan's shoulder blade. The sound of tearing flesh resonated ominously in his ears. Under the relentless assault of the child's biting and the woman's clawing, Lin Fan's nylon combat attire, capable of withstanding gunfire, was ruthlessly shredded into tatters. Bereft of protective gear, Lin Fan's rhinoceros hide defense proved utterly inadequate against this diminutive boss's onslaught. The elderly woman's talons raked across his chest, leaving deep lacerations that bled profusely. On his back, the child's savage gnawing exposed glimpses of bone beneath the shoulder blade. Severely wounded and caught in a vice-like grip, with the serpent-like neck constricting him, escape was a distant hope. A frigid chill surged from the soles of Lin Fan's feet, coursing upward to his very core. Was he destined to perish here today? No. I refuse to die. I shall not succumb in this place. Fueled by an indomitable will to survive, Lin Fan launched a desperate counterattack. Grasping the elderly woman's head, he thrust his thumb and forefinger into her ashen eyes with forceful intent, seemingly aiming to extract her brain. With a sickening squelch, grayish fluid mixed with blood erupted from her eye sockets. The elderly woman howled in agony, thrashing her head in a futile attempt to escape. Yet no matter how she struggled, she could not break free from Lin Fan's grip, which was as unyielding as iron. The intense pain radiating from her eye socket caused the old woman to writhe uncontrollably. Ultimately, the muscles in her neck began to pulse violently. A sharp bone spur, emanating a chilling white glow, eerily grew forth from within her, aimed directly at Lin Fan's eye socket. Chapter 8. The Awakening of Talent. So you two are afraid? Lin Fan's body was enveloped in a cold sweat. His instincts warned him that the sharpness of this bone spur likely surpassed that of the old woman's claws. Should the spur penetrate his eye socket, his skull would undoubtedly be pierced through. Lin Fan dared not delay for a moment. He quickly released the old woman's head and grasped the bone spur, attempting to halt its advance. However, at that moment, the old woman had already forced Lin Fan to the ground, her entire weight pressing down upon him. Despite Lin Fan exerting all his strength, he could not prevent the spur's progression. Just as the chilling bone spur nearly brushed against his eyelashes, a desperate thought surged within him. Stop right now. In a life-and-death moment, Lin Fan's face contorted with rage. His entire body began to heat up rapidly, as if every cell within him ignited in that instant. His already prominent arm muscles swelled further, and his skin appeared as though it were being torn apart by tremendous force from within. Crimson blood cascaded over Lin Fan's body, yet oddly enough, beneath the torn skin lay not flesh, but a series of jet-black patterns resembling snake scales, interwoven and pulsating continuously. From a distance, his entire left arm resembled a living python. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fan for comprehending the python's arm talent under the stimulus of life-and-death crisis. Python's arm. When the muscle power of both arms erupts completely, the muscle cells will enter a rapid division state, causing an instantaneous doubling of strength. Upon comprehending the python's arm talent, the growth limit of the player's arms has surpassed the genetic evolution limits of humanity, and subsequent enhancement using points remains possible. As the game system's notification echoed, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted from his arm. It was the sound of trillions of cells exploding and reorganizing. The terrifying sensation of tearing caused cold sweat to stream down Lin Fan's face. Yet simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through his arms. Given the urgency of the situation, Lin Fan acted without hesitation. With a mighty roar, he forcefully pushed the old woman off of him. In the next moment, a resounding crack reverberated through the air. The gray bone spur, emanating a cold gleam and connected to the old woman's neck, was brutally snapped in two by sheer force. A torrent of blood sprayed from her neck, drenching Lin Fan's face. At that instant, Lin Fan was utterly consumed by rage. Disregarding everything else, he thrust the bone spur in his hand towards the gaping mouth of the old woman. With a sharp sound, the bone spur's edge exceeded Lin Fan's imagination. With minimal effort, it pierced through the back of her head effortlessly, as simple as penetrating a block of tofu. It is worth noting that her defenses were formidable enough to withstand even the finest steel arrows. Once her head was pierced, the expression on the old woman's face froze instantly, halting all her movements and screams. Her sharp claws fell limply from Lin Fan's chest. The constricting serpent around him loosened, along with the head of the mischievous child, which tumbled down beside Lin Fan, their gazes locking momentarily. In the fading light of the child's gray pupils, Lin Fan faintly discerned a familiar essence, fear and supplication. So it too feared death. Yet, Lin Fan felt no compassion. With the last vestiges of his strength, he withdrew the bone spur from the old woman's mouth and stubbornly pried open the child's jaws, piercing through the back of its head completely. Afterwards, Lin Fan collapsed onto a nearby chair, his eyes vacant. His eyelids grew heavier. This battle had been exceedingly brutal. His back, shoulders, right arm, and chest bore no unscathed skin. Blood flowed incessantly from his wounds. At that moment, the K-231 train traversed a mountainous forest, emerging into an endless expanse of wilderness. Warm sunlight filtered through the blood-stained window, illuminating his face. Butterflies flitted freely amidst the golden sea of rapeseed flowers. By the field's edge, an elderly farmer led two young girls, aged 7 or 8, as they gazed contentedly at the azure sky, their lips moving as if recounting a delightful fairy tale. The time was 12:09. There remained 4 hours and 53 minutes until the K-231 train arrived at the Wudu station. Wudu station sprawls over an impressive 780,000 square meters, with a total construction area of 520,000 square meters, featuring 29 platforms and 53 tracks. It is a modern, oversized railway passenger station that integrates railways, passenger transport, highways, and urban transit. Since its completion, Wudu Station has been the largest station in the Great Xia and across the entire Blue Star, continuously imitated by various nations but never surpassed. On regular days, the station's passenger flow exceeds 1 million. Currently, during the peak of the school season, students from all corners of the nation, along with parents escorting children to school, are flocking to Wudu Station, pushing the passenger count beyond 5 million, a truly astonishing figure. The greatest joy is undoubtedly found in the shops near the train station, where the hotel proprietors enjoy daily earnings that are often tenfold or even several dozens of times their usual income. It can be said they are reaping a bountiful harvest. However, the most vibrant and distinctive aspect of the entire train station is not these establishments. Rather, it lies in the various exits of the station. Buses from academic institutions line the roads, forming a serpentine queue that stretches for miles. Each bus proudly displays vibrant banners proclaiming, "Welcome to Wudu Normal University," wishing students success in their endeavors. And welcome to Wudu Institute of Technology. May the new scholars ride their dreams and not squander their youth. The entirety of Wudu, with its 138 higher education institutions, converges here. Among them, the most striking is undoubtedly Wudu Normal University. The rows of long, elegant legs and the bustling scene create a dizzying spectacle from afar. Upon entering, a fragrant breeze envelopes anyone, leaving them to ponder whether they have stepped into paradise. Beside the welcoming area of the Normal University, a youth clad in a white shirt and jeans gazes intently at the pristine legs, unable to suppress his admiration, exclaiming, Ah, Wudu truly deserves its reputation as the land of scholars. This brilliance, this thriving atmosphere of learning. How splendid. Another boy, sporting a buzz cut and a shirt emblazoned with a Thanos motif, rolled his eyes in response. By the way, have you contacted Lin Fan? Ask him when he arrives. The boy in the white shirt is named by Ning, while his buzz cut companion is Kai Siching. They are both high school classmates and close friends of Lin Fan. Since all three have enrolled in universities in Wudu, they agreed to meet here before heading to their respective institutions. Upon hearing Kai Siching's inquiry, Bai Ning replied, casually without turning his head, Lin Fan's phone has no signal. I haven't been able to reach him. P.S. likely still on the green train, winding through the mountains. However, he sent me his itinerary yesterday. He should arrive around 5 this afternoon. Kai Siching shot a sidelong glance at Bai Ning, saying, You know Lin Fan is arriving around 5, yet you came so early? Bai Ning, with a face full of righteous indignation, retorted, That lad has been accepted into Daxia University of Science and Technology, one of the top 3 esteemed institutions. Although I may not have been accepted, that does not diminish my admiration. Arriving a few hours early is only fitting. It is a matter of respect for Daxia University. You wouldn't understand, you Philistin. I'm too weary to explain. Seeing Bai Ning ramble on with such audacity, Kai Siching was left speechless. Having grown up together, they are well aware of each other's quirks. Bai Ning, when emboldened, seems to possess no sense of shame at all. No one dares to speak of defeating this fellow. After a moment's contemplation, Kai Siching suddenly exclaimed, Damn, Lao Bai, look over there. Those legs are exceptional. Bai Ning, who had initially appeared solemn and dignified, quickly turned his head, his mouth anxiously inquiring, Where? Kai Siching's face was a picture of exasperation. Was this what he termed respect? Chapter 9. A 001 virus golden finger? I am utterly fatigued. I long to succumb to slumber. No, I cannot afford to sleep. On the K231 train, in carriage 16, seat 93, Lin Fan, disheveled and drenched in blood, bit down fiercely on his lip, struggling to keep his eyelids from drooping. His injuries were grievous. Blood flowed like a meandering stream from his chest, back, and shoulders. If he were to fall asleep now, he could not guarantee that he would awaken again. Shaking his head gently to force himself to remain somewhat alert, Lin Fan hastily summoned the game store interface. Points balance, 33 points, 128 points gained from eliminating the zombies in the carriage, 60 points spent on physical enhancement, 30 points on combat gear, 5 points on arrows. Basic healing potion, 10 points, stimulates rapid regeneration of red blood cells, aids in healing wounds. Today's administrator special, T-virus immunity potion, 1 point, 4 bottles remaining for purchase. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan spent 30 points to acquire 3 basic healing potions. A flash of white light appeared. 3 glass vials containing red potions materialized beside him. Enduring the pain from his wounds, Lin Fan shakily reached for one of the vials. Summoning all his strength, he bit down on the wooden cork, removing it, and slowly poured the potion over his most grievously wounded area on his chest. As the icy liquid made contact with his torn flesh, Lin Fan immediately felt a piercing agony. Beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Despite the excruciating pain, he was astonished to discover that the blood from his mangled chest, under the potion's influence, had halted its flow and formed large scabs. The efficacy of this potion was astonishing. No longer hesitating, Lin Fan took the remaining 2 vials and poured their contents over his back and shoulders. After saturating all his wounds with the potion, half a vial remained. Thinking a waste to leave it, he swallowed it in one go. After applying and ingesting the 3 potions, a wave of unbearable itching began to spread across his chest, back, and shoulders, as if countless ants were crawling over him. The scabs thickened and eventually fell away, revealing fresh, tender flesh beneath. Remarkably, such severe injuries were completely healed within just a few minutes. Aside from feeling a bit fatigued mentally, Lin Fan was otherwise restored to his former self. The curative effect was, he vowed, unparalleled by any extraordinary medicine on earth. It was nothing short of miraculous. If hospitals possessed such a remedy, Lin Fan believed that countless individuals suffering from various ailments would not have to succumb to their fates. What on earth was this apocalyptic game that even such a miraculous potion existed? After experiencing another wave of astonishment, Lin Fan gradually collected his thoughts. He settled onto a relatively clean bench and accessed the game's marketplace once more. He purchased 2 bottles of the T-virus immunity serum and a quiver of arrows. Opening one bottle of the immunity serum, he downed it in one gulp. Prior to his battle, he had already consumed another bottle, and its effects had yet to wear off. Otherwise, had he suffered such grievous injuries from the old woman, he would have long since transformed into a monster. He opted to drink another bottle, concerned that remnants of the T-virus might still linger within him due to his injuries. A precautionary measure was prudent. He had no desire to have his wounds healed, only to unexpectedly undergo a transformation into the undead. Next, Lin Fan meticulously assessed his physical condition once more. Once assured that all was well, he released a sigh of relief, finally feeling at ease. He then redirected his focus back to the game. Administrator Assessment Task Countdown. 46 minutes, 57 seconds, completed, can be settled at any time. Indeed, after defeating the boss in the carriage, the Administrator Assessment task had been fulfilled. Lin Fan hastily tapped the settlement button. A chilling mechanical voice suddenly erupted in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Fan, for successfully passing the Administrator Assessment task and officially becoming an administrator in the game Apocalypsesurvival. Task Reward 1, 300 points. Task Reward 2, Administrator Privileges Unlocked. Can log into the game interface to view. Upon seeing the reward of 300 points, Lin Fan initially thought he must have misread. Previously, he had exerted great effort to clear an entire carriage of zombies, only to earn a mere 128 points. Yet, defeating a single boss yielded a reward surpassing that of an entire carriage of zombies. Of course, the price he paid to slay this boss was steep, nearly costing him his life. The inherent dangers were self-evident. Such a generous points reward seemed quite justified under the circumstances. With an abundance of points at his disposal, but no clear plan for their utilization, he continued to explore. He pulled up the game function interface, which had undergone significant changes. Previously, it featured 4 functions: minimap, monster compendium, attribute panel, and marketplace. Now, several new functions had appeared: class, forum, friends, chat, administrator, and A001 virus. Everything seemed relatively normal, and Lin Fan could discern the purpose of most things merely by their names. However, when the world was this A001 virus? Opening A001 virus invasion log, August 27, 2135, 10:30 a.m. The apocalyptic game has commenced. Due to a virus inherent to Lin Fan's mobile device, certain parameters have been altered, delaying the onset of the game and implanting a game trailer. 10:41 a.m. Game parameters modified. Selecting player Lin Fan as the game administrator. 10:42 a.m. A forbidden gateway has been established in every carriage of train K231, isolating the mobility of the zombies. 10:45 a.m. A reminder for player Lin Fan to seek refuge in a safe shelter promptly. 10:51 a.m. Issued preliminary administrator exclusive gift package to player Lin Fan. 11:01 a.m. Unlocked or enhanced game functionalities such as minimap, monster compendium, and attributes panel for player Lin Fan, augmenting his survival capabilities. Upon concluding the invasion log, Lin Fan was rendered utterly speechless. The advanced video alert had granted him a chance to escape the chaotic carriage, along with the advantages conferred by the gift package within the game. All of this was, astonishingly, due to the A001 virus. A virus inherent to his phone? Could it truly be the same virus depicted in last night's film? Goodness. Had viruses in adult films reached such extraordinary levels? Before Lin Fan could contemplate further, the intrusion log before him abruptly vanished, replaced by a cascade of green text. Welcome Game Administrator Lin Fan to the A001 virus parameter modification interface. Due to multiple modifications of game parameters, the current computational power of the A001 virus has been depleted to 70, restores 1 per hour. Should the computational power be entirely exhausted, the A001 virus will be unable to evade detection by the game system and will be eradicated directly. During the subsequent gameplay, the A001 virus will actively seek the opinions of Administrator Lin Fan when encountering modifiable parameters. Please allocate virus computational power judiciously. After perusing this segment of green text, Lin Fan's visage was awash with astonishment. Could this be considered a cheat? Goodness. To have an advantage in the game would be exhilarating. However, after some experimentation, he soon realized that the situation was not as idyllic as he had envisioned. The Apocalypse game was indeed formidable. Modifying game parameters was not as simple as one might wish. He could only await the virus's successful infiltration of a specific game function, which would then prompt him with modification options. Currently, there were no modifiable options available, leaving him with no choice but to bide his time. With a thought, the green text rippled and gradually dissipated. His gaze returned once more to the game function interface. Chapter 10. The Evolution of Life. An unread message Lin Fan first clicked into the profession section, and a series of information emerged. Player, Lin Fan. Profession, Hunter. Hidden privilege, Game Administrator. Arms, Grade C talent. Serpent's arms. The strength of his arms has surpassed the evolutionary limits of human genes, reaching the intensity of a hunter, and can be further enhanced using points. Upon reading this, Lin Fan's eyes brightened. Having just slain the old woman, he was rewarded with 300 points and decisively invested all of it to maximize the enhancement of his arms. Afterward, he continued to peruse the introduction to his profession. Note, the direction of human evolution is categorized into 3 main types. 1. The hunter, primarily focused on enhancing the physical body, acquires formidable melee killing capabilities. The process of life evolution is often a cycle of hunting and being hunted. To evolve into a hunter is to gain the power to seize one's own destiny. Evolutionary requirements for a hunter. The comprehension of a talent with significant offensive or defensive capabilities in a specific part of the body. 2. The scout. Centered on enhancing sensory organs and the mind, sensory organs can probe and gather various information from the outside world. Knowing danger in advance allows one to avoid harm and seize survival opportunities. Evolutionary requirements for a scout. Comprehension of one of the 6 major senses: vision, taste, smell, touch, hearing, or mental acuity. 3. The mystic, primarily focused on mastering mysterious powers, extremely rare, evolutionary requirements unknown. After finishing the introduction, Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. Indeed, the various enhancements offered by this game lead to evolution. The term evolution was not unfamiliar to Lin Fan. Most individuals who have received modern education would be well acquainted with it. As the most advanced primate, humanity has gradually evolved from ordinary apes. However, the process of evolution is exceedingly protracted. It took hundreds of thousands of years for humans to shed their primal traits and become the masters and symbols of wisdom on Blue Star. To this day, many assert that humans have ascended to the pinnacle of the food chain. It is believed that no species or evolutionary path can surpass humanity. At least, such entities do not exist on Blue Star. Yet now, a path capable of shattering scientific understanding and allowing humanity to continue its evolution lay clearly before Lin Fan. Hunter. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fan's breathing grew more rapid. Had he truly evolved? Instinctively, Lin Fan raised his arms. With a mere thought, intricate patterns resembling serpentine scales began to manifest upon his arms, swiftly spreading across them. As the patterns enveloped his entire limbs, Lin Fan's arms transformed into something that no longer resembled human anatomy. Muscles as solid as rock, adorned with markings akin to a colossal serpent. If an ordinary person were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be filled with terror and dread. Yet, these monstrous arms concealed an unimaginable strength. At that moment, Lin Fan's peripheral vision caught sight of the ground. There lay a bone spur, emanating a grayish cold light, lodged in the mouth of a mischievous child. Instinctively, he seized it and slashed it toward a nearby chair. The sound of metal slicing through the air echoed in the empty carriage 16, akin to a blade being unsheathed. The immense power enveloping the bone spur propelled it across the chair at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Astonishingly, the steel-framed chair split cleanly in 2. Its cut surface as smooth as a mirror. Lin Fan swore he had not exerted much force at all. He could scarcely discern whether his strength was excessively formidable or the bone spur exceedingly sharp. Thus, with his empty left hand, he reached for the adjacent chair. Creak! Bang! 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 The iron frame connecting the chair to the floor emitted a series of cracking sounds. As Lin Fan's strength intensified, the iron bolts securing the chair beneath shattered entirely. Witnessing such an outcome, Lin Fan felt a twinge of surprise. The bolts securing seats on trains are typically robust, with at least 4 in place. Even if they are made of iron, to break all 4 bolts would typically require over 3,000 kilograms of force, 3 tons at least. It is worth noting that the maximum lifting capacity of some conventional small cranes is only around 2 tons. Yet his one-arm strength had surpassed that of a small crane. Such power, for a human, a mere mortal, was indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, a sensation surged within Lin Fan's core. He realized he could now crush any creature on Earth with his bare hands. This was the essence of a predator. This was evolution. With a newfound clarity regarding his strength, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. The stronger he became, the greater his chances of survival. Just then, an overwhelming wave of dizziness struck him. Stumbling, he nearly lost his balance and fell to the ground. His stomach churned with acid, as if it were about to erupt from his throat. He discovered he was ravenously hungry. This near uncontrollable hunger threatened to consume him, rendering his mind incapable of coherent thought. Save for one persistent notion. He needed to eat. Lin Fan's eyes glimmered with a predatory gleam as he scanned the entirety of the carriage. Soon, he spotted a transparent plastic bag on the luggage rack, containing bread and apples. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged toward it. Without washing, he bit into an apple the size of his fist, devouring half in one go. After a few hasty chews, he swallowed it whole. The remaining half of the apple he consumed entirely, seeds and all. Gulp! The more he ate, the hungrier he became. After consuming the bag of bread and apples, Lin Fan began to rummage through the compartments, searching for any preserved food within the train car. He found 3 bags of bread, 2 bags of oranges, 6 apples, 5 buckets of instant noodles, an assortment of snacks including chocolate and chips, as well as unopened bottled water and beverages. Only after devouring a total of 50 pounds of food did he feel a slight relief in his stomach. The energy required by his body had become astonishingly formidable since his evolution into a hunter. Fortunately, finding food on the train was not a daunting task. Otherwise, he might have fainted from hunger. It seemed he needed to be more vigilant in the future. If an insatiable hunger struck him during a battle, neither enemies nor zombies would afford him the luxury of time to eat. As Lin Fan admonished himself with these thoughts, his eye caught sight of the phone he had discarded earlier to attract the zombie's attention, lying against the wall. He hurried over to it, picked it up, and noticed the screen had been shattered. Pressing the power button, he felt a wave of relief as the screen illuminated. He could replace the screen and continue using it. However, upon shifting his gaze back to the phone, he discovered an unread message in the bottom right corner of the cracked screen. Opening it, he found it was from his father, sent before he boarded the train. Xiao Fan, after dropping you off at the station, I made a trip to the bank. I transferred 2,000 yuan to your account. Although our family isn't wealthy, once you're in university, don't be as frugal as before. Make some friends, treat them to a meal or something. We should spend where it matters, so don't hold back from me. Once you enter society, having more friends will open more doors. Most importantly, get a girlfriend. I've heard that university girls are easy to talk to. Before Lin Fan could finish reading the message, the shattered screen suddenly flickered with static from a poor connection. Bang! A sound of electrical discharge emanated from within the phone. No matter how he pressed the power button, the screen refused to light up again. Yet, at that moment, he had no inclination to dwell on the phone's malfunction. He plopped down onto a bench, gazing at the blood-soaked ground and the countless mangled corpses, his mind replaying his father's message, filled with bitterness. If his parents were to discover that he had killed so many, they would likely be horrified beyond belief. No, that is not right. The apocalypse and its trials had come into reality, and it was likely not the last time. If the next wave were to strike near his hometown, amidst a zombie outbreak, his parents, being ordinary individuals and of advancing age, would have an exceedingly slim chance of survival. Lin Fan shuddered at the thought of his parents surrounded by zombies, their faces marked with panic and helplessness. Suddenly, he realized, even if one evolves into a hunter, possessing the strength to slay 100 or even 1,000 zombies, the mere appearance of a single undead before one's parents would yield consequences beyond one's capacity to bear. Therefore, it is imperative to attain a level of power sufficient to safeguard one's parents and friends. Additionally, one must delve deeply into the so-called game of the apocalypsesurvival, utilizing the A001 virus to thoroughly comprehend its true nature. Ding! Game Administrator Lin Fan. Please promptly access the administrator interface. Please carefully review the administrator guidelines. Interrupted by the notification sound, Lin Fan furrowed his brow. However, without hesitation, he directly accessed the administrator interface. 1. Do not disclose your identity as an administrator to anyone. 2. Administrators possess the authority to foresee clues regarding the next game arrival and its timing, but must not reveal a single detail to the outside world. 3. In the event of uncontrollable variables during the game arrival process, the administrator must address them promptly to ensure the game's normal operation. These guidelines must be etched in your mind at all times. Note: the administrator identity is bound for life. Once the assessment is completed, it cannot be revoked or voluntarily relinquished. except in the event of death. If the game administrator perishes within the game, the system will select a new player from among the participants. Friendly reminder, do not violate any of the terms. The terms are not numerous, and they do not specify the consequences of transgressing the administrator regulations. However, based on Lin Fan's understanding of the Apocalypsesurvival game, he knows that any act of defiance would surely lead to dire repercussions. Despite the numerous restrictions, there are indeed advantages. The administrator can foresee the timing and clues for the next game arrival, which is crucial. This grants Lin Fan ample preparation before the next game commences. Nevertheless, he must first navigate through the current arrival. Having firmly committed each guideline to memory, Lin Fan finally closed the regulations page. Ding! The game administrator has been appointed, and the game is officially underway. Retrieving the number of surviving humans aboard the train. Ding! It has been detected that there are currently 27 non-player humans alive on the train, and they're being drawn into the Apocalypsesurvival game. Note, if they refuse to be drawn into the game, the system will forcibly eliminate them. Moreover, when the train arrives at the station, non-player humans will also be forcibly eradicated by the game system. Chapter 11. Survivors enter the game. We have no choice upon hearing the mechanical announcement. Lin Fan was taken aback. 2 rules of elimination? This seems to compel humanity into becoming players. Does it imply that a sufficient number of players are necessary for the Apocalypse game to function normally? What is the true purpose behind all of this? While Lin Fan pondered, the game notification sound echoed once more. Ding! Player Zhang Ming has entered the game. Ding! Player Qiu Jiyun has entered the game. A series of notifications followed. In the next moment, the chat function on the game interface began to tremble. Lin Fan clicked in and saw a message. Is anyone there? Please help me. I don't know what is happening, but the K231 train is like a scene from a zombie apocalypse. Apart from myself, everyone else in the carriage has turned into zombies, attacking anyone in sight. Right now, I'm hiding in the restroom, too terrified to step outside. My phone has no signal, so I can't even call for help. And then I was inexplicably pulled into this game. This message was sent by a player named Zhang Ming in the public chat channel. Soon, other players began to respond. You're on the K231 train too? I am. Zombies? If the crazed individuals outside can be referred to as zombies, that description is quite apt. If they bite you, you become infected. I'm currently hiding in the restroom of the 13th carriage. 10 minutes ago, I opened the restroom door to check the situation outside and nearly got bitten. Boo-hoo. My mother was supposed to take me to Wudu for college, but she was caught by those zombies and brutally bitten to death. Damn it, could all the players in this game actually be passengers on the K231 train? It's over. The entire train must have lost communication, and we have no way to call for help from the outside world. The chat quickly filled Lin Fan's entire view. Most messages were pleas for help, complaints, and expressions of panic. But they soon realized one crucial point. All the players in the game were indeed individuals from the train. With communication severed, they were all like caged birds, utterly helpless to seek assistance from the outside. Upon seeing this, Lin Fan sighed with a complex expression. These individuals were not unlike his own initial experience with the Apocalypse game. Just as Lin Fan was about to type a message to inform them of the game's situation, the cold game notification sound rang out again. Ding! A large collective mission has commenced. Annihilate all zombies on the train. Mission time limit: 4 hours. We hope all players can unite and collaboratively complete the collective mission. Mission rewards, based on players' contributions during the mission. Collective mission failure penalty: eradication of all players on the train. If you refuse to accept the mission, you will lose your player status for life. After the full-screen announcement, Lin Fan received a personal notification. Notice, player Lin Fan, as the game administrator, you must ensure the completion of the collective mission and maintain the normal operation of the game. Note, current remaining number of zombies on the train, 2,116. After reviewing all the information, Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Resolving the entire train situation within 4 hours, with over 2,000 zombies? Even Lin Fan, who had evolved into a hunter, felt an immense pressure. At that moment, the public chat channel erupted. A large collective task required me to venture out and slay zombies. If the task was not completed, I would be erased. What on earth is this? I couldn't care less about any collective missions. What does it have to do with me? All I wish to know is how to survive. Those madmen outside are none of my concern. Let others go out and kill them. I will not. I will hide in the restroom, and let us see what they can do to me. Things might not be as simple as you think. Do you remember the warning before entering the game? If you refuse to engage, you'll be erased. The person who hid in the restroom with me did not believe it, and smashed his phone. The next moment, his head exploded like a smashed watermelon, blood splattering onto me. If we fail the task, we will truly die. This individual seemed determined to convince everyone of his words, even sharing a photograph in the chat channel. The image indeed corroborated his claims, depicting a headless corpse quietly lying on the ground in a restroom soaked in blood and brain matter. Good heavens, how horrifying. Is this real? At this point, please don't joke around, my friend. I am not joking. Unless I had witnessed it myself, I wouldn't believe it either. Do not harbor any illusions. If the game states you will die, then you will indeed die. So, can I simply refuse this task? Failing results in erasure. Refusing doesn't count as failure. At most, I would just be stripped of my player identity. In any case, I have no desire to return to this wretched game. Upon reading the final player's remarks, Lin Fan felt utterly speechless. Just as he was about to remind the other players not to think about exploiting the game, a player with the ID Lise spoke up first. Fool, do you think you have a choice? Refusing to be a player will lead to immediate erasure. How could someone stripped of their player identity possibly survive? The individual adamantly refusing to accept the task seemed utterly terrified by the zombies outside. No matter what others said, he was resolute in his refusal to accept the mission, even more so to face the zombies. I don't care. There's no way I'm going out to confront those flesh-eating monsters. If death is inevitable, I'd rather perish in the restroom. In the next moment, the player who claimed he would not accept the task saw his avatar turn gray. A chilling game notification echoed in every player's ears. Ding! Player Wu Kai has been forcibly logged out for refusing the game task. He will no longer enjoy any game functions such as player status, the shop, or the chat channel. Moreover, one may never become a gamer for life. A friendly reminder, after the conclusion of this game's arrival, all non-player humans aboard the train will be eradicated without mercy. Players are advised against mimicking this behavior. Actively completing game tasks and enhancing one's abilities is the only chance for survival. Lisa, absurd. No one paid heed to Lisa's derisive remark. The entire chat channel fell into a profound silence. The emergence of the game Apocalypsesurvival has utterly shattered their understanding of reality. For a moment, everyone found themselves at a loss for what to do. After a while, Zhang Ming was the first to break the silence in the game. Refusing to accept the task may spare us from confronting zombies, yet ultimately, death is inevitable. I do not wish to perish, nor do I desire to be shot in the head. Perhaps we should discuss how to accomplish the task instead. Heaven forbid, are you mad? There are zombies lurking outside the restroom. Venturing out would certainly lead to our demise. In my opinion, we should first accept the task, then remain hidden in the restroom until the train reaches Wudu Station, where the station's security force will undoubtedly eliminate these zombies. Indeed, this way, we can complete the task without having to confront the zombies directly. No way. Are you not aware of the time? It is currently 12:45, and our train will not arrive at Wudu Station until 1700 hours, while the task deadline is 1645. If we fail to complete the task, we shall not survive until the train reaches Wudu Station. So, it seems we are doomed regardless. I am utterly frustrated. In truth, as Lise just articulated, since we boarded this train, we have lost all choices. Chapter 12. These three individuals are surely not ordinary. Just as the players began to descend into despair, sending various friendly greetings to their loved ones, a document-type announcement suddenly popped up in the chat interface. Introduction to zombie weaknesses, habits, characteristics, and killing experience. Available for just 1 point to purchase and read. You earn 1 point for each zombie killed. Points to be deferred if you currently lack them, and will be automatically deducted upon killing a zombie. This document was, of course, posted by Lin Fan. At this moment, he could be regarded as the most knowledgeable individual about zombies aboard this train, possessing the richest experience in extermination. The Monster Compendium is a privilege reserved solely for administrators. Ordinary players do not have access to this feature. Lin Fan's intention in doing this was not to profit from the players' points. Rather, he hoped that more individuals could acquire the ability to slay zombies. Otherwise, if others remained cowering in the restroom, too afraid to venture out, the collective task of exterminating all zombies aboard the train would fall solely upon his shoulders. As soon as the document was posted, 3 purchase notifications immediately appeared. Ding! Player Qiao Jiyun has spent 1 point to purchase your posted information. Ding! Player Shun Mingxi has spent 1 point to purchase your posted information. Ding! Player Lise has spent 1 point to purchase your posted information. A look of astonishment crossed Lin Fan's face. Had someone truly made a purchase the moment it was listed? Such decisiveness. These three individuals possessed points already, without resorting to credit. This indicated that while others remained paralyzed by panic and helplessness, they had acquired the means to slay zombies. Furthermore, the instant the zombie information was unveiled, they immediately grasped its worth. These three individuals must be rather remarkable. Lin Fan silently committed their names to memory. Wait a moment. Shenmingshi? Gong Gat. Surely, that must be mere coincidence. Subsequently, Lin Fan diverted his attention away from the chat content. Time was of the essence for the task. He had to continue hunting. He briefly organized his equipment, first shedding the tattered combat suit he wore. He then spent 30 points in the game shop to procure a high-density nylon combat outfit. Next, he retrieved a bone spike from the ground. This bone spike, a solid gray, tapered into a long cone approximately 60 centimeters in length, with a section at the end suitable for a firm grip. It could indeed serve as a melee weapon. Lin Fan secured the bone spike at his waist, slung 2 quivers of arrows across his back, and grasped his composite crossbow as he made his way towards car number 15. In the corridor between the 2 carriages stood a heavy steel door, blocking his path. Originally, the train did not possess this iron door. It was manifested by the Apocalypse Descends game to prevent monsters from wandering between carriages. Through the glass window of the iron door, he could see a horde of blood-soaked zombies wandering the aisle of car number 15. Lin Fan placed his hand on the doorknob, and a game notification chimed in his ear. Ding! All zombies in car number 16 have been eliminated. The lockdown door will soon open for you. A flash of white light passed before Lin Fan's eyes. The heavy steel door vanished into thin air. Roaring ferociously, the zombies, previously aimlessly wandering in car number 15, immediately fixated on Lin Fan's figure, emitting frenzied howls as they charged towards him. Having hunted an entire carriage of zombies and battled a boss to the death, Lin Fan's gaze was as deep as an ancient well, devoid of any ripples or panic. Skillfully, he raised his composite crossbow and swiftly pulled the trigger. Simultaneously, he stepped back with quick and measured movements. After all, the corpse mountain in car number 16 provided advantageous terrain that should not be wasted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows carved exquisite lines of death through the air. In a mere 7 or 8 seconds, he claimed the lives of the 10 foremost zombies in the horde. Before the remaining zombies could surge from car number 15 into car number 16, Lin Fan had already leaped atop the towering corpse mountain, approximately 2 meters high. With his left foot positioned forward and his right foot trailing behind, Lin Fan held a crossbow in both hands, his body swiftly lowering its center of gravity. In an exquisitely perfect squat, he loaded an arrow and continued his relentless assault. He had transformed into a formidable hunter. To him, these ordinary zombies were nothing more than prey, mere points to be amassed. By the time the mass of zombies reached the precipice of the corpse mountain, he had already decimated half of their number. The remaining zombies, one after another, stumbled like infants learning to walk, struggling to ascend the mountain of corpses in hopes of savoring Lin Fan's delectable flesh and blood. Yet, all that awaited them was death. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth like a series of fountains, continuously splattering upon the gruesome hillock of bodies. 20 minutes later, over 100 zombies in compartment 15 lay lifeless. In that brief span, he had slain 126 zombies. If he exerted his utmost effort, he could at best eliminate around 1,500 zombies in 4 hours. But that was incorrect. Lin Fan touched the now scorching surface of the compound crossbow and shook his head. Such intense shooting could not be sustained for long. The crossbow needed to cool before he could continue firing. Otherwise, he would barely manage to clear a few compartments before it became inoperable. Under those circumstances, the efficiency would plummet even further. While the bone spikes were indeed razor-sharp, their efficiency in swiftly exterminating zombies paled in comparison to that of the compound crossbow. Should he spend 100 points in the marketplace to acquire another crossbow? After some contemplation, Lin Fan dismissed that notion. It wasn't a matter of being reluctant to part with points. It was simply unnecessary. Even with 2 crossbows in hand, he could not hope to eradicate all the zombies aboard the train within the allotted time. Completing this collective task was impossible without the assistance of other players. The individuals he had the most faith in were the 3 who had previously purchased zombie information with their points. During the cooldown period of his crossbow, Lin Fan sought out a relatively clean seat to rest for a moment. Simultaneously, he opened the chat channel to check on the situation of others. Brothers, did you take out loans for that zombie information? I just bought it and tested it. The weaknesses and behaviors of the zombies described within are all accurate. Just toss out a phone, playing music, and those zombies will foolishly swarm it. Haha. Unfortunately, I have no weapons on hand to slay them. With the first person steering the conversation towards the zombie information, many players began to chime in. I wonder who released that information. It's incredibly precise. That person has definitely killed zombies before, and their analytical ability, psychological resilience, and calm judgment far exceed that of ordinary individuals. They must be a big shot. All right, enough praising others. Let's focus on ourselves for a moment. How can we defeat zombies without weapons? I consider myself fortunate. I chanced upon a stick at the entrance, and while the zombies were distracted by the ringing sound, I stealthily attacked one from behind, striking its neck with a risky precision and managing to slay it. After the deed was done, I seized the opportunity while the ringing persisted and hurried back, laughing heartily. To those above, what an impressive feat. I had successfully dispatched a zombie. Yet the air outside was thick with the stench of blood, and upon opening the door, I was overwhelmed and wretched. Alas, I found myself in a dire predicament. I had neglected to adhere to the recommended duration for the kill, and the incessant ringing led to my phone being crushed by a zombie within mere minutes. How I longed for a vial of T-virus immunity serum. Such a remedy would alleviate the fear of infection even in the event of an accidental injury. It was priced at a staggering 10 points in the marketplace. One exorbitant cost. Lin Fan was fortunate enough to acquire the immunity serum for just 1 point due to a special discount from the administrator, a privilege not extended to other players. Additionally, the ability to enhance one's physique with points and prepare for the administrator's grand gift pack were also exclusive benefits for the administrator. Chapter 13. Worthless. Unworthy of existence. Amidst the fervent discussions, Lin Fan quickly discerned a troubling detail. The chat channel, which had previously boasted 26 players, now dwindled to a mere 21. This indicated that during the 20 minutes he spent eliminating zombies in carriage number 15, 5 players had perished. Indeed, in a time of relative peace, most individuals are akin to delicate greenhouse flowers, even with an understanding of zombie behavior and the acquisition of relevant combat experience. The majority still found themselves incapable of slaying these creatures, with many too fearful to even venture outside. For those daring enough to step out, the mortality rate was alarmingly high. Relying on these individuals to complete the tasks seemed rather unrealistic. Aside from providing sustenance for the zombies, they served little purpose. With a deep sigh, Lin Fan was about to exit the chat interface when a message from Qiu Jiyun captured his attention. Greetings, everyone. I am Qiu Jiyun from carriage number 7. Through my recent experiences, I have gleaned a certain understanding of the rules governing this apocalyptic game. While I cannot elucidate everything here, it is certain that this so-called collective task cannot be accomplished within the stipulated time frame, relying solely on individual strength. Only by amassing a sufficient number of survivors and collaborating as a team can we hope to succeed. Here's what I propose. The train comprises 18 carriages. Both carriages number 7 and 8 have been thoroughly cleared by myself and a few companions. The dining car, number 9, is relatively safe and clean. Let us all convene in carriage number 9. I am confident that within this train, there are others like me who have deciphered the game's rules and possess the capability to eliminate zombies. As you make your way to carriage number 9, if you encounter any other endangered survivors, please assist them as best as you can. We are all striving to survive and complete this task in order to escape this game and leave this train. Players who lack confidence in defeating the zombies, please share your carriage numbers. I will do my best to guide others to your location. After Qiu Jiyun finished speaking, responses quickly flooded in. Shun Mingxi, I concur. With the leadership of Qiu Jiyun and Shun Mingxi, the chat channel erupted with excitement. Wow, they've already cleared 2 carriages? These individuals are truly remarkable. How wonderful at last. A true hero has emerged. 2 esteemed figures. I am in carriage 6, surrounded by numerous zombies. I dare not venture out. I never imagined someone would voluntarily attempt to rescue these utterly useless individuals. Li Sei, who had previously spoken, suddenly interjected with an ill-timed remark, plunging the chat channel into silence once more. This was swiftly followed by an outpouring of indignation. Who are you calling useless? We are all passengers on the same train. Why must your words be so harsh? Do you still not understand? This so-called apocalyptic game exists to sift out the strong and aid their evolution. The weak do not deserve to live. The players responded with a barrage of affectionate yet scathing remarks. Useful information became scarce. Lin Fan shook his head and promptly closed the chat channel. Qiu Jiyun, Shun Mingxi, and Li Sei were indeed formidable individuals. Qiu Jiyun, through a few words, instilled a sense of hope for survival among the many panicked and helpless survivors. His organizational leadership skills are exceptional. Moreover, he had cleared the zombies from 2 carriages with several players, demonstrating formidable combat prowess. Additionally, though Shin Mengxi merely stated her agreement with 3 words, the confidence she exuded indicated her capability to clear zombies and move independently within the train. Finally, Lin Fan was surprised by Li Sei. Although his words were harsh, he had accurately articulated the essence of this apocalyptic game: selection and evolution. Lin Fan shared this suspicion as well. Could it be that he, like Lin Fan, had evolved into a hunter? After some contemplation, Lin Fan decided to converge towards Carriage 9. Beyond the time constraints of the collective mission, there was another critical concern: the mutated zombies. This point had not been raised by Qiu Jiyun or the other 2, clearly indicating they had not encountered such a situation. With thousands aboard the train, Lin Fan found it implausible that only one elderly woman would undergo mutation. Should another fully mutated zombie appear, it could prove exceedingly troublesome. At that point, it might be beyond the capability of any individual to confront. With this in mind, Lin Fan began packing his belongings and opened the door to Carriage 14. 20 minutes later, Lin Fan stepped over a sea of corpses, resolutely advancing towards the 13th carriage. Within this compartment, a young girl clad in white with a red armband, her hair tied back in a ponytail, wielded an oak staff, fiercely battling against a horde of zombies. Her eyes gleamed with fury, her movements as fluid as a dragon in flight. In the confines of the carriage, she adeptly maneuvered, retreating and advancing, utilizing the heaps of bodies and seats as barriers to evade the grasp of the undead. The staff in her hands seemed to be an extension of her very being, powerful and dynamic. Each strike, whether a jab, a thrust, a press, a sweep, or a cleave, was executed with precision, finding its mark at the necks of the zombies, leading to their immediate demise. Were a master of martial arts to witness this scene, their jaw would surely drop in astonishment. Throughout the relentless slaughter, her movements exhibited no excess or redundancy. Achieving such a level of finesse could only stem from years of rigorous training. Even more astonishing was the fact that every ounce of force she unleashed was perfectly calibrated to the task of dispatching the zombies, neither a fraction too much nor too little. Such an absolute mastery over her strength was likely beyond the reach of even seasoned veterans forged in the crucible of battle. As time progressed, the pile of corpses beneath her feet grew ever higher. Yet, the intense close-quarters combat exacted a considerable toll on her stamina. Her breath quickened, her developed chest rising and falling as if caught in a tempest, captivating the senses. Drops of sweat trickled down her pristine forehead, momentarily obstructed by her long eyelashes before seeping into her eyes. The flush of her cheeks even emitted wisps of steam. As she counted her kills, 86, 87, she deftly maneuvered her long legs to maintain a safe distance from the zombies. Exhaustion began to set in. She resolved to halt her assault for now, planning to rest before tackling the remaining undead in the next wave. Once she amassed 100 points, she could purchase the hunting rifle from a game shop, making the hunt for these zombies considerably easier. Though fatigue was nearing its limit, her mind remained remarkably clear. While retreating, she produced her phone, opened the music player, and suddenly hurled the device away. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared at the junction between the 13th and 14th carriages. Lin Fan stepped into the 13th carriage, where he immediately spotted a pink phone soaring directly towards him. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it. As if under a spell, a whimsical song erupted from his hand. Makabakamu, Makabaka, Akawaka, Mikamakamu. Lin Fan. Instantly, every zombie in the carriage was drawn to him, collectively turning to glare in his direction. Chapter 14. This man has actually pierced through 3 train carriages. Upon arriving at the 13th carriage, Lin Fan gazed at the phone in his hand, still blaring the tune of Makapaka, with an expression of utter disbelief. With a slight exertion, he crushed the device, silencing the melody abruptly. Yet, the horde of zombies had already been drawn to him and would not relent simply because the music had ceased. They began to charge towards him en masse. At the opposite end of the carriage, a girl, poised to escape into the restroom, was startled by the sudden cessation of the song. Curiously, she turned her head and beheld dozens of zombies lunging at a stranger who had inexplicably appeared. What? How could there be someone here? This is bad. I just tossed my phone over there. Have I doomed him? A jolt of panic surged through her, and she yelled towards Lin Fan, urging him to flee. Run. You must run. I didn't mean to. Ignoring her exhaustion, she grasped the long pole in her hand and charged towards the undead horde, her eyes filled with concern and remorse. However, this feeling of guilt swiftly morphed into shock as she witnessed the unfamiliar boy. His arms, muscular as if sculpted from stone, delivered a punch that sent a zombie flying, toppling many others in its wake, leaving them incapacitated for a considerable time. Most astonishingly, the creature he had struck down had its chest utterly caved in, its bones shattered. What incredible strength! Is this truly a power that a human can possess? The girl pondered in disbelief. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds of impact reverberated throughout the carriage, interspersed with arrows soaring forth, claiming the lives of the zombies. This combat style, alternating between close combat and the use of a compound crossbow, was a tactic Lin Fan had devised while combating the zombies in Carriage 14. It not only enhanced operational efficiency, but also significantly reduced the cooldown time of the crossbow, in merely 6 or 7 minutes. The once daunting horde of zombies that had forced the girl into a state of vigilance was utterly annihilated by Lin Fan's ferocious onslaught. This guy's astonishingly powerful. The girl was left utterly astounded. Despite her overwhelming shock, she quickly steadied her long pole and stepped over the fallen bodies, making her way towards Lin Fan. Hello. Shen Mengshi. I'm sorry for not noticing you earlier. She introduced herself. Lin Fan turned his gaze towards her, and at first glance, he was taken aback by her striking beauty, which was both captivating and formidable. It was an overwhelming sight, particularly as she moved with an exaggerated grace. It was a purely instinctive reaction. However, after merely 2 seconds of observation, Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and began to utilize his administrative privileges to explore other matters. Player, Shenmengxi. Occupation, none. Background, an ancient martial arts family, proficient in marksmanship, staff techniques, and close combat. Age, 18. Height, 172 centimeters. Weapon, oak staff, priced at 10 points. Length, 18 meters, moderate lethality. Combat power assessment, significantly stronger than an ordinary human, yet not reaching the level of a hunter. Posing no threat. Is she really Shenmengxi? With her height and figure, she hardly resembles a bombshell. Moreover, being from an ancient martial arts family, it is no wonder that when Xiao Jiyun proposed a rendezvous at carriage number 9 in the group chat, she confidently accepted without hesitation. However, that was the extent of it. While it is admirable that an 18-year-old girl dares to confront an entire carriage of zombies and successfully eliminate dozens of them, she remains merely a slightly formidable human, not a hunter. In this collective mission, the contributions of ordinary individuals are inherently limited. After a brief internal assessment, Lin Fan felt a tinge of disappointment. He had initially believed that Shenmengxi, Li Sei, and Xiao Jiyun had undergone evolution, much like himself. It seems, however, that this is not the case. My name is Lin Fan. Lin Fan? Shenmengxi murmured the name, then continued. I don't believe I've ever seen you speak in the chat channel. Are you also planning to head to carriage number 9? Perhaps we could go together. All right. With that, Lin Fan bypassed her and proceeded towards carriage 12. Hey, Lin Fan, pressed for time, chose not to engage in meaningless chatter. However, his demeanor struck Shenmengxi as somewhat arrogant. Before she could articulate her thoughts, she suddenly noticed the corridor of the adjacent carriage 14, which was gruesomely strewn with blood and corpses. Not only carriage 14, but even further down in carriage 15, lifeless bodies were sprawled across the ground, stunned by the sight. Shenmengxi was momentarily at a loss for words. Did he do all of this? Wait, suddenly realizing something, she quickly turned her gaze toward Lin Fan's retreating figure. Which carriage are you from? 16. What? You say you are from carriage 16? Shenmengxi's eyes widened in disbelief. 16, 15, 14. 3 carriages? Could he have single-handedly cleared 3 carriages? This is inconceivable. Having arrived at the entrance of carriage 12, Lin Fan noticed that Shenmengxi remained rooted in place, seemingly in a daze. With a furrowed brow, she inquired, Aren't we heading to carriage number 9? It was only upon hearing the call that Shenmengxi emerged from her state of utter astonishment and hurriedly gave chase. However, having just endured a fierce battle, her stamina was evidently not as abundant as she had imagined. Upon reaching the entrance of carriage 12, she found herself gasping for breath. Yet, her panting was unlike that of an ordinary person. It followed a rhythm of 3 short breaths, followed by 1 long, as if she were consciously regulating her breathing to stabilize her condition. though Lin Fan did not turn around. The sound of the girl's breath was clearly audible to him. Your current state is far from ideal. During combat, I have no time to concern myself with you. If you wish to survive, it would be wise to purchase a stamina recovery potion from the game shop. 10 points should suffice for you. With that, Lin Fan placed his palm against the steel door. Ding! All zombies in carriage 13 have been eradicated. The ceiling door will soon be open for you. The slaughter was about to commence again. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Shen Mengxi was taken aback. She could indeed afford the potion costing 10 points. However, she had intended to save up for 100 points to purchase a hunting rifle. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Lin Fan had already plunged into carriage 12, engaging in combat with the zombies. Observing the mass of undead and the fearless silhouette of the young man, Shen Mengxi realized she could not remain inactive. With a determined resolve, she purchased the stamina recovery potion and gulped it down. Instantly, her rapid breathing began to subside. Within less than a minute, her energy was replenished significantly. This was her first experience with a potion, and she was astonished by its remarkable efficacy. After a brief moment of reflection, she grasped her long stick and strode forward to support Lin Fan, exclaiming, "Lin Fan, wait. It's dangerous to go alone. I'm here to help you." However, when she charged into carriage 12, she was left speechless. Lin Fan moved through the horde of zombies, as if he were a tiger among sheep. This was no mere battle. It was an outright massacre. The terrifying undead were utterly powerless against him, as if they were the victims in this scenario. Clearly, her assistance was unnecessary. She even felt that if she recklessly rushed in, she might impede Lin Fan's efficiency in dispatching the zombies. For a moment, Shen Mengxi stood frozen, her mind swirling with thoughts. What then was the purpose of his urging her to spend 10 points on the potion to regain her stamina? Did he stand to gain a commission? As seconds slipped by, Lin Fan delved deeper into carriage 12, leaving only a few zombies in his wake. Observing this, Shen Mengxi, clutching her stick and feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency, charged forward, fearing that Lin Fan might turn around and eliminate the few zombies. The priority was to earn back the 10 points. After a mere 15 minutes, the 12th carriage had been completely purged. After a brief respite, Lin Fan remained silent as he proceeded towards the 11th carriage, followed by the 10th. Shen Mengxi was in a state of bewilderment, occasionally scavenging for remnants. Chapter 15. A Life of Punishment. As Lin Fan and Shen Mengxi stepped into the 10th carriage, they were astonished to find it entirely devoid of zombies. Had someone preemptively cleared this carriage? A contemplative expression crossed Shen Mengxi's face as she wondered if Qiu Zhiyun had been here. Lin Fan promptly opened the chat channel, scanning quickly for answers, and soon discovered the truth. It was not him. After dealing with the zombies in carriages 7, 8, and 9, Qiu Zhiyun had returned to the 6th carriage to rescue other players. Although the chat channel did not specify who had cleared the 10th carriage, Lin Fan inferred it must be that individual. Li Sei, Shen Mengxi articulated in perfect sync with Lin Fan's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan glanced at Shen Mengxi. Though his gaze instinctively dropped slightly, it was quite impressive. After merely 2 seconds of eyeing her, he redirected his attention. It appeared that Shen Mengxi was not merely a woman of ample bosom devoid of intellect. She too had noticed the distinction about Li Sei. Nodding, Lin Fan continued. Since the 10th carriage has been cleared, we can proceed with ease. Let us head directly to the 9th carriage. All right. Shen Mengxi quickly followed Lin Fan's lead towards the 9th carriage. Indeed, the sealed door connecting the 9th and 10th carriages had vanished. However, the path ahead was obstructed by piles of seats and luggage, creating an impenetrable barrier. Lin Fan assessed the situation and delivered a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, the heavy seats, weighing thousands of pounds, along with numerous suitcases, collapsed immediately. After forcefully clearing the passage, Lin Fan, accompanied by Shen Mengxi, entered the 9th carriage. The 9th carriage, designed as a dining area, typically harbored no occupants. Thus, this carriage was devoid of zombies and the stench of blood, rendering it remarkably clean and tidy. Yet, 4 living individuals were present. 3 of them stood in the middle of the carriage, their faces filled with astonishment as they gazed towards the entrance of the 9th carriage. Goodness, how did the obstacles we piled at the entrance collapse? Could it be that zombies from other carriages have come over? One exclaimed. Wait, it seems there are 2 individuals and not zombies. Phew, that scared me. Lin Fan disregarded the commotion from the trio and directed his gaze towards the innermost part of the carriage. He sensed the presence of a fellow hunter. As Lin Fan's gaze wandered, he noticed a pair of eyes in the farthest corner of the carriage fixated upon him. It belonged to a middle-aged man, approximately in his 30s, clad in dark attire with a cropped haircut, slender in build, and dressed in loose-fitting athletic pants. He held two curved blades in his hands, and a peculiar smile seemed perpetually etched on his face. Yet, this smile was not the warm and inviting sort. Rather, it was a grotesque grin that stretched almost to his ears, evoking an unsettling chill in those who beheld it. With a mere thought, Lin Fan summoned his administrative privileges to scrutinize the attributes of this individual. Player, lycée. Of occupation, hunter. Background, sent to a juvenile detention center at the age of 12 for theft, convicted of robbery at 16 and sentenced to 3 years. And, at 19, received an 8-year sentence for causing grievous bodily harm leading to disability. After his release, he became a circus clown and a fervent enthusiast of extreme sports. Age, 28. Weapon, twin hunting blades. Cost, 100 points, made of manganese steel alloy, entirely black, capable of slicing through iron pillars with a 3-centimeter diameter. Talent, leopard swiftness, C-rank hunter talent. Strength, through extreme sports training, his full-force punch can reach a power of 0.8 tons. Speed, under the influence of his talent, his speed surpasses human genetic limits, allowing him to run at a velocity of 136 kilometers per hour. Defense, due to frequent injuries, his skin offers slightly better defense than that of an average person, though not significantly. Life evaluation, his life has been exceedingly criminal since gaining awareness. He has either been in prison or on his way to one, leading a rather tumultuous existence. Combat power assessment, although evolved into a hunter aside from speed, his physical attributes are only marginally superior to those of an ordinary person, posing minimal threat to the administrator. Ding. Encountered the first evolved player. Special administrator privileges activated. Ability to replicate others' talents. Upon reading Li Sei's background, Lin Fan couldn't help but take a second glance. Such a history was virtually unheard of. Perhaps it was due to his constant brushes with crime that he was able to awaken his talent for speed at critical moments. However, Lin Fan was taken aback to discover that the special powers of the game administrator could indeed replicate someone else's talent. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively initiated the replication. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Fan, for acquiring the C-rank talent Leopard Swiftness. Note, replicating another's talent requires the expenditure of 100 points to activate. 100 points? Merely a Triflingsum. From Carriage 16-9, he had vanquished no fewer than 700 or 800 zombies. Coupled with the 300 points awarded for completing the administrator's assessment task, even after spending some points to enhance his physicality and procure arrows and potions, Lin Fan still held a staggering total of 800 points. He promptly activated the talent. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fan for successfully activating the talent Cheetah's Swiftness. His leg genes have transcended human limits, allowing him to further enhance his abilities with points. Enhance. Before the game notification could fully resonate, Lin Fan had already summoned his attribute panel. He promptly expended 300 points to elevate his leg attribute, speed, to the pinnacle of a hunter. Consequently, both his arms and legs, strength and speed, had reached the utmost limits expected of a hunter. A faint crackling sound emanated from Lin Fan's legs as he felt the surge of power coursing through them. An exhilarated gleam sparkled in his eyes. He had once awakened his talent himself, albeit under dire circumstances that forced him to unleash his potential. The peril he faced then still sent shivers down his spine upon reflection. However, this time, there was no inherent risk. Merely 100 points were required to acquire talent. Most importantly, from now on, Lin Fan would only need to encounter other awakened players to directly replicate their talents. This implied that as the player population burgeoned and more talents emerged, Lin Fan's repertoire of abilities would expand accordingly. Just one gifted body part could facilitate his evolution from a mere human to a hunter. What would it be like if all parts of his body were imbued with talents? Beyond physical attributes, there were also 6 critical sensory organs. Should he awaken the talent related to these organs, Lin Fan could transform into a scout. If fortune favored him, and he encountered someone with a mysterious talent, duplicating it would elevate his prowess even further. At that point, Lin Fan would embody the trifecta of hunter, scout, and mystic. Perhaps this was the true strength of the game administrator. Suddenly, a realization struck Lin Fan. This ability seemed as if all players existed solely to enhance the administrator's power. akin to nurturing a venomous creature. While Lin Fan pondered this perplexing notion, another individual was even more bewildered. Li Se, who had been fixated on Lin Fan, found himself utterly flabbergasted. He sensed an inexplicable surge in the aura of the newcomer who had abruptly entered. At that moment, confusion and disbelief filled Li Se's eyes. What in the world was happening? This individual had done nothing at all. Was it possible to level up while merely standing still? Was there no law governing this? What had transpired just moments ago? Chapter 16. The Three Great Evolvers. Welcome to car number 9, regardless of whether Li Se could accept it. The fact remained that Lin Fan's aura had indeed skyrocketed. Whether in shock or frustration, Li Se promptly categorized Lin Fan as someone to avoid provoking. Although he may be unruly, he is certainly not a fool who would knowingly kick a solid iron board. However, as a hunter, Li Se could sense the subtle shift in Lin Fan's aura, an ability that eluded the ordinary players. At that moment, a brash young man with yellow hair and a nose stud stood up and swaggered towards Lin Fan. "Hey, you two, come over here." Upon examining the attributes displayed, it was clear that this individual had never even dispatched a single zombie. Lin Fan cast a casual glance in his direction, remaining silent. The yellow-haired youth, perceiving Lin Fan's indifference, instantly wore a displeased expression. "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. What do you want?" Lin Fan replied, slightly furrowing his brow at the other's audacity. The yellow-haired youth scoffed and continued. "Let me make it clear. If you wish to stay here for refuge, you must abide by our rules." He gestured towards Li Se, declaring, "He is our leader, Lord Se." He single-handedly cleared all the zombies in compartment 10. "From now on, Lord Se will also be your leader. If you disobey, don't blame him for tossing you to the zombies." Before he could finish his tirade, a fierce gust of wind swept through the carriage. The next moment, a resounding slap echoed throughout the compartment. The yellow-haired youth found himself spinning through the air, landing with several teeth missing. Li Se had, at some point, approached the youth's side. "You really talk too much." "But the yellow-haired youth protested, clutching his swollen face, his teeth loose and a look of grievance etched on his features. The two boys who had been following him appeared utterly terrified and confused, uncertain as to which of his words had provoked Lord Se's wrath. Li Se disregarded them and turned to Lin Fan, offering a smile that he believed to be congenial, but which instead felt deeply unsettling. "Welcome to compartment 9. After a moment of thought, he extended his hand. "I am Li Se, pleased to make your acquaintance." Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement and shook his hand, contemplating that now both Shen Mengshi and Li Se had been encountered, leaving only Qiao Zhiyun unaccounted for. He wondered whether this individual was also an evolved being. Noticing Lin Fan's disinterest in further conversation, Li Se wisely chose to remain silent and was about to return to his seat when a deep voice suddenly resonated from the direction of compartment 8. "I didn't expect so many people to gather in compartment 9. Lin Fan and the others turned towards the source of the voice, and from compartment 8 emerged a middle-aged man carrying a medical kit. His gaze was profound, reminiscent of a learned sage. Upon closer inspection, a faint gray luminescence, akin to the size of a mung bean, subtly emanated from the depths of his pupils. In his presence, Lin Fan could not perceive the ominous and oppressive aura typical of a hunter. Instead, there existed an essence distinctly absent in ordinary humans. Administrator privileges activated. Instantly, all information regarding the individual was laid bare before Lin Fan's eyes. Player: Qiao Zhiyun. Occupation: Novice Scout. Background: Chief Surgical Military Doctor at the Military Department Hospital in Wudu City, holding the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, possessing profound knowledge of human anatomy. Adept in dissection and healing both internal and external injuries, with a keen interest in explosive engineering. Age: 30. Weapons: 1. High-performance polyethylene line. Price: 50 points. Diameter 0. 3 millimeters. Length 200 meters. Exceptionally resilient, capable of enduring a pulling force of up to 3 tons. Possesses cutting capabilities. 2. Homemade dynamite. 10 units crafted from sulfur, saltpeter, and other materials purchased with points in the shop. Poses a significant threat to beings with a defense lower than 10 points. Cowhide, costing 10 points per unit. 3. Surgical scalpel set. Price: 20 points. Capable of slicing through the skin and muscle tissue of beings with a defense lower than 10 points for surgical procedures. Talent: Thermal vision, C-grade talent. Enables the eyes to detect the thermal intensity of all objects and life forms within a 100-meter radius. Combat assessment: although his close-quarters combat ability pales in comparison to that of a hunter, Given time to set traps, he could present challenges. Overall, he remains a non-threat to the Administrator. Administrator special privilege, ability to replicate others' talents. Indeed, he was Qiu Jian, not only a soldier by profession, but he had also awakened a visual talent, possessing thermal sensing capabilities as a scout. Instinctively, Lin Fan replicated the other's talent and promptly activated and enhanced it using points. A surge of intense heat rushed into his eyes. The searing sensation made Lin Fan feel as though his eyeballs had been extracted and cast into a volcano. His vision blurred momentarily. However, the torrent of heat subsided swiftly. When Lin Fan regained his sight, he discovered that the world before him had transformed. For instance, the chairs, corpses, and scattered luggage lay enveloped in a chilling hue of pale gray. In contrast, those around him were shrouded in a crimson aura. Yet, the ordinary individuals exhibited a faint red hue. Those who had undergone a singular evolution, like Li Se and Qiu Jian, radiated an orange-red reminiscent of the dawn sun. The most astonishing revelation for Lin Fan was that thermal vision possessed a degree of X-ray functionality. Items concealed within the luggage, imperceptible to the naked eye, could be discerned through the shapes presented by their thermal signatures. Is this what thermal vision entails? It is indeed remarkable. However, there are limitations. Even though Lin Fan has enhanced his ocular talent 30 times with points, his thermal vision range is merely 400 meters. Beyond that distance, his vision resembles that of an ordinary person. He can see objects, yet lacks the effectiveness of thermal perception. As Lin Fan attempts to utilize this thermal vision, Qiu Jian similarly employs his talent to assess the situation of everyone present. He quickly discerns the distinction between Lin Fan and Li Se. Like himself, they are both awakened evolvers. Wait, this is not right. Though they are both evolvers, the youth before him, armed with a crossbow, emits a significantly more intense heat energy than both himself and the man wielding a curved blade. This young man instills a sense of mystery that even eludes Qiu Jian. After casting a penetrating glance at Lin Fan, Qiu Jian strides towards the interior of car number 9. Simultaneously, from the direction of car number 8's exit, 8 individuals enter car number 9, trailing closely behind Qiu Jian. The 4 individuals at the forefront are clad in black, high-density nylon combat suits, priced at 30 points, and wielding short iron rods, priced at 10 points. Their steps are steady, and their eyes reflect a lethal intent. Their overall aura is evidently distinct from that of ordinary individuals. They have clearly encountered zombies before, and in considerable numbers. Lin Fan, intrigued, accesses his attribute panel for a closer inspection. Among them, 2 are Qiu Jian's bodyguards, while the other 2 consist of a retired soldier and a security guard. All 4 possess a commendable foundation. Though they have not evolved, they can still be deemed elite. With the assistance of these 4 individuals and explosives, it is no wonder that Qiu Jian could swiftly eradicate all the zombies in cars 6, 7, 8, and 9. As for the group trailing behind these 4, their legs tremble with each step, clearly survivors rescued from car number 6. Best not to dwell on them. Upon Qiu Jian and his entourage reaching Lin Fan and Li Se, the previously provocative blonde, along with his 2 lackeys, immediately huddles together, gravitating towards Li Se, seemingly establishing a dominance around her. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Shun Mengxi remain motionless, their gazes calmly fixed on the gathering. In the brief moment they convene, the crowd in car number 9 has already divided into 3 factions. Observing this scene, Qiu Jian pays it little mind. Instead, he smiles and addresses the group, saying, "Greetings. I am Qiu Jian. Although we have not met before, we have engaged in discussions about survival in the apocalypse within the chat channel. I trust one am not entirely unfamiliar to you. You are Qiu Jian?" The blonde, standing behind Li Se, gazes at him with a face full of reverence. When it comes to Li Se, it is more about the fear of the weak in the presence of the strong. However, regarding Qiu Jian, there is a genuine admiration that arises from the depths of his heart. After all, what Qiu Jian undertakes is truly a noble endeavor. He is saving lives, enabling more of the vulnerable to survive aboard this apocalyptic train. And he himself is among the weak. He yearns for survival. If given the choice, he would naturally prefer to align himself with a person of evident quality and principles like Qiu Jian, rather than with the capricious tyrant Li Se. Yet, he dares not make any rash moves, fearing to provoke Li Se. This shift in mindset is not exclusive to Huang Mao. Even the 2 subordinates of Li Se share the same sentiment. After Qiu Jian nodded at Huang Mao, He wasted no time and directly stated, "The current time is 14:36, with merely 2 hours and 12 minutes remaining until the collective task deadline. Since we have gathered 15 individuals, let us discuss how to thoroughly cleanse this train within the allotted time." Before Qiu Jiyun could finish his statement, an elderly man with graying hair and a portly figure abruptly interrupted him. "No, do not count me in. I am afraid. I cannot bear to kill zombies. I implore you to spare me from this task." All eyes turned toward the old man, who was one of the 4 survivors rescued by Qiu Jiyun from Carriage 6. His name was Xiao Fu, a man of exceedingly timid disposition. As he spoke, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of terror as he clutched at Qiu Jiyun's trousers. Trembling, he continued to plead, "I truly cannot kill zombies. The moment I see them, my legs turn to jelly. Just do not force me to kill zombies. I am willing to do anything else. By the way, my son is the district chief of Jinhe district in Wudu City. If you protect me, I can offer you money, whatever amount you desire. Yes, I can arrange for my son to provide you with jobs, secure positions, and power. As long as I can survive in return, I will agree to anything. I beg you." As Xiao Fu spoke, murky tears streamed down his cheeks, and his body shook uncontrollably, clearly overwhelmed by fear. Yet, at that moment, no one felt pity for him. In fact, many gazed at him with disdain. They were all passengers on the same train. Why should he hide away while others fought valiantly? Just because he had a district chief for a son? Impossible. Whose life is not precious. Nevertheless, Xiao Fu remained oblivious to the contemptuous glances directed at him, continuing to weep and plead. If Qiu Jiyun did not acquiesce to his requests, he would not rise. "Oh dear, we have a notable figure among us. The father of a district chief? I find this intriguing." Suddenly, a glimmer of mockery flickered in Li Sei's eyes. "From your tone, it seems your son has indulged in quite a bit of greed, and is rather affluent?" Li Sei maintained that broad grin stretching from ear to ear as he slowly approached Xiao Fu. Then, with a sudden movement, he wrapped an arm around Xiao Fu's neck. Although Li Sei did not exert much force, the unnerving smile, coupled with the primal sense of dread emanating from a predator towards an ordinary person, caused Xiao Fu to tremble even more violently. "What do you intend to do?" "Fear not. I'm a good person. I merely wish to ask you a question." "What question?" "How much would your district chief's son be willing to spend to buy his father's life?" Li Sei's gaze was strikingly sincere, and his ever-present grin made Xiao Fu feel that this individual was more terrifying than a zombie. In mere seconds, cold sweat dampened his back. "Do not act recklessly." Seeing Li Sei's demeanor, Qiu Jiyun felt somewhat uncomfortable and immediately admonished him. "Hush." Li Sei turned to Qiu Jiyun, placing a finger to his lips and shushing softly. "Rest assured, I will not act indiscriminately. I am merely a law-abiding citizen. I just wish to offer him protection. Collecting a protection fee is not unreasonable, is it?" Lin Fan interjected. "Is that truly so? Are you being honest?" Upon hearing Li Sei's intention to protect him, Xiao Fu felt a mix of joy and unease. The primary source of his discomfort stemmed from Li Sei's bizarre demeanor, which made it hard to trust him. "Look at your expression. When I, Li Sei, speak, my words are as binding as nails." With that, Li Sei spat onto the ground. He directed his gaze back to Xiao Fu, pointing at the spit as he continued. "Do you see that?" "I see it," Xiao Fu replied, not daring to retort, and merely nodded obediently, shrinking his neck like a quail. "That's the spirit." Li Sei patted Xiao Fu on the shoulder. "Worry not, I am not greedy. 1 million for your life. Your son can certainly muster that amount, correct?" "He can absolutely." Xiao Fu, sensing that despite Li Sei's crude demeanor, he was not jesting, assured him without hesitation. 1 million is hardly a stretch for my son. Just allow me to leave this train alive, and I shall give you 2 million. Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Li Sei's face. "I stated 1 million, and I mean 1 million. What does offering an additional million imply? Do you not trust me? Or do you look down on me?" Li Sei's unusually intense reaction left the old man baffled, unsure how to respond. However, Li Sei did not press the matter further. Calmly, in front of everyone, he pulled out a small notebook and a pen from his pocket and handed them to Xiao Fu. "I only require 1 million. But words alone are not sufficient. Let's draft an IOU first." "Huh?" Xiao Fu was taken aback. Was it really necessary to write an IOU? Wasn't that redundant? Without an IOU, how would one ensure the other wouldn't default? Li Sei no he to show his reluctance. She firmly grasped his hand, compelling him to hold the pen. Chapter 18. Had only 5 carriages been cleared, and one felt proud of that? The uneven script sprang to life upon the paper. Nearby, Huang Mao observed with concern as Li Sei forcibly guided Xiao Fu's hand to right. He hastily interjected, "Boss," as you are controlling his hand. "This isn't his genuine handwriting. It won't hold legal weight. That S of no consequence," Li Sei replied nonchalantly. She then seized Xiao Fu's hand, dipping it in a nearly dried pool of blood on the floor, and forcefully stamped a bloody handprint at the signature line. "All right, that's done." Coughing, she declared her brilliance, causing Huang Mao to momentarily pause before offering a compliment, after which he fell silent. Once the IOU was completed, Li Sei released Xiao Fu and blew gently on the document, carefully folding it and placing it in her pocket. She then turned to Qiu Zhiyun and said, "All right, let us continue our discussion." Li Sei's earlier actions had drawn furrowed brows from many onlookers. Such behavior hardly seemed characteristic of a law-abiding citizen. Nonetheless, it must be noted that after signing the IOU, Xiao Fu did indeed quiet down and ceased his ruckus. Observing this, Qiu Zhiyun cast a meaningful glance at Li Sei and stated, "Let us proceed." At that moment, from behind Qiu Zhiyun, a robust guard named Li Feng intoned, "Commander Qiu, I have a suggestion. The number of us gathered here is substantial, and we are divided into several teams. This could diminish our operational effectiveness and prove fatal in combat. I propose we elect a temporary commander. During battle, everyone must comply with the commander's directives to prevent disarray and ensure cohesion." Qiu Zhiyun neither endorsed nor refuted his suggestion, but shifted his gaze towards Li Sei and Lin Fan. As fellow evolved individuals, Qiu Zhiyun understood that these two were pivotal among those present. Lin Fan was indifferent to the discourse, eager only to complete the mission and leave the train alive. He nodded slightly, uttering not a word. In contrast, Li Sei remained silent, merely surveying everyone with her gaze, not speaking. Observing this scene, Guard Li Feng continued, "Commander Qiu is a graduate of a regular military academy. Although he later transitioned to become a military doctor, he has spent a full decade in the forces. He holds a rank of active duty officer at the level of lieutenant colonel. His military command skills are exceptional. Moreover, Commander Qiu is well-versed in chemistry and physics, capable of crafting various explosives and traps using materials acquired from the game's marketplace. The contribution to the entire team is paramount. Only by entrusting command to him do we stand the greatest chance of surviving to complete our mission." Upon hearing this, even Li Sei couldn't help but cast a few more glances at Qiu Zhiyun. A professional soldier? Or perhaps a high achiever? Li Sei had previously taken an interest in the materials section of the marketplace, yet he perceived it to be filled with nothing but ores, pelts, and blood, items of little use. The fact that Qiu Zhiyun could utilize these materials to fabricate explosives was indeed surprising. Moreover, the other recently rescued survivors, upon learning that Qiu Zhiyun hailed from a military background, instantly radiated a fierce light in their previously despondent and fearful gazes. After all, the image of a soldier is deeply etched in the hearts of all. They are the embodiment of safety. To think we have active-duty military personnel among us? How splendid! With such professionals, we are bound to survive. No wonder they managed to swiftly eliminate the zombies in the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th carriages. Only regular soldiers could achieve such feats. Why hesitate? Commander Qiu must lead us. Such specialized tasks should be left to those with expertise. Upon realizing Qiu Zhiyun's military credentials, the others erupted in excited exclamations. Witnessing this scene, Huang Mao furrowed his brow and glanced at the taciturn Li Sei before him. He wondered if Li Sei felt any displeasure. Regardless, Huang Mao was currently aligned with Li Sei. If he could win Li Sei's favor and have him command the entire team, his own safety as Li Sei's subordinate would be significantly assured. Thus, Huang Mao immediately spoke up, silencing all other voices. What the soldiers? With explosives at their disposal, the 5 of them collectively managed to clear only 4 carriages. On average, not a single one managed to clear an entire carriage. But our Sei-gu single-handedly eliminated all the zombies in the 10th carriage. If anyone deserves to command, it is certainly Sei-gu. As soon as Huang Mao's words fell, all eyes turned to Li Sei, especially the followers behind Qiu Zhiyun, who wore expressions of astonishment. Their success in exterminating the zombies in 4 carriages largely relied on explosives and traps. Without such means, they could never have achieved such results. Yet, it was evident that Li Sei lacked the ability to set traps and could only engage in close combat with the zombies. Under such circumstances, he had cleared an entire carriage of zombies? What extraordinary combat prowess was this? Facing the gazes of the crowd, Li Sei remained silent. However, Huang Mao and the other two subordinates, observing the astonished expressions around them, felt a surge of satisfaction within, their faces adorned with pride. Nevertheless, there were still two individuals who harbored doubts regarding this impressive feat. There was little reaction, just Lin Fan and Shen Mingxi. Shen Mingxi blinked her large eyes, first glancing at the astonished crowd, then at Lin Fan beside her. A peculiar sensation surged within her. Qiu Zhiyun and his team cleared 4 carriages, while Li Sei handled one on his own. Was this truly remarkable? In the presence of Lin Fan, what significance did it hold? Lin Fan was a formidable force who had single-handedly fought his way from carriage 16 to carriage 10, a total of 6 carriages. Although Shen Mingxi had lent a slight hand, she was acutely aware that the number of zombies she had slain was insufficient to fill even one carriage. This implied that the combined efforts of Qiu Zhiyun's team and Li Sei had not surpassed Lin Fan's individual count. What was there to be astonished about? She wondered how the others would react upon learning this information. However, as Lin Fan remained silent, Shen Mingxi felt it inappropriate to elaborate further. Thus, she chose to stand quietly behind him, observing their continued display of bravado. At that moment, a game notification echoed sharply in everyone's ears. Ding! The collective task time has surpassed halfway. Only 2 hours remain until completion. It has been detected that more than half of the entire train S carriages have been cleared, reaching a total of 11. The game is about to enter its final phase. Upon hearing the game prompt, a look of bewilderment spread across most faces, as they struggled to comprehend what the final phase entailed. Soon, someone noticed another issue. The guard Li Feng stared blankly at Qiu Zhiyun. Commander Qiu, have we and Li Sei only eliminated zombies in 5 carriages? How can it report 11? Is there a mistake? As soon as Li Feng's words left his lips, Qiu Yun and Li Sei reacted instantly, their gazes shifting to Lin Fan, who stood quietly to the side, remarkably youthful yet strikingly mature, having hardly spoken a word. 11 carriages, minus the 5 they had cleared, meant there were still 6 carriages worth of zombies eliminated unbeknownst to them. If anyone possessed the capability to achieve such a feat, it must surely be this enigmatic youth before them. Could it be that he was responsible? One person clearing 6 carriages? How is that possible? Chapter 19, Slaughter Mode. Zombies on the move as Qiu Zhiyun and Li Sei turned their attention to Lin Fan. The others quickly grasped the implications. All gazes turned towards him, filled with disbelief and shock. The next moment, the game notification continued to resonate. Ding! The final phase of the Apocalypse game has officially commenced. Announcement. The game will transition from survival mode to slaughter mode. Kill mode. Activate the doors sealing all compartments within the train. Note, in kill mode, players must unite to eliminate all zombies and complete the mission. Alternatively, if all players are slaughtered, the mission will automatically fail. From this moment forth, every player's death will be announced. May fortune favor you in completing the collective task and surviving. Good luck. As this game announcement echoed, a sudden stillness enveloped everyone. Fear etched across their faces. Kill mode? All compartment doors opened? Does this mean that every zombie on the train would roam freely? Before they could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, another announcement rang in their ears. Announcement, player Zhang Ming has died. Zhang Ming? The guard, Li Feng, immediately recognized the name, his brow furrowing. I remember him. He is a survivor from the soft sleeper compartment number 2 who had previously sent me a distress signal. I had informed him of the zombie's behavior. If he remained silent in the restroom or sleeper compartment, he would be safe. How could he have been killed? Beside him, another guard, Luo Qing, spoke up. Could it be that he panicked upon hearing the game announcement? Perhaps he inadvertently made a sound that attracted the zombies. Lin Fan, who had remained silent until now, swiftly dismissed this possibility. He had a vague recollection of Zhang Ming. He was the first to plead for help in the chat channel when others were still skeptical that the apocalyptic game could truly obliterate a person. He approached the situation with a mindset of cautious belief, inquiring first whether there was a way to survive. A person so fearful of death would certainly react with heightened caution in the face of danger. How could he possibly have made a noise out of anxiety? Noticing the growing tension, Qiu Zhiyun promptly opened the chat channel, seeking information amidst the uncertainty of the other compartments. The soft sleeper compartment number 2 had several booths. He recalled there were a few others present. What is the situation in compartment number 2? Player Li Hao responded, the zombies are moving. There are footsteps outside the door. But wait, why do they know I'm hiding inside when I Haven T made a sound and there is no scent of blood in the compartment? Damn it. The door is about to be broken down. Announcement, player Li Hao has died. Xiaojian cursed. Li Hao, where are you? You promised to come to my rescue. You're a liar. Announcement, player Zhao Feng has died. What force is wreaking havoc on the iron door of the restroom? It is immensely powerful. This is not the strength typically associated with the zombies I previously encountered. Notice, player Wu Qian has perished. The chat channel is rife with curses and the palpable sense of crisis. Accompanied by a series of system notifications, the faces of everyone in car number 9 turn ashen. Each person becomes disoriented, unable to comprehend the calamity unfolding in the forward carriages. Why are they, who once felt secure, hiding in restrooms and compartments, now succumbing to death one after another at such an alarming rate? Even at this juncture, Li Sei, Qiu Jiyun, Lin Fan, and Shun Mingxi wear grave expressions. Lin Fan promptly accesses the game interface and navigates to the A001 virus section, intent on disabling the slaughter mode. Yet, after a flurry of attempts, there is no response. Even the virus cannot impede the progression of the game. Qiu Jiyun, being a professional soldier, remains composed and discerns critical information amidst the chaos of words. Liu, Zhao Feng, and the previously fallen Zhang Ming all belong to car number 2. Meanwhile, Wu Qian and the others who met their demise thereafter are from car number 3. From the sequence of player deaths and the messages left in the chat channel, it becomes evident that the zombies at the front are swiftly advancing towards the rear. Furthermore, there appears to be an unknown entity capable of breaching the iron restroom doors and detecting the players in hiding. It is a mutated zombie. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan solemnly responds. Such a feat is beyond the capabilities of ordinary zombies. Only a mutated variant can accomplish this. The scenario Lin Fan feared most has indeed come to pass. Aside from the elderly woman, there's another mutated zombie on this train. To his dismay, this creature is located at the front. It remains uncertain whether this one has fully mutated. If it has, we could be in serious trouble. Mutated zombies? Upon hearing Lin Fan's sudden assertion, Qiu Jiyun and the others swiftly direct their gazes towards him. Lin Fan does not hold back, succinctly conveying all that he knows. Indeed, this train harbors not only the intellectually limited ordinary zombies, but also a particularly perilous existence, the mutated zombie. During my time in car number 16, I fortuitously managed to slay one, though it had not fully completed its mutation and I interrupted it in time. Even so, I nearly lost my life to its grasp. The one I encountered had a speed of approximately 40 meters per second, swifter than a cheetah, with a strength of around 2 tons. It surpassed that of a grizzly bear. Its skin was so resilient that even a crossbow bolt made of fine steel could not penetrate it. Upon hearing this, the pupils of everyone present constrict to the size of pinheads. Li Sei pondered in his heart, contemplating what the outcome would be if he encountered the mutated zombie that Lin Fan had described. Ultimately, he arrived at a singular conclusion. If Lin Fan was truthful, then encountering such a creature would lead only to death. The notion that Lin Fan could slay such a beast was astonishing. Qiu Jiyun and Shun Mengxi wore serious expressions. Both Li Sei and Qiu Jiyun, as evolved beings, understood that Lin Fan had no reason to fabricate lies. Shun Mengxi had also witnessed Lin Fan's extraordinary combat prowess and believed that a man of his caliber would not stoop to deceit. Thus, they had no doubts regarding the veracity of Lin Fan's words. However, the ordinary individuals present were skeptical of Lin Fan. Or rather, they were too fearful to believe that such a terrifying mutated zombie truly existed. In the face of such a reality, they found no glimmer of hope for survival. Much like herbivores confronted by predators, engulfed in helplessness and panic. Isn't it amusing? Do you honestly think that the zombies from a bioweapon crisis can simply mutate at will? Qiu and his team had previously dispatched an entire 4-carriage train full of zombies without encountering a single mutated one. How could you possibly have met one? If what you claim is true, what grounds do you have to still be alive? Indeed, it is impossible. You are a fraud. Speak. What is your ulterior motive in concocting such tales to frighten us? Do you seek to gain command through such tactics? Panic spread through the crowd, their words growing increasingly heated, even turning aggressive in the end. Their actions were merely a facade to mask their pitiful cowardice and fear. Chapter 20. The onslaught of the undead and the rising panic. The noise was unbearable. The uproar of the crowd ignited a surge of unnameable fury within Li Sei. He extended his hand and seized the throat of the loudest instigator, buzzing incessantly like a bothersome fly. You worthless scum, can you not silence yourselves? The individual whose throat was gripped stared at Li Se in terror, his face reddening. It was only when a man was on the verge of losing consciousness that Li Se coldly snorted and unceremoniously threw him to the ground. As he scanned the others, noticing how they had all fallen silent, obediently closing their mouths, Li Se finally turned his gaze towards Lin Fan and Qiu Zhiyun in a voice that was slightly hoarse. He spoke, "What are your thoughts moving forward?" With a grave expression, Qiu Zhiyun replied, "The mutated zombie, coupled with the horde, if not handled appropriately, could spell doom for all of us." Lin Fan nodded. "From this moment forth, I propose that Qiu Zhiyun assume the role of temporary commander. After all, he has a military background and is more adept in this arena than any of us. If we wish to survive, we must swiftly formulate a response." Agreed. Qiu Zhiyun accepted without hesitation. He turned and began issuing commands with remarkable speed. "Lu Qing, Li Feng, both of you immediately organize the others. Quickly set traps in cars 8 and 10. Then seal off both ends of the 9th car. Construct a defensive line capable of repelling the zombies at both ends of the train." As he spoke, Qiu Zhiyun reached into the medical box at his side and retrieved a high-performance polyethylene cord, tossing it to Li Feng. "I have already instructed you on how to set the traps. Hurry." After receiving the cord, Li Feng promptly departed with 2 companions. Simultaneously, Luo Qing shouted to the others, "You lot, move the seats and luggage over to the aisle of car 9. Remember to leave some gaps for us to launch our attacks. Do not block it completely. You craft spears. You with the yellow hair, I'm addressing you. Did you not hear?" The yellow-haired man frowned, taken aback that Qiu Zhiyun's subordinate was bypassing Sei Gu to issue commands to him. He quickly turned to look at Li Se. "Go." Li Se replied without even glancing at him. Given Li Se's directive, the yellow-haired man had no choice but to comply, joining the others in their frantic efforts. Soon, all the ordinary players were in motion. In no time, a towering obstacle wall had been erected at both entrances of car 9. After a quick glance, Qiu Zhiyun lost interest and pulled out a marker from the medical box, crouching down as if to sketch something. Lin Fan and the others gathered around, discovering that Qiu Zhiyun was drawing a floor plan of the train. According to the system prompt, there were 18 cars in total, with 11 already cleared, leaving 7 cars still infested with zombies. Cars 17, 18, and 15. The first car was the conductor's office, devoid of passengers, and the number of zombies there was negligible. As he spoke, Qiu Zhiyun marked these car positions with an X on the map. "However, to my knowledge, our K-231 train is at full capacity. Each car likely harbors at least 130 zombies. This means there should be approximately 520 zombies ahead and 260 behind. The margin of error should not exceed 20. Altogether, the total number of zombies is estimated to be between 780 and 800. Let us consider the worst-case scenario, 800, as Qiu Zhiyun articulated this. He marked the number of zombies in each car and the total on the terrain map. Most importantly, at the front of the train, there lurked an unknown and exceptionally formidable mutated zombie. Now that the barrier doors no longer contained the flow of zombies, once combat commenced, we would have no respite until every last zombie was annihilated. This is our current predicament." Qiu Zhiyun lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over Lin Fan, Li Se, and Shun Mingxi in succession. Through thermal perception, he discerned that both Lin Fan and Li Se were evolvers, destined to be the main force on the battlefield. Although Shan Mengxi had not become an evolver, the heat contained within her muscular tissues far surpassed that of an ordinary person, qualifying her to stand her ground to some extent. After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Zhiyun continued, "The threat posed by ordinary zombies is, in fact, quite minimal. They cannot breach our defenses. Even if they attempt to exhaust us, we can outlast them. The most significant concern, however, is that unknown mutated zombie. It is the true variable in this equation. Thus, our objective is clear. Our primary combat target is to concentrate our forces and jointly eliminate the mutated zombie. Relying on them for this task is unrealistic. Ultimately, it will fall to the 4 of us." Upon hearing Qiu Zhiyun's meticulous and lucid combat arrangements, Lin Fan and the others voiced no opposition, nodding in agreement. Satisfied that everyone concurred with his plan, Qiu Zhiyun nodded in return and inscribed a number beneath the terrain map, 28. He refrained from explaining the significance of this number to anyone. Only he understood that it represented the probability of victory derived from synthesis of all available information, data, and a comparison of the strengths of both sides. It was not particularly high, as he remained uncertain about the combat capabilities of the mutated zombie and the true fighting prowess of Li Se and Lin Fan. Nonetheless, He habitually prepared for the worst in all situations. He then put away the marker, slowly rising to his feet and glancing at the four of them. Li Sei, Shenmingshi, I suggest you purchase a high-density nylon combat suit from the mall. If your points are insufficient, I can lend you some. Previously, Li Sei would have scoffed at the idea of buying a combat suit, but now he dared not be arrogant. He promptly acquired a suit from the mall and donned it with decisiveness. As for Shenmingshi, having recently purchased a hunter's rifle, her points were rather limited, so she had to borrow some from Qiu Jiyun to buy her combat suit. Just as Shenmingshi finished putting on her combat suit, a thunderous roar erupted from the front of the vehicle, accompanied by the unmistakable growls of zombies. In the next moment, the entire train began to tremble violently, swaying uncontrollably. The scattered luggage on the floor quivered in rhythm with the ground's vibrations, as if even these lifeless objects sensed the looming dread. This is bad. The zombies are coming. My goodness, there are so many. This is terrifying. We won't be able to fight them off. Chapter 21. The Strange Insect. Do zombies actually possess intelligence? Behind the defense line, the four players saved by Qiu Jiyun gazed in horror at the seemingly endless horde of zombies rushing towards them, their faces pale and devoid of color. Even though they clutched the freshly crafted spears, a sense of confidence and security eluded them. Xiao Fu and another individual were so paralyzed by fear that they bolted, seizing the opportunity while the guards and others were preoccupied with the tide of corpses, fleeing without a clear destination, only knowing they needed to escape. Having just set up traps and defenses, Li Feng and Luo Qing, who had retreated, were incensed upon witnessing this scene, their eyes flaring with rage as they bellowed. Stop running. Do you hear me? You are nothing but cowards. Yet, the fleeing individuals paid no heed to the guards' furious shouts, darting away without a backward glance. Suddenly, the train plunged into a tunnel, and light was engulfed by darkness. In the pitch-black carriage, the distant roars of the densely packed zombies resonated ominously, amplifying the atmosphere of dread. The air was thick with the stench of blood and excrement, and the collective fear of the crowd intensified in the shadows. Panic surged through everyone. We're doomed. We must flee. Staying here is a death sentence. As chaos erupted. Just then, a horrifying scream pierced the night. Xiao Fu and the other leader were seized by Qiu Jiyun, who, despite the utter darkness, utilized his thermal vision, undeterred by the obscurity. He forcefully restrained them, his frustration boiling over as he kicked one of them and then threw them to the ground. Run where? Don't you understand the train is sealed until we complete the collective task? Do you think there are no zombies behind us? Staying here gives us some semblance of defense. Running outside only leads to a swifter demise. If you wish to survive, pick up your weapons and fight. You are not battling for others. You are fighting for your own lives. If we win, we all live. If we lose, we all perish. At that moment, even a usually composed Qiu Jiyun was visibly enraged, his dialect slipping through in his fervor. His words bore some weight, igniting a flicker of courage amidst the pervasive fear that gripped the hearts of the onlookers. However, it is evident that Qiu Jiyun speaks the truth. They have nowhere to retreat. Their only path to survival lies in the defense of the ninth carriage. As the train swiftly emerged from the tunnel, golden sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the faces of all aboard. Yet, it offered no warmth to their souls. As everyone, trembling, grasped their spears and returned to the defensive line, the tide of corpses approached. Peering through the gaps in the barrier, they caught sight of grotesque faces, smeared with blood and bits of flesh, surging like a dark tide, ominously materializing in the distance within the seventh carriage. Each carriage measured 25 meters in length. Thus, the distance from the seventh to the ninth carriage was merely 50 meters. For an ordinary person, it would take less than 10 seconds to traverse this stretch at a normal run. Although the speed of the horde was slightly slower, it would not take long to cover the gap. The ground trembled and shook more violently with each passing moment. As the horde drew closer, the nauseating stench of blood intensified in their nostrils. 40 meters, 25 meters. Suddenly, the heads of the three foremost zombies were unexpectedly severed. In midair, a blood-stained polyethylene high-performance line became visible, quivering ominously before their eyes. This line, incredibly thin yet remarkably strong, had been strategically placed in the eighth carriage. When an object passed through it at high speed, these fine threads transformed into fearsome cutting instruments. The trap extended throughout the entire 25-meter length of the eighth carriage. For those mindless zombies, driven solely by instinct, attempting to advance would mean sacrificing their lives to sever the lines. The eighth carriage had become their death zone, As they witnessed zombie after zombie decapitated by the polyethylene line, the initially panicked survivors gaped in astonishment. This terrifying trap, which they had only encountered in films, was now a chilling reality before their very eyes. The impact was indescribable. Yet, before they could revel in their relief for long, their astonishment quickly morphed into disbelief. Outside the defensive line, the polyethylene line had claimed only a handful of zombies. The subsequent zombies began crouching low, deftly avoiding the deadly lines as they advanced toward the defense. This scene left Li Feng and Luo Qing, who had set the traps, aghast, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. Despite having dispatched so many zombies alongside Qiu Zhiyun, this was their first encounter with such a phenomenon. What was happening? How could these zombies evade their traps? Had they not lost all semblance of reason? Qiu Zhiyun, Lin Fan, Li Sei, and Shun Mingxi all observed the unfolding situation. Both Lin Fan and Qiu Zhiyun possessed the ability of thermal sensory vision and immediately detected the anomaly. These zombies were unlike any they had encountered before. To their horror, they discovered that grotesque worms were nestled within the skin at the nape of the zombies' necks. The worms resembled caterpillars, yet were a disturbing milky white, adorned with sharp, 2-centimeter-long mandibles that evoked a sense of dread. It was unclear if these worms were the reason the zombies could evade traps. As the zombies traversed the cutting zone and reached the obstacle wall formed by a chaotic pile of chairs and luggage, they charged at it with relentless force. The already flimsy barrier trembled violently, and numerous suitcases were dislodged, crashing to the ground. "Quick, stop them!" Qiu Zhiyun bellowed, retrieving a fist-sized, pitch-black homemade explosive from his medical kit, complete with a fuse. Igniting the fuse, he hurled the explosive through the narrow gap at the base of the obstacle wall. It rolled through the legs of countless zombies. Boom! A thick cloud of smoke billowed forth, and the deafening explosion reverberated throughout the entire carriage. Shards of metal erupted, striking the legs, torsos, arms, necks, and heads of the advancing zombies. The shockwave and blast radius sent all zombies within a 3-meter diameter of the explosion tumbling to the ground. A few were even blown through at the neck and could no longer rise. Yet, even those with severed limbs and exposed entrails continued to shove and struggle toward the ninth carriage. In the grand scheme, the damage inflicted by a single bomb was relatively minimal. Its greater effect lay in disrupting the rhythm of the zombie horde's advance. Just then, Lin Fan raised his compound crossbow and began to pull the trigger in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows shot forth from the gaps in the obstacle wall like invitations from the Grim Reaper, striking the napes of the zombies with chilling precision, along with the peculiar worms. Each arrow found its mark, delivering death. At first, the others did not pay much heed to Lin Fan's use of the crossbow, as they believed that the zombies' only weakness was at the nape of their necks, making accurate shots exceedingly difficult. They assumed Lin Fan would be able to eliminate many zombies. However, mere seconds later, their indifference transformed into profound shock. Lin Fan's arrows were lethal, each one claiming a life. At times, 2 zombies stood in a straight line, allowing him to achieve a double kill with a single arrow. How could this be possible? Among the most incredulous individuals are Luo Qing and Li Feng. It is essential to recognize that they are indeed regular soldiers, entrusted with the responsibility of guarding Qiu Zhiyun, which signifies their exceptional military prowess. However, if they were to wield crossbows against the undead, achieving even a single kill out of 10 shots would be commendable in such dire circumstances. Yet, this young man has managed to hit his target with every single arrow. Such precision in shooting is exceedingly rare, even within the entire army. The speed of his slaughter surpasses even that of Commander Qiu's explosives. What manner of creature is this youth? As Lin Fan discharged his 10th bolt and prepared to reload, the horde of zombies surged once more against the barricade. The sounds of thudding impacts, crashing, and the growls of the undead reverberated through the air. Li Feng and Luo Qing exchanged a steely glance, gripping their spears tightly and thrusting outward. Simultaneously, they bellowed, "Quickly, everyone move! Stab them!" Yet, only a scant few responded. Only the veteran soldier who had been closely following them since the onset and the burly security guard dared to act. The others were paralyzed by sheer terror. At this moment, merely standing at the front line, brandishing a spear without fleeing, was the extent of their capabilities. The timid Xiao Fu glanced nervously at Li Sei beside him. Trembling, he stammered, "Mr. Li, we signed a debt acknowledgement, you must ensure." Li Sei, who had been intently searching for the mutated zombies within the horde, furrowed his brow at the interruption and, without casting him a second glance, replied, As long as I am here, you shall not perish. Upon hearing Li Sei's assurance, Xiao Fu eagerly nodded, yes, yes. Mr. Li, you truly are a magnanimous person. Rest assured, once we return, I will ensure my son sends you money at the earliest opportunity. Xiao Fu, focus your attention ahead. Qiuziyun, witnessing Xiao Fu esin chesan chatter, barktangridi. Xiao Fu, shrinking back, dared not provoke Qiuziyun's ire and immediately turned to gaze in terror at the monstrous horde just a wall away. The morale was exceedingly low. This could not continue. Qiuziyun promptly shouted to everyone, if the horde breaches our defenses, we are all doomed. If you wish to survive, then grip your weapons tightly. Li Feng, seeing the situation, joined in. What the hell are you afraid of? Think of your wives. Think of your children. If these creatures break free from the train, they will face the same fate as you. Most importantly, if you die here, your wives will be with others. Your children will call someone else father. Can you endure such a fate? Will you fight like men? To fight for oneself and for one's family? Li Feng shouted with fervor, his spittle flying, even splattering onto the faces of others. Yet, his coarse words struck a deep chord within the hearts of those present. The mere thought of their wives and children potentially facing such monstrous threats, the worry of their aging mothers left uncared for in the event of their demise, ignited a fire within everyone's eyes, turning them red with emotion. One after another, they trembled as adrenaline surged through their veins, as if the terror within their hearts had been somewhat diminished. Damn it, I must survive in return, exclaimed a bespectacled, balding middle-aged man, his eyes wide with determination as he bellowed. Gripping his spear tightly, he thrust it outward with a primal ferocity, as if the creatures outside were truly poised to harm his family. My little girl is only 8. If she calls someone else father and encounters a beastly fiend, I would die 1,000 deaths without peace. I must return. I too must go back. My wife is constantly being pursued. If I do not return, she will surely adorn me with countless betrayals. As their emotions ignited, more and more spears were raised within the gaps of the barricade. An increasing number of individuals began to muster the courage to fight. However, they were merely ordinary people with scant combat experience, wielding their spears with wide-eyed confusion, lacking any understanding of how to slay zombies. At this moment, Shun Mengshi stepped forward, assuming the role of instructor. Raise your spears higher. Aim for the zombies' throats. Only by penetrating deeply and damaging the central nervous system at the back of the neck can you truly defeat a zombie. Remember to use your waist for strength. Steady your hands. Only then will your thrusts accurately kill the zombies. Under Shun Mengshi's continuous guidance, the killing stances of these ordinary individuals gradually became more proficient. Before long, the bespectacled bald man let out a triumphant roar. Look, look, the zombie I struck down has fallen and cannot rise again. Damn it, I've killed one. Even ordinary people could now slay zombies. This was a moment of exhilarating news for everyone. Thus, this group of ordinary individuals continued to thrust their spears outward, preventing the zombies from easily approaching the barricade, creating a considerable defensive effect. Soon, the unmistakable growls of zombies echoed behind them. Qiuziyun decisively commanded, "Zombies are approaching from the rear of the vehicle. Shun Mengshi, take a few people to defend that side." As he directed the group, he retrieved 3 sticks of dynamite and tossed them to Shun Mengshi. "Understood," Shun Mengshi replied, taking the explosives before sprinting towards the rear defense with the 2 individuals who had initially followed Li Sei. However, the zombies charging from the rear were quite different from those in front. They had no comprehension of avoiding traps. One by one, they fell like fools, their necks severed by the polyethylene lines. In the blink of an eye, dozens lay dead. By the time all the polyethylene lines were frayed, the horde of nearly 300 zombies had dwindled to just over 100. Upon witnessing this scene, Shun Mengshi was momentarily stunned, only to be engulfed by a surge of joy. The pressure on the rear defense line had suddenly diminished exponentially, even if it were just Shun Mengshi alone. She felt confident in her ability to hold the line. As time progressed, the rear defense remained steadfast, while the front grew increasingly tense. These zombies even demonstrated a rudimentary understanding of logistics, clearing the bodies of their fallen comrades to prevent obstruction at the front, continually battering against the barrier. The situation was dire. Boom, boom, boom. The consecutive sounds of explosions echoed. Soon, Qiuziyun's stockpile of explosives was entirely depleted. Lin Fan's crossbow arrows had become unbearably hot from the relentless firing and required cooling. This gave the zombies even more audacity, as they began to crash against the barrier with wild abandon. At this rate, the defense would inevitably collapse. After a moment of analysis, Xiaojun quickly instructed Lin Fan and Li Se to hold their ground while he went to gather more explosives. Without delay, Xiaojun withdrew from the defense line, purchasing various materials from the game shop to concoct explosives on the spot. Clang! Crash! In less than a minute, a stack of suitcases on the upper half of the barrier was knocked over by the zombies from the outside, creating a half-meter-wide breach. Before long, a zombie, emboldened by this opening, thrust its upper body through the gap, clawing wildly while glaring with its milky eyes and roaring at the crowd. Roar! This is bad. The zombies are breaking in. Quickly, someone stop it. The ordinary individuals, who had been thrusting their spears outward along the defense line, turned pale with fear at the sight of a zombie emerging above them. However, in the next moment, a swift shadow darted forth, delivering a kick to the zombie with nearly imperceptible speed. Bang! The zombie, not fully through the breach, was struck by the powerful force and sent flying back through the opening, crashing into a throng of zombies outside, causing chaos among them. Lin Fan, with an impassive expression, retracted his leg and, with a surge of strength in his right arm, lifted a chair and smashed it against the breach, reinforcing the defense. The expressions of the crowd shifted from terror to bewilderment in an instant. What on earth just happened? A zombie weighing over 100 pounds was kicked out? That iron chair must weigh at least 1,200 pounds. With a single hand, he lifted it effortlessly and hurled it to a remarkable height. What immense strength is this? As the saying goes, the untrained marvels at the spectacle, while the adept perceives the intricacies. Even Li Se could not help but cast a few more glances at Lin Fan. His prowess as a hunter stemmed from the awakening of his leg strength, and he held considerable confidence in his lower body power. Yet, the force behind Lin Fan's kick left him questioning his own capabilities. There was no way he could deliver such might. The swiftness of Lin Fan's strike was also astonishingly superior. Feeling overshadowed in his area of expertise, left Li Se with a tinge of discomfort. 10 minutes later, Xiaojun, having just concocted a fresh batch of explosives, approached Lin Fan and Li Se, whispering words of appreciation. However, before he could finish his sentence, a dark shadow suddenly darted past outside the obstacle wall, crashing firmly against it. The force of this shadow was staggering. The barrier, which ordinary zombies had failed to breach, was instantly shattered. Countless suitcases and debris were sent flying in all directions, raining down upon the crowd like a deluge. This is bad. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaojun's eyes widened in horror as he retreated to avoid the falling debris while urgently shouting to the others, "The defense has been breached. Fall back." The incident transpired too swiftly. Aside from Lin Fan, Xiaojun, and Li Se, these three evolved beings, no one else could react in time. A person was directly struck down by a chair, plummeting from above. That unfortunate individual was the elderly Xiao Fu. A chair weighing over 100 pounds lay heavily upon his legs, visibly bending his thigh, indicating a likely fracture. The excruciating pain forced Xiao Fu to writhe on the ground, howling in agony. The cacophony attracted the attention of the horde of zombies that had breached the obstacle. Instantly, grotesque and fearsome zombies began to converge upon him. Terror and dread filled Xiao Fu's eyes as he cried out to Li Se, who stood just a few meters away. Tears and snot streaming down his face. "Li Se, please save me. I beg you. You promised to protect me. If I die, you will never see that million." Upon hearing this, Li Se regarded Xiao Fu with utmost seriousness, replying coolly, "Rest assured, even if you perish, I will still demand the debt from your son. That million is as good as mine." What? Xiao Fu was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Li Se's words when the growls of zombies filled his ears. Turning around, he was met with a gaping maw, which clamped down on his nose with ferocity. A piercing scream escaped him, and then Xiao Fu was utterly engulfed by the horde. An increasing number of zombies surrounded him, closing in relentlessly. He voraciously chewed on his aged and parched flesh. At that moment, no one could save him. The one who feared death the most became the first to perish. How absurd! Without any hindrance, the tide of corpses swiftly surged from the adjacent carriage number 8 into carriage number 9. At this juncture, Xiaojun had no time to concern himself with Xiao Fu's fate. He immediately accessed the game store, expending 120 points to procure a 4-sided iron shield measuring 2 meters in height and 15 meters in width, and shouted, "Li Feng, Luo Qing, and that security guard. You three, take up the shields and stand on the outermost perimeter. Block the horde of zombies. The rest of you, find a way to attack. The three named individuals promptly seized their shields and sprang into action. As the zombies breached carriage number 9, if they could not obstruct them and allow them to rampage unchecked, the ensuing casualties would be unimaginable. It is crucial to understand that even a slight scratch from a zombie would result in viral infection. Moreover, the antibodies sold in the store could only be purchased in 2 bottles per person per day. In previous battles, most had already exhausted their 2-hour supply of medicine. The horde drew ever closer. Defend! Xiao Jiyun bellowed. Clang! The 4 shields fell to the ground in perfect unison. Boom! The first zombie collided violently with the shield. Then came the second and the third. Within mere breaths, the area before the shields was densely packed with zombies. A peculiar scene unfolded. The horde did not assault the shields. Instead, they screamed hoarsely while pushing forward with great force, as if attempting to crush Lin Fan and the others into a pulp. Inside the shield, Lin Fan, Qiu Jiyun, Shen Mengxi, Li Sei, and the other ordinary individuals, sensing this bizarre occurrence, could hardly retaliate and instead press their hands firmly against the back of the shield. They unleashed all their strength to resist the terrifying force emanating from the outside. Everyone, push harder. Hold your ground. My goodness, why are these zombies pushing us? Could they be trying to force us against the wall and crush us to death? Li Feng and Luo Qing exclaimed, their faces etched with confusion as they strained. Simultaneously, Shen Mengxi's eyes brimmed with uncertainty as she remarked, these zombies are behaving strangely. Previously, they not only avoided traps, but also instinctively dodged our attacks. Now, they have outright abandoned the assault on the shield to encroach upon our very space for survival. Without any extraneous movements, it is as though someone is controlling them. They are mutated zombies, Lin Fan declared without hesitation. Indeed, Xiaoji nodded. This group of zombies resembles a well-trained army, exhibiting remarkable organization and purpose. Such behavior could only arise from manipulation, if I am not mistaken. The crux of the matter lies in the parasitic creatures residing within the necks of these zombies. This is their sole distinguishing feature from other undead. The shadow that recently breached the barrier wall must be the mutated zombie, currently concealed among the horde. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. Chapter 24. The Eerie Liquefaction Ability. The Immortal Body? Boom! Before Qiu Jiyun could finish his sentence, the shadow reappeared with such swiftness that no one had time to react. The shield, resting against the wall on the far right, was suddenly hurled away by an overwhelming force. The bearer of this shield was a security guard who had been faithfully following Qiu Jiyun since the outbreak of the train's transformation. As the shield was flung aside, his arms were instantly torn apart. Crimson blood erupted like fireworks, splattering onto the faces of everyone present. By the time Lin Fan and the others regained their composure, the security guard had been dragged into the horde with a chilling scream. The shadow, too, vanished from sight. This sudden turn of events weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. This mutated zombie was far too uncanny. They had come so close to the shadow this time, yet still failed to discern its trajectory. Even Lin Fan and Xiao Jiyun's thermal vision could not detect how it appeared or where it vanished. At that moment, a swarm of zombies surged through the breach created by the shadow. This is bad. The horde is charging in. Luo Qing, closest to the gap in the defense line, was the first to react, frantically thrusting his spear forward to impede the advance of the zombies while shouting at the top of his lungs. Qiu Jiyun swiftly seized a spear from his side and decisively commanded, everyone gather together. However, the densely packed zombies were unrelenting. They lunged into the crowd through the gap in the shield like wild beasts. Before long, 2 individuals were toppled to the ground. No, beasts. Save me. It seemed the mutated zombie understood the principle of striking when one is vulnerable. Taking advantage of the chaos, it launched another attack. Swish! The shadow re-emerged. This time, it targeted none other than Li Sei. As it suddenly appeared before him, extending a bloodied claw towards his heart, Li Sei felt a jolt of terror. Every hair on his body stood on end. The instinct for survival ignited a primal response within him, unleashing the full extent of his hunter abilities for the first time. His leg muscles surged, revealing patterns reminiscent of a leopard across his thighs. In a split second, his entire body darted to the left, narrowly evading the deadly claw. However, in the next moment, a piercing scream abruptly echoed in Li Sei's ears. See ye! Save me! Save me! It was the voice of the yellow-haired one. As Li Sei narrowly evaded a fatal blow, the yellow-haired figure, trailing closely behind him, became exposed before the shadowy figure. The shadow failed to extinguish Li Sei's life, yet showed no intention of retreating. Instead, it seized the opportunity to plunge its bloodied claws into the yellow-haired one's chest. A heart, drenched in crimson, was wrenched from within. This time, the shadow did not withdraw but stood its ground, stuffing the heart into its mouth and chewing voraciously before Li Sei's horrified gaze. At this moment, the onlookers finally discerned the true visage of the shadowy figure. It bore half a head of white hair and donned a trained conductor's uniform adorned with 2 stripes. Its exposed skin was riddled with pockmarked wormholes, a sight both unsettling and repulsive. Most alarmingly, its pupils no longer resembled those of a typical zombie, pale and lifeless. Instead, they shimmered with an eerie shade of gray. Upon closer inspection, one might even perceive a glimmer of mockery within its gaze. Perhaps it was the anger ignited by that gaze that propelled Li Sei to unleash his full potential, surging forth at a speed of 134 kilometers per hour. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he launched himself like an arrow, his dual blades aimed directly at the throat. Witnessing this, the conductor's eyes glimmered with a profound derision, seemingly belittling Li Sei's velocity. With an unhurried demeanor, the figure effortlessly retreated into the throng of corpses. It is worth noting that Li Sei's burst of speed surpassed that of a cheetah. Yet, despite this, he was still too late to intercept the conductor. This realization nearly drove Li Sei to the brink of explosion as he watched the conductor about to blend back into the mass of the undead. A line of glowing green text suddenly materialized before Lin Fan's eyes. Detected that the mutant zombie's power level is significantly beyond expectations. Would you like to weaken it using the A001 virus? Option 1. Weaken it to 80 of its current strength, requiring 5 virus power units. Option 2. Weaken it to 60 of its current strength, requiring 10 virus power units. Option 3. Weaken it to 50 of its current strength, requiring 15 virus power units. Note, remaining virus power units are 31 to 50. Lin Fan made his decision without hesitation. Ding! Parameters successfully modified. As a notification sound from the virus echoed, a series of eerie green-coated garbles appeared within the conductor's cold veins, unnoticed by all. They surged with ferocity. The conductor suddenly froze. The previously playful glint in his eyes, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, vanished in an instant, replaced by shock, astonishment, and confusion. Why was his power continuously ebbing away? Could that man wielding the curved blade be behind this? Infuriating. What has he truly done to me? The trained conductor gazed at Li Sei with an added measure of trepidation, hastily retreating without delay. Yet it was far too late. Lin Fan had long been waiting. A flash of white light accompanied a minuscule sound of air being sliced. With a swift thrust, a pale bone spike pierced through the nape of the conductor's neck. Emerging from his throat, a look of terror surfaced on the conductor's face. Slowly, he turned his head, revealing a somewhat youthful visage, yet with eyes that exuded an icy chill. He seemed to question in disbelief, how could this be? To him, these upright, walking humans were nothing more than mere sustenance. How could he possibly be harmed by mere food? Witnessing this scene, the initially enraged Li Sei broke into a cold smile, as if he had anticipated this very moment. Fool! While others might be oblivious to Lin Fan's terror, Li Sei had his suspicions. The reason he had dared to attack the conductor was precisely because he knew Lin Fan would take action. He was creating an opportunity for Lin Fan. If anyone in the vicinity could deliver a fatal blow to this mutated zombie, Li Sei firmly believed it could only be Lin Fan. The instinctive danger sense between hunters is remarkably acute. Even though Lin Fan had not frequently displayed his prowess, it could not elude Li Sei's perception. At this moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed Qiu Jiyun's eyes. Lin Fan was truly astonishing. Though he had always been aware that Lin Fan's physical capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary individuals. Even surpassing himself and Li Sei, he still did not anticipate that Lin Fan would successfully ambush the mutated zombie. Upon confirming that the entire nape of the conductor's neck had been pierced, Qiu Jiyun let out a long sigh of relief. Logically speaking, under such circumstances, survival was utterly impossible. Not only Qiu Jiyun, but also Shin Mengshi and all the other survivors had their gazes fixed upon Lin Fan and his bone spike. They were awaiting the moment the conductor's body would collapse to the ground. Once this mutated zombie was slain, they would have accomplished a significant portion of their collective mission. Although ordinary zombies were numerous, their threat diminished without the mutated zombie's leadership. With a little time spent clearing them out, they would be able to return home. They would all escape this sudden apocalyptic game alive. Everything would come to an end. However, just as this thought arose in their minds, the conductor's body suddenly began to ripple as if stirred by water. An ominous premonition surged within Lin Fan's heart. There was no time for any reaction. The next moment, the train conductor pierced through the nape of his neck, astonishingly transformed into a puddle of gray liquid amidst the bewildered and confused gazes of the crowd. This viscous substance flowed across the ground, swiftly retreating and, in the blink of an eye, infiltrated the body of a nearby zombie. In the spot where he once stood, only a uniform adorned with 2 stripes remained. Witnessing this unfathomable spectacle, everyone froze in shock. How could he not be dead after such a fatal blow? And transform in a liquid? Could it be that this mutated zombie was immortal? What a ridiculous situation. With a guttural roar, the zombie, now infused with the gray liquid, emitted a fierce growl. Its once pale eyes instantly transformed into a strange gray glow. Quick, kill it! Lin Fan and Li Se reacted almost simultaneously, rushing towards the mutated zombie. However, having learned from its previous encounter, the mutated zombie no longer acted recklessly. It swiftly blended into the tide of corpses behind it. To the naked eye, this mutated zombie bore no significant differences from ordinary zombies, save for its gray pupils. Moreover, it emitted no intense heat signatures. Even Lin Fan and Xiao Zhiyun's thermal vision could not discern its location. Soon, it completely vanished from sight once more. Chapter 25, The Choice. You are trading other lives for your own chance at survival. How infuriating. Li Se wielded his dual blades with fury, relentlessly slaughtering the ordinary zombies that obstructed his path. His eyes filled with agitation and resentment, alongside a grave seriousness. The speed of the mutated zombie far exceeded his own. He could not guarantee that he would be able to react in time during its next ambush. Furthermore, the fact that the mutated zombie remained unscathed despite its neck being pierced indicated that, until its weakness was discovered, it could afford countless mistakes. Whereas he could afford only one misstep before his life would be forfeit. Lin Fan's expression darkened as well. Even though he had diminished the mutated zombie's strength by 50%, its bizarre liquid transformation still caught him off guard. He quickly summoned the A001 virus panel. Static noise. Parameter adjustment failed. This mutated zombie can no longer be weakened. Sighing in resignation upon receiving this outcome, Lin Fan pondered how to eliminate the mutated zombie. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhiyun, while skewering the surrounding zombies with his spear, calmly analyzed, "From our recent encounter, I have deduced a few key points. First, the mutated zombie's defense should be relatively low, as it did not dare to confront Li Se's dual blades head-on. Second, its sensory perception appears to be weak, otherwise Lin Fan would not have been able to approach and ambush it so easily. Thirdly, I have observed that during the final pursuit phase, the speed of the mutated zombie pales in comparison to Lin Fan's. The reason it managed to escape just now was primarily due to the geographical constraints that severely limited us, while the adversary could leverage the tide of corpses. Fourthly, and most crucially, when it suffers a fatal blow, it immediately transforms into a liquid state and swiftly possesses an ordinary zombie. This phenomenon is indeed perplexing. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened, as if they had grasped the pivotal point. Xiao Zhiyun did not keep them in suspense and continued. I surmise that when it transforms into a liquid state, it is at its most vulnerable. If attacked at that moment, it has a significant chance of perishing. Otherwise, there would be no need for it to flee. This implies that during our next confrontation, as long as we can revert it to its liquid form and ensure there are no other zombies within a certain radius for it to possess, we can utterly annihilate it." After listening to Xiao Zhiyun's analysis, Li Se took over the conversation, continuing, "Your hypothesis holds considerable merit. However, we are currently faced with a more daunting dilemma. There remain at least 300 ordinary zombies. Eliminating them will not be a straightforward task. In the meantime, we cannot ascertain how many more ambushes the mutated zombie might execute or from where it might emerge. Its recent ambush has already startled him. If it becomes more cautious and refrains from providing us with opportunities to strike, it might eliminate us before we finish off the ordinary zombies. Unless," Li Se's eyes narrowed slightly, "by using explosives. If we simultaneously detonate a substantial quantity of explosives, we could eliminate these ordinary zombies in one fell swoop. This would leave it with no zombies to possess. At that point, I wonder where it could possibly hide." "No," Kvius hayun resolutely dismissed Lise's proposal. I have adjusted the explosives this time, increasing the ratio of nitrate by 30% and incorporating some high-grade materials to enhance combustion and detonation. The explosive power will be twice as potent as before. Moreover, the quantity is also greater than previously. While it is indeed feasible to clear a large number of zombies in one go, do not forget that we are all confined within this carriage. The space is exceedingly limited. If the explosives detonate, not to mention whether the mutated zombie would be forced out, it is highly likely that we would be the first to perish. Seeing that Xiao Jiyun had rejected his opinion, a flicker of ferocity crossed Li Sei's eyes. There is no time for hesitation. One must seek fortune in peril. Wanting to survive while avoiding risk is unrealistic. This deadly game is fundamentally a gamble of life for the chance of survival. Have I not realized this by now? Observing Li Sei's extreme stance, Xiao Jiyun steadfastly shook his head. You are an evolved being. You will certainly survive this explosion. Naturally, you can afford to make such a claim. But what about ordinary people? You are gambling with the lives of others for your own survival. Just as Li Sei and Xiao Jiyun were grappling with one another, suddenly, a shadow surged forth from behind an ordinary zombie before Xiao Jiyun, rapidly enlarging in his vision. The mutated zombie, having just been forced to retreat in a panic, did not choose to lie low for a while, but instead launched a counterattack with ferocity. Such a swift and brutal resurgence was unforeseen by anyone. Although Xiao Jiyun was also an evolved being, his evolution was primarily focused on his eyesight, placing him within the reconnaissance system. His physical capabilities had significantly improved compared to an ordinary person. However, he was incomparable to the hunters whose evolution centered on physical prowess. Even though his body reacted instantaneously, attempting to evade to the side, he was still unable to avoid the assault. With a sharp sound, the high-density nylon combat suit proved utterly inadequate against the mutated zombie's attack, which tore through it effortlessly. A searing pain shot through Xiao Jiyun's left shoulder and chest, causing him to wince. The medical kit strapped to his side, laden with explosives, fell to the ground as well. Damn it! How dared harm my leader? Witnessing this, Luo Qing, who had been steadfastly guarding Xiao Jiyun's side, felt his eyes burn with rage. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around the waist of the mutated zombie to prevent it from attacking Xiao Jiyun again, while simultaneously obstructing its escape. The emergence of the mutated zombie naturally drew the attention of Lin Fan and Li Sei. However, knowing that the mutated zombie dared to launch a surprise attack, it was unlikely that it would underestimate the two individuals capable of posing a threat to it. At that moment, Lin Fan and Li Sei found themselves completely encircled by a dense horde of zombies, layered 3 deep. These zombies, in a frenzied display of recklessness, were attacking them with relentless fury, their intent crystal clear, to impede their movement. Upon confirming that these two troublesome adversaries could not reach it in time, the mutated zombie lowered its gaze upon the human clinging to its waist, its eyes filled with brutality. With a swift motion, Luo Qing's chest was punctured by a bloodied claw. His heart, lung lobes, and even part of his stomach were brutally extracted. It was evident that he would not survive this. After claiming another victim, the mutated zombie showed no greed and prepared to leave. Yet, despite sustaining such grievous injuries, Luo Qing refused to release his grip, his broken body clinging desperately to it. After a couple of futile attempts to shake him off, the mutated zombie dismissed the struggle, viewing Luo Qing merely as a delightful morsel to carry along. After all, with its strength, having a human clinging to it would hardly impede its speed. It turned and made its way back into the tide of corpses. Damn it, it escaped again. At this moment, Li Sei and Lin Fan had only just managed to break through the horde and arrived before Xiao Jiyun. As they gazed at the mutated zombie, now retreating into the horde, both individuals wore expressions of deep dismay. This creature, not only possessing formidable abilities, was also exceedingly cunning. A glint of cold determination flashed in Li Sei's eyes as he swiftly retrieved a fallen medical kit from the ground. Xiao Jiyun might concern himself with the fates of ordinary individuals, but such matters held no significance for him. In his mind, there was but a singular thought: obliterate the mutated zombie. He understood that if he could deal with this entity, the train's perilous game would near its conclusion. Without a moment's hesitation, he produced a lighter to ignite the numerous fuses within the kit, 8 explosives in total, and hurled it with all his might in the direction of the mutated zombie. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "To hell with you, you wretched creature." Chapter 26. The awakening of death. Take care of my parents. Watching the medical kit soar through the air, Lin Fan's expression shifted dramatically. He had overheard Xiao Zhiyun's remarks concerning the explosive power of the bombs. Although his defenses had been fortified to a level akin to that of rhinoceros hide, he dared not confront the immense destructive force of the explosives with mere flesh and blood. He shouted a warning to all, "Be cautious. The bomb is about to detonate," and immediately seized a shield from the ground, positioning it before himself. Xiao Zhiyun and Shun Mingxi were just behind Lin Fan. The others, upon hearing the alert, glanced at Li Sei, who was shielded behind the barricade, then back at Lin Fan. Realizing the impending danger from the flying medical kit, panic ensued, and they scattered in fear. Those with shields raised them, while others hastily employed tables or even the corpses of zombies as makeshift cover. Meanwhile, the mutated zombie had also taken notice of the approaching explosives. A flicker of confusion crossed its gaze, though it could not ascertain the nature of the object. The reaction of the crowd led it to surmise that it was undoubtedly something malevolent. It hurriedly retreated with Luo Qing's body, striving to increase the distance between itself and the impending threat. But at that moment, an unforeseen force surged through its body, forcefully pressing it down towards the ground. What? In astonishment, the mutated zombie glanced at Luo Qing, who was tightly clinging to its waist. It seemed as if a moment of clarity had struck. The once near-lifeless Luo Qing now appeared invigorated. Blood streamed from his forehead, veins bulging, and his eyes erupted with an eerie gray luminescence. Strangely, his arms visibly thickened, even sprouting tufts of brown hair until they were completely covered. Power of the brown bear. Genetic breakthrough in the arms allows for an instantaneous explosion of bear-like strength, with a cumulative power reaching 16 tons. Luo Qing had awakened. The entire train had originally carried over 2,000 passengers. Among those who could awaken their talents and become evolvers, only Lin Fan, Li Sei, and Xiao Zhiyun emerged. The probability stood at 1 in 800, underscoring the immense challenge. Unexpectedly, Luo Qing awakened even in a state of near death. Awakening is the greatest reward and enhancement bestowed upon all players by this apocalyptic game. Once a human body successfully awakens, regardless of whether one was once a frail, sickly individual or a powerless child, the power that transcends the limits of human genetics will endow the awakener with unimaginable strength, transforming them into a fearsome beast. What is most crucial is that this is merely the first descent of the game into reality. A single step taken now will lead to unquantifiable achievements and heights in the future for those who awaken during this game's arrival. However, alas, Luo Qing's entire chest had already been pierced, with his internal organs laid bare and more than half of his blood lost. Such injuries, even with an awakened talent and becoming a hunter, cannot be healed. His life was irrevocably lost, akin to the final fireworks of a summer night, dazzling yet fleeting. Yet, in this moment of brilliance, the mutated zombies were utterly terrified. Luo Qing's strength grew exponentially, pressing down on them to the point of immobility. Simultaneously, the medical boxes looming ominously in the sky drew ever closer, inciting panic among the mutated zombies. They were truly alarmed. With an enraged roar, the sharp claws lunged toward Luo Qing's head. Bang! A large hand, covered in brown fur, seized the bloodied claw. Luo Qing's face was pale from blood loss, yet his eyes blazed with a fierce flame, both hot and menacing. "You think you can escape? Not a chance." While bellowing in fury, he swiftly raised his other hand, firmly grasping the medical box soaring through the air. With a surge of one-arm strength, he pinned the mutated zombie to the ground. Subsequently, he gripped its cheeks and forcibly wrenched its mouth open, stretching it into an exaggerated arc. Grabbing the explosive, he attempted to cram it into its mouth. Though it was impossible to fit it all, the action sent the mutated zombie quaking in fear. It thrashed wildly, desperately shaking its head, low growls emanating from its throat, eyes filled with terror. Witnessing the scene, Luo Qing coughed up blood while laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha! Are you scared? Ha ha ha! Weren't you just so arrogant? Keep being arrogant. I will blow you to pieces today. Old Xiao, remember this. You owe me a life. Upon returning, please take good care of my parents." Witnessing the valiant yet battered figure of Luo Qing, drenched in blood and tattered, Xiao Zhiyun's eyes blazed crimson as he roared with fervor. Luo Qing, his fists clenched tightly. He unknowingly drew blood from his palms with his nails. A torrent of white light, thick smoke, and searing heat surged forth from the medical kits and the mouths of the mutated zombies. Boom! 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 The thunderous explosions erupted simultaneously, reverberating like a myriad of thunderclaps. The impact resonated throughout the carriage, causing both humans and zombies to bleed from their eardrums. 8 high-yield bombs detonated simultaneously, conjuring a small mushroom cloud at the epicenter. Inside the 9th carriage, it was as if a fierce inferno swept through. If one were to gaze down from the heavens, they would behold the K-231 train, its lengthy form twisting like a colossal centipede in a frenzy. The terrifying shockwave from the explosions tilted the entire train to a 30-degree angle. One side's wheels had completely left the tracks. The entire train appeared poised to derail at any moment. Ultimately, whether it was the protective rules of this apocalyptic game or some other reason, the train remained on course. With a resounding clang, as the iron wheels crashed back onto the tracks, the ground within a radius of several miles trembled. Inside carriage number 9, thick smoke and waves of heat surged relentlessly. The overwhelming force of the explosions, accompanied by countless shrapnel pieces, rained down upon every corner like a torrential downpour. Clang! Several shards struck the shield where Lin Fan stood, piercing it instantly. Even the remnants of that force hurtled toward Lin Fan, Qiu Jiun, and Shun Mingxi. With a piercing sound, even the residual power of the shrapnel tore through the high-density nylon battle gear they wore, leaving various degrees of lacerations upon their bodies. The velocity of these flying metal shards surpassed that of bullets. If Lin Fan and his companions found themselves in such disarray amid the explosions, one could only imagine the plight of others. The carriage echoed with the sounds of shields and bodies being pierced, accompanied by agonizing wails. Those without shields likely didn't even have time to scream before meeting their demise. Chapter 27. You can save no one, not even yourself. Explosives truly are the most perilous invention of human society. It was unclear how much time had passed when the thick smoke began to dissipate. The wails of despair and the growls of zombies had ceased. Aside from the searing sensation lingering in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Qiu Jiun shook his head, peering out from behind the shield. What met his gaze was a grim tableau. Bodies lay strewn haphazardly across the ground. The once viscous blood had been reduced to a repugnant, desiccated state, resembling large, thick, dried strands of crimson mucus. The entire carriage 9 felt akin to a hellish nightmare. A figure staggered forward, treading upon the ground strewn with cooked flesh, none other than Lisei. It was no mere coincidence that this individual had managed to survive alone and evolve. His instincts were already sharp, even as others were still reeling from the recent explosion. Killing a regular zombie yielded 1 point. What, then, would be the reward for vanquishing a mutated one? This was akin to battling a boss in a video game, where the finest rewards lay with the formidable foes. How had Lin Fan managed to surpass others so significantly? It was quite plausible that he had previously slain a zombie that had not fully mutated, reaping rewards that others could only dream of. If Lisei could slay a fully mutated zombie, he would undoubtedly eclipse Lin Fan. Now, at the epicenter of the explosion, the mutated zombie had been reduced to a liquid state, clearly in a dire condition, even losing its ability to move. The ordinary zombies surrounding it had been entirely eradicated, leaving no prey to latch onto. It was the perfect moment to strike, despite having his leg pierced by shrapnel and his head ringing from the blast shockwave, causing his steps to falter and his form to appear disheveled. Lisei's gaze remained resolute, even radiating an uncontrollable excitement. 10 meters. 5 meters. The grayish-white pool of liquid drew nearer. His hand, clutching the dual blades of the hunter, trembled uncontrollably, a grin stretching from ear to ear. However, in the next instant, a gust of wind rushed past his ear. A figure, swift as lightning, darted past him, reaching the edge of the grayish liquid. Without hesitation, a pale bone spike plunged down with fervor. Splatter. No. Lisei roared in anguish. Ignoring the pain in his leg, he pressed on, each step a battle for his life, while silently praying that the mutated zombie was still alive, that he still had a chance. Yet, as he fought through the pain and reached Lin Fan, the dispersing liquid began to emit plumes of white smoke, followed by a foul stench. Once the smoke cleared, the liquid had transformed into chunks of thoroughly cooked flesh. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in the ears of all present. Ding! A parasitic mutated zombie, fully mutated, has been detected within the train and has been slain by the player Lin Fan. The judgment of the game revealed that the remaining zombies on the entire train posed no further threat to the players. The collective mission of apocalypsesurvival concluded prematurely. All surviving ordinary zombies were being eradicated, as were all non-player humans aboard the train. Lisey stood there, his eyes vacant. The grin that had stretched to his ears vanished entirely. This is outrageous. A cooked duck has been snatched away. Moreover, it was done so brazenly. As the game notification tone faded, beams of white light, undeterred by the train's ceiling, suddenly descended from above. Locking onto the heap of corpses, those zombies rendered unconscious by explosives but not yet deceased. Boom! Dozens of zombie skulls erupted, brains splattering across every corner of the carriage and even onto the survivors' clothing. Witnessing this bizarre and terrifying scene, the majority of the survivors felt no elation at completing the collective mission. Instead, they pondered in their hearts. Had they chosen to hide in the restroom, remaining concealed until the task's conclusion, would their fates have mirrored those zombies? Would they have been targeted by the mysterious white light, meeting a similar explosive demise? At that moment, the faces of all present were etched with 4 words: lingering fear. Just as the crowd reflected on their narrow escape, an enraged roar pierced the air. Gan Lin, who gave you permission to detonate the explosives? You murderer! Following the voice, Chiu was gripping Lisey's collar tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury as he shouted at him. Murderer? Huh, you're not wrong. Lisey did not deny it, his expression solemn as he looked at Chiu. But let me impart a harsh reality. Chiu, open your eyes and count. How many are still alive? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 people. Although I never intended to save anyone else from the very beginning. The outcome was that my detonation of the explosives allowed them to survive. And you, who aspired to save everyone, how many do you think you could have rescued under those circumstances? Who could you have brought out of this train alive? You couldn't even save your own comrades. You are incapable of saving anyone, not even yourself. I saved their lives, including yours. You should be grateful to me. I thank your mother. Chiu could no longer contain his seething rage and threw a punch at Lisey's face. However, Lisey, being a hunter, possessed superior physical attributes and combat reflexes compared to Chiu. He swiftly raised his fist, landing a preemptive blow to Chiu's abdomen. Injured and on his knees, Chiu's facial muscles contorted in pain. Yet, the physical suffering he endured paled in comparison to the torment within his heart. The sacrifice of his comrades, his own helplessness, and Lisey's words, sharper than any blade, felt like a scythe relentlessly scraping at his soul. The one he truly wished to perish was himself. After venting his frustrations, Lisey, initially irked by the loss of the boss, found his irritation somewhat dissipated. Tilting his head, he glanced at Chiu. What? Unwilling to stand? Rise. Spare me the words, and let your fists do the talking. I shall not relent until you yield. Witnessing the scene, Li Feng, clad in tattered battle gear and marred by bloodstains, hastily struggled to his feet. Li said, if you wish to fight, I shall stand with you. The retired soldier, who had followed Chiu since the onset of the apocalypse, also stepped forward. Damn it, I can no longer remain silent. You, selfish and self-serving, have no right to speak of Commander Chiu. Even the bald man in glasses, who had been saved by Chiu and survived the explosion, rushed over. Listen here. If you intend to confront Commander Chiu, I will risk my life to stand against you. Chapter 28. Cherish this hard-won life. Li Feng and his companions formed a line, positioning themselves protectively in front of Chiu, fists clenched, glaring at Lisey. Planning a group fight, are we? But Lisey paid them no heed, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Now can we cease this ruckus? At that moment, as tensions flared between Chiu's group and Lisey, Shinmingshi suddenly shouted, I truly cannot comprehend you men. With zombies, you fight to survive. Without zombies, you still brawl. What are you even fighting for? Do you wish to render the sacrifices of others meaningless? Can you not calm yourselves? Upon hearing her words, Lisey shot a displeased glance at Shinmingshi and, instinctively, cast a sidelong glance at the silent Lin Fan. With a cold snort, he ceased speaking and found a clean spot to sit alone. Commander Chiu, are you all right? Chiu remained half-kneeling, pallid, and shook his head at Li Feng and the others, saying nothing. Yet, the tension in his tightly clenched fists revealed the turmoil within his heart. Lin Fan and Shinmingshi also gazed at Chiu. They understood that the loss of Luo Qing weighed heavily on him. Yet, it was precisely because of Luo Qing's sacrifice that so many could continue to live. Indeed, Within the hearts of Lin Fan and Shun Mengshi, there exists a profound sense of gratitude and admiration for the iron-willed soldier, Luo Qing, as well as for Qiu Jiyun. Otherwise, Shen Mengshi would not have intervened to mediate the conflict. However, the familiarity between the two and Qiu Jiyun is rather limited, leaving them at a loss for words in their attempts to offer comfort. The atmosphere felt excessively heavy, prompting Shen Mengshi to let out a deep sigh before turning her gaze towards the swiftly passing scenery outside the window. This brush with mortality had significantly altered her perspective on many aspects of life. For the first time, she truly understood the preciousness of sunlight, vast fields, verdant flora, and the simple joy of awakening each morning. Every single element of life deserves to be cherished. Lin Fan, after surveying the others, nodded thoughtfully, yet remained silent. He moved to a nearby scattered suitcase, retrieved a piece of clothing, and began to wipe the bone spur. However, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as he noticed that the once pristine white bone spur now bore a peculiar gray hue at its tip. The implications of this grayish tint on the bone spur were uncertain. Initially, Lin Fan checked the information regarding the bone spur using his administrative privileges, finding no discrepancies from before. He then prodded the nearby iron chair with the bone spur, which still sliced through it effortlessly, sharp as ever. Unable to deduce any further insights at that moment, he secured the bone spur back at his waist. He then accessed the system store and purchased a healing potion. Just as he was about to gulp it down, his attention was drawn to Li Sei, who was leisurely retrieving a box of needles and thread from his pocket. With practiced precision, he threaded the needle. What was his intention? Lin Fan pondered, perplexed. The battle had concluded, and they were merely awaiting the game system's task completion notification. Why was he producing sewing materials at this juncture? Li Sei then employed a lighter to heat his hunter's knife blade. Once the blade glowed red, he plunged it into his thigh. With a swift motion, he extracted a bullet, roughly the size of a fingernail, from his flesh. He proceeded to take the prepared needle and puncture the area around the wound, beginning to stitch it up. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation or delay. Even as beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead and the veins throbbed with pain, he uttered not a single word. Truly a man of grit. As Lin Fan observed him stitching midway, the realization dawned upon him. Li Sei was tending to his injury. Such a sight, previously seen only in films, had never crossed Lin Fan's eyes in reality, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He glanced at the healing potion in his hand, and then at Li Sei's pained yet resolute expression. After a brief moment of hesitation, he spoke with a peculiar countenance. May I interrupt for a moment? Are you not aware that the game shop offers healing potions? With just half a bottle, your minor injuries could be swiftly mended, and the effects are remarkably effective. There is no need for stitches, is there? Li Sei, who was intently focused on sewing up his wounds, was taken aback by these words. He lifted his gaze towards Lin Fan, perplexed, and asked, "What healing potion?" "This one," Lin Fan replied, shaking the bottle of light pink potion in his hand. "It's not expensive, merely 10 points per bottle." Before Li Sei's eyes, he uncorked the vial and downed it in one go. Mere seconds later, the bleeding from his shoulder and abdomen, where shrapnel had grazed him, ceased entirely. Moments later, scabs began to form, and with a simple swipe of his hand, they fell away, revealing skin as smooth as before. Li Sei glanced at the tender flesh regenerating on Lin Fan's skin, then at his own gruesomely stitched wound. He remained silent for a lengthy period. Finally, a flash of fierce determination crossed his face as he growled, "Who asked for your meddling? I prefer to stitch myself." Lin Fan shrugged, offering an expression that conveyed indifference to Li Sei's choices, and chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Li Sei, clutching the needle and thread, stared at the injury on his leg, feeling a deep sense of frustration. If he stitched it now, he would appear foolish. Yet, if he chose to drink the potion, it would seem he lacked dignity. In the end, Li Sei stubbornly gritted his teeth and completed the stitching of his wound. He then swiftly opened the game shop and purchased a bottle of recovery potion, disregarding the odd stares from others, and drank it down in one gulp. Observing his tenacious demeanor, Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, a series of game notifications echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to Game Administrator Lin Fan for successfully completing the collective task of the coming of the apocalypse. Task contribution level: minimum 1 star, maximum 5 stars. Collective task completion reward: 1,000 points. Reward for defeating a parasitic mutated zombie. Special material: Chaos Core. Chaos Core. New admin privileges activated. Automatically receive clues related to the next game apocalypse. Next game apocalypse clues. A location in the Jinha district of Wu City. Exact location not determined. The specific location will be notified to all surviving players 1 hour before the game apocalypse. Countdown to game apocalypse, 72 hours. Lin Fan was not surprised by the 5-star task contribution. The collective task reward of 1,000 points brought him a slight sense of joy, though that was the extent of his excitement. However, upon seeing that the reward for defeating the mutated zombie was the enigmatic chaos core marked with 3 question marks, he was utterly perplexed. With a swift motion of his wrist, a chilling object materialized in his palm. A gray sphere, roughly the size of a walnut, composed of an unknown material. Activating his administrative privileges, he attempted to discern its attributes, yet was met with 3 question marks. He squeezed it firmly, but it remained utterly unyielding, its texture remarkably robust. What could this item be intended for? A weapon to inflict harm? Lin Fan's expression was one of perplexity. He certainly had no intention of using such an object for violence, especially since the game system described it as a material rather than a weapon. With no immediate insights to glean, he resolved to stow it away in his pocket. Subsequently, Lin Fan's attention was drawn to the clue regarding the next game arrival, which intriguingly pointed to a location within the Jinha district of Wudu. The Jinha district was vast. The game system's vague indication of somewhere was far too ambiguous to ascertain a specific location. Fortunately, given Lin Fan's current speed, as long as he was in Wudu, reaching the designated arrival point within an hour following the game's notification would not pose a challenge. Chapter 29. The next arrival location shall be Wudu. Ha ha ha. The collective task settlement rewarded me with 80 points. At long last, I can afford a high-quality nylon combat suit. With that garment adorning me, should I encounter zombies again, I could simply stand still and allow them to bite me for 3 minutes. By the heavens, let us see if they can manage to bite through. A sudden uproar of excitement erupted within the carriage. The bald man with glasses shouted exuberantly, raising his right hand and rubbing his gleaming head, directing his gaze towards Li Feng and the retired soldier. There exists an inherent tendency among individuals to compare themselves with others, particularly when newly bestowed with benefits. He was eager to ascertain whether others had received more than he had. 80 points? Li Feng glanced at the bald man. Indeed, that seemed rather meager. Having fought alongside him previously, Li Feng considered the bald man a quasi-comrade, and thus felt no need for concealment. He stated plainly, I have 120 points. What about you? Old Zhao, the retired soldier, named Zhao Dehan, was robustly built with broad lips, exuding an air of sincerity. Noticing that both Li Feng and the bald man were looking at him, he smiled and replied, I also have 120. I am contemplating whether to spend 100 points on a more powerful weapon. Yes, acquiring a good weapon is indeed crucial. By the heavens, Old Zhao, could you refrain from discussing this topic in my presence? You can afford such luxuries, but I cannot, he exclaimed. By the way, do you know how many points Commander Chiu received? As their conversation flowed, the 3 turned their attention towards Xiu Jun. Despite the moment, was still feeling somewhat discontented. However, the 3 individuals who had just stepped forward to speak on their behalf were met with a sense of profound gratitude. Observing their eager gazes, I decided not to keep them in suspense and spoke up. I possess a slightly greater sum, amounting to 300 points. What? 300 points? Upon hearing Xiu Jiyun's words, the bald man appeared utterly astonished. For him, this was an immense fortune. Unbeknownst to the bald man, there existed rewards far more precious than mere points, though Xiu Jiyun chose not to disclose this information. Not far away, Li Sei, seated alone in a corner, furrowed his brow upon hearing about Xiu Jiyun's reward. 300 points? How is it that my reward is only 280? He pondered, feeling a sense of injustice. He had certainly dispatched more zombies than Xiu Jiyun and was responsible for the detonation that obliterated hundreds of them, having thrown the explosives himself. Though he felt aggrieved, he had no grounds to contest the outcome and could only acquiesce to this result. Yet apart from points, Li Sei possessed another reward for assisting in the defeat of the boss, 10 enhanced talent potions. These potions were not available for purchase in the marketplace. They were specifically designed to strengthen the abilities of those who had awakened their talents. Li Sei's talent was agility, and enhancing it would significantly increase his speed. Presently, he could sprint at a speed of 136 kilometers per hour. If he were to utilize all of these potions, his speed would soar to 216 kilometers per hour. One must not underestimate this remarkable velocity, converted to seconds. It equates to an astonishing speed of 60 meters per second. For Lin Fan, he could directly enhance his abilities with points, achieving a maximum speed of 240 kilometers per hour, which is the limit for a sea-level hunter's talent. Typically, the highest speed for cars hovers around 180 kilometers per hour. Thus, once Li Se completes his enhancements, even police cars would be unable to catch up with him. Contemplating this possibility ignited a spark of excitement within Li Se. He also began to understand why Lin Fan, as a fellow hunter, surpassed him in every aspect of speed and strength. It was likely that Lin Fan had acquired such potions in advance. As Li Se was lost in his thoughts, a question posed by Shan Mingxi captured the attention of the group. Have you all noticed something? Following the rewards, the game system has explicitly stated, when the next game descends into reality, all players must participate. I noticed that as well, replied the retired soldier Zhao Dahai, his brow furrowed with concern. They have even strictly prohibited us from disclosing any information regarding the game The Advent of the Apocalypse. Those who fail to participate in the next game or divulge information will face annihilation. The game has not provided us with specific details regarding the time and location of the next arrival, merely stating that we will be notified an hour in advance. What if we are too far from the arrival site and cannot make in time? Are we simply to await our annihilation? Such a setup is inherently unjust. Some individuals began to voice their grievances, and even Li Feng and the bald man could not help but express their discontent. Indeed, this is utterly unreasonable. Does this wretched game seek only to find justifications for our extermination? Why inform us in advance? At this moment, Li Se suddenly interjected. Is it to allow you time to set traps? Or perhaps to find a safe haven and act like a coward? How ludicrous. We have already experienced one game arrival. Are we still so naive? Li Se's sharp retort left Zhao Dahai and Li Feng momentarily speechless, unable to find any counter-arguments. Their gazes turned towards Qiu Zhiyun. Commander Qiu, what is your perspective? After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Zhiyun replied slowly. The lack of specific time and location is also to prevent us from risking annihilation by attempting to reach the arrival site prematurely, either to evacuate personnel or issue warnings. As for whether we can arrive at the location in time after the game issues its notification, do not concern yourselves with that. The purpose of the game is not to obliterate us. I believe the next arrival site will follow a discernible pattern. The bald man, somewhat puzzled, inquired, are you suggesting, Commander Qiu, that you know the location of the next game arrival? Qiu Zhiyun shook his head, stating, I can only narrow it down to a general area. At most, I can assure you that we will be able to reach the exact arrival site within 1 hour after the game notifies us. A general area? At this moment, even Shan Mingxi turned her gaze towards Qiu Zhiyun. With a hint of concern in his eyes, Qiu Zhiyun continued, Wudu. The next game arrival will undoubtedly be within the Wudu area. However, due to limited clues, we cannot yet ascertain the exact location within Wudu. Why Wudu? Li Feng asked, momentarily taken aback. Because the final destination of this K-231 train we are on is Wudu. I suspect that the reason this game arrival has chosen this train is to transport us, the surviving players, to Wudu. Upon hearing Qiu Zhiyun's analysis, Li Feng and the others suddenly understood. Wow, that makes sense. How did I not think of that earlier? This means we cannot easily leave Wudu before the next game arrival. Otherwise, if the game arrives unexpectedly, we won't even have time to return. By the way, Commander Qiu, can you estimate the approximate arrival time? As the crowd engaged in discussions about the timing and location of the game's arrival, Lin Fan found himself perusing the administrator's code. It strictly forbade the disclosure of any information regarding the game's descent to anyone, including fellow players. Although Lin Fan was aware that the arrival site was within the boundaries of the Golden River District and that it was scheduled for 3 days hence, he remained unable to divulge this knowledge, which left him feeling quite unsettled. In a bid to distract himself, he opened the game store interface and, quite by chance, stumbled upon a remarkable item. Spatial backpack contains a built-in independent space of 10 cubic meters, priced at 100 points. Lin Fan was currently burdened with numerous items, including a compound crossbow, arrows, bone spikes, and a core of chaos. Carrying them all was somewhat cumbersome. The prospect of a spatial backpack, wherein he could stow everything securely and conveniently, was too enticing to resist. He promptly purchased it. Once he had deposited all his belongings into the backpack, his peripheral vision caught sight of a newly added feature exclusive to administrators in the game store. Recycle. Recycle weapons, arrows, materials, etc. in exchange for points, with value determined by quality. Lin Fan casually extracted an arrow lodged in the neck of a zombie and attempted to recycle it. Ding! 100 damaged arrows can be recycled for 1 point. A single arrow cannot be recycled. While it was true that recycling 100 arrows only yielded a single point, every little bit counted. One should not waste even the smallest morsel. After all, those damaged arrows were of no further use. After tossing the first retrieved arrow into his spatial backpack, Lin Fan began to collect scattered crossbow bolts throughout the train. Ding! Arrow recycling successful. You've gained 1 point. Once he had recycled all the arrows, Lin Fan found himself with 10 additional points. Checking his point balance, he noted an impressive total of 1610. This amount could certainly be considered fortune. The combined points of Qiu Jiyun, Li Sei, and the other 6 players did not match his own. Leaning on his hand, Lin Fan pondered how to utilize these points to enhance his strength. Firstly, he ruled out using points to strengthen his physique. His body had already been enhanced to the limits of a hunter. Without the comprehension of a new talent, even an abundance of points could not facilitate further enhancement. As for weapons and equipment, he was adequately armed with bone spikes for close combat and a compound crossbow for ranged attacks. After glancing through the weapons section of the store and finding nothing to his liking, he exited. He then ventured into the skills section of the store. Initially, he held little hope for the skills available for purchase, as they consisted mainly of gathering, mining, cooking, bandaging, and caregiving, supportive skills that, while practical, did not align with his aspirations for a more combative path. As Lin Fan was about to exit the skills section of the marketplace, disappointment etched on his face. His gaze inadvertently caught sight of an icon resembling a sesame seed in the lower right corner. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he promptly clicked on it. Administrator Exclusive Skill Gift Pack. Upon opening, one can randomly acquire an exclusive skill for administrators. Price, 15,000 points. In light of Administrator Lin Fan completing the game's inaugural collective task, the first item is available at a 90 discount, a limited time offer. 1. 500 points. Limited time offer countdown. 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Subsequent completion of other special tasks or achievements may yield additional exclusive gift packs and opportunities for limited time discounts. Staring at the exorbitant price of the exclusive skill gift pack, Lin Fan found himself momentarily stunned for 10 seconds. Goodness, 15,000 points? Is this a jest? Who could possibly afford such an item? Fortunately, there was a limited time discount. Otherwise, Lin Fan would have been left wondering when he might ever afford an exclusive skill. Such a steep price surely indicated it was a remarkable item. Without a hint of hesitation, he expended 500 points to make the purchase and opened it immediately. Ding! Congratulations, Administrator Lin Fan. You have acquired the exclusive skill, Instinct for Slaughter. Instinct for Slaughter. Life should blossom in blood. Forge instinct through killing, instilling fear in all living beings. This skill enables the wielder to instantly analyze the most optimal method of execution based on their physical attributes, weaponry, and environmental factors. Moreover, it grants absolute mastery over one's body. Note, Instinct for Slaughter possesses a vast disparity between its potential upper and lower limits. If one is merely a mediocre combatant, this skill may elevate them to a slightly better status. However, if one is a formidable force, then Instinct for Slaughter will bestow upon them infinite possibilities. Killing may even transform into an art form. As the game's notification resonated, Lin Fan barely had time to savor the advantages bestowed by Instinct for Slaughter before an overwhelming killing intent surged within him. It felt as though he yearned to tear apart everything in sight, even the world itself. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Shun Mengshi. In the next instant, a myriad of methods for eliminating her flooded his mind. For instance, seizing the moment when she was distracted by the crowd's analysis to strike at her neck with a bone spike, or unleashing a volley from crossbow, a fist piercing through her chest, a kick shattering her skull, and so on. Each method of assassination would render Shun Mengshi devoid of any reaction time, leading to her instantaneous demise. Not only was it Shun Mengshi, but even others in the carriage, such as Qiu Jiyun and Li Sei, would not escape unscathed. Lin Fan merely cast a fleeting glance at them, and in his mind, various flawless methods of execution sprang forth. This was instinct, the instinct for slaughter. Soon, Lin Fan managed to rein in this sudden surge of murderous instinct. Meanwhile, Shun Mengshi and the others, who had yet to evolve, were still engrossed in discussions regarding the timing and location of the game's arrival, completely oblivious to Lin Fan's transformation. However, Li Se and Qiu Jiyun, in that brief moment, were struck by a profound sense of trepidation. They simultaneously turned their astonished gazes toward Lin Fan. What just transpired? Why did they suddenly perceive a chilling aura of death emanating from him? Yet, as Lin Fan subdued his bloodthirsty instincts, their astonishment morphed into confusion. Could it be an illusion? They quickly dismissed this notion. It was impossible for it to be an illusion. It had to be that Lin Fan's strength had undergone an unimaginable enhancement. After casting a deep glance at Lin Fan, Qiu Jiyun did not dwell on it further. However, a palpable wariness surfaced in Li Se's eyes. At that moment, he resolved to distance himself from Lin Fan. He loathed the sensation of his life being perpetually threatened. Bang! The train window shattered instantaneously. Li Se did not utter a single word and jumped out of the window. Clang, clang. The train continued to race forward along the tracks. Chapter 31. The Daring Soldiers of the Great Xia. The abrupt turn of events left the remaining 6 individuals in the carriage momentarily stunned. Why did this fellow suddenly leap out of the window? This was peculiar. I recall that after the game's onset, the entire train was in a sealed state, impervious to damage. Even Xiao, the officer, could not breach the windows with explosives. How did he manage to shatter the window? Now that we have completed the collective task, the lockdown must have been lifted. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan surveyed the carriage strewn with blood, corpses, and severed limbs. He finally turned his gaze to Qiu Jiyun. Old Qiu, what time is it? Qiu Jiyun glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist. 16:02. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fan decisively spoke, everyone considering the time. We have now entered the territory of Wudu. It is about time we made our exit. Otherwise, once we reach Wudu Station, we may find ourselves unable to leave. Upon hearing this, Li Feng abruptly looked at Lin Fan. Are you suggesting we escape the train prematurely? Lin Fan nodded, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. Indeed, the entire train, with over 2,000 passengers, has turned into corpses. Only we few remain alive. We cannot explain ourselves. If we do not leave now, once the train arrives at Wudu Station, we will be at the mercy of fate. Should the next game arrive while we are imprisoned, our only end would be annihilation. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Qiu Jiyun gradually knelt beside a corpse of a zombie. With his thumb and forefinger, he gently lifted the eyelid, revealing that the once pale pupils had astonishingly reverted to the deep brown hue characteristic of humanity. Following this, Qiu Jiyun produced a surgical knife and swiftly made incisions on the corpse. Minutes later, he shook his head and sighed deeply. Indeed, there are no flaws to be found. Li Feng directed his gaze towards Qiu Jiyun, addressing him as Commander Qiu. With a furrowed brow, Qiu Jiyun continued. The advent of the game Apocalypse descends, and the demise of over 2,000 passengers aboard this train will undoubtedly exert tremendous shockwaves across the entire world. Yet, the Great Xia remains blissfully unaware. I had intended to draft a report concerning the zombies in the game before our arrival in Wudu, to submit to the higher authorities. This would have enlightened Great Xia to the truth and prepared them for impending threats. But now, the zombie corpses have reverted to human bodies, erasing all evidence. I fear that no one will believe my solitary testimony. Listening to Qiu Jiyun's explanation, the bald man gazed at him in shock. Commander Qiu, the game rules stipulate that we cannot disclose any information. If you proceed to do so, you will surely face annihilation. Qiu Jiyun smiled knowingly. I am well aware of the game's regulations, perhaps better than anyone else. However, when weighed against the interests of the entire Great Xia and the lives of countless citizens in Wudu, what is my mere life worth? He sighed again, his gaze filled with melancholy. It is regrettable. It is infuriating. Unbeknownst to him, his fists clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound. But soon he relaxed his grip, his eyes reflecting resignation. Yet, it is not unexpected. If the game explicitly forbids us from revealing information regarding Apocalypse descends, how could they possibly neglect to dispose of these zombie corpses? Upon hearing this, Li Feng hesitated. Commander Qiu, what do you propose we do next? Qiu Jiyun paused, casting another glance at the chaotic scene of bodies strewn about. Since we are unable to clarify the existence of zombies in the game to others for the time being, remaining here would only lead to unnecessary sacrifices. It is wiser to withdraw for now, preserving our lives for the sake of our country. After absorbing Qiu Jiyun's analysis, Li Feng's expression hardened. Very well, Commander Qiu. I shall heed your counsel. However, if we must ultimately disclose the existence of the game, it should not fall upon you to do so. Allow me to take that responsibility. Qiu Jiyun remained silent, shaking his head gently as he patted Li Feng's shoulder. Thus, the two active soldiers demonstrated their resolve. The crowd gazed in awe, their hearts filled with admiration. Such is the spirit of the soldiers of the Great Xia, iron-willed and resolute. Yet, this solemn atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a voice tinged with incredulity and a hint of panic. No, if we cannot disembark at Wudu Station alongside the train, are we to leap from it like Li say? This is akin to jumping from a moving train. It could be fatal. Moreover, if we flee, will we not become fugitives, thus solidifying our guilt? By the heavens, if an entire carriage of people meets their end, what if we are implicated? I fear I might face execution like a swarm of wasps. No, there must be another way. The speaker was none other than the bald man, his face pale and his head shaking like a rattling drum. The retired veteran Zhao Dahai regarded him and said, "Are you out of your mind? Whether we are wanted or jump from the train, at least we stand a chance of survival. Returning to Wudu Station under these circumstances is tantamount to certain death. It's not even a matter for debate." The bald man was not ignorant of this logic. However, as he stood by the window, watching the scenery retreat as if played in reverse, he swallowed hard. Although the green train speed could not compare to that of a high-speed rail, it still reached a velocity of approximately 160 kilometers per hour. Jumping from it would feel as though one were sprinting at that speed only to crash into a wall. Even a car would be wrecked. What could be said of flesh and blood? He was merely an ordinary person, and the outcome would undoubtedly be fatal. At that moment, Qiu Jiyun spoke slowly. "Fear not, everyone. The game store offers sponge cushions for sale, measuring 2 meters by 2 meters and half a meter thick, capable of absorbing impacts of up to 10 tons. Their protective capacity is tenfold that of an automobile airbag. If we wrap these cushions around ourselves and leap from the train, we are unlikely to sustain injuries. Moreover, we are clad in nylon combat suits, which would withstand the impact even if we were to land on sharp stones. The best part is, these sponge cushions cost only 10 points. Everyone can afford them." Qiu Jiyun's considerations were indeed thorough. As preparations were made to leap from the train, he had already devised a plan to ensure the safety of himself and the others. Although he too was an evolved being, speed and physical prowess were not his strengths. Jumping from a train traveling at 160 kilometers per hour remained perilous. Perhaps only Lin Fan and Li Sei, the two hunters, could leap without any protective measures. Upon hearing Qiu Jiyun's words, the bald man's eyes brightened for a moment, only to be followed by a sense of resignation. For Qiu Jiyun and others, 10 points might seem a trivial amount. However, for him, it was not an insignificant amount. Chapter 32. The lake stained red with corpses and blood. Yet, shortly after, Li Feng brought forth a delightful surprise for everyone. "Commander Qiu, there is no need for such trouble. If you look approximately 2 kilometers ahead, you'll see a lake. If we leap into the water, the impact between our bodies and the lake's surface can be withstood by the nylon combat suits alone. The safety is undoubtedly far superior to that of jumping on a solid ground cushioned with sponge." Upon hearing this, everyone hurried to the window. At that moment, the train was traversing a viaduct about 20 meters above the ground. This viaduct was constructed over a gigantic lake with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. Seeing this, Lin Fan wasted no time, seizing a bone spike and forcefully striking the train window. Bang! Bang! He shattered 6 panes of glass in succession. Meanwhile, Qiu Jiyun turned his gaze towards the others, inquiring, "You all can swim, right?" "Of course. We learned when we were young. We should be able to stay afloat." After confirming, as the train approached the lake, Qiu Jiyun cast a somber glance back at the devastated number 9 carriage. On the charred ground, a figure in military attire, youthful and brimming with vigor, seemed to stand. New recruit Luo Qing, reporting for duty. "Old Qiu, I know you mean well, but I truly do not wish to join the Special Operations Brigade, staying by your side as a guard, enjoying good food and drink. With light training, this is a blessed life. Mark my words, even if you attempt to drive me away, I shall not leave. I will not leave. Old Qiu, you owe me a life. Remember to take care of my parents." The image of Luo Qing and vivid memories surged through Qiu Jiyun's mind like a whirlwind. Unbeknownst to him, his right hand had already risen. Scalding tears cascaded onto his hand, yet he remained oblivious. His right hand glided across his chest, resting at his temple. Facing the scorched ground, he rendered a precise military salute. At this moment, the train had arrived above the colossal lake. Zhao Dahai hastily reminded, "We've reached the surface of the lake." Hearing this, Qiujin cast one last deep glance at the number 9 carriage and bellowed to everyone, "Jump." 6 figures leaped from the train in succession. Whoosh! Clang! The howling wind, accompanied by the rapid clattering of the train on the tracks, filled everyone's ears. The viaduct loomed 20 meters above the lake. In the midst of their swift descent, the bald man and Zhao Dahai were so tense they forgot to breathe, eyes shut. Voices raised in frantic shouts. Plop, plop, plop. The sound of splashes echoed in succession. The once placid emerald lake suddenly erupted into chaos, as if struck by 6 colossal boulders, churning forth waves that cascaded in tumultuous layers. Ripples stretched outward for dozens of meters. A few egrets frolicking at the water's edge were startled, emitting frantic and panicked calls. With flapping white wings, they ascended into the azure sky. Splash! 6 heads simultaneously breached the lake surface. The crisp air rushed into their lungs through their nostrils, bestowing upon them an overwhelming sensation akin to being in paradise. To be alive, what a blessing! I am still among the living. By the heavens! Gazing at the verdant waters, the pristine clouds above, and the vibrant mountains in the distance, all could not help but unleash a series of hoarse, fervent roars. By the gods! Accustomed to the stench of blood on the train, this sudden freedom left me somewhat disoriented. Is everyone all right? Qiujin turned his gaze towards the group. Upon confirming their safety, he beckoned them to swim towards the shore. The emerald surface of the lake bore witness to their passage, marked by striking crimson trails, the remnants of blood from zombies, other survivors, and their own. Viewed from above, this vivid red starkly contrasted with the lake's green, an incongruous sight. Once they reached the shore, the bloodstains on their bodies were mostly washed away by the lake's waters. At that moment, Li Feng suddenly realized something. He stared intently at the lingering blood in the water and the fish still swimming beneath the surface, his expression grave. Indeed, we were all splattered with zombie blood. Now that this blood has mingled with the lake, do you think it could infect others, be they humans or animals, who come into contact with or drink from it? Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Qiujin immediately shook his head. While I do not possess extensive knowledge about the zombies on the train, they differ significantly from those depicted in films. At the very least, their blood is not infectious. After all, we have been splattered with zombie blood countless times while dispatching them. On our skin, even in our eyes and nostrils. Each of us could only procure 2 doses of immunity serum, with a mere 2-hour duration of effect. If their blood were to cause zombification, we would have transformed into zombies long ago. If I am not mistaken, their primary means of infection is through their teeth and claws, much like venomous snakes. While venom can be lethal, snake blood poses no threat. Simultaneously, Shun Mengshi pointed towards the fish in the lake, stating, "Look at those fish. They exhibit no changes upon contact with the blood." This observation supports Qiujin's hypothesis. With Qiujin's deductions and the validation from the fish school, the group felt a sense of relief. However, to be on the safe side, they decided to linger a little longer, continuing to observe the fish's reactions. Based on their previous experiences, they concluded that the transformation period following infection by the zombie virus should occur within 13 minutes. Once that time frame had passed, they believed they would be in the clear. The 6 individuals sat in silence, disregarding their damp clothing and bodies. Quietly positioned by the lakeside with their feet nestled in the soft sand, attentively watching the lively fish beneath the surface. After a quarter of an hour, there were no signs of unusual behavior from the fish. During this time, 2 egrets flew in from the distance, landing at the water's edge to drink and frolic. A low growl emerged from one of their stomachs, signaling hunger after such a long period without sustenance. "Perhaps we should seek out a restaurant and grab a bite to eat?" Zhao Dahai suggested, glancing at the others with a hint of embarrassment. Although Lin Fan had consumed around 50 pounds of food on the train and did not feel particularly hungry, Zhao's words made him acutely aware of the emptiness in his stomach. "All right," the others readily agreed. However, they soon encountered a dilemma. All their phones had been damaged while attracting zombies with music and were left behind. Without mobile navigation, they were lost in this remote area, unaware of where any restaurants might be. The group exchanged uncertain glances. "I'll climb to a higher vantage point and see if I can spot a town," Lin Fan offered. He approached a towering tree, over 20 meters tall, and leaped upwards. Grasping the bark with his hands, he pushed off with his hind legs and, in less than a second, reached the top. Standing atop the tree, Lin Fan was momentarily astonished by his own climbing technique. He soon realized that this was likely an ability bestowed upon him by his killing instincts. The moment the thought of climbing entered his mind, his body instinctively executed the most efficient climbing motion. To Lin Fan, this was an unexpected delight. After surveying the surroundings, he quickly spotted a small town approximately 30 miles to the southeast. With a leap from the tree, he landed before the group, ready to speak. He suddenly realized that the bald man, Zhao Dahai, and Li Feng were gazing at him with the same expression one might reserve for a monster. In Chapter 33, the oppression from the realm of life manifests itself. To Li Feng and the others, Lin Fan truly seemed no different from a beast. That tree he had just scaled must have been at least 20 meters tall. How could Lin Fan have ascended it in a mere instant? Not even a monkey could match such swiftness. How had he achieved this? It wasn't just Lin Fan. Even Li Sei's physique differed significantly from that of an ordinary person. They must possess knowledge of something unknown to him, which accounted for their extraordinary strength. The bald man and his companions swallowed hard. They were genuinely eager to inquire. After all, gaining strength would afford them a greater chance of survival when the next game descended upon them. Yet, Lin Fan was typically reticent, and they dared not press for more information. Observing their expressions, Lin Fan discerned their thoughts. I understand your curiosity. Let's find a place to settle, and then I shall enlighten you. Upon hearing this, Li Feng and the others brightened, nodding vigorously. Lin Fan then divulged the location of a nearby town. However, they did not rush to depart. Instead, at Xiao Jiyun's suggestion, they first visited the game shop to purchase a set of clothing, a hat, a mask, and a tactical backpack suitable for carrying weapons. Because Shun Mengxi's long spear was cumbersome, an ordinary backpack would not suffice. She, like Lin Fan, opted to spend 100 points on a game space backpack with a capacity of 10 cubic meters. Blushing, she scurried behind a large tree to change into a red tracksuit. Lin Fan selected a black t-shirt, black hat, and jeans, simple yet durable, and he swiftly changed. In Jinha district of Wudu City, Lunan Town, the incessant chirping of cicadas intertwined with sporadic car horns echoed through the relatively narrow streets. The remnants of the afternoon's heat radiated from the gray-white concrete pavement, beneath the sprawling shade of the trees. An elderly man clad in a white vest reclined lazily in a traditional armchair, fanning himself as he savored the pleasures of life. Two children, around 4 or 5 years old, clutched makeshift slingshots, aiming at the roadside. You fool. You can't even hit the bird's nest in the tree. Rebound. You're the fool. Show me if you can hit it. Just watch. One slightly chubby boy casually picked up a small stone from the ground, wedging it into the sling. He squinted one eye, aiming meticulously at the bird's nest perched on a branch. Slowly, he drew back, stretching the elastic. Whoosh! At that moment, Lin Fan and 5 companions, clad in casual attire and carrying various styles of backpacks, adorned with caps and masked faces, arrived in this quaint little town. In an effort to evade the surveillance cameras nestled beneath the utility poles, they navigated the route along the shaded sanctuary of the trees lining the streets. At that moment, they fortuitously approached the very tree targeted by a young boy's aim. Suddenly, Lin Fan's ears twitched, and in an instant, he detected a swift, whistling sound approaching from his left, hurtling towards his head. Without even glancing, he merely tilted his head and evaded the stone that came barreling towards him. Thud! The stone struck an iron gate. Huh, you're such a fool. Hitting the iron gate, one of the boys exclaimed. It must have been the wind, just now. Following the sound, Lin Fan turned his head, and his gaze collided with that of the 2 boys. He merely cast a fleeting glance at them, unperturbed by the earlier incident. However, in the eyes of the 2 children, Lin Fan's expression resembled that of the most fearsome monster in existence. They felt as though they were being scrutinized by a creature of nightmares, their faces paling in terror. Wah? The 2 boys, their legs giving way, collapsed onto the ground, sobbing in fright. An elderly man, seeking solace in the shade of the trees, noticed the commotion caused by the children and Lin Fan's group. When his gaze intersected with Lin Fan's, he was jolted, nearly toppling from his chair. Unbeknownst to him, the skin of his aged body erupted into a multitude of goosebumps. This gaze. In his youth, the old man had been a soldier, traversing battlefields and fighting in numerous skirmishes, having clawed his way out from the depths of death itself. Yet, even he felt a flicker of panic and trepidation upon encountering Lin Fan's gaze. Who is this person? In this era of peace, where no wars raged, how could someone possess such a terrifying and heart-stopping stare? No, it was not just him. Even the other 5 individuals accompanying Lin Fan were equally formidable. This was alarming. He needed to inform old Zhang immediately. These individuals were a threat. The elderly man took a deep breath, suppressing his fear, and feigned slumber in his chair. Once Lin Fan and his companions departed, he sprang to his feet and hurried into his house. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained blissfully unaware of the children's sudden tears and the old man's frantic retreat, merely the consequence of a single glance. In truth, it wasn't solely Lin Fan. Xiao Jiyun, another evolved individual, could instill fear in ordinary people with just a look, even those who had not undergone evolution. Shan Mengshi, Zhao Dahai, the bald man, and Li Feng held a similar capacity for intimidation. Due to following closely behind Xiao Jiyun and Lin Fan, they had eliminated an entire train of over 2,000 zombies. Their demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. The moment the 6 of them stepped off the train, they had already set themselves apart from all others in society. They had become the most perilous beasts in existence, though they remained blissfully unaware of this change. The 6 soon discovered a restaurant. Inside a private room, when Lin Fan handed the menu, marked with their chosen dishes, to a young waitress, he inadvertently noticed her hands trembling. "You seem quite nervous," he remarked. "And no, I will bring your dishes right away," she stammered. Xiao Jiyun cast a penetrating glance at the flustered waitress as she hurried away. It dawned on him that the aura of evolution emanating from him and Lin Fan could be profoundly intimidating to ordinary individuals accustomed to a peaceful existence. Clearly, they would need to devise a means to conceal their presence. Otherwise, trouble was inevitable. As plates of food were served by another waitress, Xiao Jiyun lowered his voice and instructed the others, "Everyone, eat quickly. We must leave after we finish. This place is not safe for lingering." Upon hearing his words, the group felt a chill run down their spines, yet they trusted Xiao Jiyun's judgment and refrained from asking further questions. They all picked up their chopsticks and began to eat with fervor. However, before they could satiate their hunger, an abrupt series of somewhat indistinct breaking sounds echoed from outside the restaurant. If they had been ordinary citizens, they might not have noticed such peculiar noises. But Xiao Jiyun, with a decade of military experience, immediately halted his eating, his expression shifting drastically. "This is bad. We have been," before he could finish his sentence, the unmistakable sound of numerous footsteps flooded the restaurant. Bang! Suddenly, the door to their private room was kicked open. 7 officers clad in bulletproof vests and wielding handguns stormed in, directing their weapons at Lin Fan and the others. "Don't move. What are you doing?" Li Feng exclaimed, springing to his feet to confront the officers. "Under a real name report, I suspect that all 6 of you are likely wanted fugitives associated with a foreign criminal organization. Everyone, hands on your heads and squat against the wall." "What?" Shin Mengshi exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. The police captain barked back, "No mistake here. You'll find out when we take you in." Meanwhile, the officers tasked with watching Lin Fan and the others instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. To be honest, when they first received the order from Captain Zhang, who mentioned a potential terrorist presence, they were skeptical. After all, this small town was hardly notable, and it lacked any affluent inhabitants. How could it possibly attract the attention of terrorists? However, upon catching sight of Lin Fan and his companions, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped them. In particular, the youth clad in a black shirt evoked an unmistakable feeling of insignificance, akin to a frail child encountering a majestic lion on the savannah. Despite their possession of firearms, not a shred of security could be felt within their hearts. Consequently, upon entering, they adopted a demeanor that was resolute and domineering, as if this was the sole means to shield themselves from embarrassment. Yet, a closer inspection revealed that not one of the officers' hands was free from tremors, reminiscent of the earlier server's demeanor. Observing this, Lin Fan let out a heavy sigh. It was clear that the 6 of them could not accompany these officers, who seemed disinclined to offer any explanations. Shaking his head, Lin Fan refrained from uttering another word. In an instant, his leg muscles erupted with power, propelling him at an astonishing speed of 666 meters per second, causing his figure to vanish from sight. "What?" The officer tasked with monitoring Lin Fan, upon witnessing this, momentarily questioned his own vision. The next moment, a searing pain shot through his neck, and his legs buckled beneath him, rendering him unconscious before he even had the chance to draw his weapon. Not only him, but also the other officers who entered alongside him were similarly incapacitated by Lin Fan almost simultaneously. The primal instinct for slaughter once again displayed its formidable prowess. enabling Lin Fan to masterfully wield his strength and speed while swiftly identifying the most effective means to resolve the immediate predicament. After incapacitating everyone in an instant, Lin Fan recalled that Xiao Jiun had concluded prior to their meal that remaining in this location was ill-advised, as if he were aware of their exposure. Lin Fan then turned his gaze toward him. After exchanging a serious glance with Lin Fan, Xiao Jiun gravely remarked, "You wish to inquire about the cause of our exposure? It is due to the aura. We must vacate this town at once." As they spoke, Xiao Jiun was the first to exit the private room, followed in succession by Li Feng, Shun Mengxi, the bald man, and Zhao Dehai. Just as Lin Fan prepared to leave, he caught a glimpse of the remnants of their meal on the table. After a moment as contemplation, he retrieved a wallet from one of the incapacitated officers. Extracting a bundle of cash, he exited the room and placed the entire sum on the unattended cashier's counter before joining the others in their departure. Paying for a meal is a principle instilled in him by his father since childhood. On August 27, 2135, at 5:02 p.m. at the Wudu railway station, on the 18th line, the waiting platform was engulfed in swirling smoke and searing heat. Crimson blood dripped onto the searing iron tracks, producing a hissing sound of scorching. At this moment, the K231 train lay before the onlookers like an exhausted beast, motionless. Hundreds of passengers, originally waiting on the platform, turned pale upon witnessing the hellish scene within the train, filled with corpses and bloodstains. Oh, the entire train is a graveyard of the dead. My heavens! Who could have committed such a horrific act? Woe unto me, mother, I am afraid. We must flee. If the murderer emerges, we are all doomed. In the wake of the bloodshed and death, the panicked crowd spiraled into chaos, frantically attempting to escape the Wudu station, seeking to flee this terrifying inferno of humanity. On the second floor of the station, in the control room, the station master, with graying hair and adorned in a five-stripe uniform, stood before the glass window, gazing at the terrifying tableau aboard the train and the utterly disordered platform. His face had long drained of color. He had initially believed the K231 train's disappearance was merely due to equipment malfunction. Yet, to his horror, this train had become one laden with death. Such an event had never transpired in the annals of history. Having served at Wudu Station for 20 years, he was acutely aware of the monumental impact this revelation would have once it became public. The entire nation, and indeed the world, would be shaken. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes were filled with dread. Yet, while everyone else could panic, he could not. As the station master and the person in charge of Wudu Station, he bore the weight of responsibility. Even if he were to face execution for this incident tomorrow, today he must fulfill his duties with utmost diligence. Quickly, deploy all security personnel within the station. Stabilize the crowd on the platform. Prevent them from running amok. From this moment on, seal off the entire Wudu Station. No one is to enter or exit except for military, Safety Investigation Bureau, hospitals, and bomb disposal units. Simultaneously, initiate signal jamming to prevent anyone inside the station from disclosing the situation. Hurry, ascertain if there are any survivors among the passengers. If there are, we must rescue them at all costs. At 5:05 p.m., in the communication room of the Wudu City Garrison. What did you say? Repeat that. The garrison commander, adorned with a one-star insignia, shouted into the landline phone, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wudu Station, K231 train, is filled with corpses. To this point, we have not located a single living soul. The situation has escalated beyond our capacity to manage. Immediate military support is essential. Upon hearing this, the commander's hand trembled violently, a tempest of fear swirling within his heart. Over 2,000 passengers perished aboard the train in this era of peace. Such an event is utterly unprecedented. My heavens! Chapter 35. Please trust us. We shall be your most steadfast support. 10 minutes later, a procession of troop transport trucks, laden with soldiers, surged forth from the military encampment like a great serpent. Communication devices across various military units crackled as they received the urgent command from higher authorities. All units are to immediately transition to a state of heightened readiness. A comprehensive lockdown of Wudu Station is to be enacted. Without explicit orders from superiors, no one is permitted to enter or exit the station. Furthermore, all forms of photography, recording, and dissemination are strictly forbidden. Not only the station troops, but also the Wudu City Security Investigation Bureau, hospitals, bomb disposal units, and numerous other management departments within Wudu along with their respective leaders, dispatched large contingents toward Wudu Station. To facilitate the movement of these units, the road management authorities even established a dedicated passageway. Beep, beep, beep. The cacophony of horns from various units filled the air, echoing through the incessantly flowing lanes. Uninformed pedestrians, witnessing the scene, were left in a state of shock. What on earth has transpired? My goodness, that's the vehicle of the highest official from the Wudu City Security Investigation Bureau. The station troops, the security bureau, hospitals, and bomb squads have all mobilized. Such an occurrence is rarely seen. Look, they all seem to be heading in one direction. It appears to be Wudu Station. What on earth is happening? The clock struck 5:25 p.m. at Wudu Station, exit B8. The various universities' welcome vehicles, which were scheduled to depart gradually at 7 p.m., were hastily withdrawing due to unforeseen circumstances. Without the allure of long legs to admire, Kai Siqing and Bai Ning sat listlessly beside a nearby stone seat. Old Bai, didn't you say Lin Fan would arrive by 5:02? It's almost 5:30 now. Where on earth is he? Kai Siqing exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. How am I to know? Bai Ning replied, scratching his head in confusion. Just then, a convoy of troop transport vehicles, resembling a green dragon, screeched to a halt before exit B8. With precision, soldiers clad in bulletproof vests, wearing green helmets, and armed with military rifles, disembarked in an orderly fashion. Centered around exit B8, they swiftly formed a defensive line, stretching for miles. A single exit had deployed over 1,000 soldiers to stand guard. Witnessing this spectacle, Kai Siqing and Bai Ning were left utterly astounded. What is happening? Are we on the brink of war? Are you out of your mind? This is Wudu. This is the heart of the great Xia nation, the most prosperous city. Even if a war were to break out, it is inconceivable that an enemy could reach this place. This statement held merit. Before Bai Ning could finish her sentence, two soldiers, bearing rifles and with serious expressions, approached them. From this moment forth, the Wudu Station is under military readiness. All individuals must vacate the premises immediately. Upon hearing the soldier's command, Kai Siqing appeared utterly bewildered. But our friends are still inside the station. They haven't come out yet. I shall reiterate. You must leave at once. The soldier's demeanor was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Not only were Kai Siqing and Bai Ning perturbed, but the other individuals near the exit were also being ushered away. Some passers-by, upon hearing the admonition, departed without hesitation. However, many others, like Kai Siqing and Bai Ning, remained, anxiously awaiting their loved ones. Their discontent quickly escalated. My son is on train K231. He is yet to emerge. The station 1T allow us to enter. And now you come here. The crowd clamored, demanding answers. What is happening? What do you intend to do? Why can't I reach my girlfriend on the phone? We deserve an explanation. I just want to know how my daughter is. They resolutely declared they would not leave until they had seen their family or friends. As the situation intensified, the crowd of anxious relatives and friends began to realize the gravity of the circumstances. Something was amiss at the station. Previously, they were ordinary citizens, law-abiding and peaceful. But now they had little regard for the rules. They insisted on remaining, demanding answers or a chance to see their loved ones. Among them was a woman, seemingly in her 40s or 50s, whose emotions surged. She raised her phone, directing it at the soldiers and the station, capturing the scene. While filming, she shouted, "My daughter was supposed to get off the K231 train half an hour ago, but she still hasn't come out. Photography is prohibited here." A soldier interjected, his face darkening. Yet, the woman appeared oblivious to his warning. With her phone still recording, her face flushed with anger, she continued to shout, "Look at this. He is yelling at me. Soldiers bullying civilians. Is there no justice left?" As her outcry grew, others in the vicinity rallied to her side, some even obstructing the soldiers who attempted to intervene. Repeated warnings fell on deaf ears, and, as the situation escalated, a company commander with a single stripe and 3 stars forcefully pushed through the crowd. After saluting a woman with military precision, he seized her phone, deleted all recorded content, and returned it to her with both hands. He saluted the crowd once more and declared, "Everyone, please remain calm. The situation at Wudu Station will eventually be addressed. Our military does not intend to make things difficult for anyone." Upon hearing the commander's words, the crowd quieted, their gazes fixed upon him. The commander paused, his expression grave, and continued, "I trust you are all aware that every soldier, from the very first day they don their uniform, has sworn an oath to protect the great Xia, safeguard our territory, and defend our people. Trust us. We shall serve as your unwavering support, never your adversary. With that, the commander bowed deeply, executing a near 90-degree bow before everyone. Chapter 36. Nationwide Manhunt. We must locate the individual who escaped through the window. Observing the commander's demeanor, the previously suppressed anger within the crowd began to dissipate. They were not seeking conflict with the soldiers, nor did they wish to trouble them. Seeing the soldiers' sincerity, they decided to wait. As the crowd's emotions gradually softened, the commander offered another profound bow, expressing gratitude for their understanding. However, before he could finish, the husband of the woman whose phone had been taken let out a furious roar and charged toward the military's defenses, shouting, "I have only one daughter. If anything happens to her, I cannot go on living. Step aside. I must see her today." Unfortunately, the line of soldiers, numbering in the thousands, was not something an ordinary individual could breach. 2 soldiers swiftly subdued him, pinning him to the ground. "Let me go. Oh, my daughter. She is only 18. She cannot be harmed." As he cried out, his eyes reddened with desperation, his voice cracking. Streams of hot tears cascaded down his dark, rugged cheeks. Witnessing this scene, even the 2 soldiers who had been restraining him felt a tremor in their hearts. Yet they were soldiers, bound to trust their superior's judgment unconditionally and adhere strictly to military orders. Nevertheless, their grip relaxed considerably, making every effort not to inflict harm upon him. At the B8 exit, a scene unfolds that is mirrored at the Voodoo station, where each exit is alive with activity. The bustle is not confined merely to the station's entrance. Within the grand conference room of Voodoo station, the commander of the station troops, adorned with a star insignia, sits gravely at the head of the table. Military officers of rank from the army occupy seats along the left side of the conference table, arranged by hierarchical order. On the right side, the highest-ranking officials of Voodoo City, district heads, and various responsible individuals from departments, such as the Security Investigation Bureau, Explosive Ordnance Disposal, station masters, and hospital directors take their places. Additionally, clerical personnel and guards dispatched from various units stand along the walls of this expansive room, which spans several hundred square meters. Since the establishment of Voodoo Station, this grand conference room has rarely been filled to capacity, yet now it brims with people. Aside from the clerical staff and guards at the back, those seated are individuals whose mere presence commands respect and deference from countless others. Such a meeting should be marked by gravity and decorum. However, at this moment, the atmosphere resembles the chaotic throng outside the station. Among the passengers on this train are not only ordinary citizens, but also the relatives of these high-ranking officials. Director Zhang, my father Xiaofu, was also a passenger on K231. Once the DNA comparisons of all the deceased are completed, please ensure I am informed of the results. Another voice joins in, and my daughter also traveled to Voodoo on that train. You must meticulously search every corner of the train. I refuse to believe she is dead. She is my only daughter. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone please be quiet. Amidst the clamor from Xiao Ku, the district head of Jinhe in Voodoo, and other relatives of the victims, the military governor forcefully struck the table, commanding silence. I comprehend your distress. No one, including us in the military, wishes to witness such tragedies. However, the unfortunate event has transpired. The utmost priority now is to uncover the truth behind the death of over 2,000 passengers on train K231. Only then can we provide clear answers to the families of the victims and undertake the necessary measures to comfort and stabilize them. At present, we know nothing. We are at a loss for words. Report. Just then, a deep voice echoed from the entrance. Gumin. The governor furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward the door. A figure, adorned with the insignia of a 2-star general, pushed open the conference room door, drenched in sweat. Governor, the families of the passengers outside refuse to leave the station premises. Although our soldiers have gradually subdued the situation, it remains highly volatile. If this continues, I fear it will inevitably incite public outrage. A solution must be found. Upon hearing the report, the governor shook his head gravely. This situation likely transcends mere public outrage. If not handled with care, it could plunge the entire world into chaos. You must continue to stabilize the situation outside. Remember, approach it with gentleness. Try to restrain the soldiers from taking extreme actions. Those who can speak should refrain from resorting to violence. We are deliberating on how to address this matter and will notify you promptly. Yes. The commander cast a lingering glance at the governor, saluted, and exited the conference room. Let's resume our meeting. The governor directed his gaze toward the attendees and spoke. I shall allocate the tasks. As for the hospital, I expect all DNA identifications of the deceased to be completed by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Subsequently, match the data with the passenger information from train K231. Identify those who survived and managed to escape through the broken windows, and submit the list to the Security Investigation Bureau. At this juncture, the governor had already dispatched personnel to the K231 train for an on-site assessment. The carriage was filled with corpses, with not a single survivor in sight. This indicated that the perpetrators of this heinous crime had undoubtedly fled in advance. Notably, there were indeed several shattered windows in carriage number 9. Upon hearing the governor's orders, the chief administrator of the hospital, Director Zhang of the Wudu Military Hospital, immediately stood up and saluted, pledging to accomplish the task. The governor nodded and then turned his attention to the Security Investigation Bureau. You're tasked with collecting evidence left by the criminals aboard K231, including fingerprints and weapons. Once the hospital provides you with a list by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, regardless of whether the evidence you gather can identify them as the culprits, you are to activate the Skynet system to issue a nationwide manhunt for all individuals on the wanted list. Within 3 days, they must all be apprehended. If they are confirmed to be the perpetrators, I want them to face the most severe repercussions for their actions. Even if they are not, they are likely to yield crucial leads that could connect them to the criminals in this incident. Upon hearing this, the members of the Security Investigation Bureau did not hesitate, rising in unison to assure the completion of the task. Chapter 37. The Risks of Information Transmission. Explosive Disposal Unit. You are responsible for investigating the traces of the explosion in carriage number 9 of train K231. By 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I expect to see a detailed analysis of the explosion's power and a breakdown of the explosive materials used. We must ascertain how the assailants managed to smuggle the explosives onto the train to prevent a recurrence of such incidents. Understood. We will ensure the task is completed. As the governor's words echoed in the chamber, the bomb disposal unit rose in unison, saluting in response. Following a series of commands, the governor, with a grave demeanor, stood to render a precise military salute to the assembly. The train tragedy, unprecedented in history, bore an impact of unparalleled magnitude. I stand here representing the entirety of Wudu, and indeed the billion souls of the Great Xia, beseeching your assistance. Leaders from the Safety Investigation Bureau, hospitals, and the bomb disposal departments also rose to return the salute. Rest assured, Governor, given the urgency of the situation, the heads of various departments were burdened with considerable responsibilities. There was no time for pleasantries. They promptly exited the conference room, accompanied by their aides and security personnel. Yet one individual remained seated, his head bowed, showing no intention of departing. He appeared middle-aged, with a dignified visage, though his hair was entirely white. He was none other than the highest official of the city, Nie Yuanming. Observing his silence, the governor sighed inwardly and gently patted his shoulder. In a tone reminiscent of long-standing friends reminiscing, he spoke softly. A decade ago, Wudu was merely an unremarkable city. Today, its prosperity stands as a testament to your considerable efforts. I understand the weight of this calamity weighs heavily on your heart. Yet, the people require your strength now. Nie Yuanming lifted his gaze, meeting the governor's eyes directly. The sentiments of the populace, the matter of compensation, the pressures of public opinion, these are concerns you need not bear. I shall manage it well. Wudu is akin to a child I have nurtured. I will not permit anyone to bring it harm. Seeing that Nie Yuanming remained steadfast in his resolve despite the train incident, the governor felt a sense of reassurance. He nodded in agreement, declaring, as long as we stand together, Wudu shall not falter. As the clock struck 6:30 p.m. in Wudu City, within a tea house's private room adjacent to Jinhui First Primary School, Lin Fan sat poised at the head of the tea table. Shen Mingxi sat beside him, while Zhao Dehai and the bald man occupied the opposite side. All four maintained an upright posture, leaning slightly forward, their faces adorned with expressions of eager curiosity. Steam rose gently from the purple clay teapot on the table as Lin Fan patiently elucidated. Evolvers are categorized into 3 paths: hunters, scouts, and mystics. My evolution direction, alongside Li Sei, is that of a hunter, while Qiu Jiyun's is that of scout. As for the mystics, none have yet emerged, and my knowledge on the matter is limited. To become an evolver, one must first awaken their innate talents. Just as Lin Fan was imparting the profound mysteries of the evolvers to Shen Mengxi and the others, the dismissal bell rang at Jinhui first primary school. At the school gate, a throng of children, their oversized backpacks on their backs and radiant smiles on their faces, surged out of the school doors. Subsequently, the children beheld. Outside the school gate stood the whimsical figures of Patrick Star in vibrant pink and SpongeBob SquarePants in cheerful yellow, each clutching an array of star-shaped balloons. They waved invitingly, causing a delightful stir among the children, who eagerly approached the animated duo. "Hello, little friends," came the gentle voice of Chio Ji-yoon, emanating from within the Patrick costume. "Wow, it's Patrick Star. He's my favorite. Can I give you a hug?" a young girl exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she stood before Chio, her bright, innocent eyes sparkling with hope. "Of course," Chio replied warmly, crouching down slowly to tenderly pat the girl's head with his pink, plush arm, before presenting her with a balloon tied with a blue star. "Patrick is here at your school to give you balloons. Would you like to play a little game with him?" "Yes, yes." The girl nodded enthusiastically, her excitement palpable as she accepted the star balloon. Chio then produced a marker from his pocket and handed it to her. "Hold this pen and write on the balloon as I instruct you. First, write the character 1 in the center. Just like this," she confirmed, and soon, under Chio's careful guidance, she inscribed the character onto the balloon. Meanwhile, Li Feng was also engaging with the children. Before long, the little ones had written the characters for Endgame on their respective balloons. Remarkably, neither Chio nor Li ever uttered any words that would breach the game's regulations, even cleverly separating the term Endgame into 2 unrelated phrases, ending game. Due to this meticulous handling, the game system provided no penalties or warnings, and progress unfolded smoothly. A glimmer of excitement began to illuminate the faces of Chio and Li, signaling that their plan was indeed succeeding. However, in the next instant, boom! Just as they were about to instruct the children to write the 5th character, the balloons, inscribed with words, began to explode one after another. Simultaneously, a terrifying surge of electricity coursed through Chio and Li, akin to the shock of touching exposed high-voltage wires. Zzz. Without a moment's notice, they collapsed to the ground, convulsing like worms, foam spilling from their mouths. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, who was explaining the secrets of evolution to Shun Mengshi and her companions, was suddenly blinded by a flash of green light. Detected that players Chio Ji-yoon and Li Feng are attempting to disclose the existence of the endgame to the outside world. A severe violation of game regulations. A001 virus modification mode autonomously initiated. Game Administrator Lin Fan, please select the degree of punishment for them. 1. Immediate erasure. No virus power consumption required. 2. Deprive them of their player status. Forcibly erase their memories related to the game The Coming of the Apocalypse for both individuals. Consumes 5 virus power. Note, outside of the apocalypse period, players deprived of their status will perish within 3 days. 3. Reclassify their actions from severe violations to minor infractions, allowing for slight punishment. Consumes 10 virus power. Note, current remaining virus power is 68. After the conclusion of the apocalypse, 50 power will automatically restore, with the remaining consumed power recovering at a rate of 1 per hour. Upon seeing the options presented by the A001 virus, Lin Fan was taken aback. How meticulously had old Chio and Li Feng planned, only to fail. Fortunately, possessing the A001 virus would serve as a safeguard for their actions. At the entrance of Jin River Primary School, Chio Ji-yoon and Li Feng curled up, lying on the roadside, their faces contorted in pain. Suddenly, a chilling game notification echoed in their ears. Warning, players Chio Ji-yoon and Li Feng. You are prohibited from publicizing or revealing any information regarding the existence of the Apocalypse game. Please refrain from any further borderline behavior. As the notification ceased, the electric sensations coursing through Chio Ji-yoon and Li Feng began to wane slightly. They lay on the ground in disarray, convulsing as they gasped for breath, their eyes filled with shock. The revelation of the game's existence was a grave violation of the rules. If discovered, it would spell certain death. Yet now, they were merely classified as borderline offenders? What was happening? Before they could comprehend the implications, the anxious voices of children reached their ears. Uncle Patrick Star, Uncle SpongeBob. Are you alright? Who has the Genius Kid smartwatch? Hurry, call 120. The residual electric current continued to torment Chio Ji-yoon, veins bulging on his forehead. Gasping for air, he summoned an unwavering will to suppress the pain and convulsions, forcing a faint smile. It's alright, don't call 120. Uncle Patrick Star just accidentally ate a expired, delicious crab burger. I'll be fine in a moment. Uncle Patrick Star, how could you be so foolish? My mom said never eat expired food. Uncle Patrick Star, I have a bottle of water here. Please drink some. Chapter 38. The suspects are SpongeBob and Patrick Star? Listening to the children's concern. Although Chio Ji-yoon's body still convulsed under the electric torment, his heart swelled with warmth. Their willingness to risk themselves for the sake of strangers stems from a profound warmth. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the electric current gradually dissipated from their bodies. The children, under the insistence of Chio Ji-yoon and Lee Fong, did not linger any longer and returned home. Subsequently, the two of them supported each other as they made their way back to the tea house where Lin Fan and the others awaited. "We have failed," was the first utterance of Chio Ji-yoon as he pushed open the door. The expressions of Lin Fan and the others immediately darkened. Following this, Chio Ji-yoon and Lee Fong recounted their experiences to the group. As Lin Fan listened, he drummed his fingers on the tea table. Upon hearing Chio Ji-yoon mention that they had successfully written the characters for End of the World game, astonishment filled Lin Fan's eyes. As the game administrator equipped with the A001 virus enhancement, his understanding of the game far surpassed that of other players. Logically, it should have been impossible to achieve such a feat yet. Chio Ji-yoon and Lee Fong had transformed the impossible into reality through their methods. This revelation suggested that the game's surveillance of players was not without its flaws. Lin Fan's mind raced, and suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited within him. It seemed he had discerned how the game managed to constantly monitor every player's actions and words. Shared perception, the visual, auditory, and tactile senses of all players were perpetually under the game's scrutiny. Indeed, that was it. The reason why Chio Ji-yoon and Lee Fong were not immediately sanctioned for having others write the terms End of World and Game in their stylized form was undoubtedly because the game had not detected any violations through their sensory inputs. When Chio Ji-yoon and Lee Fong prepared to verify their results and directed their gaze toward the 4 balloons emblazoned with End of the World game. This was what ultimately alerted the game. With this thought, a strategy to circumvent the game's oversight immediately formed in Lin Fan's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Chio Ji-yoon and Lee Fong. "In truth, you have not entirely failed. At least from my perspective, you have achieved half of your goal." Lin Fan's words instantly captivated the attention of Chio Ji-yoon and Lee Fong, and they turned their gazes toward him. Without further ado, Lin Fan elaborated on his thoughts. "The punishment you received came only after you combined the 4 characters for End of the World game. When writing a single character, the game did not perceive any wrongdoing. This reveals a loophole in the game's rules. If you write just 1 character after completing it, have someone take the balloon near the garrison. Once the soldiers there have seen it, they can pop the balloon. Then, you can proceed to write the 2nd character and repeat the process. Perhaps this way, you might evade the game's surveillance." After Lin Fan spoke, Chio Ji-yoon and Lee Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and they excitedly slapped their thighs. "Indeed, how could I not have thought of that? We were penalized only after writing the words 'The Apocalypse Descends.' This indicates that if we write word by word, we shall not be deemed in violation. Ha ha ha. Come on, Li Feng. While the students are still around, let us hasten to act. The catastrophe brought by the apocalypse poses a tremendous threat to the world. We must find a way to inform the military in advance." In saying this, Chio Ji-yoon disregarded the lingering numbness in his body and hurriedly led Lee Fong out of the tea house. Lin Fan, witnessing Chio Ji-yoon's urgency, opened his mouth to caution them that even so, they would be taking a significant risk. However, before he could utter a word, the two had already departed at a brisk pace. Gazing at the now empty doorway, Lin Fan let out a deep sigh. Perhaps this is what it means to be a soldier of the Great Xia. In the office of the highest command of the Wudu garrison, Governor Fong Jinghan was poring over a large stack of photographs taken from the K231 train, his brow furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. "Come." Without lifting his head, Fong Jinghan continued to examine the gruesome images. The heavy door swung open, and a lieutenant clad in a crisp military uniform entered, a folder in hand. After saluting the governor, he hastily said, "Governor Fong, we have encountered a peculiar matter. This evening, from 6:38 to 6:52, a group of over 20 children, each holding balloons, made their way to our military camp. Is this your first day as a lieutenant?" Upon hearing this, Fong Jinghan, already irritable due to the train incident, was instantly infuriated. "Such trivial matters. Do not report these to me again. Leave." However, the lieutenant, with a wry smile, extracted an A4 sheet from his folder and respectfully presented it to Fong Jinghan. "Governor Fong, I had the words from the balloons transcribed. You should take a look." "Bang." seeing the lieutenant persist with this insignificant issue. Fong Jinghan slammed his palm onto the desk. Yet, his expression, once filled with extreme rage, froze instantly. The apocalypse game descends? A certain area in Wudu City will soon reenact the train incident? What is this? Fong Jinghan sprang to his feet, neglecting the chair that toppled to the ground from his sudden movement, and swiftly picked up the A4 paper. He read it word by word, akin to a pilgrim reverently deciphering an arcane scripture. After finishing the reading, the crisp military uniform of the general was, unbeknownst to him, dampened by cold sweat. From where did this news originate? The aide paused, his expression peculiar, before continuing, as of now, it remains unknown. The group of children holding balloons claimed that it was Patrick Star and SpongeBob SquarePants who prompted such actions. Fong Jinghan was momentarily taken aback. Patrick Star? SpongeBob SquarePants? In that fleeting instant, he envisioned countless possibilities, yet the connection between a tragic event laden with death and such childish phrases was utterly unforeseen. Investigate. Pursue the source of this rumor at all costs. Find the individual responsible for disseminating this information. Yes, the aide, bowing respectfully to Fong Jinghan, promptly exited the office. 10 minutes later, a contingent of security personnel and military soldiers surged through the streets and alleys of the Jinha district, particularly around the vicinity of Jinha Primary School. These officers and soldiers approached passers-by with grave expressions, inquiring, "Comrade, have you seen SpongeBob SquarePants and Patrick Star nearby?" Passers-by responded with bewilderment. After delivering a warning message to the military, Lin Fan and his companions departed from the tea house, stealthily heading south. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived near a mountain range. Xiao Jian glanced at the paper map in his hand and, confirming that they stood before the Dongling Mountain Range in the Jinha district, led several individuals deep into the mountains. The Dongling Mountain Range, a well-preserved semi-primitive forest, though not extensive, boasted an abundance of lush foliage, rarely inhabited by people. It provided an excellent hiding place. Chirping, as they stepped into the woods, startled sparrows scattered in all directions. They traversed rocky terrain, shallow streams, and ravines. The dimming evening glow filtered through layers of verdant leaves, casting soft light upon them, while the faint scent of flowers accompanied 6 solitary figures advancing swiftly. Chapter 39. The near-death survivor and the mysterious power of explosion. Another 10 minutes passed, and the hour struck 8 in the evening. The moon replaced the sun, and stars sparkled in every corner of the night sky. At the entrance of an uncharted cave, a blazing orange flame crackled atop a pile of wood. Lin Fan sat beside the fire, munching on compressed biscuits purchased from the game store, as he addressed Xiao Jiyun and the others. The warnings we needed to send to the outside world have been dispatched to the best of our abilities. Let's hope the military responds appropriately. Xiao Jiyun took a swig from his water bottle. General Fong of the Wudu military is no ordinary person, although I have yet to meet him face to face. Tales of his illustrious deeds have long circulated within the military camp and the military hospital where I am stationed. Without him and the city's highest official, Nie Yuanming, Wudu would not have attained its current prosperity. Such individuals, even if initially caught off guard by the train incident, can swiftly devise the most precise responses. Coupled with our discreet reminders, I firmly believe that when the next apocalyptic game descends upon us, he will undoubtedly be able to take control of the situation. Upon hearing Xiao Jiyun's words, the crowd felt a sense of reassurance. The bald man, while adding logs to the fire, inquired about the origins of this apocalyptic game. Damn it, I am clearly a law-abiding citizen. Yet because of this wretched game, I can only hide in the mountains to survive. His frustration resonated with Zhao Dahai, who lamented about the uncertainty of when this ordeal would conclude. After venting his frustration, Zhao Dahai furrowed his brow and posed a question. Do you think this game could have been created by another country specifically to target our daxia? You think too highly of other nations. Li Feng chuckled, shaking his head. The technological level of this game is certainly beyond the capabilities of our human civilization. Just consider the fact that transforming ordinary people into evolved beings is no small feat if other countries possess such technology. Why would they implement it within their own borders? At that point, who would stand a chance against them? The bald man pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. If it isn't something our civilization could have created, could it be the work of deities? Deities? Everyone, including Lin Fan, turned their gaze towards the bald man. This hypothesis was intriguing. Although lacking scientific basis, no one could definitively prove that deities do not exist. Noticing the attention he garnered, the bald man chuckled and scratched his yellowed head, illuminated by the firelight. Continuing, I enjoy reading novels. This game feels akin to a divine breeding ground depicted in stories. Zombies and humans are merely the lower-tier beings within this breeding ground. Yet, as they continually clash, mutated zombies emerge among the undead, while evolved beings arise from humanity. This cycle perpetuates, with mutated zombies growing stronger, and human evolved beings becoming increasingly formidable until deities are eventually created. Enough! Don't go on. Zhao Dahai interrupted the bald man's analysis with an exasperated expression. Do you not realize how wildly imaginative novel authors can be? Given them a pen, and they could turn a falling leaf into an entire universe. It's utterly ridiculous. Rather than discussing deities or divine breeding grounds, you might as well suggest that aliens are treating our Earth as an experimental lab or a playground. Observing the increasingly absurd conversation between Zhao Dahai and the bald man, Qiu Zhiyun turned his attention to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, what are your thoughts? Lin Fan shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Our time spent interacting with the game is far too brief. The information we can obtain is limited. At this stage, fully understanding its origins is exceedingly challenging. The only way forward is to continually explore during the upcoming gaming experience. Only then might we gradually uncover the answers we seek. However, before that, we must first survive the next game that descends upon us. Lin Fan's words resonated with Zhao Dahai, who nodded in agreement. Regardless of how the game came to be, or its true purpose in descending upon the Great Xia, what matters most is that we survive the next round. Listening to the conversation, Shun Mengxi felt a deep sense of reflection. With her hands clasped around her knees, she gazed up at the dazzling night sky. Since the arrival of the apocalyptic game train, everything we have experienced feels almost surreal. Upon hearing this, the others were equally moved, and silence enveloped the group. Lin Fan propped his chin on his hand, watching the blazing flames before him, memories of home flooding his mind. Just last night at this very hour, he had been at the dining table, animatedly sharing dreams with his parents about becoming a great scientist after graduating from the technological university. At that time, his parents' faces were adorned with kindness, admiration, and pride. The table was filled with his favorite dishes. Little did he know that merely a day later, he would become a game administrator, even transforming into a terrifying butcher. Drenched in the blood of the undead, gone were the delightful meals, replaced only by dry, tasteless ration bars. How he wished he could turn back time, to return to last night, and once again hear his parents' gentle voices. Unbeknownst to him, a faint smile crept onto Lin Fan's lips, accompanied by a subtle glimmer of unnoticeable sorrow in his eyes. After all, he was still only 18 years old. A night passed in silence. The bright moon, accompanied by countless stars, faded into dawn. The golden sun ascended the eastern horizon, casting its radiant light upon the vast earth. In the hospital director's office of the Wudu Military Hospital, Director Zhang, a man in his 50s clad in a white coat and wearing black-rimmed glasses, was furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the list of K-231 trained survivors in his hands. The list contained only 7 names. Yet among them was one name he recognized all too well. Qiu Zhiyun. Sighing deeply, Director Zhang lamented. Qiu Zhiyun, so young, yet already the chief surgeon at the hospital. He is the most talented student I have ever encountered. If he could continue to develop steadily within the hospital, his future would be nothing short of extraordinary. Yet now, his name lies upon this grim list. This implies that before long, his name is destined to grace the wanted list of the Security Investigation Bureau. His future lies in ruins. Director Zhang's heart quivered, laden with reluctance and a hint of bewilderment. From his understanding of Qiu Zhiyun, it was utterly inconceivable that he could be responsible for the deaths of over 2,000 passengers. What on earth could have transpired? Suddenly, a knocking sound interrupted his thoughts. A guard clad in a sergeant's uniform entered, stating, "Director, it is now 7:40. The Security Investigation Bureau has dispatched personnel to collect the list of those who fled the train." "All right," Director Zhang responded, handing the list to the guard. He then inquired, "By the way, what is the current status of the remaining survivor, whose brainwaves show only a faint response?" Upon hearing this, the guard's expression turned peculiar. "I just spoke with the attending physician. He mentioned that under normal circumstances, if the brain has been penetrated by a sharp object, with 70 blood loss and a cessation of heartbeat and pulse lasting over 12 hours, survival is utterly impossible. Yet, astonishingly, that survivor is still alive." Taken aback by this revelation, Director Zhang's eyes momentarily sparkled with hope before dimming once more. Indeed, it was a miracle. However, in such circumstances, Even divine intervention would struggle to preserve life. The guard nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was indeed the only survivor discovered aboard the train. Afterward, seeing that the director had no further instructions, he exited the office with a list in hand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This explosive data must be erroneous. 18 kilograms of TNT equivalent would obliterate Carriage 9 into a mere hive. Yet, observe the photographs of Carriage 9. Aside from a few shattered windows, are there any other signs of explosive destruction? Furthermore, under such explosive force, not only would a human perish, but even a rhinoceros clad in body armor would meet its end. How could anyone possibly escape the train alive? Moreover, 18 kilograms of TNT equivalent is nearly the size of half a suitcase. How could it have been so easily smuggled onto the train? Do you think the Iron Security team is comprised of blind fools? At the bomb disposal headquarters in Wudu City, a dozen of the nation's premier explosive experts, their eyes ringed with fatigue, had labored through the night to fully analyze the explosive power data of the K-231 train incident. However, the scene was rife with discord. While I was an expert, you were still in diapers. Open your eyes and look at this photograph. The heat generated by the explosion has already desiccated the bloodstains. Is there no equivalent explosive capable of achieving this? Moreover, have you observed the suitcase and the body in the photograph, riddled with shrapnel? Does this not attest to the potency of the explosive? Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door. A middle-aged man clad in Iron Security uniform entered. Excuse me, esteemed experts, have you managed to analyze the explosive data and material composition from carriage number 9? Our newly appointed station master is pressing for results. Chapter 40. Can one leap with a boulder weighing a ton? Upon hearing the Iron Security personnel's inquiry, the experts' expressions darkened instantly. This situation defied conventional scientific understanding, presenting a plethora of contradictory data. What could possibly be deduced from such chaos? The current data was utterly nonsensical, akin to attempting to deceive a fool. How could this ever be submitted? Yet, one could hardly blame them. These experts had genuinely exerted themselves. After all, they could not fathom that the reason for the train's intactness was the protective shield of the apocalyptic game. The fact that Xiao Jiyun could concoct explosives stemmed from his ability to directly procure materials from the game as marketplace. Had the existence of the apocalyptic game been unknown, the explosion in carriage number 9 might have transformed into an enigma plaguing the entire scientific community, forever eluding resolution. Having spent a night in the cave, Lin Fan and the others emerged at dawn. Shun Mingxi, while stretching her wrists, addressed the group. I am heading out for a morning workout. Would anyone care to join me? Li Feng grinned. Count me in. This is no time for complacency. Every bit of strength we gain will enhance our chances of survival when the next game arrives. With Shun Mingxi and Li Feng leading the way, Zhao Dahai and the bald man exchanged glances before promptly agreeing. In that case, we cannot fall behind. Indeed, let us train together. By the way, Lin Fan, old Qiu, would you like to join us? Upon hearing their invitation, Qiu Jiyun chuckled and shook his head. I plan to delve into how to create more powerful explosives and develop traps suitable for urban combat. I want to be joining you. The group was not surprised by Qiu Jiyun's response and turned their attention to Lin Fan. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan nodded. All right, I shall join as well. Once the morning workout participants were confirmed, Shun Mengxi, hailing from a lineage of martial arts, began to explain. If you wish to enhance your strength in the shortest span of time, I recommend opting for weighted running. This method will expedite the transition of your body from an aerobic to an anaerobic state, thereby strengthening endurance and significantly boosting muscle power and bone density. After Shin Mingxi concluded her explanation, the group began scouring the mountains for stones suitable for weighted running. Shin Mengxi and Li Feng, possessing a solid foundation, selected stones weighing a hefty 80 pounds, while the bald man and Zhao Dahai opted for stones around 50 pounds. As for Lin Fan, he felt a twinge of frustration. With arm strength totaling 3 tons, lifting stones weighing dozens or even hundreds of pounds felt as effortless as handling foam. After searching for quite some time without finding appropriately weighted stones, Shun Mengxi and Li Feng ceased waiting for him, stowed their stones in tactical backpacks, and commenced their training along the winding mountain path. In less than 5 minutes, Zhao Dahai and the bald man were already panting heavily. Yet they pressed on, gritting their teeth and trailing behind Li Feng and Shun Mingxi. 10 minutes later, both Zhao Dahai and the bald man's legs began to tremble. Large beads of sweat dripped from their foreheads, splattering onto the ground. Overwhelmed by extreme fatigue, thoughts of surrender crept into their minds, and their pace unwittingly slowed. Noticing the change in their rhythm, Li Feng quickly turned to them and exclaimed, "Lao Zhao, Baldy, you better not stop. I really can't run anymore." The bald man rasped, "I've never run in my life, and starting with weighted running is just too exhausting." Although Li Feng had a close relationship with the bald man and Zhao Dahai, he showed no leniency at this moment, sternly rebuking them. "Even if you can't run, you must keep going. In our unit, we have a saying, when you feel your body is about to give out, every extra second you endure is a moment of breaking through your limits. If you don't strive now, do you intend to wait until the zombies are upon you to regret it?" Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the bald man and Zhao Dahai's expressions hardened, instantly recalling the gruesome scene of countless zombies lunging at them on the train. No longer indulgent, they gritted their teeth and resolutely kept pace behind Shen Mengshi and Li Feng. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated behind them. The ground trembled, as if in fear, shaking violently. The entire mountain seemed to sway ominously. Something colossal was approaching with alarming speed. "Lin Fan isn't here. We are utterly incapable of facing it. Everyone, find a place to hide." Shen Mengshi, leading at the front, swiftly halted, her expression grave as she glanced back. Li Feng was also issuing commands swiftly, but before he could finish his sentence, the expression on his face became rigid. Good heavens! Lin Fan? They beheld Lin Fan, who was hoisting a massive stone, as large as a carriage and covered in moss, on the mountain path. He was leaping forward in a remarkably standard frog jump posture. It is worth noting that Lin Fan stood at approximately 175 meters, not particularly robust, if one were to assess solely by physique. The colossal stone atop his head was nearly 5 or 6 times his size. A human, jumping with such a boulder on his head? The visual impact was utterly surreal. Is he truly human? Absurd. Shen Mengshi and the others were so overwhelmed by shock that they momentarily forgot to run. In less than 3 minutes, Lin Fan had already leaped to their front, the stone still perched atop his head, casting a glance at them. "What's the matter? Why aren't you running? Your speed is a bit slow, huh? I caught up to you with my frog jumps." With that, Lin Fan continued to leap ahead. Thud! Thud! Shen Mengshi and the others were left utterly astounded. This was indeed absurdity at its peak. What a blow to morale. An hour later, leading the frog jumps, Lin Fan was drenched in sweat. He could distinctly feel his bones beginning to tremble slightly. His waist ached unbearably, and even his lungs felt sore from the rapid breathing. Only his hands and legs, greatly enhanced by talent, remained in excellent condition, showing no adverse effects. Suddenly, Lin Fan realized there was a flaw in the hunter's capabilities. Although the enhancement allowed certain aspects of the hunter's body to achieve astonishing strength, other parts had not been similarly augmented. The disparity in the explosive power and operational efficiency between these two aspects was glaring. It was akin to a low-end sedan suddenly equipped with a professional racing engine. While it might indeed accelerate faster, it wouldn't be long before issues arose with the wheels, body, engine, brakes, and so forth. Chapter 41. Breaking through human limits while the human body does not possess the robust self-repair capabilities of a car. Continuing down this path leaves no one assured of their safety. With this thought, Lin Fan felt a tightening in his chest. Could it be that the evolution toward becoming a hunter is not a more perfect advancement than humanity, but rather a grotesque pursuit of strength and slaughter? No, that cannot be right. I have overlooked a crucial point. Other bodily tissues that have not been enhanced by innate talents are not incapable of improvement. If one were to elevate all non-talent-related bodily tissues to a standard capable of supporting the explosive potential of innate talents, this drawback would cease to exist. As of now, my skeletal structure, waist, skin, and other attributes have reached the zenith of human genetic potential. Due to the existence of genetic locks, without acquiring new talents, I can no longer enhance myself solely through points. However, perhaps through specialized training, I could transcend this limit. Contemplating this, Lin Fan's resolve regarding the necessity of rigorous training solidified. After enduring for another 10 minutes, his cardiovascular system felt as if it might burst, and his entire body was on the verge of collapse. Only then did Lin Fan gently set down the massive stone from his back, propping his hands on his knees, gasping for breath while simultaneously experiencing the relief of weightlessness on his body. Under such intense training stimuli, the cells in the non-talent evolved areas of Lin Fan's body were surprisingly in an extraordinarily active state. He could sense that the rate of cell regeneration and division was significantly accelerated compared to before. Although it could not be compared to the evolution of his legs and arms, It was indeed a change, an incremental strengthening. Before long, 4 hurried breaths sounded behind him. Shen Mengxi, Li Feng, the bald man, and Zhao Dehai had already run to the point of exhaustion. Were it not for their sheer willpower, they might have collapsed along the way. Let us take a break, they gasped. Finally catching up to Lin Fan, the 4 figures, without hesitation, collapsed onto the ground, greedily inhaling the undeniably fresh air of the mountains and forests. Time moved to August 28th, 10 a.m. This was the day following the K-231 train incident. At the highest command center of the Wudu garrison, in the governor's office, the aide reported, "Governor, as of now, the hospital has submitted the list of individuals who escaped from the train to the Security Investigation Department. There are a total of 7 people." Upon receiving the list, the Security Investigation Department promptly retrieved their fingerprints, iris patterns, blood types, identification numbers, phone numbers, and home addresses from the police system. Through on-site comparisons, it was confirmed that the fingerprints of these 7 individuals were indeed present on the train. The security personnel also found their mobile phones and personal belongings aboard the train. At this point, the aide paused, letting out a deep sigh. However, it is strange that no lethal weapons were discovered on the train. Arrows and other weapons left on the train had all been collected by Lin Fan. Based on the evidence collected thus far, we cannot directly identify these 7 individuals as the perpetrators. Nonetheless, the chief inspector speculates there exists a possibility that the weapon was taken away from the train by them. The Security Investigation Department has issued wanted notices for these 7 individuals to security units nationwide and has entered all information into the Skynet system. As soon as the criminals appear within the range of any street camera, the Skynet system will automatically lock onto their location. Capturing them is merely a matter of time. Fang Jinghan nodded and calmly remarked, "Excellent. Regardless of whether they are the principal perpetrators behind this horrifying incident, we must apprehend them first. What is the status of the Explosives Disposal Department?" The expert team from the Explosives Disposal Department reported that the explosives used by the criminals are quite rare and had not been encountered before, necessitating further time for research. "Please forgive us, Governor." Upon hearing this, Fang Jinghan was somewhat taken aback and furrowed his brow. "Have them expedite their efforts." "Understood." The aide responded and continued, "Additionally, the hospital has informed us that at 2:16 a.m. today, they detected a passenger on the train who had not completely succumbed to death through a life detection device. However, their skull has been penetrated by a sharp object, and the heart and pulse have ceased for over 12 hours. The hope of revival is exceedingly slim." "What?" Fang Jinghan abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Have we found a survivor? Spare no effort to save this individual. Any medical expenses incurred will be fully covered by the military. Inform the hospital. Even if we must confront the King of Hell himself, we must bring them back." "Yes." The aide saluted in response. "By the way, how is the investigation from yesterday progressing?" The aide shook his head in dismay. The 2 individuals were dressed in SpongeBob and Patrick costumes, making identification impossible. After the balloon incident concluded, they completely vanished. Fang Jinghan nodded, then furrowed his brow in contemplation over the contents of the document. The apocalypse game is imminent. In a certain area of Wudu City, the train incident will soon be reenacted. Is this a provocation from the criminals, or a warning? What is this apocalypse game? Is it a code for the criminals, or does it refer to something else? Everything remains shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, he would not allow the train incident to occur again. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to don this military uniform any longer. After a moment of deliberation, Fang Jinghan's gaze sharpened. "Issue the orders. Effective immediately. The entire city of Wudu is to enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. The Security Investigation Department, local units, and armed forces must maintain the highest level of combat vigilance at all times. Furthermore, instruct the 1st Division, 5th Division, and 8th Division to deploy all soldiers for round-the-clock patrols throughout Wudu. Any anomalies or sightings of the criminals must be reported immediately. In the Jinhe District, Dongling Mountain." After the weight-bearing sprint concluded, Shen Mengxi, Li Feng, the bald man, Zhao Dehai, and the others, despite having rested for a while, still felt their thighs trembling. They were utterly exhausted and could run no more, so they switched to strength training using their hands. Only Lin Fan persisted with weight-bearing frog jumps until darkness enveloped the sky. Eventually, the weary group trudged back to the cave. By that time, Qiao Jian had already kindled a fire at the cave's entrance, roasting wild rabbits, snakes, sparrows, and other provisions gathered from the mountain. "Welcome back." Qiao Jian greeted the returning group with a smile. "Come, take a seat. I prepared some wild delicacies for you. It's almost ready." Noticing the group's return, Xiao Jiyun suddenly paused, his expression shifting in astonishment. The heat within you all has surged dramatically. Hey, old Xiao, you might be surprised by what I'm about to say. The bald man grinned at Xiao Jiyun's bewildered gaze. I can now lift a 300-pound stone with one hand. Chapter 42. Dawn. The first light piercing the darkness. Are you sure you can lift 300 pounds with one hand? Xiao Jiyun frowned, skeptical. Even professional weightlifters find that challenging. I recall you mentioning that you sell fruits at a market and have undergone no special training. How could you possibly achieve such remarkable progress after just one day? Commander Xiao, what he says is true. Li Feng interjected, shaking his head, his eyes filled with disbelief and excitement. Previously, my one-handed strength was around 150 pounds. But now, I can lift a massive 350 pounds. Could it be that? Xiao Jiyun's gaze shifted swiftly to Li Feng, and he quickly grasped the implications. Your significant improvement is related to the apocalyptic game. I sent it? With Xiao Jiyun hitting the nail on the head, Lin Fan finally spoke up. Indeed, although none of us have evolved yet, our bodies have undergone subtle transformations after experiencing the apocalyptic game. The changes are not immediately apparent, but during high-intensity training, the rate of cellular division and genetic growth within us surpasses that of normal humans. At this rate, I firmly believe that it is only a matter of time before they all awaken their talents and become evolved beings. The progress was not limited to these four ordinary individuals. Lin Fan had also experienced improvements. His bone resilience and waist endurance had surpassed the original limits of human genetics. His resilience rivaled that of felines, and his bones could bend up to 32 degrees under pressure. In terms of endurance, his capacity for weight-bearing frog jumps with a 2,000-pound stone had increased from a maximum duration of 1 hour and 30 minutes to 1 hour and 40 minutes. Indeed, specialized training could continuously enhance their capabilities. As another day passed, it was now August 30th, 2135, at 2 p.m. in the Great Xia calendar. As the apocalyptic game descended, only 3 hours remained. In the Jinhai district, at the entrance of the Dongling Mountain Cave, Lin Fan meticulously examined the attributes of the players using his administrator privileges. Player, Shenmingxi, strength, capable of exerting 15 tons of force, reaching the genetic limit of humanity. Unable to surpass this value before awakening any talent and becoming an evolved being. Speed, maximum velocity of 112 kilometers per hour. Defense, able to withstand knife wounds. Li Feng, capable of exerting 14 tons of force. Maximum speed of 96 kilometers per hour. Zhao Dahai, capable of exerting 13 tons of force. Maximum speed of 87 kilometers per hour. Bald Man Bald, surname Wang, given name 2, capable of exerting 13 tons of force. Maximum speed of 75 kilometers per hour. Upon reviewing the attributes of his companions, Lin Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. Through days of rigorous, inhuman training, the combat prowess of Li Feng, Bald, and Zhao Dahai, while still slightly inferior to that of hunters, had improved significantly. They could confidently face newly promoted hunters or mutated zombies, ensuring survival within 10 strikes. Shenmingxi, with her solid foundation and enhanced training, along with the hunting rifle and high-density nylon combat suit, augmented by the marksmanship inherited from an ancient martial arts family, was formidable enough to contend with some newly promoted hunters. As for Xiao Jiyun, although he did not partake in the special training, he had made remarkable progress. It was said that he had developed explosives equivalent to 30 kilograms of TNT. One detonation could obliterate all zombies within a 30-meter radius, while still posing a threat to those up to 100 meters away. The materials for such powerful explosives were, of course, quite costly, with each costing over 100 points. Xiao Jiyun had only 2 of these explosives on hand, although he had amassed a considerable stockpile of less potent ones. Beyond explosives, Xiao Jiyun had also achieved breakthroughs in trap development, such as quick-drying glue that immobilized zombies, landmines that detonated upon vibration, and blood-absorbing sponges that actively attracted zombies. After 3 days, this makeshift team formed due to the train incident had significantly enhanced their combat capabilities. As Lin Fan reflected on their progress, Xiao Jiyun turned to the group and suddenly inquired, "What do you think poses the greatest threat to us when the game descends once more?" Li Feng was the first to respond, "Mutated zombies." Indeed, mutated zombies. Xiao Jiyun nodded in agreement and continued, "With our current strength, ordinary zombies pose little threat to us. Therefore, I suggest that when the next game descends, we consider actively hunting mutated zombies." What? Hunt mutated zombies? Upon hearing this, the bald man instinctively shrank his neck in fear. Memories of the train, where the conductor's elusive and merciless slaughter still lingered vividly in his mind, haunted him. For him, the existence of mutated zombies was terrifying enough that simply avoiding them felt like a stroke of luck. To actively hunt them? Wasn't that tantamount to courting death? Not just the bald man, but even Zhao Dahai and Li Feng exchanged nervous glances, swallowing hard after hearing Qiu Zhiyun's suggestion, their hearts heavy with trepidation. Observing their expressions, Qiu Zhiyun chuckled and shook his head. Mutated zombies are not as fearsome as you imagine. Do you recall the mutated zombie we encountered on the train? If we consider its combat prowess alone, even Li Sei back then could have faced it directly. It was merely the presence of the zombie tide that amplified the mutated zombie's abilities, resulting in such devastation. If we can study and understand the capabilities of mutated zombies in advance, we can devise ways to contain them. In truth, they're not as dreadful as we perceive. As he spoke, a peculiar light flickered in Qiu Zhiyun's eyes. After a brief pause, he continued, "Currently, our team's strength has undergone a remarkable transformation. Actively hunting mutated zombies is not beyond our reach. If we can eliminate them ahead of time, perhaps the impending calamity will conclude sooner, sparing further sacrifices. Moreover, the rewards for hunting mutated zombies are exceedingly generous, far surpassing those of ordinary zombies. We will grow stronger and progress at an accelerated pace. In every aspect, it is advantageous." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan and the other four, excluding Qiu Zhiyun, exchanged knowing glances. Sacrifices. Everyone understood that old Qiu was undoubtedly thinking of Luo Qing. In truth, after enduring this period of fugitive existence, their bonds had deepened significantly. They had all made a concerted effort to avoid mentioning Luo Qing in front of Qiu Zhiyun. Seeing his expression dimmed at this moment, the bold bald man raised his right hand, scratching his head with a grin. "Isn't it just a mutated zombie? We've already taken down one. Taking down a few more shouldn't be too difficult, right? Ha ha ha." Despite his earnest attempts to project confidence through laughter, the bald man's smile was still more pitiable than joyful, and his stout legs trembled uncontrollably, revealing his lingering fear of the mutated zombies. "Exactly." Zhao Dahai quickly threw an arm around the bald man's shoulders, asserting, "Let's just go for it." In truth, his own hand were also shaking. Shen Mingxi cast an exasperated glance at these two poorly skilled performers. After contemplating for a moment, she shrugged and smiled naturally. "If we're to embark on the hunt for mutated zombies, it is essential that we operate as a team. I suggest we first appoint a leader and determine our team name." Although Lin Fan and Li Feng did not speak, they nodded in agreement with smiles on their faces. All eyes turned to Qiu Zhiyun, who was momentarily taken aback. However, as he scanned the smiling faces of his companions, a realization dawned upon him. It became evident that their consensus was not merely about his suggestion, but was rooted in their support for him. A warm current surged within Qiu Zhiyun, and he smiled in return. After a moment of contemplation, he directed his gaze towards Lin Fan and continued, echoing Shen Mengxi's sentiments. "I propose that Lin Fan take on the role of team leader. Given the unpredictable nature of hunting mutated zombies, only someone capable of confronting them head-on can make the most accurate tactical decisions. As a scout, my primary function is to track the movements of the mutated zombies, set traps, and assist in analyzing our combat situation. Lin Fan's prowess is well acknowledged by all. He stands on a completely different level than the rest of us." Everyone concurred, saying, "All right, Lin Fan, as the leader, brings us peace of mind. Ha ha ha. I have no objections. Let us now continue our discussion regarding our team name." This agreement signified that the group had embraced Qiu Zhiyun's proposal. Although Lin Fan was somewhat surprised by Qiu Zhiyun's choice to nominate him as the leader, he did not refuse. After reflecting for a moment, he spoke up. "As for the team name, I have a suggestion, Dawn. Our team is formed to hunt mutated zombies, akin to the first ray of sunlight piercing through the darkness. What do you think? Dawn is splendid. It carries a sense of grandeur. I like it. Very well. From this day forth, our team shall be known as Dawn." Haha. I must say, that name sounds powerful. Thus, the Dawn team was hastily born in this almost desolate mountainous region. The 6 individuals present were unaware that their spontaneous decision would reverberate throughout the world in the future. The name Dawn would become a beacon of hope for countless humans while simultaneously becoming a nightmare for innumerable zombies. Just as the discussion unfolded, a series of game notification sounds abruptly resonated in their ears. Ding! The location for the second round of the Apocalypse game has been selected. Arrival location, Daxia University, number 889, Shuan Road, Jinhai District, Wudu City. All players must reach the designated location within 1 hour to await the commencement of the game. Countdown to game arrival, 0 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Once the countdown reaches 0, players who have not arrived at the designated location will be eradicated. Chapter 43, A Century of Anomalies. The celestial dog devours the sun. Daxia University? Lin Fan and his companions were taken aback. They had presumed that the game's arrival point would be a bustling area in the Jina district. To their astonishment, it turned out to be a university, specifically the prestigious Daxia University of Science and Technology, ranked third in the nation and renowned globally as the cradle of scientists. Why had the game chosen this location? Was it mere coincidence or a deliberate choice? No one could ascertain the reason for this selection. Yet, at that moment, they lacked the time for speculation or analysis. Old Xiao, quickly check how far we are from Daxia University of Science and Technology. Lin Fan commanded with a grave expression. Xiaoji nodded, retrieving a map of Wuxi City from his pocket. He unfolded it on the ochre-colored terrain and, after a swift examination with his finger, spoke rapidly to the group. We are currently positioned in the Dongling mountain range. Daxia University is directly south of us. If we calculate the straight-line distance, it is approximately 30 kilometers apart. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan calculated briefly in his mind and replied, 30 kilometers is not too far for us. Considering our team's overall speed, we should arrive in about 35 minutes. Everyone, pack your gear and put on your combat suits. We depart in 5 minutes. Understood. The group responded in unison and turned back toward the cave. Time, 16:04:34. Game arrival countdown, 0:55:26. 6 figures clad in black nylon combat suits emerged from the cave, swiftly heading southward. As they moved, startled sparrows scattered in all directions, much like when they had arrived. After about 10 minutes, the sounds of chirping insects and birds faded behind them. Upon reaching the urban area, the bustling noise of the city enveloped them. Beep, beep, beep. On the wide Yubai road, vehicles flowed continuously. The shops on either side displayed neon lights flashing in a myriad of colors. Though it was not yet the end of the workday, the pedestrian street was already teeming with people. As Lin Fan and his companions darted through the dense crowd like the wind, those who noticed them wore expressions of shock and confusion. Did a few people in black just rush past us? One bystander exclaimed. It seemed like it, but they were moving so fast that I couldn't see clearly. They zipped by, and when I turned around, all I saw was a mass of people. I thought I was seeing things. Hearing this, those who had not witnessed the figures exchanged incredulous glances. No one can run that fast without being seen. You must have imagined it. The rare celestial event of solar eclipse, known as the heavenly dog eating the sun, is about to unfold. Let's prepare our cameras. Indeed, we have been waiting here for over half an hour, eager to capture the mesmerizing sequence of this extraordinary phenomenon. As the crowd buzzes with anticipation, the radiant sun, akin to a golden orb, appears to be violently torn apart by a ferocious beast. The earth, scorched by the sun's intensity, welcomes a refreshing breeze. The throngs of people on the streets tilt their heads upward, brandishing their phones and cameras, faces aglow with excitement as they document this once-in-a-century event. Little do they know, while they marvel at the impending spectacle, an ominous end is quietly approaching nearby. Time, 4:23:17 p.m. Game arrival countdown, 0 hours, 36 minutes, 43 seconds. Buzzing sounds fill the air as Li Sei, clad in a black combat suit, speeds down the highway toward the Jina district on a strikingly sleek black motorcycle, the source of which remains a mystery. The cacophony of blaring horns and shouts from other vehicles surrounds him. How dare you drive against traffic on the highway? Are you rushing toward death? That nearly caused me to crash into the barrier. This is utterly reckless. Yet, Li Sei remains unfazed. The noisy din swiftly swallowed by the howling wind. As time progresses, the sun, which usually hangs in the sky like a divine presence, is gradually being obscured, with nearly a third of it consumed by the celestial beast. From a bird's-eye view, one would witness an endless darkness relentlessly encroaching upon the realm of light. Coincidentally, Li Sei and his speeding motorcycle find themselves at the very threshold of this dichotomy. If he could accelerate further, he would escape into the light. If he slows down, he risks succumbing to the encroaching darkness. Time, 4:24:36 p.m. Report to Commander Nya. The observatory has confirmed that this solar eclipse will last until exactly 5 o'clock. During this time, The moon will gradually obscure the sun's rays, plunging the entire Earth into darkness. The door to the highest office in the city swings open. The aide, clutching a folder, reports on the solar eclipse phenomenon. With graying hair and a middle-aged visage, Nie Yuanming stands solemnly by the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at the encroaching shadows enveloping the city. Immediately inform the Traffic Regulation Department to activate all city lighting systems in advance. We have only just stabilized the emotions of the victims' families after the train incident 3 days ago. We cannot allow darkness to descend upon Wudu once more. Upon hearing Nie Yuanming's command, the aide hesitates momentarily, yet the citizens of Wudu are presently marveling at the extraordinary spectacle of the solar eclipse. I believe it would be prudent to allow them to fully immerse themselves in this enchanting sight shrouded in darkness. This serves as an opportune moment to divert public attention away from the train incident. The populace is notoriously forgetful. Should the train incident fade from memory, it would greatly assist us in stabilizing public sentiment. As for safety concerns, there is no need for alarm. The transportation regulatory authorities have deployed an extensive workforce to patrol every street. Humph! Nie Yuanming scoffed coldly, turning his gaze icily towards his aide. The public may forget, but we cannot afford such a luxury. If the entire land is engulfed in darkness, no one can predict what calamity might ensue next. Relying solely on the limited personnel of the Transportation Regulatory Department will only enable them to maintain order post-incident. To depend on a spectacle to distract the people is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Enough of this chatter. Convey my orders. After being reprimanded by Nie Yuanming, the aide felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, too intimidated to speak further. He hastily acknowledged the command and exited the office. Unbeknownst to the aide, General Fang Jinghan from the military had just made a call, already informing Nie Yuanming of the contents of a note. They were, however, unaware of the specific time and location. To prevent panic from spreading, they dared not disclose this information to many. Today's solar eclipse, perceived by others as a once-in-a-century phenomenon, instilled a profound unease within these two prominent figures of Wudu. Thus, the decision was made to activate the city's lighting system in advance, and the military patrols were intensified. Time, 16:40:25. Game arrival countdown, 0 hours, 19 minutes, 35 seconds. The streets were illuminated by incandescent lights, akin to stars in the night, casting a brilliant glow across the land. After more than half an hour of frantic running, Lin Fan and his companions arrived at the north gate of Daxia University of Science and Technology. Before them stood a colossal stone tablet, approximately 3 meters high, inscribed in seal script with 8 robust red characters. Pragmatism and Truth for the People's Prosperity. Chapter 44. Daxia University of Science and Technology. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. Pragmatism and Truth for the People's Prosperity. What a commendable motto for Daxia University of Science and Technology. Regrettably, Qiujian paused before the stone tablet, expressing heartfelt admiration. Lin Fan, meanwhile, directed his gaze towards the university gates, which spanned an impressive 30 meters and were forged from steel alloys. The gates were adorned with dazzling neon lights that shimmered like jewels, casting reflections of the words Daxia University of Science and Technology in a graceful dance. If not for the impending arrival of the apocalyptic game, it seems that I have now become a student of this school, does it not? Today marks the final day for new students to register. I am about to step into this institution, not as a newcomer, but as a player, or rather, as a hunter who unleashes boundless slaughter aboard the K-231 train. After a moment of reflection, Lin Fan gathered his thoughts. Glancing at the game countdown, he addressed those around him, saying, "Let us proceed. There are merely 18 minutes remaining until the game commences. We should enter early to prepare ourselves." Indeed, Qiujian was the first to respond. "If possible, let us devise a plan to evacuate some individuals before the game fully descends and attempt to relay some messages to the outside world. Saving even one person is a victory in itself." Just as Qiujian finished speaking, a chilling series of game notification sounds echoed in the ears of the 6 players. Detection of players arriving at the descent point. Time remaining until game commencement, 18 minutes. Initiating the construction of a temporary space. Before the game officially descends, all veteran players are prohibited from exiting the temporary space. They are also unable to convey any information to the outside world. Humans outside the temporary space will remain oblivious to its existence. Players Lin Fan and Qiujian, please patiently await the beginning of the second game descent. Friendly reminder, New game features, friends, and team have been activated for players to explore. As the game notifications concluded, countless rippling water patterns suddenly emerged from all directions around Lin Fan and his companions, ultimately coalescing into a transparent barrier spanning approximately 100 square feet. Ding! Temporary space successfully constructed. Note: the temporary space will automatically dissolve 10 minutes after the game descends. A temporary space? We must wait an additional 10 minutes for it to dissolve? Lin Fan furrowed his brow, taken aback by this sudden development, which even he, as a game administrator, was unaware of. Qiujun quickly grasped the implications, his face pale with concern. The game system has likely implemented this to prevent us from making any arrangements that could disrupt the normal course of the game. As for the reason we must wait an extra 10 minutes, it is probably to allow the zombies ample time to claim as many human lives as possible during this interval. Damn it! Upon hearing Qiujun's analysis, Li Feng clenched his fists, his expression one of indignation. Or to simply stand by and wait. He drew a long, pitch-black hunting blade, approximately 16 meters in length, from his tactical backpack and approached the edge of the barrier, gripping the hilt with both hands before striking down with all his might. Ding! The sound of iron clashing resonated through the air. On that seemingly gossamer screen, not a single scratch remained. Futile. Observing Li Feng's actions, Lin Fan shook his head. The spatial barrier established by the game system could not be breached by our current capabilities. At this moment, Lin Fan had already accessed the A001 virus interface. Attempting to modify this game setting, a cascade of green garbled text materialized before his eyes. Zizizizi. This modification touches upon the fundamental logical structure of the game system. This is the very essence of the game's existence and cannot be shaken. Upon seeing this result, Lin Fan furrowed his brow. The fact that this aspect was tied to the very foundation of the game's existence, did it imply that if he could eventually undermine this principle, he could entirely unravel the game? At that moment, no one realized the terrifying thought that had just ignited in Lin Fan's mind. Qiujun, seeing no other recourse, could only let out a reluctant sigh, conceding Lin Fan is right. We might just have to wait it out. The bald man, sensing the increasingly tense atmosphere, scratched his head and said, "By the way, I recall the game just notified us of 2 new features. Since we can't do anything else right now, why not explore those?" With no alternatives, Lin Fan and the others began to investigate the new functionalities of the game. The Friends feature, as its name suggests, allows players to add game friends. Friends can privately chat and send emails to each other, much like in the real world. The Team feature enables the creation of a squad comprising no more than 10 players. Within this team, all zombies killed will have their points and rewards fairly distributed according to each player's performance in combat, preventing scenarios of last hitting, monster stealing, or exploiting rewards. Time ticked away. With only 3 minutes remaining until the game's arrival, a roar echoed from the west gate of Dasha University of Science and Technology. A black motorcycle violently crashed through the guardrail at the entrance, storming into the campus like a wild beast. Immediately, an independent temporary space materialized, imprisoning the motorcycle and its rider, Lise, in place. The guard at the west gate, witnessing a motorcyclist who had just damaged the barrier suddenly vanish into thin air, was left in utter astonishment. What the hell? Time: 16:57:25. The sun in the sky had dwindled to a crescent-like silhouette, nearly invisible. Within the brightly lit Dasha University of Science and Technology, at the north gate, numerous parents of freshmen, after assisting their children with tuition payments, were preparing to leave the campus, carrying old, worn-out bags from the countryside. The young faces of the fresh students were filled with a bittersweet emotion as they bid farewell. With parting moments at hand, the sight of their parents' stooped figures about to step beyond the school gates tugged at their hearts. One boy, unable to contain himself, called out to his father's retreating silhouette, "Dad, rest assured, when I graduate and secure a good job, I will ensure that you and Mom lead a prosperous life." The elder father paused at these words, turning to gaze at his child, a smile of contentment gracing his features. "Ah, my boy, with such intentions, I find solace." He added, "By the way, there's a bag of oranges in your backpack. Don't eat them all by yourself when you return. Remember to share with your roommates. All right?" Little did the new student know when he would hear his father's gentle admonitions again. The once familiar annoyance faded from his face, replaced by a smile as he replied, "I understand. Today, a rare solar eclipse coincided with their departure. Dad, please drive slowly on your way back. Do take care." "Huh, what is there to fear?" the father replied, his demeanor relaxed. The streets are filled with streetlights. It's no different from daytime. It's perfectly safe. Don't worry. Once I'm home, I'll give you a call. Before the father could finish his sentence, suddenly, the streetlights illuminating every corner of the campus dimmed, as if orchestrated, plunging the area into darkness, obscuring visibility entirely. Unbeknownst to them, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon. What is happening? Could be a power outage? One exclaimed. Impossible. I recall a senior mentioning that the power supply at Dashi University of Technology has the highest priority in the entire region, and it has never experienced a blackout since its establishment, as students and parents fumbled with their phones to illuminate the pitch-black campus. A chilling game notification echoed in their ears. Welcome to the Apocalypse Descends, a brand new 5D immersive game. The game is about to commence. All players, please prepare yourselves. Wishing you an enjoyable experience. Chapter 45. In the left hand, prosperity. In the right hand, the apocalypse. Hey, did you hear that sound just now? Sound? What sound? Are you imagining things? I think I heard it too. A Welcome to the Apocalypse Descends, a new 5D immersive game? No. Are you all suffering from sleep deprivation from an all-nighter at an internet cafe? Which game company dares to boast about 5D? It's true. I heard as well. As discussions ensued among students and parents, it soon became apparent that some had heard the game notification, while others had not, with a ratio precisely at 50%. Among them were both newcomers and a portion of parents. Suddenly, an even more bizarre event transpired. Nearly 100 individuals who had not heard the game's prompt collapsed to the ground without any warning, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. Witnessing this scene, those who remained standing were too preoccupied to concern themselves with the earlier, sudden sound. They gathered around their loved ones, faces etched with anxiety, crying out, "Mom, what is wrong with you? Son, don't frighten me. You were fine just a moment ago. How did you suddenly fall? Quickly, call for an ambulance." Some individuals, maintaining their composure, pulled out their phones, only to discover that there was no signal. They could not make a call. In the eerie darkness, the faint glow emanating from their phones illuminated the panic-stricken faces of the crowd. The game system prompt sounded once more. Ding, game loading complete. Arrival location, Dashi University of Technology. Total participants, 60,000, including students, parents, campus staff, etc. Randomly selected 30,000 individuals to become players in the game Apocalypsesurvival. All players now have access to the game function interface. The remaining 30,000 non-player humans will be transformed into zombies in 1 minute. Survival mode has been activated. Below are the tasks for all players. Task 1. Survive. Endure 12 hours after non-human players transform into zombies. Reward, 10 points. Task 2. Become a stronger fighter. Kill more than 10 zombies. Reward. The more you kill, the greater the reward. Note, the entire campus has been enveloped by the boundless realm during the game. No one, zombies, or any other life forms, may enter or exit Dashi University of Technology. No information may be transmitted to the outside world by any means. At this moment, the players at the north gate of the campus were utterly disoriented due to their loved ones collapsing. They were too absorbed in their attempts to assist their kin to pay attention to the game's prompts. Yet, within mere seconds, their concern morphed into terror. Those convulsing on the ground were spewing a foul, frothy substance from their mouths, beneath the dim light of their phones. Their eyes rolled back to the point where their pupils were nearly invisible. Veins bulged grotesquely on their foreheads, their appearances horrifyingly deformed. Time passed unnoticed. Suddenly, the lights along the roadside flickered back to life, illuminating the campus once more. After all, Dashi University of Technology was among the top 3 institutions in the academic rankings, and backup generators were not lacking. However, the transformation into the undead was complete. A grotesque zombie rose from the ground, its waist unnaturally bent at a right angle, assuming a bizarre posture. With a chilling shriek, the horde of undead lunged towards the bewildered players nearby. "No, please, it's me. Don't bite me." Panic surged through the crowd as they grappled with the horrifying reality. The apocalypse had truly descended. These individuals had transformed into zombies. "Get away. Don't bite me. Run." At that moment, the players finally reacted, scattering in all directions. Some dashed towards the campus, while many, overwhelmed by terror, forgot the game's warning regarding the boundless domain. Their sole desire was to escape the campus, distancing themselves from the flesh-eating fiends. Fortunately, the game had chosen the expansive school grounds as its setting, providing ample space. After the zombies attacked the first unsuspecting players, they congregated, feasting on their flesh, momentarily halting their pursuit. At least 30 or 40 players managed to flee from the carnage. However, as they arrived at the school gate, bloodied and disheveled, ready to burst outside, they were suddenly confronted by an invisible barrier, obstructing their path. No matter how they slammed their shoulders, kicked, or pounded with their fists, they could not break through. Their eyes could clearly see the outside world beyond the barrier. Vehicles passing by, couples embracing sweetly on the sidewalk, and young salespeople cheerfully distributing flyers under the neon lights. The world before them seemed so normal, so peaceful. Yet behind them lay a scene of carnage, ravenous zombies, and the wails of the dying, like a hellish nightmare. The stark contrast between the thriving world and the apocalyptic reality shattered the spirits of the 30 or so players. Some collapsed to the ground, their eyes vacant, warm streams of fear trickling down. Others wept openly, trembling as they reached towards the thriving world beyond the barrier. Some wished to scream in terror, but found their throats completely silent. Suddenly, 6 beams of white light appeared before them. As the light gradually dissipated, 6 figures clad in black nylon combat gear, armed and stern-faced, materialized in front of the frightened new players. They were Lin Fan, Qiu Jiyun, Shun Mengxi, Li Feng, Zhao Dahai, and Baldi, having been transported from the temporary space established by the game system. Upon their first glance, they encountered the expressions of panic and despair etched on the faces of the new players. "Hey," Shun Mengxi sighed deeply, her eyes filled with empathy. "Are you all right?" Li Feng rested the 16-meter hunting blade upon his shoulder, endeavoring to communicate with the bewildered individuals before him. Yet, these new players appeared to be still ensnared by their fear, their eyes vacant, failing to respond to his inquiries. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan could only shake his head in resignation, deciding it best to allow them a moment to acclimatize. Embracing the world of apocalypsesurvival was no trivial matter. He then turned his gaze toward the horde of over 100 zombies, ravenously consuming corpses nearby. With a steely resolve, he lifted his composite crossbow, brimming with arrows, and decisively pulled the trigger. Let's first deal with that cluster of zombies. Chapter 46, Dawn Squad, The Celestial Descends. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kill. As 10 ebony arrows soared through the air, 6 seasoned players clad in tactical gear and wielding weapons charged forth with a fierce battle cry. This time, they were no longer paralyzed by fear as they had been on the train. Instead, their eyes burned with unbridled bloodlust. Lin Fan's melee weapon remained a bone spike, tinged with ash. Shun Mengxi's hunting spear required no further elaboration. Qiu Jiyun brandished a hunting bayonet, approximately half a meter in length, with a blood groove along its blade, lending it formidable lethality. Zhao Dahai wielded a 2-handed battle axe, measuring 1.2 meters in total length, with a blade nearly half a meter wide and weighing over 100 pounds, capable of slashing, chopping, and even serving as a shield when necessary. The bald man's weapon mirrored Li Feng's, both wielding 16-meter-long blades reminiscent of ancient sabers, boasting an extended reach and devastating power. For Lin Fan and his 5 companions, the mere 100 zombies posed little challenge. Any one of them could effortlessly annihilate the horde without injury. Under the flurry of blades and arrows, the zombies scarcely had the opportunity to raise their claws before being vanquished in an instant, as though they were mere vegetables being sliced. Nearby, the new players, having witnessed this display, transitioned from a state of shock to one of astonishment. Who were these remarkable individuals? The ravenous zombies appeared as mere lambs awaiting slaughter in their presence, utterly defenseless. The skirmish concluded within a mere 6 minutes. Lin Fan casually retrieved the arrows he'd loosed into his spatial backpack. Qiu Jiyun, leading Li Feng and the others, approached the surviving new players once more. "Who are you?" This time, it was the new players who took the initiative to speak. Qiu Jiyun regarded their expressions of lingering terror and bewilderment, exhaling a deep sigh. "We are, like you, players of apocalypsesurvival." "Players?" One of the new players paused, recalling the notification sound that had echoed in his mind earlier. Gradually, the realization dawned upon him. Though the entire situation felt utterly surreal, yet the multitude of lifeless bodies before him incessantly reminded him of the harsh reality. Immediately, a flicker of rage surfaced in his gaze. Clenching his fists tightly, he murmured, "What on earth is this apocalypsesurvival game? Why must it turn our loved ones and classmates into zombies?" Qiu Jiyun shook his head, aware that no one possessed the answers to these questions. They must embark on their own exploration within the game to seek the truth. However, before that, they must first survive. According to the game system's notification, There were at least 30,000 zombies roaming the entire campus. At this juncture, Chojian paused and gestured toward the site of their recent skirmish. The lingering scent of blood would undoubtedly attract more zombies. This place was perilous, necessitating the search for a structure to serve as a sanctuary. A girl, having narrowly escaped death, interjected eagerly, "I know of a safer location. The library. It's the nearest building to us. Since the semester hasn't officially started. There shouldn't be many people inside." As she spoke, she pointed in a specific direction. "Are you out of your mind?" A boy exclaimed, panic etched across his face. Half of the school has already turned into zombies. Even if there aren't too many people in a library, who can guarantee that there are no zombies lurking inside? As the two debated, Lin Fan approached wielding a bone spike. "You need not worry about the zombies. We will clear out any that may be in the library. Just follow us closely. But remember, we cannot protect you indefinitely. The only ones who can ensure your safety are yourselves. Adapt swiftly to the apocalypsesurvival game and strive to survive. Otherwise, what awaits you in the end is still death." All the new players turned their gazes toward Lin Fan in unison. He appeared to be only slightly older than the other freshmen, yet an aura of formidable intimidation emanated from him, making it difficult for anyone to draw near. Even his gaze was met with hesitation. Moreover, after his arrival, Chiu Jiyun and the others instinctively positioned themselves at his side or behind him. He must be the backbone of their small team of 6. Who exactly is this individual? Let us go. Lin Fan did not afford them much time for contemplation or sorrow, leading Chiu Jiyun and the others toward the library. The library of Dashi University of Science and Technology presented a hemispherical structure, standing approximately 20 meters tall with a diameter exceeding 80 meters. Its walls crafted from insulated steel and glass, exuding a futuristic ambience. As Lin Fan and the others stepped through the library's grand entrance into the foyer, their eyes were immediately met with a stark sight. The pristine white tiles were now saturated in vivid crimson blood. Disheveled bookshelves lay strewn across every corner, and pristine books had been drenched in a sanguine hue, like a bouquet of resplendent roses. And are those zombies, their pupils clouded, emitting deep, guttural roars as they gnawed upon the corpses strewn across the ground. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, a newly arrived female player trailing behind Lin Fan could not suppress a shrill cry of terror. Gurarg! Upon hearing the sound, the zombies turned their heads in unison, their milky eyes fixated on the entrance. In the next moment, all the zombies erupted into chaos. They rose up, lunging towards Lin Fan and his companions like famished beggars, encountering a rare delicacy. The number of individuals in the library was indeed few. While this batch of zombies appeared ferocious, a closer count revealed there were merely dozens of them. Initially, Lin Fan believed this would be yet another unremarkable slaughter. However, to his surprise, one of the zombies was capable of engaging in fierce combat with a bald-headed man. This particular zombie stood an impressive height of approximately 2 meters and possessed remarkable strength, easily lifting a solid wooden bookshelf weighing several hundred pounds, nearly stunning the bald-headed warrior. Fortunately, having undergone rigorous training over the past few days, the bald-headed man's abilities had significantly improved. In terms of strength, he still surpassed that zombie. Coupled with his nylon combat gear and hunting knife, after several rounds of combat, he successfully brought it down. 5 minutes later, the battle concluded. Chiu Jiyun gazed at the last zombie he had slain and remarked, "There is something peculiar about these zombies. One I encountered was over 3 times faster than an ordinary zombie. Moreover, its defensive capabilities were astonishing. My hunting knife could not deliver a fatal blow. Yet, it does not resemble a mutated zombie." Upon hearing this, the bald-headed man quickly concurred, "By my mother, I also faced a zombie of immense strength. It took all my effort to finally eliminate that creature. When the world is happening, this differs entirely from our previous encounters." As the captain, Lin Fan had been closely monitoring his teammates' battles. When Chiu Jiyun and the bald-headed man encountered these extraordinary zombies, he utilized a monster compendium to obtain specific information. He then explained to everyone, these are evolved zombies, or more precisely, first-stage evolved zombies. Evolved zombies? Everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Fan. After a brief pause, he continued, "I previously mentioned that I had slain a mutated zombie on the train and received a special reward, this monster compendium. Through it, I can access information about various monsters. It seems that this game allows not only us players to grow stronger, but the zombies as well. Ordinary zombies, by consuming human flesh, drinking human blood, or devouring other energy-rich substances, gradually enhance their physical form, evolving into advanced zombies. This mirrors our experience as players, through rigorous training coupled with the consumption of substantial nourishment. Our physical prowess escalates remarkably. Chapter 47. Here Lies the Abandoned. Upon hearing Lin Fan's elaboration, Li Feng furrowed his brow and remarked, "But why did we not encounter any advanced zombies on the train? Out of over 2,000 passengers, only 7 survived. Surely, many were consumed by zombies." Lin Fan was well aware of the answer to this inquiry, as he had manipulated the game's parameters via a virus, preventing advanced zombies from manifesting on the train. This time, however, he could not exert such modifications. Within the confines of Dashe University of Technology, both the number of humans and zombies far exceeded those aboard the train. The virus was incapable of being altered. Lin Fan was reluctant to divulge the existence of the virus to others. Shaking his head, he replied, "Perhaps the train incident marked the game's initial emergence, accompanied by numerous restrictions." Observing Lin Fan's apparent confusion, the group chose not to dwell on the matter further. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaojun continued, "You mentioned that we encountered a first-tier advanced zombie. Are there higher tiers? Furthermore, do advanced zombies possess different branches? For instance, the one I faced was remarkably swift, while the one dealt with by the bald man was immensely powerful." With a grave expression, Lin Fan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the evolution of zombies diverges into 2 distinct paths, one emphasizing strength and the other speed. To elucidate, ordinary zombies possess basic attributes of strength, defense, and speed comparable to that of an average human. A strength-oriented advanced zombie, on average, grows 10 centimeters in size and gains 100 kilograms of strength and impact resistance for every 3 humans it consumes. Conversely, a speed-oriented advanced zombie increases its claw length by 1 centimeter and enhances its running speed by 8 kilometers per hour, alongside a 100-kilogram boost in impact resistance for the same consumption rate. As for the initial direction of a zombie's evolution, it is entirely random. Lin Fan paused to organize the data in his mind before continuing. Regardless of whether they evolve towards strength or speed, they all begin as first-tier advanced zombies. However, once they consume 50 humans, their attributes become comparable to those of hunters. Their strength rivals that of a grizzly bear, or their speed matches that of cheetah. At this juncture, they may be classified as second-tier advanced zombies. Should they continue to feed, evolving into third-tier or even fourth-tier zombies is entirely plausible. Upon hearing this, Xiaojun recognized the gravity of the situation and summarized. Although advanced zombies enhance only their strength or speed, as well as their defense, they lack the bizarre and unpredictable abilities exhibited by mutated zombies. The second-tier evolved zombies are formidable enough to rival the hunters, should they be allowed to evolve unrestrictedly. Reaching the third or even fourth tier, they may become our worst nightmare. Therefore, we must hasten to rescue the ordinary players trapped within the campus. To prevent the zombies from excessively evolving, Lin Fan took a deep breath and nodded in agreement, acknowledging old Chio's insight. He then turned to the newly arrived players trailing behind him. The zombies in the first-floor hall have mostly been eradicated. Next, we shall venture to the second floor and beyond. You may choose to accompany us and attempt to slay some zombies, or you may opt to remain on the first floor and find a secure hiding place. The choice is yours. Upon hearing the suggestion to confront the zombies, the new players turned pale with fear. Perhaps we should stay on the first floor for now. Each individual's fate is a matter of personal choice. Lin Fan did not press the issue further, guiding Xiaojun and the others toward the second floor of the library. Bang, bang, bang. The second floor of the library echoed with the frantic collisions of dozens of zombies against the iron bookshelves leaning against the wall. Inside, 8 pale-faced youths huddled trembling in a corner. They could not fathom why the game Apocalypse Descending had chosen their institution. They had cursed their fate in their hearts. But to no avail. They did not wish to perish. They yearned to survive. When the game first manifested, they had desperately cried for help in the public chat channel, only to discover that their fellow students were in similarly dire circumstances. They had fought and wept, but now all that remained was despair and numbness. The sheer number of zombies was far beyond the capacity of these 8 unarmed youths to overcome. What would they do? It seemed they could do nothing but await their grim fate. At that moment, a boy clad in a blue shirt knelt on the ground, hands clasped together, his lips quivering as if reciting a prayer. "What are you doing at such a time?" shouted a boy in white, perhaps driven by fear, his temper flaring. "Praying? The entire school has been forsaken by the divine. Here we are abandoned. We are all doomed." The blue-shirt boy pressed his lips together and shook his head. I am not praying for salvation. I only hope that my girlfriend remains safe. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds echoed in their ears. Through the gaps in the bookshelves, they witnessed zombies being struck down, black arrows piercing their necks as they collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, 6 individuals clad in striking black attire, wielding weapons, charged into the horde of corpses. The zombies fell one after another, as if these figures were grim reapers emerging from the depths of hell, mercilessly reaping the lives of the undead. Witnessing this spectacle, the 8 onlookers were initially taken aback, followed swiftly by an overwhelming surge of joy. Look, someone is slaying the zombies. Could these individuals be elite soldiers? Their efficiency and strength were astounding. The zombies were no match for them. Surely, the military must have detected the peril at the school and dispatched troops to our aid. We are saved. Bashal life, huh? In mere minutes, the horde amassed before the bookshelf was eradicated. The youths hastily removed the metal partitions from the shelves and crawled through the opening. Approaching Lin Fan and his companions, they cautiously inquired, "Greetings. Are you soldiers? Have you come to rescue us because the authorities discovered our situation?" Lin Fan turned his gaze towards them, ready to respond, when suddenly a chilling sensation coursed down his spine. He swiftly pivoted, only to find, lurking in the distant corner of the second floor, a peculiar zombie covered in serpentine scales. Its cold, gray-slit pupils fixated upon their group, akin to a beast in the wilderness eyeing delectable prey. A shiver ran down Lin Fan's spine. There was, indeed, a mutated zombie concealed here. Chapter 48, Terrifying Power, Lin Fan's comprehensive domination over the mutated zombie. The mutated zombie is undoubtedly the most perilous entity within the game Doomsday Arrival. Each one possesses unknown capabilities. To encounter one so swiftly was unexpected. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan raised his composite crossbow and unleashed a flurry of shots. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 arrows soared through the air with remarkable speed, targeting the mutated zombie. Upon witnessing this, the zombie's gray-slit pupils flickered, and its body began to contort like a colossal gray python. Clang, clang, clang. Each arrow narrowly missed its mark, grazing past it and embedding into the tempered glass behind. This creature exhibited remarkable evasion skills. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The mutated zombie glanced at the arrows beside it, flicking its tongue in a serpentine manner, as if mocking Lin Fan's archery prowess. Observing this, Lin Fan let out a cold snort. He stowed the crossbow into his spatial backpack and charged towards the mutated zombie, brandishing a bone spike speckled with gray. A flash of red ignited in his pupils. The instinct for slaughter awakened instantly. The once mocking mutated zombie suddenly felt a profound dread emanating from the depths of its very soul. It was akin to a sheep instinctively recoiling upon sighting a wolf. However, this surge of trepidation was swiftly subdued within it. In its perception, humanity was merely a frail assemblage of flesh. What right did they possess to evoke feelings of anxiety and fear? It was the superior being, the sovereign of life. Hiss! As it flicked its tongue, a glimmer of ferocity ignited in the mutated zombie's eyes. It lunged forward, determined to shred the irritant before it, Lin Fan. The movements of the mutated zombie were peculiar, oscillating between left and right, fast and slow. Viewed as a whole, it resembled a serpent undulating rapidly upon the ground, eluding capture of its whereabouts. Yet, Lin Fan, awakened to his instinct for slaughter, could instantly discern the patterns in the mutated zombie's gait. He even devised several countermeasures to its erratic movements, formulating ways to vanquish it. Suddenly, a gray flash enveloped Lin Fan's legs as his hunter-level muscles erupted in power. His speed surged to its zenith. With a swift motion, he found himself behind the mutated zombie, his bone spikes poised to pierce the vulnerable spot 3 inches from its spine. The abrupt acceleration startled the mutated zombie, leaving it with but one thought: how swift. Yet now, it had no time to ponder how such prey could possess such speed. The targeted area of Lin Fan's assault instilled a profound dread within it. As the saying goes, strike at the snake's vital spot, and it may not die, but it will surely be immobilized. Its mutation had rendered it serpentine, inheriting the inherent frailty of its kind. The area 3 inches from its spine was indeed its Achilles heel. Lin Fan's explosive speed left no room for evasion. Hiss! Emitting a frantic hiss, the creature's eyes flashed with a fierce resolve as it deliberately charged its shoulder against Lin Fan's bone spikes. sacrificing its own safety for a chance at survival. The mutated zombie made a judicious choice at this critical juncture. One must acknowledge that its combat instincts were remarkably astute. At this moment, Xiao Zhiyun and the others also regained their composure. Observing Lin Fan maintaining the upper hand against the mutated zombie, they refrained from recklessly intervening. Instead, they formed a surrounding perimeter, standing ready to prevent the mutated zombie from escaping. With a piercing sound, the bone spike struck the mutated zombie's shoulder. A torrent of crimson gushed forth from its body. Strangely, however, this blood did not cascade to the ground but rather, as if under some enchantment, flowed in reverse, enveloping the mutated zombie's form and congealing into a crust of coagulated blood. When Lin Fan's bone spike struck again, it merely resonated with a sound akin to metal clashing against metal. The once razor-sharp spike was rendered ineffective against the layer of blood scab. A flash of crimson flickered in his eyes. Lin Fan instantly grasped the capabilities of the mutated zombie through his instinct for slaughter. The ability to manipulate blood solidified into scabs. The more grievous the injury sustained by the opponent, the greater the bloodshed, and, consequently, the stronger the defense. Unlike the train conductor, whose abilities centered around manipulation, stealth, and self-preservation, this was a purely combat-oriented mutated zombie. Nevertheless, Lin Fan's instinct for slaughter swiftly led him to an effective method of annihilating the foe. With a flick of his wrist, he stowed the bone spikes into his spatial backpack. Grasping the mutated zombie's arm with his left hand, he exerted a powerful force, throwing it to the ground. His right hand formed a fist the size of a sandbag, delivering blows at a staggering rate of 38 strikes per second, each punch carrying a force of at least 3 tons. He relentlessly hammered down upon the mutated zombie's head. Bang, bang, bang. The unsuspecting mutated zombie was bewildered by the onslaught. It desperately attempted to escape Lin Fan's grasp, only to be horrified to discover that it was outmatched not only in speed, but also in strength. Thud, thud, thud. Under such brutal impacts, the floor of the second story began to buckle under the strain, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface. 10 minutes prior, Lin Fan and his companions had yet to arrive at the library. On the 3rd floor of the library, in a tightly shut break room, a girl clad in a red dress lay on the pristine porcelain-tiled floor, tears streaming down her face. "Please, spare me. I have a boyfriend," she sobbed. A middle-aged man, dressed in a security uniform and sporting a lewd mustache, gazed greedily at her terrified, yet stunning visage, contemplating actions that would surely invoke the wrath of the gods. "I say, campus beauty, stop resisting. Just submit to me willingly. Close your eyes, and you might still enjoy some pleasure. Ha ha, this apocalypse has truly arrived, and what a splendid arrival it is. Were it not for this game, I would never have the chance to experience a woman of this caliber in my lifetime. Ha ha." As the man laughed maniacally, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation in his groin. In the next instant, a series of game notification sounds echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player Wong Ergu. You have awakened the skin-related branch talent. Iron Egg. Iron Egg. The defense of the groin is comparable to a steel plate 1 centimeter thick, while the overall skin defense has significantly increased, reaching the level of cowhide. Congratulations, player Wong Ergu. You have evolved from an ordinary person to a hunter. Clad in his security uniform, Wong Ergu was momentarily stunned. What is happening? I'm merely toying with a campus beauty, and I awaken a talent? Moreover, I've evolved into a hunter. Am I about to soar to great heights? Chapter 49. The Dual Facets of Humanity in the Apocalypse. Happiness comes too suddenly. Wong Ergu even forgot to engage in the activities prohibited by the gods. In the next moment, the campus belle abruptly struggled to her feet and lunged towards Wong Ergu, sinking her teeth fiercely into his neck. Unfortunately, her bite could not penetrate the formidable skin defense he had acquired as a hunter, merely leaving 2 shallow marks. Wong Ergu, recovering from shock, was instantly consumed with rage. He struck her forehead with a forceful slap and shouted, "You filthy wench, dare to bite me. Let go of me." This instant, he did not hold back the strength of his slap. After delivering the blow, the campus belle rolled her eyes back and fell unconscious. Wong Ergu furrowed his brow and cursed. "Humph, do you think playing dead will help you?" He reached out to check her breath and was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. Hastily, he tested her pulse. What the hell, is she dead? His face contorted in frustration as he decided to hoist her lifeless body and approach the window. After glancing outside and seeing no one, he decisively opened the window and threw the body out. At that moment, a series of thunderous booms erupted from the direction of the second floor. Wang Erga paused, puzzled, and directed his gaze upward. Unfortunately, the tempered glass that replaced the wall obstructed his view. The ominous sounds continued, increasing in frequency, resembling a herd of elephants rampaging through the library's second floor. What on earth is happening? Wang Erga wondered. I need to go down and investigate. If any danger arises, I must be able to escape. Being trapped on the third floor would surely lead to doom. Fortunately, he had just awakened as a hunter, his defensive capabilities greatly enhanced. If the campus bell's teeth could not pierce his skin, then zombies likely could not as well. Once he managed to escape, even if he encountered zombies, he would have a measure of safety. With his thoughts organized, Wang Ergu picked up the shabby belt he had discarded earlier, while fastening it around his waist. He opened the door to the tea room. Since the semester had not officially begun, the supervising teachers on the third floor and above had yet to report for duty, meaning the area was temporarily off limits to students. Naturally, there were no zombies present. Once outside, Wang Ergu stealthily descended the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he was taken aback to find a large number of people gathered there. Among them were 8 students from the school, and he recognized one of them, a boy in a blue outfit. He was the campus bell's boyfriend. As Wang Ergu's gaze roamed, he quickly spotted the numerous corpses of zombies scattered across the floor, drenched in blood. Dozens of zombies had been slain. Who could have done this? Wang Ergu's gaze shifted once more, focusing on Lin Fan and his companions. Among the 5 individuals, each wielded weapons stained with blood and donned black nylon combat attire, unmistakably not to be trifled with. Most astonishing of all was a bare-handed youth, perched atop a zombie, its body marred with blood clots, furiously pummeling it with his fists. The deafening sound that had recently echoed was indeed born from this very scene. My heavens! With every strike of the youth's fist, the entire library trembled as if in fear. The tiles beneath had been reduced to mere powder, and even the sturdy concrete floor had sunk over 20 centimeters. Is this truly a human being? Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Ergu's face was a canvas of astonishment. As Lin Fan swung his fist once again, a chilling game notification resounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Fan. You have successfully slain a combat-type mutant zombie. Reward 1, 300 points. Reward 2, the capacity of your spatial backpack has increased to 100 cubic meters. The Dawn team, comprising Qiu Jiyun, Shen Mingxi, and 3 others, provided encirclement assistance, earning 30 points. Lin Fan had, through sheer brute strength, obliterated the zombie's flesh and brain. Upon receiving the game notification, Lin Fan finally unclenched his fist, relieved to have dispatched the creature. The rewards were indeed generous, amounting to a whopping 300 points. Furthermore, his spatial backpack's capacity had expanded tenfold from an initial 10 cubic meters. In contrast, the 30 points awarded to Qiu Jiyun and the others could only be seen as a consolation prize for participation. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Fan's gaze returned to the corpse of the mutant zombie. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Perhaps it could serve as a subject for an experiment. With this thought, Lin Fan deftly maneuvered his wrist, retrieving a bone spike from his spatial backpack. He plunged it forcefully into the zombie's eyelid. With a sickening squelch, the bone spike penetrated its skull. Upon extraction, Lin Fan noticed that the gray dot at the tip of the spike had noticeably expanded. Previously uncertain of what the gray dot signified, he now surmised that it represented some form of essence or energy within a mutant zombie's body. By piercing the dying or recently deceased mutant zombie with a bone spike, he could extract this energy. As for how to utilize this essence or energy, Lin Fan remained oblivious, destined to explore its potential in due course. After returning the bone spike to his spatial backpack, Lin Fan turned to face Qiu Jiyun and the others. Just as he was about to speak, he sensed someone on the staircase. He immediately called out, "Who goes there? Come down." Dressed in a security uniform, Wang Ergu, bearing a somewhat suspicious demeanor, slowly descended the stairs with a sheepish grin. Intéressant? Lin Fan, intrigued, accessed the attributes panel of the individual through administrative privileges. Player, Wang Ergu. Profession, hunter. Background, an ordinary security guard at Daxia University of Science and Technology. Age, 42 years. Talent, Iron Egg C-Class, a defensive talent pertaining to skin. Weapon, none. Combat power assessment. Although he has evolved into a hunter, the peculiar nature of his evolution renders his combat power the weakest among all hunters, posing no threat whatsoever. Administrator's special privilege. Copy the talents of others. Iron Egg, Such a talent exists? Lin Fan cast a peculiar glance at Wang Ergu. Though he deemed this talent somewhat trivial, he nonetheless silently copied it using his administrative privileges. Cough. Cough. After all, the egg is one of the human body's critical vulnerabilities. Acquiring this talent would at least alleviate concerns regarding attacks akin to the monkey stealing the moon during combat. Points activated. And he directly enhanced the talent to the peak of a hunter's potential. Just as Lin Fan was reinforcing the talent, a youth clad in blue hurriedly approached Wang Ergu, his face etched with urgency. Security. Have you seen my girlfriend? Xiao Jiqing. She was wearing a red dress today. Before the apocalypse, she was at the library. I haven't seen her, Wang Ergu replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Neither on the first nor second floor? The third floor and above of the library are still not officially open. Students don't have keys, so they cannot access it. Upon hearing this response, the youth's face fell, overwhelmed with disappointment and a profound sense of despair. Chapter 50. Even the world's most prestigious technological university possesses combat strength. So that means no one is above the third floor? Wang Ergu's words piqued Xiao Zhiyun's interest, prompting him to inquire further. Indeed, Wang Ergu nodded in affirmation. Do you know where the most people are currently gathered on campus? Xiao Zhiyun continued to question. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ergu responded. If we're talking about crowded places, there's certainly several. Which location is closest to us? The University Activity Center. With the new semester just beginning, many students are congregating there. It's located about 500 or 600 meters behind the library. Having obtained the desired information, Xiao Zhiyun turned his gaze towards Lin Fan. The zombies in the library have mostly been cleared out. We cannot afford to waste time here. Zombies are evolving. The longer we delay, the more unfavorable it becomes for us. We should head to the University Activity Center first. Lin Fan thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right. Turning to the youth clad in blue and his companions, he inquired, what are your plans moving forward? The young man in blue shook his head, expressing, I wish to search for my girlfriend in the library. The other students cast hopeful yet apprehensive glances at Lin Fan. One among them could not restrain himself and asked, Are you soldiers? Certainly not, Lin Fan replied, shaking his head with a grave demeanor. The prior game notification indicated that the entire campus has been sealed off by the boundless domain. No one from the outside can enter. Do not harbor any expectations of military forces or other saviors appearing. In this apocalyptic game, your only salvation lies within yourselves. Upon hearing Lin Fan's unequivocal and serious response, the expressions of the group turned ashen. The hope and trepidation in their eyes swiftly transformed into despair and fear. Then let us seek refuge on the second floor of the library for the time being. There are no zombies here. At least it is somewhat safer. Indeed, Lin Fan found no surprise in this sentiment. He casually remarked, in the public chat channel of the game interface, there exists a document on zombie behavior and killing experience. If you wish to venture outside, you can purchase it to read. If you lack points, you may defer payment for now. Then, seek tools to craft weapons and attempt to slay isolated zombies. The young man in blue and the others nodded in understanding. Got it. Thank you. By the way, we still did not know your name? Lin Fan, he replied succinctly before leading Xiao Zhiyun and the others towards the library's exit. Before they could step outside, however, Wang Ergu suddenly caught up with Lin Fan and the others from behind. Wait, I want to join you. Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback. He halted, turning to regard him. You wish to accompany us? It was unclear whether Wang Ergu intended this or not. Upon catching up, he stood beside Xun Mingxi, thumping his chest as he declared, as a school security guard, it is my duty to ensure the safety of the students. Baldy chuckled, just afraid you might wet your pants at the sight of a zombie horde. We certainly do not have the time to babysit you. Feeling underestimated, Wang Ergu hastily retorted, who do you think you're underestimating? I have become a hunter now, and my defense is remarkably high. Zombies probably couldn't even pierce my skin. Very well. If you wish to come along, then so be it. Lin Fan was disinterested in wasting time on this matter. He uttered a brief response before continuing towards the library's exit. At this moment, the time had reached 6:18 p.m. The phenomenon of the solar eclipse had long since faded, and the sun re-emerged in the sky, gradually journeying westward like a traveler. Lin Fan and his companions headed southward. After a brief journey, the distinctive howls of the zombie horde echoed in the air. Gazing ahead, one could behold a vast plaza sprawling over several thousand square meters, dominated by a striking building of red and white, standing approximately 10 meters tall. Atop this structure, a plaque proclaimed the University Life Activity Center. towering at about half a person's height. Flanking the building were two vibrant red banners, one reading Dacia University of Technology, welcoming new students, and the other stating new student registration and tuition payment. Before this edifice lay a series of sunshades, shattered and scattered. Bloodied plaques on the ground faintly revealed inscriptions such as Literature Club Recruitment, Football Club Recruitment, and New Energy Research Society Recruitment. In the absence of the Apocalypse Descends game, this University Activity Center would have been teeming with eager students, their faces adorned with bashful smiles. Yet now, the scene was starkly different. Here, the plaza was densely populated with grotesque figures, zombies with sunken, pallid eyes, bared fangs, and tattered, blood-stained garments. Not a single living soul was in sight. A rough estimation suggested that the number of zombies surpassed 3,000. Some towered over 2 meters, exhibiting an imposing physique, while others were grotesquely disfigured. With skeletal arms and abdomens marred by gnawing wounds, intestines grotesquely dangling. Apart from the zombies, the ground was pockmarked with smoldering pits of varying diameters, each housing the remains of ravaged skeletons, clearly the remnants of bodies devoured by the horde. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a nauseating stench that penetrated the nostrils from a distance. Following Lin Fan and the others, Wang Ergo was already pallid with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably at the hellish sight before him. This wind, along with the overwhelming foul odor, became the last straw that broke his mental fortitude. He doubled over against a large tree at the plaza's edge, retching uncontrollably as drool dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the verdant grass below. Gasping for breath, he hoarsely murmured, "Oh no, could it be that everyone here is dead?" Lin Fan and the others offered no reply, their gazes fixated on the horde, or rather, the space above it. Suspended in midair, a middle-aged man clad in a sharply tailored suit, adorned with a red tie, flapped a pair of gray, featherless wings behind him, hovering several dozen meters above the ground. His back was turned to Lin Fan and the others, obscuring their view of whether his eyes glimmered with a gray hue. Yet it was evident without a doubt. This is undoubtedly a mutated zombie, and remarkably, it possesses the ability to fly, thus commanding the skies. How peculiar. This mutated zombie has been fixated on the Activity Center building. Could there still be people inside? Otherwise, it would have no reason to linger here and would have already ventured forth to hunt. After all, mutated zombies exhibit a certain degree of intelligence. Beside a grand tree, Shen Mengshi tightened her grip on the long rifle, furrowing her brow as she spoke. Indeed, there are still survivors within. Moreover, their numbers are considerable. This group of survivors is no ordinary lot. Look, there are numerous charred craters in front of the building. These must have been created by explosives. To blast the concrete to such an extent, the explosive power must exceed at least 10 kilograms of TNT equivalent. Upon closer inspection, beneath the various small craters lies a massive crater with a diameter exceeding 50 meters. If my estimations are correct, the explosive power of this device must be around 50 kilograms of TNT equivalent. Such a caliber of explosive is something I could never produce. Truly, this is a testament to the world's leading technological university. These students are not devoid of the capacity to resist. Given that Lin Fan and his companions are over 400 meters away from the Activity Center building, neither Qiu Jiyun nor Lin Fan can utilize thermal imaging to ascertain the building's position. However, Qiu Jiyun, solely through his keen observation of the surroundings, swiftly deduced a wealth of data. He himself is quite remarkable. Chapter 51. The Shining Light Fan Xuan Hao. Oh, so it can be inferred that this mutated zombie and the horde previously suffered at the hands of this group of novices? The bald man scratched his head, pondering. And it is no wonder that the mutated zombie hesitated to lead the horde into the Activity Center building. Zhao Dahai nodded in agreement, stating, "Fortunately, the second game has descended upon Dacia University of Technology. Those who gain admission to this university possess sufficient intellect. As long as the students can adapt to the initial panic of the apocalypse, they will swiftly formulate responses and develop a certain combat capability. Unlike the train incident, where humanity's players were nearly annihilated at the onset of the game. Otherwise, relying solely on our small group to clear the tens of thousands of zombies across the campus, along with an unknown number of mutated and evolved zombies, would indeed be a daunting task. You've overlooked one critical point," Lin Fan remarked, eyeing the exceptionally cautious flying zombie above. While the powerful explosives can inflict unimaginable damage on ordinary zombies, they pose no threat to that flying mutated zombie. I suspect there are still a certain number of evolved beings within the building. This is what has made the mutated zombie wary and refrain from launching a reckless attack. A confrontation has emerged in the present moment. This group of trainees may possess strength beyond our expectations. At this point, Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. He summoned the bone spike from his spatial backpack and held it firmly in his hand, striding towards the densely packed horde of corpses in the square. He continued, "With so many zombies, relying solely on our strength to eliminate them all will consume an inordinate amount of time. We should first breach the building and rendezvous with the survivors inside. Then we can deliberate on how to jointly eradicate the horde." Agreed. Xiao Jiun and the others nodded in unison, grasping their weapons and following in Lin Fan's wake. As for Wang Ergu, he remained crouched by a tree, retching incessantly. It seemed he had not heard Lin Fan's words and had no intention of joining them. Initially, he had chosen to accompany Lin Fan and the others because he had witnessed Lin Fan's extraordinary prowess firsthand. That superhuman strength filled him with envy. He was aware that these individuals must possess numerous game secrets he was oblivious to. He wanted to stay with them, hoping to become stronger himself. Moreover, being in the company of the formidable would afford him greater security. But who could have anticipated that this group was utterly deranged? Did they not see the vast mass of dark, looming corpses ahead? Yet they intended to charge forward. Was this not madness? He would not follow. Of course, Lin Fan and the others did not expect him to keep pace. After all, he was a hunter. Remaining in place posed little danger, so they left him be. However, before Lin Fan and the others could venture far, a sudden, urgent shout erupted from the direction of the building. "Don't come over. Be careful." No sooner had the voice faded than a faint sound of soil being disturbed emerged behind Lin Fan and the others. "Ah, save me. There are zombies." This was followed by Wang Ergu's horrific scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The group paused, quickly turning to glance behind them. They beheld a broad, grayish hand thrusting violently from the ground, seizing Wang Ergu's ankle with a vice-like grip. Another hand lunged upward, aiming directly for Wang Ergu's groin. With a thunderous crash, the attack landed. "Ow!" Wang Ergu let out a heart-wrenching scream. Fortunately, his innate talent had fortified his defenses in that area. The ambush by the mutated zombie did not spell his doom. However, his trousers were torn, leaving a gash in the fabric. A faint bloodstain marred the wrinkled skin of his vulnerable area. As he felt a searing pain, Wang Ergu's little dog nearly retreated into his abdomen in fright. In an instant, his face flushed crimson, and he instinctively kicked at the exposed portion of the mutated zombie's head. "Madness! I shall kick you to death." The mutated zombie shows no mercy. Its claws sweep through the air, leaving crimson trails on Wang Ergu's 3 legs. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan and the others furrowed their brows. To their astonishment, another mutated zombie lurked beneath. Without a moment's hesitation, the 6 charged forth. The beast soaring above soon took notice of Lin Fan and his companions. With a furious roar, its gray, fleshy wings flapped violently, resembling an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards Lin Fan and the others. Simultaneously, the zombies surrounding the activity center transformed, as if responding to a battle cry, turning and sprinting wildly towards Lin Fan's direction. The earth trembled beneath the stampede of thousands of zombies, the stench overwhelming. Inside the activity center, Fan Xuanhao, a slender figure with gold-rimmed glasses and an air of refinement, stood by a third-floor window. Upon witnessing the chaos among the undead, he sighed heavily, then promptly turned and strode towards the door. He commanded, "Old Lei, Old Zhu, take 3 others each and join me in rescuing the 7 outside. The rest, remain inside and maintain vigilance." "Understood," came a chorus of responses from the hundreds of students in the conference room who had paused in their weapon and explosive-making tasks to focus on Fan Xuanhao. Old Lei, whose real name was Lei Xian, donned a duckbill cap and habitually kept his hands in his pockets. Without hesitation, he fell in line behind Fan Xuanhao upon receiving the order. "Old Fan, those 7 dare linger beside the horde. They are courting death. Why should we risk ourselves for them?" grumbled Old Zhu, whose real name was Zhu Dezhang, towering at nearly 2 meters, clad in a short-sleeved sports shirt with bulging muscles. "Do not underestimate those 7. Fan Xuanhao shook his head, swiftly descending the staircase as he continued. Surviving a surprise attack from the burrowing zombies while unprepared indicates that the one in the security uniform is undoubtedly an evolved being. In the hall on the first floor, 3 vehicles, nearly drenched in blood and riddled with dents, stood parked. One was an off-road vehicle, accompanied by 2 private cars. Upon reaching the ground floor, Fan Xuanhao led his 8 companions into the vehicles. The massive iron door of the activity center slowly ascended after pressing the remote control. A sliver of orange sunlight streamed through the crack of the door into the activity center building. The roar of engines reverberated as 2 private cars surged forward in a line, led by an off-road vehicle. Inside the off-road vehicle, Fan Xuanhao continued to elucidate to Old Zhu. As for the other 6 individuals, their situation is even more remarkable. They are clad in nylon combat suits, available for purchase at the game mall for 30 points. In their hands, they wield the finest hunting weapons the mall has to offer, priced at a staggering 100 points. To put into perspective, slaying a common zombie only yields 1 point. The exceptional gear possessed by these 6 indicates they have undoubtedly fought their way through a sea of corpses. Although we cannot yet ascertain how many among them have awakened their talents, it is likely a significant number. If we can rescue them, it would undeniably represent a formidable reinforcement for us. The 3 vehicles crushed the skeletal remains scattered at the entrance of the building, racing toward the oncoming horde against the backdrop of the setting sun. Upon hearing Fan Xuanhao's explanation, Old Zhu nodded thoughtfully, realizing that it was indeed worth their while to venture out. Chapter 52. The first mysterious figure appears, the master of thunder and lightning. On the lawn near the university's activity center, the bald man, being the weakest in Lin Fan's team, always lagged behind. Upon witnessing the ambush by the mutated zombie, he was the first to spring into action, brandishing his 16-meter-long blade and striking down toward the creature's hand. Simultaneously, Lin Fan observed the flying zombies overhead, along with an alarming number of ordinary zombies charging towards their location. Furrowing his brow, he quickly assessed the situation. Old Qiu, Li Feng, Shen Mengxi, Zhao Dahai. You 4. Use explosives to hold back the ordinary zombies. Try to delay that mutated zombie in the sky. I will deal with the one below and then regroup with you. Understood. Qiu Jian wasted no time, pulling an entire box of homemade explosives from his spatial backpack and piling them on the ground. However, before Qiu Jian and the others could throw the explosives, a blinding golden light burst forth from the rear of the zombie horde. Instantly, a series of deafening explosions echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Boom! Boom! A violent wave of explosions erupted. The zombies caught at the center of the blast began to melt under the terrifying heat. Countless shrapnel whirled through the air, obliterating the zombies within a 100-meter radius. The shockwave of the explosion stirred up clouds of dust and enveloped the area in a crimson mist, saturating every inch of the space within 100 meters. Before the dust and blood settled, the roar of engines once again reached Lin Fan and the others' ears. Following the direction from which the sound emanated, one could see an off-road vehicle accompanied by 2 private cars, swiftly approaching from behind the horde of corpses. Along their path, the disoriented zombies, having been blasted, were ruthlessly flung aside by the leading vehicle. Ole! The urgent voice that had previously resonated from the building echoed once more. As the sound faded, a youth adorned with a cap leaned out of the car window, slowly extending his right hand, palm directed towards the flying mutated zombie in the sky. His fingers were poised as if to grasp something. Suddenly, his palm shimmered with flickering blue arcs of electricity. A thunderous roar erupted. However, this time it was not the sound of an explosion, but rather the thunder emanating from the youth's hand. Shortly thereafter, a blue lightning bolt, as thick as a bowl, shot through the air like a long blue lance, targeting the airborne mutated zombie with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In an instant, the world dimmed, illuminated by an intense blue radiance that spread across hundreds of meters. Everyone gazed in awe at this spectacle, which seemed to defy the laws of nature, akin to the might of a deity. For those witnessing this for the first time, such as Qiu Jian and his companions, the shock they felt was beyond imagination. It shattered all conventional scientific understanding. How swift was the lightning? The mutated zombie had no time to evade. In a heartbeat, it was struck by the electric surge. Arcs of electricity sparked and vanished across its form, causing it to convulse in midair. A haunting, low growl of agony echoed from its throat as it desperately flapped its wings, numbed by the electric shock, striving to remain airborne. Its eyes were filled with fear and trepidation. As the numbing sensation began to dissipate, the mutated zombie dared not linger any longer. It immediately flapped its wings, ascending to greater heights. After a period of stalemate, it had discerned the limits of the human's electric attack range, 200 meters. As long as it maintained a distance greater than 200 meters, it would be safe from the electric onslaught. With the horde dispersed by explosives and the mutated zombie momentarily repelled by the cap-wearing youth, Qiujun and his companions snapped out of their shock and exchanged glances. These individuals exuded an aura of formidable prowess. Could the boy capable of unleashing lightning be the exceedingly rare evolutionist mentioned previously by the game system? Meanwhile, the mutated zombie that had ambushed Wang Ergu had already retreated underground at the moment the thunder roared. On the lawn, there remained a dark pit approximately half a meter in diameter. Wang Ergu, with his thigh torn and bleeding, sat slumped on the ground, clutching an empty vial of the T-virus immunity serum, his mouth filled with complaints. Damn that bald head. To take advantage of the chaos. The serum the mall is sold for just 10 points, yet he made me sign a loan agreement for 100 points. This is truly outrageous. Naturally, the bald man heard these words, but he chose to remain silent. The loan agreement was a built-in feature of the game. As long as Wang Ergu did not perish, points would be automatically deducted from his account balance to repay the bald man until the loan was settled. Of course, this also included a daily interest increase of 10%. The sound of engines grew louder. Lin Fan disregarded the brief altercation between the bald man and Wang Ergu, instead standing with Qiu Jiyun and others at the edge of the lawn, watching as 3 vehicles approached through the horde of corpses. A screeching halt echoed in the air. Quick, get in. In the first SUV, Fan Xuanhao gripped the steering wheel with one hand and adjusted his gold-framed glasses with the other, shouting at Lin Fan and the others. At that moment, Lin Fan, Qiu Jiyun, and Shun Mengxi exchanged no further words, swiftly opening the rear doors and climbing inside. The bald man, Zhao Dahai, Li Feng, and Wang Ergu settled into the back 2 private cars. With a roar, the engines ignited, and the convoy set off once more, veering slightly to choose a path less populated by zombies. The SUV that Lin Fan occupied was notably spacious, featuring 3 rows of seats. The front row housed the driver and passenger seats, occupied by Fan Xuanhao and Zhu Dezhang. The second row was taken by Lei Xian and Qiu Jiyun, while Lin Fan and Shun Mengxi occupied the third row. Once inside, both Lin Fan and Qiu Jiyun turned their gazes towards Lei Xian in the second row, who wore a duck-billed cap. It was this fellow who had unleashed the previous lightning. Fan Xuanhao, however, seemed unfazed. While driving, he addressed Lin Fan and the others. Hello, I am Fan Xuanhao. Thank you for your assistance. I am Qiu Jiyun. I am Shin Mengxi. Lin Fan, the 3 replied in unison. After a moment of contemplation, Fan Xuanhao continued, I don't believe I have encountered you at school before. You must not be from our institution, correct? To be precise, we arrived here because of the game The Coming of the Apocalypse. Qiu Jiyun nodded in response. In the midst of the exchanges between Qiu Jiyun and Fan Xuanhao, Lin Fan silently utilized his administrative privileges to inspect the attributes of the 3 individuals. Player, Fan Xuanhao, Occupation, Scout, age 20, background, admitted to Dasha University of Science and Technology's Military Science Department at the age of 18 after a year of study. He has made remarkable achievements in the field of military technology, comparable to seasoned professors. At 19, he assumed the role of student council president. Talent, Baeur, Serong Talent, capable of hearing ultrasonic frequencies up to 300 kHz, while an ordinary person can only hear up to 14 kHz. Abilities, proficient in the production of homemade explosives equivalent to 50 kilograms of TNT, firearms, mortars, grenades, landmines, RGP, and other military weaponry, with the exception of homemade explosives. All others require appropriate equipment. Combat assessment. His innate abilities, coupled with his extraordinary photographic memory and learning capacity, suggest that, given sufficient time, his accomplishments would be immeasurable. Note, administrator privilege can replicate others' talents. Chapter 53. The Emergence of the Reincarnation Management Office. Player, Lacine. Occupation, Enigma. Age, 18. Background, a freshman at Dasha University of Science and Technology, possessing a profound curiosity about lightning since childhood. Mystical power, 810, 8 points remaining, current storage limit is 10 points. Talent, palm discharge, C rank, capable of unleashing high-voltage shocks ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 volts from both palms, with a maximum attack range of 200 meters. Note 1. Each 1,000 volts release consumes 1 point of mystical power. Multiple points can be consumed simultaneously to release thousands or even tens of thousands of volts. Note 2. Increasing the mystical power storage limit by 1 point extends the maximum attack range by 10 meters and increases the voltage output by 1,000 volts. The maximum mystical power storage limit for enigmas is 40 points, with an attack range that can reach up to 500 meters and a maximum voltage strength of 40,000 volts. Mystical power naturally regenerates at a rate of 1 point per hour. Purchasing mystical elixirs in a marketplace can enhance recovery speed by tenfold. Combat assessment. The power of lightning combines control and explosive force, delivering attacks at astonishing speeds that are nearly impossible to evade, rendering it exceedingly terrifying. Note: administrator privilege. Can replicate others' talents. After examining the attributes of these two individuals, it was astonishing to discover that both were evolvers. One of them was an exceedingly rare and newly emerged enigma. Lin Fan experienced no hesitation in his heart. He decisively replicated both talents. Points activated. Just as Lin Fan enhanced these two talents to their utmost limits, a series of text composed of green garbled characters materialized in his vision. Detected that player Lin Fan has simultaneously mastered the talents of Hunter, Scout, and Enigma. Conditions for opening the Reincarnation Management Office have been met. Would you like to consume 97 computational power units of A001 virus to construct the Reincarnation Management Office? Construction time, 10 hours. The Reincarnation Management Office? What is this? To think it would require a staggering 97 units of viral computing power and 10 hours of time to construct this. Lin Fan was filled with confusion. However, based on his previous understanding of viruses, the greater the computational power expended, the more potent the resulting effect would be. Although he remained uncertain about the purpose of this so-called Reincarnation Management Office, Lin Fan resolved to take a gamble. This time, the game that had descended was vastly different from that on the train, with significantly heightened difficulty. Even Lin Fan could not guarantee what uncontrollable changes might occur in the latter stages of the game. In this moment, possessing a greater array of formidable trump cards would only increase his chances of survival when the time came. Construct. After making his choice, Lin Fan's vision blurred once more. Lines composed of green garbled text emerged at an astonishing speed, densely filling his entire field of view. It resembled a painter, perhaps unhinged, wielding a green brush against a pristine white wall, sketching something incomprehensible. At the pinnacle of his vision, a string of garbled green characters proclaimed, Reincarnation Management Office, Construction Completion Countdown, 9 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Another countdown? Yet this time, Lin Fan's heart brimmed with anticipation, hoping for the countdown to reach zero sooner rather than later. With a mere thought, the wall of green garbled text gradually dissipated, restoring his vision to its previous state. Lin Fan turned his gaze toward the last university student member, Zhu Dezhang. Unfortunately, Zhu Dezhang was merely an ordinary person, possessing a robust physique from years of practicing martial arts. The sound of wheels grinding against the ground echoed, pulling Lin Fan's thoughts back to reality. After circling outside with the horde for more than 10 minutes, the three vehicles finally entered the activity center building. With a clang, Fan Xuanhao pressed the remote, and the heavy iron doors at the entrance were shut once more. Lin Fan and the others exited the vehicles. The lobby on the first floor of the activity center was expansive, measuring over 20 meters in both width and length, encompassing nearly 500 square meters. On the pristine porcelain-tiled floor, aside from the areas where the three cars had entered and exited, the rest was strewn with vivid red blood and disordered corpses. A rough estimate revealed at least hundreds of bodies lay there. This indicated that before Fan Xuanhao and his group seized control of the building, it must have endured a grueling and bloody battle. Beneath each corpse, I had buried a hidden explosive. Be cautious as you leave. Do not disturb the bodies on the ground. The detonation of any single explosive could trigger a chain reaction, engulfing the entire hall in an explosion. Fan Xuanhao warned as he ascended the stairs. Upon hearing this, Wang Ergo shivered in fright, retracting his head and unable to resist asking, "Brother, were the zombies not all kept outside the massive iron gate? Why then must we lay so many traps within the building?" In response to this inquiry, Zhu Dezhang began to elucidate. This formidable iron gate can merely deter ordinary zombies. However, it cannot withstand the onslaught of evolved or mutated zombies. By the way, you are aware of the existence of evolved and mutated zombies, are you not? If not, you can find records in the chat channel detailing the introduction to zombies, their habits, and killing experiences for just 1 point each. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan and the others exchanged peculiar glances. Noticing that Lin Fan and his companions displayed no astonishment upon hearing about the mutated and evolved zombies, Zhu Dezhang continued. The reason our Iron Gate has yet to be breached is primarily that, once an evolved or mutated zombie approaches, we will drop explosives to drive it back or eliminate it outright. Furthermore, we have a lightning attribute, Mystic, stationed here. The mutated zombie, flying above, dares not approach us recklessly, which allows us to defend this building. However, there's also a mutated zombie with the ability to burrow, elusive, and cunning. If it had not suffered the consequences of our traps a few times, it would likely be rampaging throughout the building by now. Of course, at this point, Zhu Dezhang paused. Should the Iron Gate unfortunate enough to be breached, these explosives would serve as our first line of defense. All of this was orchestrated by our leader, Fan Xuanhao. Without him, our survival would be in jeopardy, let alone securing a foothold amidst the tide of the undead. Upon hearing Zhu Dezhang's explanation, Wang Erge finally grasped the situation. Even Lin Fan and Xiao Jian couldn't help but cast their gaze towards Fan Xuanhao. This young man, though not yet of age, possessed a meticulous mind and a rigorous approach to planning that commanded admiration. It is no wonder he was able to lead the survivors swiftly to seize the activity center building at the onset of the apocalypse, establishing a formidable defense that granted many the hope of survival. Moreover, he had even garnered the willingness of the lightning attribute Mystic to follow his command. He truly possesses such capability. In the face of the apocalypse, individuals of his caliber are indeed the most precious. Whether mystics or hunters, they may be powerful alone, yet they cannot fortify a collective. Through the train incident, Lin Fan and his companions understood that when the game enters its final slaughter phase, individual strength is insufficient. Rather, it is the collective that must stand resolute. As they pondered, they followed closely behind Fan Xuanhao and his group, making their way to the third floor. Upon pushing open the large door at the entrance of the third floor, a pungent odor of sulfur and saltpeter assailed their senses. Minerals, materials, arrows, short clubs, polyethylene cords, all meticulously categorized and piled high. Hundreds of ragged students filled the space. Some were grinding mineral powder, the primary component for making explosives. Others had already prepared the explosives, carefully wrapped in craft paper and set aside. Some fashioned rudimentary short bows by binding polyethylene strings to robust short sticks. A few stood at the window, gripping two explosives, their eyes vigilantly observing the movements of the evolving zombies outside. Everyone had their tasks, each fulfilling their role, akin to a finely tuned machine operating efficiently. Chapter 54. Lin Fan's First Encounter. Throughout their journey, Fan Xuanhao remained silent. Upon reaching the third floor, he finally turned his gaze towards Lin Fan and the others. There are 7 of you. Shall we first convene in the meeting room for a discussion? Sure. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Old Lei, Old Zhu, you two come along. After summoning them, Fan Xuanhao led Lin Fan and the others to the adjacent conference room. They each took their seats. Zhu Dezhang filled paper cups with water from the dispenser in the third-floor meeting room for everyone. Only then did Fan Xuanhao adjust his gold-rimmed glasses and, with a serious demeanor, spoke. Although you are not affiliated with our school, you are nonetheless players in this game. I do not wish to pry into your backgrounds. I suspect that even if I did, you would remain reticent. What I know is that you can assist us, and that is sufficient. There is no need for excessive pleasantries. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. In this apocalyptic game, we are all striving for survival. The immediate challenge before us is how to deal with the thousands of zombies outside, as well as the 2 mutated ones. Observing Lin Fan and Fan Xuanhao's forthrightness, the bald man scratched his head and interjected. I noticed that several hundred people here were engaged in making explosives. The stockpile must be considerable, right? If we were to deploy them all, even if we cannot eradicate the thousands of zombies in one go, we could inflict significant casualties, wouldn't you agree? Sitting to the right of Fan Xuanhao, the affable Zhu Dezhang shook his head and replied, currently, our total reserve of explosives amounts to approximately 800 kilograms of TNT equivalent. Indeed, that's quite substantial. However, there is a caveat. The mutated zombies possess a degree of intelligence. Upon realizing the power of explosives, they command the horde to spread out and even deliberately avoid the explosives we toss. While explosives are effective for defense, their offensive capability, especially in open terrain, does not yield the lethality you might envision. Xiao Jiun, stroking his chin with his left hand, pondered for a moment before speaking. I have contemplated the challenges of battling hordes in open areas. To address this, I have devised some gadgets. Allow me to present them. With that, Qiujun deftly maneuvered his wrist. From the spatial backpack, I retrieved a transparent glass vial, filled to the brim with vivid crimson blood. This blood had been extracted from the sparrows, rabbits, and other wild game hunted by Qiujun on the mountain. Additionally, there was a palm-sized sponge, thoroughly soaked in the liquid. I decided to name this creation the corpse luring bottle. The principle behind it is quite straightforward. It is designed based on the zombie's acute sensitivity to fresh blood. Of course, I also took into account the battlefield's inherently bloody atmosphere. Therefore, I specifically procured a batch of materials from the game shop to concoct an olfactory intensifier. Once added, the sanguine aroma emanating from the corpse-luring bottle would amplify tenfold. Such an intense scent of blood would undoubtedly be irresistible to the zombies. All that is required is to cast it aside. Once the bottle shatters upon hitting the ground, the blood will flow forth, rapidly saturating the battlefield and attracting a multitude of zombies. To prevent the blood from evaporating quickly under the blazing sun or seeping into the ground, I deliberately included the sponge. Upon hearing Qiujun's explanation, others remained oblivious to its significance. Yet, in Fan Xuanhao's calm eyes, a rare glimmer of surprise flickered. He gazed intently at Qiujun. This individual managed to create an olfactory intensifier using materials from the shop. Despite the apparent simplicity of his words, those engaged in research understand the intricacies involved. Amplifying the scent tenfold is no trivial task. It requires a profound foundation of chemical knowledge and extensive practical experience. This is not something just anyone can achieve. Certainly not me. The backgrounds of these individuals may be far more complex than I initially presumed. After a moment of contemplation, Fan Xuanhao nodded and stated, utilizing the corpse-luring bottle to gather a large number of zombies together. Then we can bomb them. The efficiency of our extermination efforts will undoubtedly increase significantly. However, one issue still needs addressing: the two mutated zombies. Indeed, Zhu Dezhang said gravely. Otherwise, even with a powerful tool like the corpse-luring bottle, we may catch the zombie horde off guard at first, but as soon as the mutated zombies react, they will certainly command the horde to counter our actions, severely disrupting our plans. Yet, those two mutated zombies are formidable. One can burrow underground, and the other can fly. Killing them is exceedingly difficult. Even Lei Xin can only manage to barely restrain one of them. Zhu Dezhang shook his head and sighed deeply. Even Fan Xuanhao involuntarily furrowed his brow. The two mutated zombies are indeed troublesome. Just then, Lin Fan suddenly spoke up. In that case, it becomes simpler. The horde of corpses is your responsibility to handle. As for the mutated zombies, leave them to us. Upon hearing this, Zhu Dezhang's expression turned sour. Even Lei Xin, who usually remained silent under his cap, lifted his gaze towards Lin Fan. How audaciously boastful. We, a multitude, find ourselves ensnared by these two mutated zombies. And you few wish to confront them? Do not forget, had we not intervened earlier, you might have already been lifeless corpses. We are deliberating on how to alleviate this crisis, not indulging in fanciful rhetoric. Every word you utter could impact countless lives. Zhu Dezhang, known for his straightforwardness, openly expressed his skepticism and dissatisfaction with Lin Fan's assertion to handle the mutated zombies, his tone tinged with hostility. Instantly, the expressions of Li Feng, Qiujun, the bald man, Shun Mingxi, and Zhao Dehai changed. Lin Fan, as the leader of the Dawn Squad, was synonymous with the squad itself. Just as the atmosphere in the conference room became tense, Fan Xuanhao fixated on Lin Fan and inquired, "Do you truly possess the confidence to eliminate the mutated zombies?" Lin Fan, disregarding Zhu Dezhang's doubts, nodded affirmatively. If I lacked confidence, I would not have spoken. There was no hint of boastfulness in Lin Fan's demeanor, nor did he harbor any intention to show off or belittle anyone. His sole desire was to swiftly resolve the crisis at the activity center and then move on to other locations. After all, the entire school housed tens of thousands of zombies, and if not dealt with promptly, they would continue to devour players and evolve, leading to genuine trouble in the latter stages of the game. Had he encountered Fan Xuanhao and Lei Xin earlier, he would not have been entirely assured. The capabilities of these two mutated zombies were indeed formidable. They either concealed themselves underground, eluding even Lin Fan's thermal vision, or soared high above, out of reach of ordinary attacks. Although Lin Fan's crossbow bolts could reach them, their insufficient power rendered them ineffective. Killing them was an arduous task. However now, with the replication of the abilities Bat, Ear, and Palm Lightning, he had acquired the means to slay them. Firstly, Bat Ear enabled him to detect the subterranean zombies' locations, while Palm Lightning could unleash a powerful attack that left flying zombies with no avenue for evasion, effectively paralyzing their bodies. This was the opportunity to eliminate them. It could be said that Fan Xuanhao and Lei Xian's abilities perfectly countered these two mutated zombies. As the saying goes, where venomous snakes lurk, antidotal herbs often grow. Yet, within Fan Xuanhao and Lei Xian's team, there was a notable absence of a formidable hunter. Merely having an opportunity was insufficient to vanquish these two mutated zombies. Lin Fan's arrival marked a turning point. Perfectly compensating for this shortcoming, Fan Xuanhao fixed his gaze upon Lin Fan's eyes. Noticing that Lin Fan exhibited no signs of evasion or hesitation, he felt an unexpected curiosity for this youth, who seemed to possess even less confidence than himself. However, this was not the moment for such reflections. Fan Xuanhao was not a man prone to indecision. After reaching a conclusion, he spoke decisively. All right, to ensure greater assurance, I, along with Lei Xian, shall act alongside you. I will take charge of scouting the movements of that underground zombie, while Lei Xian will handle the one in the sky. The rest will focus on clearing the horde. This will yield the highest efficiency. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan did not refuse but nodded in agreement. This way, he would not need to prematurely reveal his abilities, such as Bat Ear and Palm Electrocution. Very well, let us proceed together. Fan Xuanhao held considerable esteem among the student body. Although Zhu Dezhang and Lei Xian harbored some doubts about Lin Fan, they trusted Fan Xuanhao's judgment. Consequently, the group rose en masse and made their way towards the conference room door. Just as they were about to step outside, Fan Xuanhao suddenly turned and cast a puzzled glance at Wang Ergo, who remained alone in his chair, his face a mask of confusion as if silently inquiring, "Brother, what is the matter with you?" Chapter 55. The Crisis Approaches. At the northern gate of Dasha Technology University, in the library, a youth clad in blue scoured every corner of the library in vain, still unable to locate his girlfriend. As he returned to the second floor, dejected, he found that the 7 companions who had previously hidden with him behind the bookshelves had completed their review of the zombie killing experience document and procured a batch of long poles to serve as weapons. Upon seeing the blue-clad youth return, the 7 immediately began to whisper among themselves. "Hey, look, that guy's back. Should we bring him into our team? Why would we do that? He is so skinny. Can he even wield a pole? The apocalypse has arrived, and he's still out searching for his girlfriend? He is clearly a goner. Are you foolish? We could use him as cannon fodder. Yes, I believe Oldley has a point. Killing zombies is perilous. Having a shield in front of us would ensure our safety. All right, then it's settled." These individuals, who had previously concealed themselves behind the shelves, had traversed the precipice of life and death, engulfed in despair. Now, having been rescued, their yearning to survive was greater than anyone else's. Once this desire expanded infinitely within them, it morphed into a sense of selfishness. To ensure their survival, to thrive, they were capable of anything. After the 7 individuals reached a consensus, a youth clad in a white shirt called out to the boy in blue. "Hey, we believe that what Lin Fan just said is correct. In this apocalyptic game, the only way to survive until the end is to continually grow stronger. We plan to seek out solitary zombies for practice. Would you care to join us?" At the same time, the other boys laughed in agreement, saying, "There is strength in numbers. With us, at least we can form a team. Moreover, if your girlfriend isn't in the library, she might have ventured outside, right? Following us to search could be safer." Initially, the boy in blue was reluctant to accompany them. However, after some contemplation, he realized that searching for his girlfriend alone outside was indeed less secure than sticking with a group. He nodded in assent. "All right." Upon hearing his response, the other 7 exchanged knowing smiles. The boy in white casually tossed an extra long stick to the boy in blue. "By the way, what is your name?" "Yang Song." "Oh, then we shall call you Old Yang. You can call me Oldly. Take this stick to protect yourself, and let us set off together." "Thank you." After receiving the stick, Yang Song expressed his gratitude to the boy who introduced himself as Oldly. The 8 of them cautiously made their way out of the library. As they passed the first floor, they noticed the group of over 30 survivors that Lin Fan had rescued from the school gate earlier. After some communication, they realized these individuals were unwilling to venture out to slay zombies, leaving them no choice but to continue on their way. Upon stepping out of the library, they were greeted by a stunning crimson sunset, a sight that was difficult to articulate in words. However, the grim scene on the ground rendered them unable to relish the beauty. Less than 30 meters away lay a blood-soaked expanse, strewn with over 100 mangled corpses, resembling a hellish battlefield. These were the zombies that Lin Fan's team had slain upon entering the game. Oldly sighed and remarked, "Half an hour ago, we were in the library, reading and dreaming of a bright future. Now that we are out here, the world has completely changed." Another youth, discerning the implication of old Li's words, shifted his gaze towards the seemingly oblivious Yang Song, who appeared lost in thought. Hastily, he redirected the conversation, stating, "What is there to lament? The apocalypse has descended upon us. What other choice do we have but to confront it? I'm just hoping to kill 30 ordinary zombies soon, so I could buy a combat suit. That would enhance our safety." Old Zhao was right. I share his thoughts. The apocalypse may not be entirely a misfortune. With the absence of those rigid constraints, if we happen to encounter the renowned goddesses at school, we, the brothers, would seize the moment. "Old Li, mind your words," cautioned the naturally cautious old Zhao, quickly shifting his gaze to Yang Song. With a smile, he said, "Old Yang, don't take offense. Old Li tends to speak without thinking. His intentions are good." Yang Song appeared to be oblivious to their previous conversation, his eyes scanning the surroundings, searching intently. At that moment, his mind was solely occupied with the whereabouts of his girlfriend. Initially, he held little hope. After all, they had just exited the library. And even if his girlfriend had survived, she likely wouldn't be hiding nearby. But suddenly, his gaze sharpened. On the lawn beside the library lay a figure in a red dress, albeit the fabric was almost torn into shreds. Expanses of delicate white skin were illuminated by the evening glow. As he looked up from the dress, he beheld a stunningly beautiful face, the very visage he had longed to see, the face of Xiao Ziqing. Upon recognizing the girl, Yang Song froze momentarily, his mind blank. Then, in a frenzy, he called out her name and sprinted toward her. "Qing!" Suddenly, the previously motionless girl trembled violently, her torso bending at an unnatural angle as she sat on the grass in a grotesque manner. From her throat emerged a series of chilling, guttural growls. At the sound of that horrifying roar, old Li and the others instinctively shuddered, fear evident in their eyes. "Zombies? Where? Where are the zombies? Look!" Yang Song seems to be running toward the zombie. Skin and bones, barely any flesh, quite bold. They decided to observe the situation from a distance. "If this kid can handle it, we'll join in. If he gets bitten and dies, we can make our escape." Agreed. Though they had seen documents on killing zombies and possessed weapons, facing an actual zombie was another matter. Even a group of 7 or 8 would succumb to fear in the face of a single undead creature. After all, they had been thoroughly terrified in the library. At that very moment, Yang Song reached his girlfriend, Xiao Ziqing. Gazing at her unnatural posture and low growls, he understood, despite being in love, that his girlfriend had succumbed to the fate of a zombie. Yet, in that instant, he chose not to flee. She did not choose to wield the long staff to attack. Instead, she stood there, her eyes bloodshot and her face pallid, whispering to herself in disbelief. "How could this be? How could this happen? Ziqing, I am so sorry. It is my failure to protect you." In the next moment, Xiao Ziqing's beautiful eyes, which had been tightly shut, suddenly flew open. A strange gray light instantaneously engulfed her once pitch-black pupils. A chilling roar erupted from her mouth, gradually sharpening into clarity. With a rush of wind, a vivid red shadow, as striking as blood, flashed by. Xiao Ziqing's figure vanished. Chapter 56. The Blood Matriarch Appears. To be precise, Xiao Ziqing did not truly disappear. Rather, she had arrived at the library entrance with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. For reasons unknown, she seemed oblivious to Yang Song, who stood before her. How on earth did she end up here? My goodness, Yang Song was so close to her. Was she blind? This zombie looks strangely familiar. I remember now. She is the campus belle, Xiao Ziqing. We even planned to use a drone to secretly film her bathing. Goodness, why bring that up now? Run. 7 astonished, bewildered, and terrified youths began to scream and scatter. But could they still escape? A low, chilling voice, as frigid as ancient ice, emanated from Xiao Ziqing's lips. "Perverts deserve to die. You all shall perish." As she spoke, she extended her pale, exquisite hand, seizing the nearest Li with a swift grip. Her nails elongated at an astonishing pace, and in the blink of an eye, her delicate hands transformed into a weapon of exquisite beauty. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted forth. A life that had just moments ago been vibrant crumbled beneath her grasp, reduced to a pile of flesh. She can speak. Her eyes are gray. She seems to be a mutated zombie. No, Please don't kill me. Help. Yet, cries for mercy only provoked Xiao Jiqing's savage onslaught. Within a minute, all 7 survivors, including Li, were utterly dismembered, their remains strewn across the ground. Outside the library, only Yang Song and the transformed Xiao Jiqing remained. At that moment, Xiao Jiqing finally noticed Yang Song. In a flash, she was before him, her eyes glowing with a gray light, filled with coldness and malice. She yearned to shred this man, just as she had with the others. In her singular memory, all men deserve to die. She reached out her claws, gripping Yang Song's throat. Yet, for reasons unknown, she found herself unable to exert force. Her body resisted the urge to kill this man. Yang Song understood that it was too late. He was about to perish at the hands of the one he cherished most. Yet, there was no trace of fear or resentment towards death upon his visage. Instead, he was engulfed in profound sorrow and self-reproach. Even in the face of his impending demise, he gazed tenderly at the terrifying female zombie before him, tears cascading down his cheeks. I am sorry, Jiqing. It is my fault. I failed to protect you. As Yang Song uttered these words, a sudden expression of anguish flickered across Xiao Jiqing's face. The heart that should have been cold and devoid of emotion, belonging to a zombie, throbbed with excruciating pain in that moment. This torment, accompanied by a suffocating sense of despair, nearly drove Xiao Jiqing to the brink of insanity. She could not comprehend why she was experiencing such agony. She yearned to disregard everything and slaughter this man. Yet, no matter how fiercely she struggled, even to the point of trembling violently, she was unable to bring herself to do so. The pain within her intensified, akin to an abyss that threatened to engulf Xiao Jiqing entirely. Unable to bear it any longer, she let out a piercing and sorrowful wail, clutching her head in madness. Turning swiftly, she transformed into a red streak, vanishing into the bamboo grove beside the library. Unbeknownst to anyone, as she sprinted away, crimson mist began to swirl around her form. This blood mist ultimately coalesced into a scarlet robe, adorned with blood that flowed like a cascade, creating a magnificent phoenix crown and bridal attire woven from her very essence. Yang Song stood frozen, his face a canvas of confusion and disbelief. He scarcely noticed the game notification chiming in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to player Yang Song for successfully awakening the exceedingly rare psychic ability, mental interference. Mental interference, to a certain extent, perceive and influence the thoughts of enemies. If one's mental strength significantly surpasses that of the target, one can even obliterate their consciousness. Congratulations to player Yang Song for evolving from an ordinary person to a scout. At that moment, Yang Song murmured incessantly, as if possessed, Jiqing, she remembers me. She still has awareness. No, I must find her. I cannot leave her alone any longer. With that, he pursued the direction in which Xiao Jiqing had vanished, behaving like a madman in his frantic chase. Meanwhile, the survivors on the first floor of the library fortuitously witnessed the events unfold through the window, trembling in fear. A mutated zombie has appeared. Quick, hide. We must not let the mutated zombie discover us. One of them exclaimed, wait, why was that person in blue not killed by the mutated zombie? Moreover, this individual actually pursued after it? What on earth is happening? The thunderous roar, accompanied by the golden radiance produced by the explosions, reverberated incessantly across the vast expanse of the square. Lin Fan and Fan Xuanhao were both remarkably resolute individuals. After deliberating, they led everyone outside the activity center. Due to the formidable tunneling capabilities of the burrowing zombies, the underground of the entire university activity square had been transformed into a labyrinthine structure. Attempting to eliminate it within this subterranean maze proved exceedingly arduous. The first step necessitated the use of weapons to pierce through the ground, casting explosives into the openings to obliterate the passages excavated by the burrowing zombie, thereby constricting its movement as much as possible. Meanwhile, Lei Xin was tasked with keeping watch for the airborne zombies. Zhu Daizang, leading a group of a dozen students, operated 3 vehicles, utilizing homemade explosives to assist Lin Fan and others in clearing the surrounding horde of zombies. Everyone was working in concert. However, as time passed, despite creating such a commotion, they had yet to ascertain the location of the burrowing zombie. Lei Xin and Zhu Dezang, who had already harbored some doubts about Lin Fan, began to murmur amongst themselves. Old Lei, do you think what Lin Fan and his team are doing will work? I have my doubts. If that burrowing zombie were so easily dealt with, Why would it cause us such a headache? Forget about them. Old Jew, while you're clearing out the ordinary zombies, keep your eyes peeled. If anything seems amiss, prioritize rescuing people. Once we retreat back to the activity center, we can devise another plan. Upon hearing Lei Xian's words, Zhu Dezhang nodded solemnly. Even at that moment, they remained unconvinced that Lin Fan could handle the burrowing zombie. Chapter 57. The shocking eruption of the monster Lin Fan. Naturally, the discussions of Lei Xian and Zhu Dezhang did not escape Lin Fan, who possessed the echolocation ability. However, he didn't even cast them a glance, nor did he harbor any interest in explaining anything to them. Such actions would only waste time and energy. Having experienced the train incident, Lin Fan had come to understand a fundamental truth. In this apocalyptic game, doubts, fears, pride, self-esteem, vanity, and sorrow, all of these sentiments were inconsequential. Only by growing stronger could one survive. Only by surviving could one experience reality. That was the sole significance. Lin Fan simply wished to grow stronger and endure, to protect his cherished family and friends. For this, he would not hesitate to become a terrifying, blood-soaked monster of slaughter. Others could not live in his stead, nor could he concern himself with them. Therefore, the opinions of others mattered not to him, as long as they did not provoke him or cross his bottom line. That sufficed. After 5 or 6 minutes of back-and-forth explosions, at this moment, the surface of the square was almost entirely marred by a multitude of sunken, charred craters. The only space left for the burrowing zombies to maneuver. Their room for movement was dwindling. While they could dig, their pace paled in comparison to the efficiency of explosives blocking their path. Soon, Fan Xuanhao heard a faint sound of soil being excavated from below, barely registering at 10 hertz. His gaze sharpened suddenly. Lin Fan, the burrowing zombie, lies merely 30 meters ahead of you. All the surrounding passages have been completely sealed. It is digging deeper. Quickly, use explosives to thwart it. In truth, Lin Fan was already aware of the burrowing zombie-esque trajectory without Fan Xuanhao's prompt. The talent leopard's swiftness activated. Countless microscopic cells in his legs erupted forcefully. Muscles as solid as rock bulged instantaneously, creating an appearance akin to hard stones affixed to his thighs. This sight was strikingly incongruous. Yet within this discordance lay an explosive beauty of raw power. Unbeknownst to all, as Lin Fan unleashed his talent, gray patterns resembling leopard spots quietly surfaced on his skin beneath the black nylon combat suit. At the moment of activating his talent, Lin Fan's entire aura transformed abruptly. He morphed from a quiet, soft-spoken youth into an entity of unparalleled sharpness and danger. In this instant, he transcended the realm of ordinary humanity, becoming a hunter at the pinnacle of the food chain, a being that loomed over all living creatures, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Zhu Dezhang and the other dozen or so non-evolved individuals responsible for clearing ordinary zombies with explosives felt their body hair stand on end upon sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Fan. Their eyes were filled with shock, confusion, and profound terror. Under this aura, they experienced for the first time what it meant to feel insignificant. Even Fan Xuanhao and Lei Xian, the two evolved individuals, displayed traces of astonishment on their faces. While they had suspected Lin Fan to be a hunter, they had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of his presence. It was so formidable that it instilled a sense of trepidation in them. Both evolved beings. Was it the hunter-esque power that was overwhelming, or was it Lin Fan himself? No one provided them with the answer. This marked their first genuine encounter with a hunter. However, at this moment, Lin Fan was entirely unconcerned with the feelings of others. His figure transformed into a shadow as dark as night, moving with a velocity nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, deftly maneuvering past the ordinary zombies left unaddressed along the way. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the designated position, directly above the burrowing zombie. If at this moment someone were to hold a speed testing device to observe Lin Fan's velocity, they would surely be left astounded. His speed had astonishingly reached 240 kilometers per hour, equivalent to an astounding 66 meters per second. It is noteworthy that the initial distance between Lin Fan and the burrowing zombie was merely about 30 meters. At such a velocity, the likes of Fan Xuanhao, Lei Xian, and Zhu Dezhang had not even had the time to blink before Lin Fan had already appeared 30 meters away in another location. But that was not the end of it. An even more shocking scene was unfolding. Upon reaching the designated spot, Lin Fan wasted no time. He immediately raised his arm, aiming at the ground. A gray light flickered in his eyes. The instinct for slaughter reignited within him. In an instant, Lin Fan's already fierce demeanor, akin to that of a wild beast, morphed into an even more brutal and chilling presence. Through his echolocation ability, Lin Fan discerned that the burrowing zombie lay approximately 3 meters underground, relentlessly digging downwards at a rate of about 1 meter per minute. At such a depth, bone spikes or other weapons were utterly ineffective. While it was possible to detonate explosives to expose the burrowing zombie, it was unnecessary, with the instinct for slaughter assisting him. A more efficient and effective plan for annihilation swiftly materialized in Lin Fan's mind. He snorted coldly, his arms adorned with serpentine scales. Amidst the bewildered gazes of onlookers, he forcefully struck the ground. With a resounding boom that reverberated throughout the entire square, a large section of the hard concrete surface suddenly collapsed. Dust, fragments of flesh, and dried blood were all thrust into the air, suspended momentarily. Moreover, as Lin Fan's fist whipped through the turbulent winds, these suspended particles expanded outward like ripples on water. From a distance, it appeared as if Lin Fan's punch had unleashed a sonic boom, causing a resonant cloud of dust to erupt. On the third floor of the activity center, hundreds of ordinary players gathered by the windows, their eyes widening in disbelief, mouths agape in astonishment. Goodness, was that not a punch that nearly created a sonic explosion? What on earth is this being? Goodness. His speed is so rapid that even my eyes struggle to keep up, and the force behind that punch seems to have shattered the very air. I can't help but feel that Lin Fan is even more terrifying than the mutated zombies. Who then is truly the monster, compared to those observing from within the building? Deep within the battlefield, Fan Xuanhao, Lei Exen, Zhu Daizan, and a dozen ordinary individuals seated in a vehicle laden with explosives were gripped by an even greater astonishment. They stood at a considerable distance from Lin Fan, at least several dozen meters away, with some even over 100 meters distant. Yet, as Lin Fan's fist descended with tremendous force, they inexplicably sensed the very earth trembling beneath them. What kind of power could possibly unleash such terrifying might? They dare not fathom it. The shockwaves of Lin Fan's prowess did not merely affect humanity. The drilling zombie lurking 3 meters below ground was equally engulfed in turmoil. It was unperturbed by the presence of hunters, considering itself the mightiest of all life forms as a mutated zombie. To it, ordinary hunters posed no threat whatsoever. However, the moment it felt the chilling presence of a murderous instinct locking onto it, a primal fear took root within, a sense of panic it had never experienced before. It could not comprehend the nature of the human above, nor could it grasp the essence of this existence. Lin Fan, however, paid no heed to its understanding or lack thereof. He continued to unleash his fury upon the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding thuds proliferated, each punch delivering a colossal force of approximately 3 tons. With a speed of 38 punches per second, the magnitude of such power, when coupled with acceleration, produced an impact beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Beneath the square, the earth had already been rendered hollow by the drilling zombie. Under such relentless bombardment, how could it withstand? Crack, boom, countless shattered concrete pieces, intertwined with brownish earth, surged downward, ruthlessly pinning the drilling zombie within the very tunnel it had excavated. A thick, viscous blood erupted from its mouth. In that moment, the once dreaded mutated zombie was left with naught but fear in its eyes. Nothing else remained. Chapter 58. The bald man confronts his inner fears. The recent series of exaggerated eruptions had left Lin Fan's breath slightly erratic. After exhaling deeply, he wasted no time, directing his gaze toward the 3-meter-deep pit he had violently created. Shaking his slightly numb hands, he leaped into the abyss. Within the pit, the black soil emanated a distinct odor, effectively isolating the acrid scent of blood from the battlefield. The drilling zombie, having just managed to extend its drill-like hand above the surface, intended to leverage its strength to escape the pit. But in the next moment, a robust hand grasped its wrist with tremendous force. The overwhelming strength surged forth, violently uprooting its entire body from the earth without regard for its feelings. The facial contours of the burrowing zombie, while reminiscent of humanity, starkly contrast its overall physique. Its spine arches high, presenting a streamlined silhouette, adorned with scales of a chilling gray hue that evoke a resemblance to a pangolin. Its feet are broad, yet diminutive, with claws extending over 20 centimeters, stained with dark brown soil in the crevices beneath the nails. This anatomical structure is indeed well-suited for tunneling underground. When Lin Fan extracted it from the earth, the burrowing zombie's eyes, which glimmered with a sinister gray light, immediately shrank to the size of needlepoints. Although it had not previously noted Lin Fan's appearance, the instinctual aura of slaughter he emanated was an indelible presence in its memory. With a guttural and hoarse growl, born from primal fear, the burrowing zombie attempted to warn Lin Fan of its own strength, yet its warning was wholly disregarded. Gripping its wrist, Lin Fan bent his knees slightly and leaped, propelling both himself and the burrowing zombie out of the pit. With a swift motion, he slammed the creature onto the concrete ground. The impact left the zombie feeling as though its bones were shattering, and it coughed up a mouthful of blood. The searing pain caused it to writhe on the ground like a worm, emitting pitiful wails. At that moment, Qiu Jiun, Shen Mengxi, Li Feng, the bald man, Zhao Dahai, and others rushed over. Quick, everyone, attack with all your might. Remember, leave the final blow for Lin Fan. After all, he is the one who captured it. They urged. You think being able to burrow makes you formidable? We'll drag you out from beneath the earth. Seeing the burrowing zombie daze from Lin Fan's assault, the group wasted no time, brandishing their weapons and striking at the creature. Though its back was armored with thick gray scales, impervious to ordinary blades, its chest and abdomen were merely soft tissue, utterly defenseless. Under the relentless onslaught from Lin Fan and the others, the creature soon bore numerous wounds. In midair, a flying zombie observed the burrowing zombie in distress, its eyes reflecting a mix of agitation and anxiety. Though it had only recently evolved and lacked significant intelligence, it understood that the group of humans on the ground was formidable. It could not afford to lose the burrowing zombie as an ally. Otherwise, the more than 500 pieces of delectable flesh here would be lost. If it could consume them all, its power would undoubtedly surge. Determined to take the risk and mount a rescue, the flying zombie let out a furious roar, its gray, wingless flesh wings flapping violently as it dove toward the ground. Despite its overwhelming urgency, it retained a semblance of rationality. It did not fly in a straight line towards Lin Fan and the others. Instead, it maneuvered in the air, weaving left and right in a zigzag pattern, clearly prepared to evade and counter the electric strikes from Laoxian. Simultaneously, the horde of corpses erupted in chaos. They charged recklessly, disregarding everything, even in the face of explosive detonations, lunging towards Laoxian and Lin Fan. Boom, boom, boom. Gur roar. With the remnants of over 2,000 zombies in turmoil, the entire square reverberated with the sound of pounding footsteps and the chilling cries of the undead. The humans caught in this maelstrom felt as if they were but a solitary boat adrift upon the surging waves of a tempestuous ocean. Most terrifying of all was that these ordinary zombies were not attacking aimlessly. Their intentions were clear. First, they aimed to distract Laoxian, preventing him from aiding Lin Fan and the others. Second, they sought to rescue the burrowing zombies from Lin Fan's grasp as much as possible. As the battle reached this boiling point, it became evident that the moment was critical. Fan Xuanhao could not possibly remain oblivious. He immediately bellowed to everyone. We must not allow the flying zombies and the horde to disrupt Lin Fan and the others. We must buy them ample time to slay the burrowing zombies. Lao Lei, Lao Zu, at all costs, hold back the flying zombies and horde. At the same time, Qiu Jiun was also roaring fiercely. Damn it, the vital spot of this burrowing zombie is not its nape. Curse. The more frenzied these zombies became, the more it underscored the necessity of exterminating the burrowing zombie. Everyone, strike fiercely, hack it into pieces. I refuse to believe it can survive. At this point, there was no need for further instruction from Qiu Jian. The 6 members of the Dawn team, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, brandished their weapons and relentlessly assaulted the burrowing zombie, particularly the bald man, who attacked with the most ferocity and determination, for he wished to personally slay this mutated undead. Only then could he conquer the dread instilled in him by the train conductor during their fateful encounter on the train. In less than a minute, the neck, chest, and abdomen of the burrowing zombie, every potential vital area, were mercilessly pierced and shredded by an array of weapons, transforming it into a bloody mess. Even its once armored back, cloaked in gray, was brutally torn open, revealing grotesque wounds. Streams of blood gushed forth from the burrowing zombie's body as if it were an endless torrent. At this point, the severity of the injuries, whether vital or not, became irrelevant. as long as it was not the extraordinarily unique liquefaction ability of the train conductor. Even a mutated zombie with a tenacious life force could not possibly endure. As the burrowing zombie looked around at the humans relentlessly stabbing its body, it felt the vitality within itself swiftly ebbing away. It realized that its demise was imminent. A guttural roar erupted from its throat, a blend of despair and fury. In its final moments, the battered body emitted a vivid gray glow, summoning its last vestiges of strength. It lunged fiercely toward the nearest bald-headed figure. In its death throes, it sought to drag someone down with it. The reason for targeting the bald man was twofold. Firstly, he exuded the weakest aura among the humans, making him the easiest to slay. More importantly, this individual had been the most merciless, the most vicious in his attacks. Who else could it choose but him? Chapter 59. The Bald Man's Resolve. I'm not a coward. Everyone, be cautious. By heavens, this beast is determined to fight back in its dying moments. We must evade this wave of assault. No one should get hurt. Beside the bald man, Li Feng was the first to sense the underground zombie's intent to retaliate in its final throes. He began to retreat while urgently warning everyone. Yet, it seemed the bald man was oblivious. It was unclear what madness had overtaken him. His eyes were reddened as he charged forward, refusing to yield. Now, the underground zombie had fixated its target entirely on him. Instantly, Li Feng pivoted, rushing back toward the zombie, his face a mask of concern and anger as he shouted at the bald man. The others, sensing the urgency, joined in a chorus of shouts, racing toward the bald man. Baldy, for heaven's sake, get out of the way. Do you want to die? Move aside. Everyone understood the bald man's combat capabilities. He was no match for the underground zombie. If he were to be struck in its final assault, none could guarantee the outcome. What was this fool thinking? The bald man heard the collective shouts and warnings. It was not that he was unafraid of death. Everyone knew he was the most timid among the six, the one most averse to danger. Yet now, he was on the brink of panic. The enormous maw of the underground zombie loomed ever closer before his eyes. How terrifying it was. He didn't need to test it. He knew that a bite from that creature would be excruciating. His legs trembled uncontrollably, as if powered by a motor, the fabric of his pants swaying back and forth. The massive blade in his hand swung erratically. However, even in his fear, he did not retreat. Deep down, he understood that if he took a step back now, the terror he felt toward the mutated zombies would haunt him forever. Among the Dawn Squad, setting aside Lin Fan and Xiao Jun, even the ordinary individuals Li Feng and Zhao Dehai were of military background, while Shun Mingxi hailed from an ancient martial arts family. And what was he? Just a mere fruit vendor from the market. The combat prowess and qualities of all individuals surpass his own by countless magnitudes. Had the cataclysmic game not descended upon them, had he not joined the Dawn Squad, he would likely have drifted through life aimlessly. Yet now, he stands as a member of Dawn. Everyone around him possesses immense strength. He cannot afford to be weak. He cannot be a burden to his comrades, even if it means risking his life, even if it leads to his demise. He refuses to encumber his allies in future battles. He must conquer the fear that resides within him. He must grow stronger. If it comes to it, so be it. He shall face death with dignity. With a fierce roar in his heart, the glint in his eyes ignited like a blazing flame. Fueled by an unwavering desire and will to grow stronger. With a bend of his knees, he leapt into the air. A roar erupted from his throat, resonating like that of a lion. He would not cower. His sword raised high, he swung down with ferocity. In that moment, he forgot life and death, cast aside fear. His eyes gleamed with ferocity. The eyes of the ground-dwelling zombie mirrored his own, filled with violence and menace. Seeing the boldness of the bald man charging towards it, the zombie emitted a low, raspy growl, as if mocking and belittling him. With a deafening roar, a claw lunged violently at the bald man's sword. The clash of metal rang out sharply. Without a hint of doubt, the sword was knocked away. The bald man's hands trembled violently from the force, blood spilling forth. In that instant, he was stripped of both offensive and defensive means. The ground-dwelling zombie had closed the distance, its foul maw gaping wide, ready to sink its teeth into the bald man's head. Although the bald man had undergone rigorous training to enhance his strength and defense far beyond that of an ordinary person, against the mutated zombie, such attributes paled in comparison. Should it bite down, his head would burst like a watermelon. In a moment of dire peril, a cold mechanical notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player bald man. In the face of life-threatening danger, your fearless resolve has awakened your latent potential, granting you the dual talents of Copperhead and Iron Skin. Copperhead, the skull, being the hardest part of the human body, evolves to possess formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Iron Skin evolution grants defense comparable to a 1 centimeter thick steel plate, with overall dermal resilience akin to that of tough leather. Congratulations, player Baldman. You have evolved from an ordinary person into a hunter. With the notification's conclusion, the Baldman's aura transformed dramatically. From this moment forth, he was no longer an ordinary human. He had become an evolved being. Moreover, it was a hunter armed with formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Everything transpired in a whirlwind. The burrowing zombie, barely sensing the shift in the bald man's demeanor, had no time to question or be astonished before its massive jaws clamped down upon the man's head. A sharp jolt of excruciating pain and a throbbing sensation erupted from its mouth. The burrowing zombie felt as though it had bitten not into flesh and bone, but rather into an immense iron orb. Its teeth shattered instantly, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. But that was not the end. The bald man wrenched his head free, his eyes ablaze with fury, and charged towards the zombie's chest with a furious impact. The burrowing zombie attempted to extend its claws to hinder the assault. Thud! A mist of crimson erupted. Not merely its wrist, but its entire forearm began to explode in a cascade of destruction. Its body and arms had already been rendered nearly to shreds by the collective efforts of the crowd. With such a violent thrust from the bald man's head, there was no way it could withstand the force. Shattered flesh, pale fragments of bone, and the stench of blood littered the ground. You wretched creature, perish! At that moment, the bald man was drenched in blood, with bits of putrid flesh clinging to his face, resembling a butcher emerging from slaughterhouse. Yet, he paid no heed to his own appearance. After smashing the burrowing zombie's wrist with his head, he leaned forward, intent on delivering another crushing blow to its chest. However, still adjusting to his newly awakened form, he struggled to master his body. His foot slipped on the remnants of flesh, and he fell to the ground, exposing his neck beneath the jaws of the burrowing zombie. Despite suffering such a grievous setback, the burrowing zombie seized the opportunity, lunging for the bald man's throat. Simultaneously, its remaining claw aimed for the man's abdomen. Though described in detail, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye, too swiftly for anyone to react. Yet one individual did perceive the unfolding events. Only he could. Just as the bald man was on the brink of demise beneath the claws of the burrowing zombie, a flash of white light illuminated the scene. All actions of the burrowing zombie froze in place. 3 seconds later, countless fine red lines began to spread across its battered body, much of its armor shattered. The entirety of its form disintegrated along these crimson threads, ultimately collapsing into a heap of mangled flesh. Rustle, rustle, thud, thud. Ding, congratulations to player Lin Fan for successfully slaying the burrowing variant zombie. Reward 1, 300 points. Reward 2, store unlocks Frost Arrow. Frost Arrow, a specialized arrow equipped with a miniature rapid freezing device within its tip, capable of inflicting a 30-second freezing effect on the target, significantly hindering their mobility. Price, 100 points for a quiver, 30 arrows. Bald reward, 200 points. 10 talent enhancement potions. Dawn Squad, comprising Xiao Jiun, Shun Mingxi, and 2 others, rewards totaling 50, 100 points and 35 talent enhancement potions. A series of system notification sounds echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Meanwhile, on the ground lay a ground-burrowing zombie, its head reduced to a mere half, the gray glimmer in its eyes gradually fading. Even in death, its gaze remained fixated on Lin Fan, whose somewhat emaciated figure evoked a profound sense of dread within it. It recognized that this human was unlike the rest, a deviation, an anomaly that should never have existed. He harbored a monumental secret, undoubtedly. If allowed to grow, he would become a nightmare for all zombies, indeed for all living beings. He must be eliminated before he reaches his full potential, at any cost. The need to warn other mutated zombies loomed in its mind. Yet, such thoughts had lost their significance. They no longer mattered. The bald one stared blankly at the ground, where the mutated zombie had been reduced to a pile of flesh. Suddenly, he reached out with a massive hand, wiping the blood and remnants of flesh from his face, erupting into a raucous, liberating laughter. He knew that from this moment onward, he would no longer feel any fear towards mutated zombies. He was no longer afraid. He stood tall. He was not a burden, Zhao Dahai and Li Feng were. Damn it, Bald One. What was that all about? I told you to dodge, yet you insisted on confronting the ground-burrowing zombie head-on. Li Feng and Zhao Dahai looked at the Bald One. Initially, they had intended to reprimand him, but they soon realized that the aura emanating from him seemed markedly different from before. The Bald One appeared to have awakened. Li Feng and Zhao Dahai's eyes widened in astonishment. This was absurd. Lin Fan approached the Bald One, gazing intently at him before speaking. Do not engage in such reckless behavior again. If I hadn't arrived in time to eliminate it, you would have been the one to perish. Remember, to grow stronger, one must first survive. Although the Bald One said nothing, Lin Fan could easily discern his thoughts based on his earlier actions. Upon hearing Lin Fan's admonishment and a recognition of his reckless mindset, the Bald One felt at a loss for words. He indeed had acted impulsively, causing concern among everyone. However, Lin Fan continued, yet, awakening your talent amidst a life and death crisis is a fortuitous event. Congratulations on becoming the third evolver of the Dawn Squad. However, in the future, it is imperative that you consult with us before taking any actions. Once one is dead, there is truly nothing left. Hee. I understand, Captain. I shall not do so again. The bald man scratched his gleaming head, feeling the texture of his palm, reminiscent of touching metal, and smiled at Lin Fan, saying, I had always intended to eliminate the ground-digging zombie. Who would have thought I would suddenly awaken my talent? On the opposite side of the square, Fan Xuanhao, late Xian, Zhu Dezhang, and others observed with an indescribable thrill and excitement as Lin Fan's team successfully defeated the ground-digging zombie. Ha ha ha, look! They truly managed to slay the ground-digging zombie. Old Fan, your judgment of character is remarkable. I'm glad we listened to you and brought Lin Fan and the others back. They indeed possess exceptional skills. Impressive. It must be said, the demise of a mutated zombie that had caused them considerable distress was undoubtedly a tremendous source of encouragement and inspiration for everyone present. In that moment, no one dared to question Lin Fan's team any longer. No one doubted Lin Fan. They spoke and enacted. Zhu Dezhang, responsible for leading the team to clear the ordinary zombies, pressed the accelerator of the SUV to the floor. The roar of the engine echoed throughout the square, resonating like a triumphant horn of victory. Chapter 60. Fan Xuanhao's Trump Card. Brothers, victory is within our grasp. Everyone, get your all kill. Zhu Dezhang shouted excitedly, driving the vehicle directly into the horde of corpses. Explosives were hurled from the back seat of the SUV like rain, seemingly without concern for expense, whether it was due to soaring morale or some other reason. This team, composed of university students, exhibited a significantly enhanced efficiency and speed in dispatching ordinary zombies compared to when they had previously delayed for Lin Fan and the others. In the sky, the flying zombies that had initially intended to swoop down for rescue abruptly halted their descent towards Lin Fan and the others. A flicker of unease and uncertainty flashed in their cold eyes, mingled with a palpable sense of dread. Had they truly perished? So swiftly? How could these humans be so formidable? Infuriating. Now it was just itself left. It hesitated, conflicted. What should it do? Old Zhu. The time has come. Strike. Unlike the others who were exuberantly cheering and agitated, Fan Xuanhao, who had been calmly observing the battlefield, turned his gaze towards the flying zombies upon witnessing the demise of the ground-digging zombie. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he swiftly made a decision, commanding resolutely. In the passenger seat of the off-road vehicle, Lei Xian remained silent, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He adjusted his duckbill cap with his left hand while his right hand emerged from his pocket, extending out the window, aiming at the airborne zombie. With a crackling sound, blue electric arcs coalesced in his palm under the influence of his will. The flying zombie, ever vigilant of Lei Xian, immediately detected his movement. Its leathery wings flared, propelling it upwards with haste, soon soaring over 200 meters into the sky. Only then did it halt, gazing down upon everything beneath it. The other students in the distance also noticed Lei Xian's actions. Having witnessed his previous strikes, they were well aware of his attack range, which was limited to 200 meters. Initially, they were prepared to grumble about letting the flying zombie escape once more. However, as their gazes shifted back to Lei Xian, they realized he seemed far from willing to relent. The blue electric arcs in his palm appeared even more dazzling. What could this possibly mean? Moreover, Lei Xian's previous attacks had always been instantaneous. Why was he gathering energy this time? And his expression, why did it look so grim? Disregarding the thoughts of others, Lei Xian barked, "Old Zhu, get ready." With a screech, the vehicle came to a halt. At that moment, Zhu Dezhang, unbeknownst to Wen, had produced a weapon approximately half a meter long and about 20 centimeters in diameter, forged entirely from black steel, resembling a cylindrical rocket launcher. This was indeed a makeshift rocket launcher, also known as an RPG. After Zhu Dezhang inserted a projectile, roughly the length of an infant's forearm, into the launcher, he nodded toward Lei Xian. Receiving Zhu Dezhang's signal, an eerie gray light erupted in Lei Xian's eyes. Blood gushed from his nostrils. In his palm, the blue electric arcs instantaneously transformed into a beam of light as wide as a bowl, swirling with crackling energy, hurtling toward the direction of the flying zombie. Thunder rumbled. Under the mysterious force of the lightning, the entire landscape darkened once more, leaving only the blue electric arcs roaring and howling, piercing the heavens at an astonishing velocity. This familiar scene was not lost on the flying zombie, yet it exhibited little concern as it was positioned at least 210 meters away from Lei Xian, quite a safe distance. However, the indifference in its eyes quickly morphed into incredulity and trepidation. As the blue lightning approached within 10 meters of it, it defied all expectations. Showing no signs of halting, it broke through its limits, maintaining its momentum, and crashed directly into the flying zombie. A piercing and anguished howl reverberated throughout the square. Arcs of electricity flickered across the body of the flying zombie, writhing like maggots. The excruciating pain caused its body to twist in mid-air like a worm, while a violent numbness rendered it nearly oblivious to the wings behind it. Yet the assault was far from over. In the next moment, a shell, akin to the length of an infant's arm, trailed a thick plume of smoke and struck its body with a tremendous force. A thunderous roar erupted, resembling the sound of distant thunder. The explosion unleashed a golden blaze, scorching flames, and flying shrapnel, instantly consuming the flying zombie. On the ground, Fan Xuanhao, witnessing Lei Xian and Zhu Dezhang's successful strike on the flying zombie, squinted intently at the sky. In the off-road vehicle, Lei Xian's complexion had turned as pale as snow, waves of dizziness coursing through his mind, as if he might succumb to slumber at any moment. Nevertheless, he persevered, his eyes fixated on the heavens. After launching the sole, specially crafted shell, Zhu Dezhang stowed away the rocket launcher, his face radiating confidence as he regarded the flying zombie engulfed in flames and golden light. With a shot, even a tank would be pierced. The flying zombie was doomed. On the other side of the battlefield, Lin, Fan, and the others, having just dealt with the burrowing zombies, now took notice of Fan Xuanhao's actions. A hint of confusion crossed their faces. Why did they suddenly engage the flying zombie without any prior notice? Hadn't it been agreed to tackle the burrowing zombies together before attempting to slay the airborne menace? Indeed, what were they up to? Wait, I recall them mentioning that Lei Xian's maximum attack range was only 200 meters. Yet just now, his range evidently exceeded that. And Zhu Dezhang possessed a rocket launcher, a detail they had never disclosed to us. As Baldi, Zhao Dehai, and Li Feng furrowed their brows in dissatisfaction, murmuring among themselves. Xiao Jiyun suddenly pieced everything together. With a cold snort, he remarked, "They are wary of us. Or rather, they are utilizing us. With their capabilities, they cannot simultaneously contend with two mutated zombies. Hence, they have opted to collaborate with us, willingly providing us with the opportunity and environment to eliminate the burrowing zombies. Once we succeed, our value to them diminishes. That is why they launched their assault on the flying zombie without so much as a word." Upon hearing this, Baldi's expression darkened immediately, muttering, "Good heavens, these university students are so cunning. They have not wronged us, yet they treat us with the same suspicion as one would a thief." Xiao Jiyun shook his head. After all, in their eyes, we are not part of this institution, and our origins remain obscure. They choose to guard against us. While it is somewhat unexpected, it is, nonetheless, quite reasonable. As he spoke, Xiao Jiyun turned his gaze towards Lin Fan and Fan Xuanhao. Although their capabilities are considerable, a deep alliance is inadvisable. Lin Fan nodded in agreement with Xiao Jiyun's caution, fully aware of the implications. Chapter 61. Paths diverged, schemes unshared. Though Lin Fan is not particularly loquacious, he possesses a remarkably keen mind. From the very first encounter with Fan Xuanhao and his cohort, Lin Fan sensed a subtle air of estrangement. For instance, During their initial entry into the activity center, Fan Xuanhao did not extend a warm introduction to the other students present, instead leading them directly into the conference room. This seemingly inconspicuous detail conveyed a deeper meaning. Fan Xuanhao was intent on minimizing interaction between Lin Fan and his team. Although Lin Fan was indifferent to such behavior, it signified that, in Fan Xuanhao's estimation, the two groups could only collaborate superficially, never crossing the threshold into friendship. Moreover, Lin Fan discerned from Fan Xuanhao's meticulous management of the surviving students and the orderly arrangements within the activity center that he is a person of extreme rationality, so much so that he appears somewhat detached. He possesses a strong desire for control and places great importance on order and rules. Lin Fan understood that he could never abide by the order and regulations that Fan Xuanhao values, nor would he indulge his need for dominance. They are fundamentally on divergent paths. Indeed, Qiu Jiyun recognized this from the outset of his interactions with Fan Xuanhao. Thus, while he provided them with the corpse bait bottle, he withheld the most crucial formula for the scent enhancer. That is his bottom line. There is another detail worth noting. When Lin Fan extracted the burrowing zombies from the ground, his decision to exert his utmost strength was driven not only by the efficiency it afforded, but also as a means of intimidation towards Fan Xuanhao and his group. He wished to convey to Fan Xuanhao that while they need not be friends, it would be wise for them not to become his adversaries. Otherwise, the consequences would be beyond their capacity to endure. With his intellect, Fan Xuanhao undoubtedly perceived Lin Fan's intent to intimidate. He also recognized that Lin Fan had already seen through his thoughts. Thus, when he resolved to take action against the flying zombies, he did not even bother to consult Lin Fan. There was simply no need. This is the unspoken understanding among the astute. Each harbors their own thoughts. Yet without uttering a single word, they comprehend the limits of one another and manage this temporary alliance adeptly. Each shall reap the benefits they desire. One could assert that the moment Fan Xuanhao commanded Lei Xian and Zhu Dezhang to engage the flying zombies, the two teams led by Lin Fan laid their cards on the table. At this juncture, even the honest and earnest bald man grasped the entire situation. With a fierce glare, he exclaimed, "Goodness, these scoundrels have been scheming all along to exploit our strength for their own gain of the flying zombie rewards. How outrageous! They've got every angle covered. This won't do. I'm in business. I find this deal unworthy." Initially, it was agreed that the mutated zombies would belong to us, while the ordinary ones were theirs. Now they wished to claim our share. Seeing the bald man exceedingly displeased, Lin Fan remained unperturbed, gazing at the thickening smoke in the sky, and remarked, "They have never slain a mutated zombie, unaware of its astonishing vitality. It is not as easy to vanquish as they presume. We still have a chance. Had we previously cooperated in exterminating the zombies, I would have hesitated to seize others' rewards. However, since they have breached the pact first, let each rely on their own capabilities." In mid-air, as the smoke from the explosions gradually dissipated, the silhouette of the flying zombie re-emerged before everyone. Indeed, just as Lin Fan had predicted, in the recent assault, the mutated zombie had not perished. It was merely grievously injured. Its form was no longer agile, drenched in blood. Its wings lacked strength, riddled with bullet holes, and each flap appeared laborious, with its flight altitude steadily declining. If the original flying zombie resembled an eagle soaring in the sky, effortlessly ascending dozens of meters with a mere flap, now it resembled a butterfly struggling against a storm, seemingly on the verge of being dashed to the ground by an unseen tempest. In the square, Lei Xian, Zhu Dezhang, and a dozen students tasked with clearing the ordinary zombies stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Even their voices trembled slightly. How could this be possible? Lei Xian's full-force electric shock, coupled with a projectile equivalent to 20 kilograms of TNT, capable of piercing tanks, had failed to slay it. How could the mutated zombie possess such formidable vitality? On the third floor of the activity center, hundreds of students gazed upward at the battered silhouette of the flying zombie in the sky. They clenched their fists, their eyes brimming with resentment and frustration. Why? Why has it not been eradicated yet? Must we allow it to escape right under our noses? If it recovers and returns, how shall we confront it then? This is infuriating. Not only Lei Xian, but also Zhu Dezhang and the students within the building feel a sense of bewilderment and frustration. At this moment, even Fan Xuanhao, behind his gold-rimmed glasses, wears an expression of grave concern. This scene has utterly surpassed his expectations and control. Yet, he understands that after Lei Xian's full eruption, his mysterious powers have been completely depleted. Within an hour, he possesses no capacity for further action. Moreover, the rocket launcher and shells in Zhu Dazhang's possession were crafted by Fan Xuanhao himself. He is acutely aware whether there is another shell in their hands. The unveiling of both trump cards has shockingly failed to eliminate the flying zombie. At this moment, Fan Xuanhao finds himself at a loss. However, he suddenly casts his gaze towards Lin Fan and the others. Fan Xuanhao realizes that if anyone has the potential to slay the flying zombie at this juncture, it must be Lin Fan and his companions. Yet, having given no prior notice and directly ordering an attack on the flying zombie to seize the reward for himself, it would indeed be rather dishonorable to now turn to Lin Fan for assistance. Nevertheless, Fan Xuanhao is a remarkably rational individual. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, less than a second, he dismisses his pride. After all, the mutated zombie is a formidable enemy to humanity. Regardless of who ultimately claims the reward, it is far preferable to allow it to live. However, before Fan Xuanhao could take any action, Lin Fan had already sprung into motion. He was sprinting towards the activity center building at an extraordinarily swift pace. In fact, mere seconds earlier, Lin Fan had detected through thermal vision that the flying zombie had not been destroyed. At that moment, he had already set off. The flying zombie, in its continuous descent, was now only about 30 meters from the ground. Yet, this height is still unattainable for an ordinary person. It is nearly the height of 10 stories. The activity center building, being the closest structure to the flying zombie, stands over 20 meters tall. It is the sole place where Lin Fan has a chance to encounter the mutated zombie. Upon reaching the foot of the activity center building, a glimmer of gray flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. With the aid of his instinct for slaughter, he ascended the drainage pipe to the rooftop like a nimble monkey. Due to Lin Fan's astonishing speed, the group of students who had been watching from the third-floor glass window of the activity center did not even grasp what had transpired. They stood there, faces filled with confusion and disbelief. What just shot past my face like that and disappeared in an instant? It appears to be Lin Fan, who seems to have climbed up the drainage pipe. What? Is that true? Did someone just ascend the stairs in front of us? I didn't see anything. Chapter 62. The intertwined shadows beneath the setting sun. The scorching summer air stirred, carrying with it a fierce wind that howled past Lin Fan's ears. His black hair danced wildly in the breeze. Upon reaching the rooftop, Lin Fan instinctively gazed downward. Below him lay a dense mass of corpses, along with 3 cars recklessly careening through the gruesome tableau, all appearing considerably diminished from his lofty vantage point, 22 meters above the ground. The stench of decay and the acrid scent of blood were long gone. Yet the battle was far from over. Lin Fan cast a fleeting glance downward before redirecting his gaze to the sky, where the flying zombies hovered. A flicker of gray flashed in his eyes, igniting his instinct for slaughter. A cascade of data materialized in his mind. The altitude of the flying zombies, the distance from the ground to the flying zombies, stood at 328 meters. In their severely wounded state, their forward flight speed was approximately 23 meters per second. The distance between himself and the flying zombies was 218 meters, with an elevation deficit of 108 meters. If he sprinted with all his might, using the building as a springboard, he could leap up to 25 meters. The height was within reach. After rapidly analyzing the data in his mind, Lin Fan retrieved a compound crossbow laden with frost arrows from his spatial backpack and relentlessly pulled the trigger at the mutated zombie. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying zombie's ears twitched. Already a nervous creature, it became alarmed and frightened upon hearing the whistling sound, a glimmer of panic surfacing in its gray eyes. It hastily turned its head. 3 arrows, entirely cloaked in a pale blue hue, surged toward it, carrying a chilling aura. If it had been uninjured, it could have easily evaded the trio of arrows with a mere flap of its wings. But now its wounds were grievous. Its body was riddled with bullet holes, and its wings were in tatters. Even if it exerted every ounce of strength to dodge, its clumsy form could not execute the actions its brain envisioned. Bang! It barely managed to evade 2 of the frost arrows. However, the last one struck true. The freezing mechanism within the arrow was triggered by the violent impact, and an intense blue chill rapidly spread, enveloping the flying zombie entirely. In the sweltering heat of August, though dusk had arrived, the air remained blistering, akin to a furnace. Yet at that moment, the mutated zombie felt no trace of warmth. Instead, its body seemed to plunge into an icy abyss, shivering uncontrollably. Its already sluggish movements became even more cumbersome. Its flight speed dwindled drastically, unable to even achieve a mere meter per second. Its body began to descend slowly toward the ground. After Lin Fan shot the freezing arrow, he swiftly stowed the compound crossbow back into his spatial backpack. Summoning his bone spikes, he grasped them in reverse, his footsteps weaving as he rapidly retreated several meters. In the next moment, a surge of gray energy erupted from Lin Fan's thigh, unleashing a torrent of power that made him resemble a poised cheetah, the flying zombie. Witnessing this spectacle and sensing the terrifying aura of a predator emanating from Lin Fan, along with his instinct for slaughter, was instantly reminded of the burrowing zombie and the gruesome image of it being shattered into pieces. It was him, the human who had slain the burrowing zombie. Roar. The life and death crisis forced the flying zombie's gray pupils to contract to the size of pinpricks, and under the overwhelming will to survive, its adrenaline surged. It desperately flapped its wings, striving to distance itself from this exceedingly dangerous human. Just then, Lin Fan made his move. Whoosh! A shadow, so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, dashed across the rooftop. Boom! An incredibly dull thud reverberated in the air as Lin Fan's foot struck down. The remarkably sturdy concrete surface at the edge of the rooftop was gouged to a depth of 20 centimeters, with a diameter of several meters, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. Even the steel reinforcement beneath the ground was shattered by Lin Fan's kick. Such terrifying power. The explosive force unleashed was beyond imagination. As countless fragments of stone tumbled from the rooftop, Lin Fan's figure soared like a cannonball roaring from its barrel. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. The distance between Lin Fan and the flying zombie dwindled rapidly, until they crossed paths in midair. The orange-yellow sunset bathed them in its glow. One wielded a blood-stained bone spike, cold glint flashing in his eyes. The other let out a roar, abruptly silenced, eyes filled with dread. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. On the ground, in the activity center building, all eyes were fixed on this breathtaking yet blood-soaked scene in the sky. Everyone held their breath, afraid to disturb the boy who resembled a war god. No one knew what the outcome would be. They could only wait. 3, 2, 1. 3 seconds passed. Bang! A burst of crimson light erupted, as if the entire sky had been stained a deep red. The flying zombie's body was cleaved in two, starting from its brow, as if struck by the scythe of death. Its fragmented innards scattered through the blood-colored heavens, resembling the messy strokes of a child's drawing across the sky. Below, the crowd, fixated on the sky, could no longer contain their mounting tension. The eyes were filled with shock and ecstasy, accompanied by frenzied roars. Goodness, he truly leaped into the air over 30 meters high, with his flesh and blood. He even decisively vanquished the flying zombie. Incredible! The flying zombie has been slain. Unbelievable, it is truly dead. Haha, that person. He killed the flying zombie. He achieved it. He really did. That beast had besieged us for hours, claiming the lives of so many of our friends and loved ones, and now it has finally been dispatched. What a marvel! Everyone, shout out in celebration. In this moment, all the onlooking trainees could no longer contain their excitement, their eyes wide and red, their voices raised in jubilant cheers, as if they sought to expel the fear and anger that had been instilled in them by the flying zombie. Even Fan Xuanhao, Zhu Dezhang, and others could not hide their exhilaration. The flying zombie was dead, and the burrowing zombies were also vanquished. Now, the entire activity center was devoid of any mutated zombies. This meant that they had triumphed. Everyone was elated, rejoicing. Yet one individual gazed at the faint figure in the sky, filled with concern and gravity. As the flying zombie was slain midair, Lin Fan's body began to plummet freely downward. Shun Mengshi watched as Lin Fan's descent accelerated, devoid of any cushioning or safety measures. He fell like a cannonball, hurtling toward the ground. Her face was etched with anxiety, and she could not help but cry out, "Lin Fan, hurry, someone think of a way." Falling from such a height of over 30 meters, even if he were a hunter, his body could not withstand it. Upon hearing Shun Mengshi's urgent exclamation, the Bal Jiao Dahai, Li Feng, and others reacted swiftly, but they were on the ground while Lin Fan was suspended in midair. How could they assist? Not only did the Dawn team realize this, but even Fan Xuanhao and Zhu Dezhang displayed traces of worry in their eyes. This height was perilous for humans and most living beings. Just as everyone wore expressions of anxiety, Qiujun surveyed the sky, observing Lin Fan's calm demeanor. Unperturbed, he addressed the others. Do not worry. When have you ever seen Lin Fan undertake something without assurance? Since he dared to leap from the rooftop into the sky to confront the flying zombie, it indicates he possesses the confidence to land safely after slaying it. Look at his expression. Is there a hint of anxiety or fear? No, you'll be fine. Chapter 63. As long as I can move, the slaughter will not cease. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Qiujun finished speaking, not far away, the earth reverberated with 3 resounding booms that echoed deeply in the hearts of those present. Dust billowed into the air as Lin Fan, along with the bisected corpse of the flying zombie, crashed onto the concrete of the activity square. Upon impact, the blood and entrails of the dismembered zombie erupted in a chaotic spray, mingling with the dust and obscuring Lin Fan's condition from view. The previously raucous crowd fell into an instant hush, their anxious gazes fixated on the vacant space, yearning to discern the fate of the young man who had vanquished the mutated zombie. Just then, a gust of wind arose, carrying with it an oppressive heat that swept across the square, dispersing the dust. Lin Fan's figure was revealed to all, crouched low with his hands firmly planted on the ground, stabilizing himself against the force of the earlier impact. Beneath him lay a massive crater, a testament to the shockwave he had just endured. After a 2-second pause, Lin Fan rose to his feet, drawing the collective attention of the crowd upon him. His once jet-black nylon combat attire was now splattered with crimson, the pale bone spikes and his somewhat delicate and youthful visage now marred by the vivid red, a stark testament to the violence that had transpired. The ferocity of his earlier eruption unveiled the full extent of Lin Fan's aura, an essence of a peak hunter imbued with primal instincts of slaughter, radiating outward from his form. This aura was overwhelmingly brutal, dangerously fierce, and chillingly cold. He resembled a blood-soaked harbinger of doom, a butcher emerging from the depths of hell. Whether they were students from the academy or evolved beings like Fan Xuanhao, even the other 5 members of Dawn felt a tremor of apprehension coursing through them in the face of such an imposing presence. A singular question loomed in their minds. Was he truly still human? Fear surfaced unbidden. Yet, it was not just the humans who were riveted by Lin Fan's presence. The thunderous impact of his landing had drawn the attention of the ordinary zombies and a few evolved ones, who now turned to face him. Strangely, despite forming a vast circle around Lin Fan, not a single zombie dared to approach him. It is well known that ordinary zombies and first-tier evolved zombies possess no intelligence and act solely on instinct driven by hunger. They could not discern the strength of Lin Fan's aura. Yet, even this mindless horde seemed to be instinctively wary of him, refraining from encroaching within 3 meters of his vicinity. Only trembling in humility, they huddled together, growling softly. The sounds of their discontent echoed. Ugh, roar, howl. Without heeding the gazes of the crowd, Lin Fan casually extracted the bone spike embedded in the ground and focused his attention on the tide of corpses surrounding him. Not a word was uttered. Grasping the bone spike, he charged towards the horde of zombies. To ordinary individuals, these zombies were devils seeking lives. Yet, in Lin Fan's perspective, each zombie represented a point, a chance to grow stronger. He would not miss any opportunity for enhancement, as long as he was still able to move. The slaughter continued. The crimson sunset fell as heads flew, blood mingling with battle garments. Although most were intimidated by Lin Fan's aura, the members of the Dawn team quickly regained their composure. After all, they had shared countless days and nights with Lin Fan. They understood his nature, regardless of how fearsome or ruthless he appeared to the world. They harbored no additional thoughts. Their only concern was whether Lin Fan had sustained injuries from his descent. Seeing him leaping and bounding amidst the horde of corpses, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qiujun swiftly drew 2 military daggers from his waist and shouted to the other team members, "Let us go. We too shall earn some points. With so many ordinary zombies, it's my turn to slay." Li Feng, Zhao Dahai, Shun Mengxi, and others did not hesitate, drawing their weapons and joining the fray. With the absence of the mutated zombies' leadership, the over 2,000 zombies in the square posed little threat, their numbers merely intimidating, like a scattered sand. As the 6 members of the Dawn team charged, this horde was swiftly reduced to chaos. Seeing this, Fan Xuanhao's gaze sharpened. Before he could issue any commands, the massive iron door of the activity center, which had remained shut, suddenly burst open. Bloodied and trembling students rushed out, eyes wide and howling. "Brothers, kill! Do not be afraid. Slaughter these beasts. Wipe them out. These students wielded an assortment of weapons. Some brandished makeshift spears with arrowheads. Others hefted fire axes discovered from the activity building, and some even clutched mere broomsticks. Like a swarm, they surged forth from the activity building, plunging directly into the horde of corpses. Witnessing this scene, Fan Xuanhao was taken aback, but soon he understood their hearts. The apocalyptic game had descended upon the school at 5 in the afternoon, and now it was 7:30. In this brief span of 2.5 hours, these students had endured so much: fear, sorrow, helplessness, confusion, and despair. Family and friends had perished before their eyes, reduced to cold, pale skeletons. Some have even transformed into zombies, yearning to devour their own kind. All of this, had it not been experienced firsthand, had it not been for the gruesome reality unfolding before their eyes, it is likely that no one could fathom the madness consuming them at this moment. This is the collapse of belief, the subversion of cognition and worldview. It is an indescribable psychological torment. They need to release the pent-up emotions within through slaughter, through battle, through bloodshed. Under normal circumstances, they might never have dared to step beyond the massive iron gates of the activity center. The reason they now possess the audacity and strength to fight back is inextricably linked to two individuals. One of them is Fan Xuanhao, the president of the student council and their leader. Were it not for Fan Xuanhao's presence, it would be uncertain whether this group could survive the tide of corpses, let alone seek revenge or express their fury at this moment. One could say that Fan Xuanhao has granted them the opportunity to survive. However, if it were only Fan Xuanhao, they would still live in fear, lacking the courage to venture out and kill. It is Lin Fan. His arrival has bestowed upon them the courage to conquer their inner fears. Especially just now, Lin Fan's remarkable leap, in full view of all, forcefully vanquished the flying zombie, regarded by everyone as a nightmare beneath him. This shocking scene ignited everything. That moment was like a spark, setting the entire grassland ablaze in a roaring inferno. This blaze devoured fear and monsters alike. It brought forth unimaginable strength and courage. It ushered in hope. Lin Fan's formidable prowess and his deeds made these students realize that, indeed, mutated zombies are not invincible, even though they possess exceptionally unique abilities, even though they can effortlessly rend human flesh and crush bones. Even though their eyes emit a chilling glow, so what? They can still be vanquished. Humanity need not cower before zombies. Lin Fan is of a similar age to them. Why can he traverse the tide of corpses while they are relegated to hiding within the activity center? No, they too shall kill. They too shall grow stronger. Armed with their weapons, they will defend their campus, protect their loved ones and friends. They shall live upright and proud, rather than cowering like worthless beings. Kill. At this moment, the battle cries resound like thunder. Fan Xuanhao has given them the chance to live. Lin Fan has provided them with the hope to grow stronger and survive. He has also endowed them with the courage for revenge and to face the apocalypse. Chapter 64. When power surpasses rules as hundreds of students, their eyes aflame and teeth clenched, surged out of the building. The curtain of chaos began to slowly rise. The expanse of the square was not particularly vast, merely a few thousand square meters. Moreover, Lin Fan and his companions had previously ravaged the ground to obstruct the zombies' escape routes, leaving it pockmarked and uneven. Over 2,000 zombies, 500 students, numerous skeletal remains, and hundreds of mangled corpses, along with the remnants of welcome tents and various debris, lay strewn across this desolate terrain. In that moment, the area felt rather congested. Occasionally, both students and zombies would trip over the obstacles or pits beneath their feet. Yet despite the turmoil, whenever these students encountered Lin Fan, Qiujun, Shinmengshi, Zhao Li Feng, or Baldi amidst their hunt for zombies, they would willingly cede that portion of the battlefield to them, allowing them to accumulate more points. They merely wished to express their respect and gratitude towards Lin Fan and his allies. Where there is joy, there is sorrow. This scene caused Zhu Daizang considerable distress, prompting him to mutter under his breath, "Damn it, these traitorous scoundrels. Those ordinary zombies were originally ours. Can't they discern who their true allies are?" It is said that enduring in silence only invites greater suffering. Taking a step back merely leads to increased frustration. After witnessing this scenario several times, Zhu Dezang could no longer contain his anger and bellowed at the dozen or so students accompanying him in the zombie-clearing effort. "You lot, follow me. As Lin Fan swiftly maneuvered through the tide of corpses like a specter, Zhu Dezang found it impossible to locate him. Ultimately, he had no choice but to confront Qiu Zhiyun. Upon seeing Qiu Zhiyun, his face darkened ominously, as if Qiu owed him a fortune. With a voice raised in fury, he exclaimed, "Qiu Zhiyun, you have overstepped your boundaries. We agreed that the mutated zombies would belong to you, while the ordinary ones would be ours." Before Zhu Dezang could finish his tirade, Baldy interrupted, tugging at his ear and shouting, "What? Speak up. I can't hear you over the din of zombies. You've crossed the line." Zhu Dezang attempted to reiterate. Baldy cut him off again. "Oh, you mean about you guys crossing the line earlier? It's a trivial matter. We're all brothers here. There's no need to be so petty. You didn't have to come all this way just to apologize. Rest assured, we won't be offended over such a minor issue." Originally storming over with a fierce demeanor to demand retribution, Zhu Dezang found himself utterly taken aback by Baldy's unexpected reversal of roles. However, it is indeed the case that our side was the first to breach the cooperative relationship, seeking to monopolize the rewards from the flying zombies. At this moment, confronted by the bald man, Zhu Dezang found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, standing there with his face flushed crimson, staring wide-eyed at the bald man, struggling to articulate a response. Nearby, Zhao Dahai and Li Feng, witnessing Zhu Dezang's expression akin to one who had just swallowed a fly, nearly burst into laughter. Fortunately, as they were all soldiers or had previously served, they had undergone rigorous training. Unless they could no longer contain themselves, they typically would not laugh aloud. At this juncture, one of the trainees behind Zhu Dezang, displeased, stepped forward with a darkened countenance, shouting, "What are you pretending for? It is you who have overstepped. According to our prior agreement, enough." Just then, Fan Xuanhao hurried over, his eyes, framed by golden-rimmed glasses, emanating an authoritative presence as he regarded the speaking trainee. With merely a glance, the trainee shrank back, rendered speechless. "Old Fan," Zhu Dezang, clearly unwilling to concede, prepared to voice further objections to Fan Xuanhao, but was abruptly silenced by a sharp reprimand from Fan Xuanhao. The latter then shifted his gaze to Qiu Zhiyun, stating, despite the minor altercation, "We sincerely appreciate your intervention in eliminating the 2 mutated zombies. Collaborating with you has been a truly gratifying experience. As long as the outcome is favorable, that is what matters." Qiu Zhiyun nodded in acknowledgement. Although Fan Xuanhao did not explicitly state it, he inferred that the other party tacitly accepted the continuation of his efforts in eliminating ordinary zombies, subtly suggesting the possibility of further collaboration with his group. Qiu Zhiyun chose not to comment on this. Lin Fan, being the captain of the Dawn Squad, would ultimately decide the future of their cooperation. After exchanging pleasantries with Fan Xuanhao, Qiu Zhiyun refrained from further discourse and led the bald man and others back into the throng of zombies. At this point, Zhu Dezang could no longer contain himself and began to express his grievances before Fan Xuanhao, saying, "Old Fan, what do you mean by this? Yes, we indeed crossed the line first, attacking the flying zombies without prior notice. But had we not severely weakened the flying zombies beforehand, Lin Fan, regardless of how high he could jump, would never have reached them. In the end, we received no rewards for the flying zombies. They were all taken by their squad. Now they come to seize our ordinary zombies." This time, Fan Xuanhao did not chastise Zhu Dezang, but patiently listened until he finished speaking. He then shook his head, saying, "We were in the wrong from the outset. You have no grounds to criticize them. It is merely a matter of rewards for killing ordinary zombies. Do not place too much importance on it. Throughout the entire campus, there are at least tens of thousands of ordinary zombies. There is no need to offend Lin Fan and his group for such trivial points. Most importantly, although we are not on the same side, we are ultimately all human beings belonging to the same camp. Their strength enables them to eliminate more mutated zombies, thereby reducing casualties. This is beneficial for our entire campus and the remaining survivors." Upon hearing this, Zhu Dezang furrowed his brow in contemplation, but chose not to say anything further. He led a dozen comrades back into the horde, continuing their hunt. Fan Xuanhao glanced at Zhu Dezang and his group, departing before shifting his attention to Lin Fan, who was like a deity battling through the tide of corpses, moving with an ease that seemed to defy the very laws of the world. "Lin Fan," Fan Xuanhao murmured softly, his gold-framed glasses glinting with a complex light. An unsettling feeling began to stir within him. He could not comprehend Lin Fan's combat prowess. It had surpassed the realm of normal understanding. So formidable, his speed was such that one had no time to react. and his strength could effortlessly shatter concrete with a single punch. Furthermore, his terrifying defense allowed him to fall from 30 meters without a scratch. Where lies his limit? Where are his weaknesses? How many aspects of his being have evolved? All these enigmas eluded Fan Xuanhao. And this sense of uncertainty was far from a pleasant experience for someone who needed clarity, understanding, and control over every situation. It was, in fact, a source of anxiety regarding the unknown. Chapter 65. A thought to slaughter all beings. A thought to restore order in a chaotic world. Fan Xuanhao came from a military science background and held a profound respect for rules and systems. In his view, one of the pivotal reasons humanity could live peacefully and securely in contemporary society is the establishment of rules through civilization and the constraints of laws on behavior. Everyone lives under these regulations. It is undeniable that rules can limit personal freedom. However, they also protect this world and safeguard the majority. The purpose of military force is to uphold these rules. Yet now, everything has changed. Due to the existence of apocalyptic games, one individual, perhaps more in the future, has emerged, possessing power that transcends these rules. The influence of military might will increasingly struggle to impose constraints on them. What implications does such existence hold for society as a whole? The collapse of rules? Legal chaos? Or a complete reshuffling of society? Fan Xuanhao could hardly fathom it, nor did he dare to imagine it. It would undoubtedly be a disaster beyond comprehension. Yet, what left Fan Xuanhao in a state of contradiction and agitation was the undeniable truth that both the present-day Daxia University of Science and Technology and the future world require the existence of such a formidable individual to combat and vanquish the powerful mutated zombies. It is indeed a double-edged sword. The implications of this situation were so intricate that Fan Xuanhao found himself unable to discern them in that moment. If Lin Fan harbored noble intentions, it was highly probable that the future society would gain a hero. However, should Lin Fan entertain malevolent thoughts, the entire world might face the emergence of a demon, potentially plunging into chaos because of him. Contemplating this, Fan Xuanhao let out a silent, profound sigh, his emotions swirling in complexity. Meanwhile, in the square, Lin Fan was oblivious to Fan Xuanhao's myriad thoughts as he engaged in the frenzied slaughter of ordinary zombies. He had initially believed that this massacre would come to an unremarkable end. Yet, unexpected occurrences always seemed to arise unbidden. What the heck? Have I awakened as a scout? A surprised yet elated shriek suddenly reached Lin Fan's ears. It was Li Feng. Lin Fan turned to look back and beheld Li Feng standing over several mutated zombies, each towering over 2 meters, clearly having just emerged from a grueling battle. Congratulations to player Li Feng. Successfully awakened the talent Wild Wolf Tracking. Wild Wolf Tracking significantly enhanced olfactory senses, capable of discerning up to 2 million different scents within a range of 180 meters, olfactory abilities comparable to those of canines. Upon reading the game prompt, Li Feng immediately inhaled deeply. Instantly, every scent within a 200-meter radius seemed to rush into his nostrils like fledglings returning to their nest. The scents of blood, rot, charred flesh, and sulfur, along with the faint aromas of ants, cockroaches, flies, and other small insects hidden beneath the soil, became crystal clear to him. With careful discernment, he could even detect the locations and numbers of these tiny creatures. As Li Feng reveled in the exhilaration of testing his newfound abilities, Zhao Dahai similarly erupted in jubilant cheers. Ha! I have awakened too. From this day forth, I shall be a hunter. As his exultation subsided, a series of gray lines reminiscent of turtle shell patterns suddenly emerged on Zhao Dahai's skin. Rock turtle skin significantly enhances skin defense, comparable to a 1 centimeter thick steel plate capable of withstanding rifle bullets. Members of the Dawn Squad began to awaken one after another. This was indeed a momentous surprise for Lin Fan. However, upon reflection, it became apparent that Li Feng, the bald man, and Zhao Dahai had all experienced the train incident, coupled with several days of rigorous training. Their accumulated strength had already been substantial. This massacre merely served as the catalyst for their awakening. What seemed like an accident was, in truth, a logical outcome. Thus, Lin Fan silently activated the administrator privileges, meticulously documenting the awakened talents of his companions. Subsequently, his gaze turned eagerly towards Shen Mengshi. Amidst the dense horde of corpses, Shen Mengshi's figure resembled a graceful butterfly, her hunting spear akin to the delicate wings of the creature. In her continuous, agile movements, she harvested the lives of the zombies with finesse, occasionally pausing to catch her breath. Her cheeks glowed with a rosy hue reminiscent of apples, while her chest rose and fell rhythmically, each frame captivating in its allure. If one were to assess the speed of zombie extermination, Shun Mengshi surpassed the recently awakened Li Feng, Zhao Dehai, and the bald-headed trio by a considerable margin. Regrettably, Lin Fan sensed no hint of an evolved presence emanating from her. A flicker of contemplation crossed his gaze. Logically, Shun Mengxi's experience should far exceed that of Li Feng and the others. Why, then, had she yet to awaken? What could be the reason behind this? It was not only Lin Fan who noticed the sequential awakenings of Li Feng, Zhao Dehai, and others. Fan Xuanhao was also aware. His own awakened talent was the enhanced auditory ability of bat-like ears. He could hardly miss the jubilant cheers of Li Feng and Zhao Dehai. Furthermore, as an evolved being himself, he was acutely aware of the distinct aura surrounding his fellow evolved. In their team of 6, 5 were evolved beings, while one possessed remarkable marksmanship, rivaling that of ordinary evolved individuals. Fan Xuanhao gradually shifted his gaze from Li Feng and the others, ultimately resting it upon Lin Fan. Beneath the golden frames of his glasses, his usually impassive face bore the weight of gravity. Initially, he believed he had adequately estimated Lin Fan's capabilities. Yet, how little time had passed. The team Lin Fan led had once again left him in awe. After a lengthy contemplation, Fan Xuanhao turned his attention to Lei Xian, slumped in the passenger seat of the SUV, ensnared in a slumber due to the overexertion of mysterious powers. His eyes sparkled with a contemplative light. The sun, suspended in the western sky, languidly descended beyond the horizon. Dusk had faded, giving way to the enveloping night. The massacre persisted for nearly 2 hours, finally drawing to a close at 9 o'clock. The battle had ended. The square lay strewn with dismembered corpses, haphazardly scattered across the ground. In some areas, the bodies were piled high, forming veritable mountains of the deceased. Upon closer inspection, one might still discern traces of youthful innocence etched on their faces. Yet in this moment, no one mourned their demise, for they were no longer human but rather zombies, humanity's quintessential adversary. Clang! An iron rod slipped from a student's grasp, clattering to the ground. Yet he remained oblivious to its fall. The silvery moonlight caressed his blood-stained visage tenderly, reminiscent of a mother's gentle touch. The chapter has concluded. Chapter 66. The Emergence of the Supreme Legion. It felt as though a line of dominoes had been toppled, as the cracked lips of this student quivered slightly. An eerie silence enveloped the square, where the weapons in the hands of all the students fell to the ground in succession. A multitude of hoarse and somber wails resonated from their throats. "I just want to go home. Why must this damned apocalypse descend upon our school?" sobbed one among them. "Dad, Mom," the text had once proclaimed, exhausted from toil, one may inevitably call upon the heavens. In suffering and pain, one may inevitably call for their parents. From a biography of Chu Yuan. At this moment, the students were likely engulfed in such sentiments. By the off-road vehicle, Fan Xuanhao gently draped a heavy coat over the slumbering Lei Xian. He then turned his gaze towards the desolate and grim square, as well as the students who wept inconsolably. He sighed deeply, comprehending the turmoil within them. Having just endured a brutal conflict, their adrenaline was rapidly dissipating, plunging them from a state of exhilaration back into harsh reality. Facing the strewn bodies and pools of blood, their spirits teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet, Fan Xuanhao uttered not a word, for he understood that in this moment, they required an outlet for their emotions, whether through weeping or vociferous curses. Such expressions could alleviate their inner turmoil. Standing silently by the vehicle, Fan Xuanhao observed as tears and snot streamed down the faces of the students. At that moment, Lin Fan, Qiu Jiun, and other members of the Dawn Squad also set aside their weapons. Their choice mirrored that of Fan Xuanhao. Silence reigned among them. Qiu Jiun stole a few glances at Fan Xuanhao, somewhat astonished by his displayed calmness and composure. He was merely a student, yet his temperament and resolve far surpassed those of the ordinary students in the square. Even many commanders from the military might not possess his fortitude. This youth was truly exceptional. After a little over 10 minutes, observing that the students had sufficiently vented their emotions, Fan Xuanhao rallied them to begin clearing the battlefield. The corpses littering the ground needed prompt attention, lest the sun's rays tomorrow incite the spread of disease, potentially breeding a plague. Moreover, the stench of blood was overpowering. If left unattended for too long, there was a significant risk of attracting zombies from surrounding areas. After laboring for over half an hour, all the bodies were interred within the craters created by explosives. The foul odor was masked by a substantial amount of lime powder purchased from the marketplace and soil excavated from the ground. Once all was set to rights, students began to return to the interior of the activity center, and Lin Fan and his companions followed suit. After enduring such a prolonged period of intense combat, even the hunters required respite. Mud, Lao Fan. A utility pole outside our building has been knocked down by an evolved zombie. The building is without power. What shall we do? Before Lin Fan and the others could step inside, the irate voice of Zhu Dezhang echoed in their ears. A utility pole has been broken? At the entrance, Fan Xuanhao furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, behind our building, there are several large iron barrels. Lao Zhu, take a few people and fetch those barrels. Then we can use the office desks and chairs inside as firewood. This will at least provide us with some light. Additionally, gather another group to accompany me to the nearby convenience store and bring back all the remaining food and water. Another flurry of activity ensued. Crackling sounds filled the air. Inside the activity center, orange flames danced within the hollow iron barrels, casting flickering reflections upon the pristine white walls, resembling demons clawing at the air. Around each barrel, dozens of students sat in a circle. Some bowed their heads, seemingly lost in thought, while others sat with arms crossed over their knees, staring vacantly at the roiling flames. Although they had temporarily resolved the immediate crisis and secured a semblance of safety, everyone understood that the campus was still besieged by tens of thousands of zombies. The terrifying mutated zombies, such as flying and burrowing variants, remained hidden in the shadows. No one knew what path lay ahead or whether tomorrow's sun would shine brightly once again. The entire hall was enveloped in silence, the atmosphere heavy with gloom. "Why is it so quiet?" murmured the bald-headed fellow, oblivious to his surroundings, seated alongside Lin Fan and the other 5 at a separate barrel, fiddling with a pot of boiling water. Just then, Fan Xuanhao abruptly stood, his gaze sweeping across the faces of all the students. He clapped his hands firmly. "Everyone, look here and listen to me for a moment." At the sound of Fan Xuanhao's voice, all heads turned towards him, bathed in the gentle glow of the firelight. The depths of his eyes behind gold-framed glasses seemed to emanate a sense of tranquility. Meeting the gaze of the crowd, Fan Xuanhao spoke slowly. "I understand that since the apocalypse began, you have all endured far too much, and it is difficult to process everything at once. I completely empathize with you." At this juncture, he paused. His voice, though soft, resonated in the ears of every student. These few words struck a chord within their hearts, capturing their undivided attention. However, I wish for everyone to understand one crucial point. You are all students of Dasha University of Science and Technology, the most prestigious institution in the world. You are the prodigies who have emerged from 10 years of arduous study, standing out among countless peers. Fan Xuanhao's voice gradually rose, his expression growing increasingly solemn. His gaze swept over each student, stained with blood and mud, locking onto the bewildered and fearful eyes of each individual. He spoke once more, his tone elevated. "After graduation, you will all enter top-tier research institutions as scientists. Many of you, like myself, have chosen to pursue military research. In the future, some may even join the military and become soldiers. Whether as scientists or soldiers, we are the backbone of our nation, the pillars supporting the entire country. Is it merely a doomsday game? Is it simply zombies? Shall we bend our backs because of these? When the apocalypse descends, surrounded by over 3,000 zombies, what of it? Have you not already cleared them away? Even the graves for the fallen were dug by your own hands. You have triumphed over the zombies, and you shall conquer even more until they are utterly eradicated and expelled from our school." In that moment, Fan Xuanhao's gaze resembled a razor-sharp blade. All the students who looked at him were captivated, their spirits swaying. His words pierced through the veil of fear like a long spear, awakening the indomitable will within the hearts of the youth. One by one, their eyes blazed with determination, fixated upon him. Chapter 67, Oaths and Monsters. Fan Xuanhao's not-so-broad shoulders appeared as a banner that would never be overturned by the storm. Just by gazing at him, one could feel the spirit he radiated. The students, in quiet resolve, clenched their fists. As their throats moved, feelings of fear, trepidation, confusion, and helplessness seemed to be swallowed and digested within their very beings. Do you remember the oath we took during the opening ceremony in our first year? Everyone, together with me, place your hands over your hearts. Under Fan Xuanhao's leadership, hundreds of students formed fists with their right hands. They pressed them against their vibrant, beating hearts, stained with blood. I pledge. I pledge. Everyone roared in unison. I shall dedicate my life to my country. No difficulty, obstacle, or hardship shall hinder my path to growth. I shall offer my heart and my fervor to those in need of us. With a pragmatic and truth-seeking attitude, let us pursue the existence of truth. Such is the fervent motto of Daxia University of Science and Technology. This impassioned oath instantly ignited the souls of the youth. The innocence visible on the students' faces was gradually supplanted by resolve. Their once slightly stooped spines began to stand tall amidst the declaration. The indomitable spirit in their eyes quietly awakened. Each student held their head high. Their resounding voices echoed throughout the hall, resonating endlessly. The fervent roar persisted for a full 5 minutes. Only upon the conclusion of the oath did the students, with flushed faces and throbbing necks, lower their fists from their hearts. Although Lin Fan and others did not join in the oath, they too were moved by this powerful momentum. This cohort of students, under the guidance of Fan Xuanhao, had undergone a profound transformation. They were no longer the same. They had matured. If they could survive this apocalyptic game, they would undoubtedly evolve into a highly formidable team in the future. Even the usually carefree bald man watched Fan Xuanhao and the hundreds of students with a solemn gaze. It brings me joy to see you all rejuvenated. After scanning the room and nodding firmly at everyone, Fan Xuanhao picked up a disposable plastic cup from the ground and raised it to his chest. Raise the cups in your hands. Let us toast with water instead of wine. This cup is dedicated to our alma mater, Daxia University of Science and Technology. Upon seeing this, the students quickly retrieved a bottle of Farmer's 3 Punches, twisted off the cap, and filled their plastic cups. Together with Fan Xuanhao, they drank it down to the academy. This second cup is dedicated to our deceased family and friends. May the departed find peace in the afterlife. Cheers! This third cup is for ourselves, to our survival and our unwavering strength to continue living. Cheers to ourselves. After 3 consecutive toasts, the atmosphere in the activity center reached its zenith. Subsequently, Fan Xuanhao suddenly turned and directed his gaze toward Lin Fan and his group. He raised his cup once more. This final toast is dedicated to the 6 heroes who valiantly slew 2 mutated zombies and helped us overcome our crisis. Although he had previously wished to limit his team's interactions with Lin Fan and his companions, and even now harbored reservations about them, he could not conceal, nor would he wish to, the undeniable contribution of Lin Fan and his team in defeating the 2 mutated zombies. Heroes must be respected for their deeds. The distinction between right and wrong was clear to Fan Xuanhao. He also hoped to leverage the presence of these 6 individuals, especially the formidable figure of Lin Fan, to instill a belief in humanity's inevitable victory in the hearts of the students. In this moment, Fan Xuanhao raised his cup towards Lin Fan and the others. Although Lin Fan and his companions were somewhat taken aback by Fan Xuanhao's initiative to mention himself in such circumstances, they promptly stood up, reciprocating the gesture by lifting their own cups in acknowledgement. At that juncture, a girl with a ponytail approached them, cup in hand. Her delicate face was tinged with a rosy hue from the recent oath, yet her eyes brimmed with admiration and reverence. Especially upon meeting Lin Fan's gaze, she trembled uncontrollably. Though whether from excitement or a deep-seated trepidation remained unknown. With a slight quiver, her voice rang out clearly, "Hello. Thank you so much for helping us vanquish the mutated zombies." "You're too kind," Lin Fan replied, offering a subtle nod as he took a sip from his cup. During non-combat periods, he consciously subdued his aura as a hunter. Ordinarily, the students would not feel an overwhelming sense of pressure from him at such times. However, his previous display had left an indelible mark on their minds, rendering them hesitant to engage with him, let alone make eye contact. With the first individual leading the way, more students approached, cups raised. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we might still be surrounded by hordes of zombies. May we know your names?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Lin Fan and his 5 companions exchanged glances, and Xiao Jian stepped forward to respond with the remarkably succinct words, "Dawnbreak." The students paused momentarily, then began to mull over the name. They understood it to be the code name for the 6-member team. What they did not realize was the profound significance those two words would hold in the future. If they were fortunate enough to survive this apocalypse and continue living, they would come to recognize that dawnbreak would be among the most memorable phrases of their lives. As the students dispersed back to their respective campfires, Fan Xuanhao said nothing more, merely nodding at Lin Fan and the others before sitting down to close his eyes and recuperate. Having endured a fierce battle, he too felt fatigued and in need of rest and adjustment. Yet, the atmosphere in the hall had shifted from the earlier heaviness. Students began to gather in small clusters, engaging in casual conversation. "Old Ma, how many points did you score this time?" One asked. 23. "What about you?" "I possess 31 points. Just sufficient to procure a high-density nylon combat suit. I'm still a bit short, yet I could first acquire a vial of immunity serum to keep on hand as a precaution. By the way, while you were toasting to the dawn, did you notice how they seem somewhat different from us?" "Yes, I share that sentiment. Yet when asked to pinpoint the discrepancy, I find myself at a loss. I recall now. It must be the way their eyes or other parts of their bodies emit a grayish glow during battle, reminiscent of mutated zombies. Although they returned to a normal state when we offered our toast, the terrifying image from earlier still lingers in our minds, leading to an instinctive perception of them as monsters. However, it is not intentional. Though their whispers were faint, they were nonetheless overheard by Lin Fan, who possessed bat-like hearing. Initially, Lin Fan paid little heed to it. Yet soon, he realized that the term monster perpetually echoed in his mind, refusing to dissipate. He even involuntarily recalled the scenes of his own explosive combat prowess. The exhilarating surge of power, the astonishing speed exceeding 60 meters per second, the remarkable endurance, and the skin's defense akin to steel plates, accompanied by an array of unique sensory abilities. All of these elements made him feel utterly invigorated in battle. Yet upon reflection, this exhilaration came at a cost. The foremost question loomed. At this moment, does he still qualify as a human? Has he truly transformed into the monster that others speak of? After assimilating so many talents, Lin Fan had long since discerned a truth. Whether hunter, scout, or mystic, all forms of evolution continuously reshape the human body, augmenting its tissues, organs, and capabilities, rendering it stronger, more combat effective, and more suited for slaughter. With a nylon combat suit not concealing his entire being, if people were to glimpse the python-like patterns on his arms and the leopard-like markings on his thighs, they would likely lack the courage to even approach him for a toast. Lin Fan might disregard the gazes of these students. But what if one day his parents were to notice his abnormalities and perceive him as a monster, their eyes betraying fear and trepidation? How would he confront such a scenario? Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of desolation welled up within Lin Fan's heart. He rose silently and made his way to the window. Chapter 68. The conditions for talent awakening on the plaza, strewn with lime, slightly bulging mounds of earth resembled newly formed graves. Under the silvery moonlight, the scene appeared particularly eerie. The fetid evening breeze swept through the shattered glass windows, gently caressing Lin Fan's cheek. It was as if countless spirits were offering him solace. "Do not fear, for at least we shall not perceive you as a monster." By the flickering campfire, Shun Mingxi soon discerned Lin Fan's unusual demeanor. His long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and within his beautiful, dark eyes, reminiscent of black grapes, a glimmer of contemplation surfaced. She could sense that the figure standing in the evening breeze, somewhat forlorn, perhaps needed someone to converse with. After some thought, she picked up a cup of instant noodles, gently tore open the packaging, added the seasoning, and included a marinated egg and ham within. While waiting for the noodles to soak, the chatter of her companions reached her ears. "Damn it, why did the bald guy awaken with skin defense and bone hardness, dual attribute talents? That's not fair. Do you think there's any pattern to these awakened talents?" At this point, Li Feng's expression darkened, and he muttered in displeasure. "What pattern is there? My physical constitution is so robust. Logically, I should have awakened a hunter talent, yet instead, I ended up as a keen scent scout. Is that reasonable?" After pondering for a moment, Qiujiyun shook his head and replied, "No, I believe there's indeed a certain pattern. From my observations, the moments of intense, emotional upheaval are the most conducive to talent awakening. For instance, the bald guy awakened in the midst of a life-and-death crisis during an emotional eruption. Furthermore, those who possess an unwavering desire to grow stronger also have a significant probability of awakening talent. On the train, I awakened my talent while witnessing passengers being bitten to death by zombies. yearning desperately for strength. As he spoke, a figure suddenly emerged in Xiao Zhiyun's mind, someone eccentric, reckless, yet immensely powerful. This individual had once told Xiao Zhiyun, "If you cannot even save your own comrades, you cannot save anyone. You cannot even save yourself." Recalling these words ignited a surge of nameless fury within Xiao Zhiyun. He realized he was still too weak. If only he could become a bit stronger. His hands had unconsciously formed into fists. However, his thoughts were swiftly drawn back by Li Feng. "Old Xiao, if that's the case, why did I awaken as a scout?" Xiao Zhiyun silently exhaled, loosening his tightly clenched fists. After a moment of reflection, he responded, "I believe your awakening of the wild wolf tracking talent is related to the experiences on the K231 train. As the saying goes, what one dwells upon echoes back." The train conductor back then possessed an incredible ability to conceal himself. If he hadn't acted, we would have been unable to pinpoint his location. The impression it left on you was profoundly deep. While Xiao Zhiyun and Li Feng were engaged in discussions about the laws of evolution, Shen Mingxi shifted her gaze towards Lin Fan. He stood there, solitary like a statue by the window, utterly silent, his posture unchanged. Shen Mingxi touched the exterior of the instant noodle cup, feeling the warmth beneath her fingertips. Estimating that the time was about right, she picked up the noodles and approached Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, have something to eat." Her voice was as clear and melodious as a lark, imbued with a caring tone, accompanied by the enticing aroma wafting from the cup of noodles, which brought Lin Fan's thoughts back to reality. He turned slowly, rubbed his stomach, and realized that he was indeed hungry. "Thank you." Lin Fan did not engage in pleasantries with Shen Mingxi. He took the noodles and plopped down on the ground, slurping them up with gusto. He savored every bite. The combination of instant noodles, ham, and marinated egg was a culinary delight he indulged in for quite some time. A warm current traveled down his throat and spread through his entire being. Shen Mingxi sat across from him, her beautiful eyes tinged with a hint of concern as she observed his voracious appetite. "Is there any more? Bring me another cup." "No. 1 cup won't suffice. I need 10. It would be even better with some chicken legs." Upon hearing this, the concern in Shen Mingxi's eyes turned to astonishment. She soon realized that the sense of desolation in Lin Fan's gaze had vanished, replaced by a palpable anticipation. "This guy is truly hungry." With a chuckle, Shen Mingxi shook her head. "There's none left. The food from the shop is shared among over 500 people, and the portions are quite limited." Lin Fan felt a twinge of disappointment, but chose not to dwell on it. He procured a substantial supply of compressed biscuits from the game store, stacking them before the two of them. "Here, have some." Just as Lin Fan tore open a packet of biscuits, he noticed an expression on Shen Mingxi's face that suggested she had something to say, but hesitated. "What is on your mind?" he asked, stuffing a biscuit into his mouth. Shen Mingxi had initially intended to ask why he had suddenly moved to the window alone, but the words transformed as they approached her lips. Earlier, Xiao Zhiyun mentioned that awakening one's talent follows a certain pattern, either through intense emotional fluctuations or a steadfast belief in becoming stronger. You remain exceedingly calm during battles, with few emotional outbursts. This leads me to believe that you possess a deep yearning to grow stronger. What belief drives your unwavering desire for strength? Lin Fan, upon hearing Shen Mingxi's question, fell into a reverie. "At first, my desire to grow stronger stemmed from a simple wish to survive in this apocalypse. After all, who doesn't want to live?" He continued, reflecting on his evolving concerns. "If an apocalyptic scenario were to descend upon my hometown, and the zombies of the future grew increasingly formidable, would I possess the strength to safeguard my family as they teeter on the brink of life and death? Thus, I must become stronger, ceaselessly stronger, more powerful and swifter than any mutated zombie. To protect my family?" Shen Mingxi listened intently, and Lin Fan's words resonated with her own circumstances. Among the 6 members of the Dawn Squad, she was the only one who had yet to awaken her innate talent. To claim that she was entirely unconcerned would be a falsehood. Yet, up until this moment, she had shown no signs of awakening whatsoever. According to Xiao Zhiyun's outlined patterns of awakening, 2 conditions must be met: intense emotional fluctuations and a resolute belief in the need to grow stronger. Both of these criteria were challenging for her to fulfill. She was a girl of serene disposition, devoid of competitive spirit or hatred. Her family hailed from a lineage of ancient martial arts, possessing a certain level of strength. Even if the apocalypse were to encroach upon her vicinity, they would have the capability to protect themselves. Given these circumstances, it was indeed difficult for her to cultivate the heart of a warrior. Chapter 69. You can become a pioneer. Moreover, even without her innate talent, Shun Mengxi's combat prowess was hardly inferior to that of the hunters. She would not shy away from facing mutated zombies in one-on-one combat. This made it unlikely for her to encounter life-threatening crises or intense emotional upheavals. Perhaps that was why she had yet to awaken her talent. Lost in thought, a flicker of confusion crossed Shun Mengxi's gaze. Could it be that she would never awaken in this lifetime? Yet everyone else was growing stronger, evolving continuously, becoming ever more powerful. If she truly could not awaken her talent, it would be tantamount to stagnation. Would there come a day when she found herself left behind, even losing her eligibility to be a member of the Dawn Squad? The more she pondered, the more bewildered and anxious she became. Her eyes instinctively drifted towards the starry sky outside the window. Yet, those countless stars seemed cold and unyielding, offering no guidance for a path forward. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, who had been munching on compressed biscuits, had unknowingly paused his chewing and turned his gaze towards Shun Mengxi. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. You need not overly fret about the matter of evolution. While the 2 points summarized by Old Chiu are indeed accurate, I believe that the path to strength offered by this game is not solely reliant on awakening talent. That route is merely the most straightforward and crude. Yet it comes at a significant cost. Not awakening might actually be a blessing in disguise. Perhaps you should endeavor to forge your own path, one that allows you to grow stronger continuously, even in the absence of innate talent, and become the very first pioneer on this new journey. If success truly awaits, you may find yourself more fortunate, perhaps even stronger than us all. Lin Fan's words resonated like thunder, abruptly reverberating in Shun Mengxi's mind. To grow stronger without relying on innate talent? To carve a path uniquely one's own and become a pioneer upon this new journey? Such a notion is audacious, even reckless. The pursuit of it fraught with formidable challenges. Yet in this moment, Shun Mengxi found herself irresistibly drawn to this idea. In fact, she felt Lin Fan's assertion was indeed valid. Indeed, during their time in the Dongling mountain range, none had awakened their talents, yet through rigorous training, they had honed themselves to a level nearly comparable to that of seasoned hunters. So why could this path not be traversed further? Most importantly, Shun Mengxi had begun to sense a change within herself since the train incident had transpired. Although she had not awakened any talent, her cultivation and comprehension of martial arts were advancing at a remarkable pace. As her thoughts unfurled, vivid memories of her childhood practice with firearms flashed through her mind like a fleeting panorama. She recalled her father's frequent teachings. A gun possesses a spirit. If you regard it merely as a weapon, then its purpose is solely that of a weapon. If you treat it as a friend, it becomes your companion. If you consider it a partner on the path to strength, it will accompany you in forging your own path in marksmanship. The ultimate essence of a Shun family's marksmanship lies in discovering one's own unique way. This journey is lengthy and arduous. Countless disciples of a Shun family have spent their lives unable to even touch its threshold. Yet I believe in you. You will surely embark upon this path, for you possess a heart of innocence and an unparalleled passion for firearms. As the thread of memory continued to retract, the interplay of light and shadow rendered the past increasingly nebulous. Yet the one thing that remained vividly clear was the unwavering gaze of her father, who believed she would indeed tread the path of marksmanship. At that moment, Lin Fan's eyes mirrored that conviction. When these two gazes converged, Shun Mengxi's entire being jolted with realization. Her thoughts were drawn back to the present. I now know what I must do. Thank you, Lin Fan. In this instant, Shun Mengxi's aura transformed completely, no longer shrouded in confusion. She ceased to worry about whether she could awaken her talent. Simply standing there, she resembled a gun, poised and steadfast, her gaze sharp as the gleam of a blade. Observing the sudden shift in Shun Mengxi's demeanor, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. His previous words had primarily served to comfort her. Yet unexpectedly, this solace seemed to have sparked a significant awakening within her. Her momentum had shifted entirely. Ahem. Observing the spirited visage of Shun Mengxi, Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only murmur to himself, in truth, I am not entirely mistaken. After all, specialized training does facilitate one's strength. Once Shun Mengxi had expressed her gratitude to Lin Fan, she refrained from further conversation and exited the building alone. The sleek, black hunting spear danced through the silvery moonlight like a butterfly, darting, stabbing, slashing, prodding, and jabbing with precision. Each movement bore a striking resemblance to her prior encounters with the undead. However, upon closer inspection, a unique elegance infused her technique. Shen Mingxi's actions swiftly captured the attention of the bald-headed Li Feng, Zhao Dehai, and others, who widened their eyes in disbelief and astonishment. Good heavens! Is Shen Mingxi truly this diligent? It's nearly 10 o'clock, and she has gone outside to practice her marksmanship? This is rather excessive. Isn't it? The bald-headed one remarked, Hey Li Zhao, why don't we join her? We've only recently awakened our powers, and Haven T even had time to adapt to our newfound abilities. Indeed, you make a valid point. Tomorrow's combat intensity may exceed that of today, and if we do not swiftly acclimate to our powers, we could be in peril. With that, they resolved. Let's practice together as well. Every bit of strength gained now is invaluable. Thus, Li, Zhao, and the others reached a consensus. Even Xiao Zhiyun and Lin Fan picked up their weapons and followed suit, exiting the building. Alongside Shen Mingxi, 5 more figures emerged, and the unusual behavior of the Dawn Squad soon drew the attention of other students. Those who had previously been engaged in conversation and enjoying their meals halted their activities, staring in bewilderment and admiration at the 6 individuals. In that moment, they seemed to grasp why the members of the Dawn Squad possessed prowess that far surpassed their own. It was a result of relentless effort and dedication. They recalled an old professor's frequent adage, there are no shortcuts in this world. And if one must insist on a singular path, it is simply 2 words, hard work. The atmosphere in the hall grew eerily silent, the only sound being the crackling of the roaring bonfire. After an indeterminate period, the first person broke the silence, suggesting, shall we also practice? Soon, an increasing number of voices echoed in agreement. Indeed, if the 6 from the Dawn Squad remain diligent, how can we afford to be complacent? Another chimed in. We've become woefully inadequate. What right do we have to slack off? Yes, let us train. Perhaps the sweat we shed today will grant us a greater chance of survival when faced with the undead tomorrow. With that, hundreds of students simultaneously rose, seizing their respective weapons, and made their way outside the building. Observing this scene, Fan Xuanhao shook his head in resignation. Glancing at his watch, he called out to the crowd. It is now 9:50 p.m. After an hour of training, we must return to rest. Moreover, please refrain from making excessive noise. Did you hear that? Chapter 70. The place that should have been the safest, 9:56 p.m. Military garrison of Wudu, Governor's Office. Fang Jinghan was meticulously reading the document titled Solar Eclipse, Security Reports from Various Regions of Wudu. Suddenly, the office door was forcefully pushed open. Fang Jinghan frowned, ready to reprimand the intruder, only to find that it was a middle-aged man with a head full of gray hair, the highest official of the city, Nie Yuanming. Behind him stood a traffic officer clad in a uniform. Old Nie? Old Fang, my men have tracked the whereabouts of the 7 individuals who escaped from train K231. Upon hearing Nie Yuanming's words, Fang Jinghan's gaze sharpened. What? Where are they? Nie Yuanming did not elaborate. Instead, the traffic officer pulled out a map of Wudu and spread it across the governor's desk. At first glance, Fang Jinghan noticed the names of the 7 individuals marked on the map. Lin Fan, Qiao Zhiyun, Li Sei. All were connected to the K231 train incident. 6 of the names were indicated within the confines of the Jinhe district, atop the Dongling mountain range. The remaining name was marked at the intersection of the Jinhe district and the Yunwu district. After laying out the map, the traffic officer hurriedly explained to Fang Jinghan, Governor Fang, the locations marked with these names were the hideouts of these 7 individuals before 4 p.m. today. However, after 4 p.m., they vacated the premises and began moving rapidly within the city. As he spoke, he picked up a pen and drew 2 arrows. One pointed east along the highway, while the other directed south towards the bustling areas of the city along the pedestrian street. Our transportation department spent the afternoon locating 26 eyewitnesses, including several local police officers from Lunan Town. Through various testimonies and data comparisons, we have established the movement routes of these 2 groups. Fang Jinghan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the 2 arrows on the map. This doesn't make sense. The areas they traversed are teeming with surveillance cameras. The events occurred between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. Why did the Skynet system not register any response? Could it be that they employed counter-surveillance tactics to evade detection? No, they did not. The traffic officer shook his head. Not only did they not use any counter-surveillance methods, but they didn't even wear basic disguises such as hats or masks. One eyewitness reported seeing the individual named Xiao Jian repeatedly pausing to glance at the cameras on the street below, and as time progressed, this became increasingly frequent. What? Fang Jinghan embraced himself with crossed arms, furrowing his brow as he pondered aloud. Why has Xiao Jian repeatedly exposed his face to the camera? Is he afraid that we cannot ascertain their location? Indeed, at that moment, Nie Yuanming interjected. The issue lies precisely here. Even though they have made no effort to conceal themselves and act so brazenly, the Skynet system remains oblivious. It is essential to recognize that our Skynet is the most advanced security surveillance system in the world. As soon as a wanted individual is detected, an alarm is triggered immediately. To date, the number of apprehended fugitives has surpassed 10,000. How is it that these individuals can walk freely under the gaze of the Skynet cameras without being detected? Fang Jinghan began to pace slowly within the office. Articulating his thoughts, could it be that someone within the Skynet is aiding these 7 individuals in concealing their whereabouts? Nie Yuanming shook his head, dismissing Fang Jinghan's speculation. The personnel within the Skynet system are all classified members of the highest order. Even I, Nie Yuanming, lack access to them. Furthermore, I have thoroughly investigated the social networks of Lin Fan and these 7 individuals. They have no connections to any classified personnel. This is evidently more complex than mere assistance in obscuring their movements. The reason the Skynet system cannot pinpoint them remains a subject for further discussion. After a moment of contemplation, Nie Yuanming continued. However, there is an urgent matter at hand. By piecing together all available clues, we have deduced that these 7 individuals share a common destination, Wudu, Daxia University of Technology. I have investigated their social backgrounds and, prior to this, they had no interaction whatsoever. Yet, they are all heading in the same direction at the same time. This is exceedingly suspicious. To avoid alarming them, I promptly dispatched a team of undercover officers skilled in investigation and disguise to Wudu, Daxia University for reconnaissance, while I personally came here to discuss this matter with you. As he spoke, a deep sense of confusion and concern flickered in Nie Yuanming's eyes. Just a minute before I entered, I received a report from the reconnaissance team. The situation may far exceed our imagination. It is something we have never encountered, and perhaps all of humanity has yet to face. This team of officers could not even enter the campus. They were not obstructed by anyone. Rather, how should I explain this? It seems there is an invisible barrier enveloping the entire institution. No matter the direction or method, entry is impossible, although the campus appears unchanged from the outside. I can assert with certainty that something is amiss at Wudu Daxia University. I suspect it may be related to the words on those balloons. Upon hearing this, Fang Jinghan's expression shifted dramatically. The apocalypse game has arrived. The K-231 train incident is destined to be reenacted at a certain location in Wudu. The information is indeed true. The most crucial aspect is that the location is none other than Daxia University of Science and Technology. This institution is far from ordinary. It is the very lifeblood of Daxia Science and Technology, a statement that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. Within its walls, tens of thousands of students are poised to become the scientists of Daxia's future. Moreover, the mentors, professors, and department heads are individuals who have made remarkable contributions to Daxia Science and Technology. Even if placed in the highest research institute of Daxia, they would certainly possess the qualifications to stand on their own merit. And then there is the venerable president, whose life has been dedicated to the pursuit of technology. It is rumored that his achievements in the technological realm could rank among the top 10 globally. He is truly a pillar of Daxia. If Daxia University of Science and Technology were to experience a repeat of the train incident, my heavens, the mere thought sent a chill down Fang Jinghan's spine, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. His fists slammed down onto the desk with force. Indeed, if the enemy seeks to attack us, then a crisis at Daxia University would inflict the most severe damage upon us. This is my dereliction of duty. Seeing Fang Jinghan so emotionally charged and filled with self-reproach, Nie Yuanming shook his head and patted his shoulder, saying, "This cannot be entirely blamed on you. We had no idea that the enemy possessed such unfathomable means. Furthermore, Daxia University is inherently the region with the highest technological level in Wudu. Whether it be the streets surrounding the campus or the interior, the various high-tech early warning and security systems are the most advanced available. It should have been the safest place. It is not just you who failed to anticipate an issue there. No one could have foreseen it. Nie Yuanming's words did little to assuage Fong Jingyin's troubled heart. With a steely gaze, he promptly shouted towards the door, "Communications officer, notify the highest commanders of the 1st, 3rd, and 8th divisions. Order them to assemble all forces immediately. In 10 minutes, fully armed, proceed to Daxia University of Science and Technology. No one is to delay. Otherwise, they will face military justice." Chapter 71. The Conspiracy of the Endgame. At Daxia University of Science and Technology, in the Activity Center. After an hour of rigorous training, the drenched in sweat trainees returned to the Activity Center building, dragging their weary bodies. Initially, they believed that enhancing their abilities would not be an easy feat. At the very least, it would require persistent training. However, when one of the students inadvertently opened his attributes panel and discovered that his arm strength had increased by a remarkable 5 kilograms, he was utterly astounded. After merely an hour of push-ups, the results were so striking. Little did these trainees know that their bodies had already been silently transformed since the advent of the game. Upon becoming players, in an instant, the student who had glimpsed his attributes excitedly shared his newfound situation with the others. An increasing number of individuals have become aware of the enhancements to their attributes. Initially, they were prepared to rest. However, now sleep eludes them, each one invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline, rushing out to engage in training. At this moment, their primal instincts have been thoroughly awakened, and everyone is caught up in a fervor. No matter how hard Fan Xuanhao tries to intervene, he cannot restrain them. They persist in their training until midnight, showing no signs of slowing down. Ultimately, it is Fan Xuanhao who storms outside, glaring at them with a stern expression, prompting them to obediently return to their slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and the other 5 members of Dawn have concluded their evening training session and found a spot within the building to rest. Soon, the sounds of their snores resonate throughout the activity center, echoing in Lin Fan's ears. Yet, Lin Fan does not succumb to sleep. Instead, he quietly rises and retreats to a secluded room. He opens the game interface, revealing a notification. Slay Flying Mutant Zombie Special Reward. A letter from the game developer to the game administrator. Would you like to claim it? Note, the contents of the letter must not be disclosed to the outside world. This reward catches Lin Fan by surprise. It is, in fact, a letter from the enigmatic yet immensely powerful game developer. What secrets does this letter hold? Who is this game developer? Where are they located? What are their intentions? Why have they suddenly sent him a letter? Has something been detected? Lin Fan understands that his identity as a game administrator is not a natural acquisition. It is the result of the A001 virus infiltrating the game system and forcibly assigning him the role of game administrator. Presently, he is indeed recognized by the game system as such, but this identity is ultimately not rightfully earned. Could this be the reason for the letter? Regardless, Lin Fan feels compelled to open this letter. It presents a rare opportunity to delve deeper into the secrets behind the impending apocalypse game. He cannot afford to miss it. Previously, amidst the throng of people, he refrained from claiming this reward. Now, with everyone fast asleep, he hesitates not at all and promptly chooses to accept it. A flash of white light suddenly glimmers in the palm of his hand. As the light gradually dissipates, a letter, resembling warm jade, with a yellowish hue, sealed in wax and approximately the size of half an A4 sheet, materializes in his grasp. Upon the letter's manifestation, Lin Fan instinctively holds his breath, feeling his heartbeat quicken with anticipation. He has an inkling that the contents of this letter may profoundly alter the course of his future in the game. Whether it be for better or worse remains uncertain. Unbeknownst to him, his hands begin to tremble slightly. The luminous moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon his face. His usually tranquil black eyes, akin to an ancient well, momentarily reflected a hint of anxiety. After a series of deep breaths to calm his racing heart, Lin Fan opened the envelope. Inside lay a pristine sheet of paper, devoid of any text or identifiers, even lacking a single blemish. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. What could this mean? Just as he pondered, a line of red, garbled text materialized at the center of the page, verifying player fingerprint, iris, blood sample, DNA. The crimson words lingered for mere seconds before vanishing, leaving the paper once again as white as snow, as if the previous inscription had been a mere figment of Lin Fan's imagination. Yet in the next instant, new words emerged. Verification complete. Game Administrator Lin Fan, personally addressed. Unlocking the contents of the letter for you. A sequence of red, garbled text appeared. Why is the selected game administrator so weak? Did the administrator's code not instruct you on how to fulfill your role effectively? The words conveyed a reprimand and fury from an upper authority to a subordinate. Upon reading this, Lin Fan felt a surge of confusion. Administrator's code? 1. Do not disclose your identity as an administrator to anyone. 2. Administrators possess the ability to foresee the arrival of the next game and its timing, but must not reveal a single detail to the outside world. 3. During the game's onset, if faced with uncontrollable variables, administrators must resolve them promptly to ensure the game's normal operation. With these 3 rules, he had violated none. I have no desire to engage in frivolous dialogue with you. This time, I shall clarify matters more explicitly in the forthcoming game processes. With each game that descends, you must ensure that a sufficient number of players can evolve. Seize their talents. These evolvers will serve as your nourishment for strength. As for those who vex you in the game, you may slay them or transform them into zombies. Do as you please. This is the power I bestow upon you. However, you must also ensure that zombies and mutated zombies have an environment conducive to continuous evolution. Their growth will create substantial pressure for the players, facilitating their rapid evolution. This is a cycle. Remember, the primary core task of a game administrator is to grow stronger swiftly. If any game rules or terms conflict with this principle, you may disregard the others. I will grant you complete immunity. Your current rate of evolution is far too slow. The second descent of the game has passed, and yet you have failed to evolve to the level of a Ripper. The Ripper is a realm above that of a Hunter, necessitating the awakening of a B-grade talent. What a pitiful being you are. This is your final opportunity when the next game descends. You must ascend to the status of a Ripper. Otherwise, we shall seek another. Upon reading the entire letter, Lin Fan was abruptly taken aback. The contents of the letter were not overly complex, yet they exuded an air of superiority from the game developers, coupled with a chilling indifference towards life itself. The recurring theme was the imperative to grow stronger. Specifically, he demanded that the game administrators employ any means necessary to achieve this strength, exploiting all available resources without restraint. Chapter 72. The method to evolve into a Ripper. Such standards are hardly befitting a conventional game administrator. Moreover, why do the rules outlined in the letter diverge so drastically from the various regulations of the game system? There are even numerous contradictions present. For instance, the game system places immense importance on the upholding of rules, with severe penalties for any infractions. Yet, as described by the game designer, these rules appear to be mere tools for the administrators to manipulate. If they cannot be utilized for the sake of gaining strength, then violating them is inconsequential. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling crept into Lin Fan's heart. It was as if he caught a whiff of a vast conspiracy. Previously, while on the train, he had surmised that the various settings of this game resembled a breeding ground for manipulation, with the game administrator positioned as the king of the manipulative creatures. If the content of the letter is accurate, then his earlier conjectures were indeed correct. Reality may be even more brutal and grotesque than he had imagined. A nightmarish scenario where countless lives, be they human or zombie, are sacrificed to nourish a single administrator. Such arrogance and callousness are staggering. As Lin Fan's thoughts raced within his mind, a sudden explosion of fire erupted from his palm. The letter and the stationery spontaneously ignited, swiftly transforming into a pile of ashes that scattered into the ether. The game designer's intentions, can they truly be trusted? After lingering alone in his room for a full 10 minutes, Lin Fan finally withdrew his focus from the letter's contents and began to consolidate his gains from the recent battle. Regardless of the game designer's objectives or the veracity of the letter, it had sounded a far graver alarm for Lin Fan. The only path before him was to continue growing stronger, and to do so with utmost urgency. He sensed a foreboding that one day he would inevitably confront these designers, perhaps even needing to slay them. It was evident that those capable of crafting such an enigmatic game possessed a power that was terrifyingly formidable. Fortunately, the other party did not discern the ambiguous origins of his administrative status. This allowed him to continue leveraging the privileges of an administrator, propelling himself to unprecedented heights. This was indeed the solitary aspect for which he felt grateful. On another note, the gains from this endeavor have been quite substantial. Since the inception of the game in the campus, he has successfully vanquished 3 mutated zombies, alongside hundreds of ordinary ones. Not to mention the expansion of his spatial backpack capacity and the unlocking of the ice arrows in the shop. These 2 special rewards stand out. The sheer number of points accrued is astonishing. Adding to the previous bonuses obtained from zombie introduction, kill experience, he has accumulated over 1,000 points. At his peak, Lin Fan's total score reached an impressive 2,982 points. However, with great earnings comes swift expenditures. Currently, Lin Fan's point balance dwindles to a mere 182 points. His primary expenses were attributed to unlocking and enhancing 6 talents: Bat Ear, Electric Palm, Wild Wolf Tracking, Copperhead and Iron Bone, Iron Egg, and Rock Turtle Skin. This endeavor cost him a staggering 2,400 points. Each talent unlock requires 100 points, and to enhance a talent to its maximum potential necessitates an additional 300 points, along with 100 points to purchase ice arrows. Nonetheless, it must be said that such a significant investment in points has endowed Lin Fan with a terrifying enhancement in strength. For instance, regarding his melee capabilities, wait a moment. Just as Lin Fan was reviewing his talents, he suddenly noticed an additional feature beneath the profession panel. Administrator Privilege, Talent Fusion. Talent Fusion, 6 C-grade talents of the same profession, consuming 5 talents, can enhance one of them to a B-grade talent. Fusion requirements. All 6 C-grade talents must reach the maximum limit of the Hunter and belong to the Hunter Scout, or Mystic systems. Talent from different systems cannot be fused. Upon seeing this feature, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had no idea how to evolve from Hunter to a Ripper. This was truly an unexpected delight. Without hesitation, Lin Fan directly activated the Talent Fusion feature, a peculiar 3-dimensional pattern resembling a furnace, with 1 large and 5 smaller circular rings, suddenly materialized before him. Lin Fan attempted to place the rock crocodile skin into the largest ring. Subsequently, he positioned the iron egg into the leftmost small circle. A prompt then appeared before him. Detected. Iron Egg is a Hunter talent. Profession matches. Current number of fused talents: 1. Click the fusion switch below the furnace to initiate talent fusion. Although he has not gathered 5 talents and cannot enhance rock crocodile skin to a B-grade talent, there will still be some enhancement effects. Once the fusion count reaches 5, rock crocodile skin will evolve into a B-grade talent. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Fan ultimately decided to upgrade the skin of the rock crocodile first, thereby enhancing his defensive capabilities. The contents of the letter indicated that the game designers were profoundly dissatisfied with themselves, as they had yet to achieve the upgrade to the Ravager. This instilled a sense of foreboding within Lin Fan. The impending apocalyptic game might herald an even greater crisis. Augmenting his defenses would afford him a greater margin for error, before he could gather 6 talents of the same profession to fuse into a B-level talent. This was indeed the most prudent choice. Thus, he resolutely opted to fortify his entire skin. Moreover, the attributes of the Iron Egg were redundant with those of the rock crocodile skin. Depleting the Iron Egg would not adversely affect his strength in any way. In an instant, 2 radiant halos, 1 large and 1 small, suddenly illuminated the furnace. Talent fusion in progress. As the game prompt resounded, a searing flame, akin to one capable of piercing the firmament, erupted within the furnace, swirling vigorously. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fan. Talent fusion successful. C-level rock crocodile skin, strengthened once. Requires 4 more enhancements for promotion to B-level. Skin defense has been elevated to a strength comparable to a 4-centimeter steel plate, capable of withstanding light machine gun fire. The previous limit for hunters was 3 centimeters, sufficient to resist ordinary rifle shots. As the game notifications continued, intricate lines radiating a gray hue, resembling tortoise shell patterns, emerged across Lin Fan's skin. These lines appeared almost animated, writhing incessantly. Some merged into thicker lines, while others intertwined and subsequently split into more delicate strands. Throughout the process, Lin Fan felt as though every inch of his skin was submerged in molten thunder. An intense sensation of numbness and pain rendered him unable to even move his fingers. Veins bulged on his forehead, and beads of cold sweat poured forth from his pores as if they were free-flowing. The silvery moonlight streamed through the glass, casting a pallid glow upon Lin Fan's visage, which was contorted in agony and grimace. Each significant evolution was invariably accompanied by unparalleled pain. He had long since acclimatized to this, suppressing any cries of anguish by gritting his teeth and enduring the torment. Chapter 73. Lin Fan, you truly are a genius. It was uncertain how long he had persevered. Gradually, the numbness receded from Lin Fan's skin. After taking a moment to move his fingers and ascertain that all was well, he exhaled a long breath. He then accessed his attribute panel, observing with great satisfaction that his defensive attributes had surpassed the hunter's limit, now enhanced by 1/3. However, he soon realized that the Iron Egg talent had vanished from the panel, accompanied by a system notification that materialized before him. The talent that has been fused can no longer be replicated from other players. Lin Fan was not surprised by this system prompt. If it were possible to duplicate a fused talent, it would essentially be exploiting a bug. Such an evident loophole is clearly unattainable. Otherwise, the game designers would not have repeatedly emphasized the necessity of ensuring a certain number of players can awaken as evolutionaries. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan turned his gaze to his current attributes. In terms of hunting, bolstered by the arm of the giant python, his explosive strength could reach up to 3 tons. The talent of the leopard's swiftness allowed his speed to reach 240 kilometers per hour, or 666 meters per second. His defense had also attained the level of a 4-centimeter steel plate. As for reconnaissance, he possessed 3 major talents: wolf tracking, bad ears, and thermal vision, encompassing vision, hearing, and smell. These 3 talents have been enhanced to the limits of a scout, with a maximum detection range of 400 meters. Unless one possessed exceptionally unique stealth abilities, it would be impossible to escape Lin Fan's perception. Finally, in the realm of the mysterious, having acquired the ability to discharge electricity from his palm, Lin Fan also gained the capability for remote explosive attacks and enemy control. He could unleash a voltage of up to 40,000 volts, with an attack range also extending to 400 meters. With these 3 realms of talent converging within him, Lin Fan had become a true hexagonal warrior, devoid of any shortcomings. Hunters and ordinary evolutionary zombies posed no threat to him. To ascend to greater heights, he must seek more talents to evolve into a ripper. However, for the time being, he could only set this aspiration aside until he encountered other evolutionaries. After studying his own strength, the clock struck 1 in the morning. Despite Lin Fan's robust physique, after enduring a fierce battle and numerous events, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Finding a relatively clean corner, he curled up and fell into a deep slumber. As he drifted into sleep, he entered a dream. The entire Daxia, indeed the whole world, was littered with the remnants of countless corpses, human, animal, and zombie alike. Even upon the endless ocean, the scene was no different. Blood, without an end in sight, stained the entire earth. A figure clad in a blood-red cloak, whose appearance was strikingly vague, stood proudly amidst the chaos. With a detached gaze, it surveyed the remnants of civilization. When that pair of eyes fixed its gaze upon Daxia Technology University, Lin Fan suddenly jolted awake from his dream. Still shaken, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. As he looked out the window, the moonlight and stars remained undisturbed, while the earth lay in a hue of brown. In the direction of the hall, the rhythmic sounds of snoring from the students quietly penetrated his ears. Exhaling a deep breath, Lin Fan, devoid of any drowsiness, stealthily exited the room, traversed the hall, and stepped outside the building. It was then that he beheld a figure, akin to a spirit, gracefully wielding a firearm amidst the newly erected graves, soaring through the air. Shenmingshi? Lin Fan glanced at the time. It was merely 4:55 in the morning. Had she risen so early to practice shooting? However, he soon sensed something amiss with Shen Mengshi's aura, which appeared significantly more potent than the previous day. As she swung her long gun, Lin Fan's gaze could vaguely discern an indefinable energy emanating from the tip of her weapon. Under this enigmatic force, the surrounding air seemed to tremble subtly. With a thought, Lin Fan summoned her attribute panel. Player, Shen Mengshi. Profession, none. Background, a family of ancient martial arts. Proficient in marksmanship. Age, 18 years. Height, 172 centimeters. Strength, capable of reaching 18 tons under full exertion. Initial value for the awakened strength type talent, Hunter, is 16 tons. Defense, skin defense comparable to that of rhinoceros hide, the extreme limit of human genetics. Speed, maximum speed of 112 kilometers h under full exertion, the extreme limit of human genetics. Upon reviewing Shen Mengshi's attributes, Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. How had she managed to elevate her strength attribute to the hunter level without awakening a talent? This was nothing short of miraculous. Just as Lin Fan was grappling with his shock, Shen Mengshi noticed his presence. With the exuberance of a top student, her eyes sparkling and cheeks flushed. She rushed toward him. In her exuberance, she exclaimed, "Lin Fan, you are a genius. What you said is true. There really exists another path. I have truly achieved it." Upon reaching Lin Fan, she noticed his astonished expression, blinking her almond-shaped eyes in confusion as she asked, "You seem quite surprised?" Clearing his throat to regain composure, Lin Fan quickly masked his astonishment and replied, "Indeed, I am astonished. After all, I did not anticipate your progress would be so swift. Just a single night of training has yielded such evident results. It appears you are genuinely suited for this path. Very well, keep it up. I have faith in you. Hee hee. I woke up at 4 o'clock this morning to practice shooting." Shen Mengshi, brimming with excitement, continued, "While training, I suddenly felt a flow of energy manifesting in my lower abdomen, though this energy is still quite weak. However, when I summoned it to my hands, it astonishingly amplified my strength significantly." Air currents? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was utterly bewildered. He then furrowed his brow in contemplation. There was no record of such an ability on Shen Mengshi's attribute panel. Could it be that she, in her whimsical experimentation, had indeed discovered a growth path that transcended the established rules of the game? Such absurdity! Might this air current be replicable through administrative privileges? With this thought, Lin Fan immediately endeavored to try. Yet, the outcome was far from satisfactory. Not only could he not replicate it, but the administrative privileges could not even detect the presence of the air currents within her. Eager to gain strength, Lin Fan was not about to overlook this novel cultivation path. Of course, he could not bring himself to directly ask Shen Mengshi to teach him. After a moment of deliberation, Lin Fan feigned profundity and said, "By the way, do elaborate on how you cultivated this air current. Every detail must be accounted for. I wish to assess any potential risks and see if I can offer you some guidance." "Oh, certainly, certainly." Shen Mengshi harbored not a shred of doubt. She showed no reluctance towards Lin Fan and eagerly nodded, ready to divulge her secrets. Chapter 74. Initiating group tasks. Just as Shen Mengshi was about to speak, a series of system notifications erupted in the ears of all players. "Ding, congratulations to all players. You have successfully survived for 12 hours in the game of the apocalypse. You have completed the foundational task of the game's first phase, survival mode. All players are entitled to 10 points reward. Calculating advanced task rewards for all players. Players who have killed more than 10 zombies within these 12 hours may claim advanced rewards. The more kills, the greater the rewards." Upon hearing the game notifications, Lin Fan and Shen Mengshi were momentarily stunned, their brows knitting in concern. The calculation of rewards for survival mode had commenced. This signified that the game was soon to enter its next phase. Verification complete. Now announcing the player reward leaderboard. Player Lin Fan killed 3 mutated zombies, 28 first stage evolved zombies, and 653 ordinary zombies. Task completion rate. Ranked first. Reward, 2,000 points. Player Shen Mengshi killed 9 first stage evolved zombies, 236 ordinary zombies, and the Dawn team killed 3 mutated zombies, receiving auxiliary rewards. Task completion rate. Ranked 4th. Reward, 600 points. Players ranked below 10 will receive rewards based on the number of zombies killed, with 1099 points awarded accordingly. As the game notifications continue to sound, the students, still lost in their dreams, were abruptly awakened by the game notification sounds. Rubbing their bleary eyes, they emerged from the building, engaging in lively discussions about the reward rankings and their respective gains. "Wait a moment, is there something wrong with my hearing? How many zombies did Lin Fan actually kill?" Lin Fan, Qiu Jiun, Li Feng, Shen Mengshi, the bald man, and Zhao Dahai. The top 6 spots on the leaderboard were astonishingly dominated by the Dawn players. Goodness, how impressive. If only I could be awarded such a bounty of points. But let us be realistic. Can we really compare ourselves to those 6 monsters? Let us focus on our own rankings and rewards instead. The leaderboard showcased over 1,800 individuals, and I found myself ranked 128th with a reward of 65 points. Quite respectable, I must say. Old Sheen, why does your leaderboard indicate that you've killed an evolved zombie? It's merely a stroke of luck. That evolved zombie was blown to bits, and I merely picked up the pieces. Lin Fan and Shen Mengshi had initially intended to discuss airflow issues, but upon seeing the crowd, they temporarily halted their discourse and redirected their attention to the task rewards. To Lin Fan, the 2,000 points seemed neither excessive nor insufficient, just enough to bridge the gap of his current point shortage. Ding! A large-scale collective task has commenced. Players are advised to prepare themselves. This game session will conclude in 12 hours. Collective task. By the end of the game, the number of surviving players must exceed 10,000. Note, currently, the total number of players in the entire campus is 160,000, with a total of 320,000 zombies. Penalty for task failure. If the number of surviving players is below 10,000 at the end of the game, all players will incur a deduction of 100 points, and an additional 100 points will be deducted at the onset of the next game session. Those with insufficient points will be compelled to sign a loan agreement with the game system. In the next game session, those burdened with debt will have their earned points directly deducted by the system until all debts and corresponding interest are fully repaid. Of course, should the time limit expire and the number of surviving players meet the criteria, the game system will issue varying rewards based on each player's individual strength and number of zombies killed. Friendly reminder, the rewards for this collective task will be exceptionally generous. We hope you are fortunate enough to complete the collective task and enhance your abilities within the next 12 hours. Wishing everyone an enjoyable gaming experience. As the game notification faded, the previously jubilant students in the square suddenly wore grim expressions. What a delightful surprise. This task penalty is utterly outrageous. 200 points deducted. With insufficient points, we're forced to sign a loan agreement? They might as well just put us out of our misery. Do they think we are Dawn? Effortlessly racking up 200 points as if it were child's play? This punishment may be trivial for the strong, yet it poses a significant challenge for the average player. Have you noticed that the game's penalty points are deducted in 2 installments? This implies that if we fail to complete our tasks in this game, by the time the next game arrives, we will find ourselves in debt in terms of points, rendering us unable to purchase even the T-virus immunity serum, let alone upgrading our weapons or acquiring restorative potions. For an extended period, we will be devoid of any supplies and cannot afford to be injured by the zombies. This inevitably means that we stand a considerable chance of becoming mere cannon fodder when the next game descends upon us. These students, after all, hail from the esteemed Daxia University of Science and Technology. They quickly discerned the malevolent implications concealed within the game's punitive measures. Just then, Qiu Jiun, Li Feng, the bald man, Zhao Dahai, along with Fan Xuanhao, Lei Xian, and Zhu Dezhang emerged from the activity building. Naturally, they had overheard the discussions among their peers. Zhu Dezhang squinted his eyes and was the first to speak. We must complete this collective task. Otherwise, when the next game arrives, few players from our school may survive. Fortunately, the task merely requires us to ensure that 10,000 players are alive after 12 hours. We just need to communicate through the chat channel and advise students in other regions to remain hidden. That 1T work. Upon hearing Zhu Dezhang's words, Qiu Jiun was the first to shake his head in disagreement. If we cling to the notion of surviving in the safe zone, the students will only meet a swifter demise. More will perish. What do you mean? Zhu Dezhang, having not experienced the train incident, looked at Qiu Jiun with confusion. After a brief pause, Qiu Jiun, with a grave expression, continued. Once the collective task is announced, the next phase of the game will be the slaughter mode. Before this mode is activated, students can indeed rely on the so-called safe zone to preserve their lives. However, based on my understanding of the game, once the slaughter mode commences, the horde will sweep through the entire campus. Those who remain hidden in the safe zones will have no chance to resist or survive against the onslaught. After speaking, Qiu Jiun led the bald man and the others toward Lin Fan's location. Chapter 75. In the face of crisis, Lin Fan collaborates once more slaughter mode. Fan Xuanhao adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, softly murmuring this unfamiliar term. With his intellect, he could naturally surmise at this moment that the 6 members of Dawn had likely experienced more than one game. Their overwhelming strength, coordination in battling mutated zombies, and ability to foresee the game's progression. Yet it was precisely because Fan Xuanhao deduced this that he harbored no doubts regarding Qiu Jiun's words. How to lead the trainees to survive amidst the relentless tide of corpses sweeping across the campus in this slaughter mode. This is the foremost concern occupying Fan Xuanhao's mind at present. At this very moment, his brain operates like a supercomputer, continuously integrating various data in his mind. Within a mere 3 seconds, he swiftly articulated his analysis. According to the recent game system notification, there are still 320,000 zombies on the campus. Our player side, with a count of 160,000, seems substantial, yet in accordance with the basic task reward leaderboard, only a little over 1 800 players possess the capability to eliminate zombies. The disparity of 1,800 versus 320,000 reveals an overwhelming imbalance in strength. Moreover, this data does not account for the combat prowess and unpredictability of the mutated and evolved zombies. If all factors are considered, our task completion rate may fall below 30. The greatest challenge lies in the fact that we must not only clear the zombies, but also ensure the survival of the 140,000 trainees who possess almost no combat ability. With a collective victory probability of less than 10, the difficulty of accomplishing this collective task is immensely high. Proceeding in a routine manner will not suffice. We must head to a specific location. Fan Xuanhao's analysis was both lucid and profound. Particularly, the comparison of detailed data allowed everyone to grasp the seriousness of the situation in the shortest possible time. However, his final statement left those around him momentarily stunned. Brother Fan, are you suggesting we go to the research building to procure weapons? A subordinate, lurking behind Judah, could not resist interjecting. Although the research building is equipped with highly advanced research facilities and constructed with blast-resistant materials comparable to military fortifications, it is a restricted area, the highest confidentiality zone within the school, even linked to the military. We are merely ordinary students. With our current permissions, we cannot even open the doors to the research building. Even if we somehow find a way in, trespassing or manufacturing weapons is no trivial matter. Once the game concludes, the school and military will pursue this matter, and we could find ourselves in significant trouble. Lei Xan, upon hearing this, shook his head resolutely. Old Fan is a special enrollee and the president of the student council. He has 3 opportunities each year to enter the research building. With his guidance, it is entirely feasible for us to gain access. As for repercussions, if our lives are at stake, who cares about the consequences? We can only worry about accountability once we have survived to that point. Fan Xuanhao nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us first navigate through the immediate crisis before addressing future concerns. As long as we can utilize the research equipment inside to manufacture firearms, ammunition, or even more potent weaponry, such as RPGs and mortars, we stand a chance. To equip the ordinary trainees, they would then possess the means to eliminate zombies and defend themselves. Only in this manner do we harbor hope of successfully completing this collective mission. However, mere possession of these abilities is insufficient. While firearms, RPGs, and mortars can swiftly eradicate ordinary zombies, they are ineffective against mutated ones. Each mutated zombie possesses bizarre abilities, making it exceedingly difficult for conventional weaponry to target them, let alone strike them accurately. Presently, within our campus, the only capable force to eliminate them is Dawn. At this juncture, Fan Xuanhao cast his gaze towards Lin Fan. Meanwhile, the 6 members of Dawn had also gathered, deliberating on how to fulfill this collective task. Fan Xuanhao, accompanied by Lei Xian and Zhu Dezhang, approached them directly, cutting to the chase without any preamble. Lin Fan, let's continue our collaboration. With the arrival of Fan Xuanhao and his companions, Lin Fan and the others ceased the discussions. In response to the proposed collaboration, Lin Fan nodded affirmatively, asserting ordinary trainees. You shall be responsible for organizing the rescue. We will handle the elimination of mutated zombies. In truth, even if Fan Xuanhao had not sought Lin Fan would have approached him to discuss the matter of collaboration after their deliberations concluded. After all, relying solely on the 6 members of Dawn, no matter how formidable they were, would not suffice to protect the thousands of trainees. The several hundred members of Fan Xuanhao's team were indeed the most suitable candidates for this undertaking. The 2 teams would complement each other's strengths, maximizing their respective advantages. Hence, there were no surprises in Lin Fan's response or Fan Xuanhao's proposal. They were in perfect accord. Fan Xuanhao nodded, retrieving a folded A4 paper from his pocket and handing it to Lin Fan. This is a map of the academy I sketched last night, delineating the terrain and buildings of the entire institution. I have also marked the approximate distribution of personnel and the estimated number of zombies in various areas based on information gathered from the chat channel. This should prove helpful to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan graciously accepted the map and began to study it intently. He then inquired, "Where do you plan to head next?" "The research building." "The research building, you say? It lies directly south of the activity center. In that case, our team shall proceed to the dormitory area. The number of zombies there is the highest, exceeding 6,000, and the probability of encountering mutated zombies is greatest. Once we have dealt with the mutated zombies, you can then finish your tasks at the research building and lead your team to clear the ordinary zombies and rescue the surviving players inside. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Fan Xuanhao decisively nodded, replying, "That works perfectly. The dormitory area is located to the west of the research building, allowing us to take a favorable route." With their discussions concluded, both parties commenced a brief tidy-up. 5 minutes later, the clock struck 5:10 a.m. Heavy clouds of gray and white loom above the campus. Although it is no longer as somber as night, the morning sun still struggles to pierce through the thick cloud cover, failing to illuminate the earth below. On the dimly lit plaza, an SUV, 2 private cars, and hundreds of students laden with heavy backpacks are poised and ready for departure. As fate would have it, the 6 companions from Dawn are all seated within the 3 vehicles. The hum of engines reverberates in everyone's ears as the convoy, at a leisurely pace, sets forth southward, carrying the throngs of students. As they traverse a campus park, the group encounters a small horde of zombies, numbering in the hundreds. A lure and 2 explosives effortlessly dispatch the threat. Subsequently, the students, armed and resolute, charge forth to eliminate the undead menace. Thus, they proceed intermittently, clearing the scattered zombies along their path. Fortunately, they do not encounter any large hordes or mutated creatures, and these solitary zombies require no intervention from the Dawn crew, who remain within the vehicles, resting with closed eyes. Chapter 76. The construction of the cycle management facility is complete, though Lin Fan keeps his eyes shut. He is far from idle. Just moments ago, a string of green, garbled text manifested before him. The 001 virus notification. Congratulations, player Lin Fan. The cycle management facility has been successfully constructed. Please enter promptly. A flicker of anticipation ignites within Lin Fan's heart. After expending 97 computational units of the A001 virus and dedicating a full 10 hours to its construction, what marvel awaits him? Without hesitation, he immerses his consciousness into the newly formed facility. In an instant, the world before Lin Fan transforms. The once gray and dreary morning blossoms into a sun-drenched afternoon. The cacophony of zombies fades away, replaced by the harmonious sounds of cicadas, birdsong, and the gentle flow of water, accompanied by the fragrant scent of blooming grass and flowers. It is as if he has stepped into a veritable paradise, an independent space of tranquility. Majestic banyan trees stand sentinel around the periphery, while at the center rises a grand structure, approximately 30 meters tall, reminiscent of an ancient Western castle. Lin Fan suddenly realizes that his body has also been transported into this extraordinary realm. Within this secluded space, apart from the picturesque scenery, a vast white screen looms in the distance, obscuring his view. As he moves, Lin Fan discovers that he cannot exit this area. Though the flora and the gentle brook are aesthetically pleasing, his explorations yield no extraordinary findings. Ultimately, Lin Fan directs his focus toward the castle-like edifice. Treading upon the lush grass, he soon arrives at a grand door, standing around 3 meters tall, entirely yellow and exuding an ancient bronze aura. Before he could even reach out to push the door, a series of green, garbled characters materialized upon it. "Welcome, player Lin Fan, to the Cycle Management Office." As the green code dissipated, a faint creaking sound emanated from the heavy bronze door, which slowly swung open inward. The moment Lin Fan set foot inside, a chilling, eerie coldness surged through him, enveloping his entire being. As he fully entered the grand hall, despite his robust physique, he could not help but shiver. Outside, spring flourished under the radiant sun. Yet within this palace, there lingered an unsettling aura reminiscent of the underworld. After a brief internal lament, Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings. The hall spanned over 1,000 square meters and soared to a height of 8 meters, creating an expansive atmosphere. At the center stood rows of cylindrical containers, each approximately 5 meters tall, filled with a verdant liquid, their bases entwined with red, green, and blue wires. They bore a striking resemblance to the apparatuses seen in science fiction films, designed for containing experimental specimens. A cursory count revealed that there were indeed over 100 of these containers. At the forefront, 3 of them contained upright humanoid corpses suspended in the green liquid. The first was covered in serpentine scales, its ashen, dilated pupils shaped like diamonds. The second had a slightly arched back, its body encased in plates of armor, with hands resembling power drills and short, broad feet. The third appeared middle-aged, sporting a pair of flesh wings devoid of feathers. Upon seeing these three corpses, Lin Fan was taken aback. Were these not the very mutated zombies he had vanquished upon arriving at the campus? Why were they here? Furthermore, he distinctly remembered having reduced the burrowing zombie to mere chunks and cleaving the flying zombie in two. Yet now, their bodies bore no signs of injury. Were it not for their inert state within the containers, Lin Fan would have suspected them to be resurrected. Soon, he noticed a line of green garbled text above the three containers. Mutated zombie number 001, combat type, undergoing tissue repair, repair progress at 70, completion in 3 hours. The Cycle Management Office could indeed collect and repair the mutated zombies he had previously slain. What could their purpose possibly be? Lin Fan continued to read. Beneath the text, 3 buttons, red, green, and blue, were displayed. Red button, erase all consciousness of the mutated zombie. Green button, completely annihilate the mutated zombie and extract its mutated abilities. Blue button, completely annihilate the mutated zombie and extract the life essence within. One mutated zombie can yield 1 vial of life essence. Note, these functions can only be activated once the mutated zombies are completely repaired. The function of the red button is quite straightforward and easily comprehensible. The green and blue buttons possess the ability to extract mutated capabilities and life energy from the mutated zombies, the significance of which remains somewhat unclear to Lin Fan for the time being. He can only redirect his gaze in search of further clues and answers. To the east of the Grand Hall lies a row of intricate analytical instruments and surgical tables, primarily utilized for the dissection and study of the anatomical structure of the mutated zombies. The research into these mutated beings holds substantial importance. It is a task that demands considerable time and effort. At present, it provides little assistance to Lin Fan, as he lacks the luxury of time for such endeavors. After merely a glance, he shifted his focus elsewhere. Soon, a flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes. To the west of the hall, there stood what appeared to be a figure. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that it was not human, for it bore no face. Without clothing, its physical structure was ambiguous enough that even its gender was indiscernible. As Lin Fan's gaze intensified, a string of green code manifested before him. Combat Puppet, current level, Peak Hunter. Note, the Combat Puppet can assimilate various abilities from mutated zombies, and upon integration, its physical structure will undergo transformation. Fusion failure occurs if abilities are mutually exclusive. Life essence can be injected into the puppet's body, allowing it to manifest in reality to fight for you. 1 vial of life essence sustains 1 hour of manifestation. The level of the combat puppet will increase as your own level rises. The prospect of summoning a combat puppet with the prowess of a peak hunter to fight on his behalf was astonishing. The ability to integrate multiple powers from mutated zombies? After reading the description, Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was precisely the combat strength he desperately needed. However, he quickly shook his head in realization. The cost of summoning it was exorbitantly high. The life essence produced by a single mutated zombie was only sufficient to maintain its combat for 1 hour. Clearly, this option could only be employed in dire circumstances. Just as Lin Fan contemplated delving deeper into his research, the voice of Qiujun broke through his thoughts. Lin Fan, wake up. We are almost at the research building. Instantly, Lin Fan withdrew his consciousness from the Reincarnation Management Office. Chapter 77. Research Building. Once he regained his focus, Lin Fan shifted his gaze to the view outside the car window. A colossal structure, over 100 meters wide and 30 meters tall, resembling a space shuttle, loomed before him. The entire edifice was constructed from jet black, explosion-proof tempered glass, and specialized alloys. Not a single ray of light could reflect off its surface. Furthermore, according to Fan Xuanhao's explanations, the interior of this building was equipped with an array of sophisticated radar detectors and life detection instruments, capable of detecting any living entity, or even non-living beings. Once one approaches this building, it will inevitably be exposed at first glance. Were it not for the stone tablet beside the structure, inscribed in bold crimson characters with the words Technology Building, it is doubtful anyone could ascertain its purpose. The entire team was left with merely the final 100 meters to traverse to the research edifice. Yet, the convoy came to a halt here. The vast square outside the building was strewn with the remnants of bodies, shattered into fragments. Arms here, legs there, torsos scattered, none assembled as they once were. After the vehicle stopped, Lin Fan and the others disembarked, stepping onto the ground stained a deep crimson by dried blood. The bald man scratched his head. a puzzled expression crossing his face as he muttered, "What on earth happened? How could these bodies be so utterly destroyed? Our explosive Shun-Ti have such devastating power. Should they? This destruction must be the result of RPGs, mortars, and other conventional weaponry." Fan Xuanhao glanced at the scattered remains on the ground, and an answer began to form in his mind. It seemed that the batch of professors from our military science department had recovered from the chaos that ensued at the onset of the apocalypse and had commenced utilizing the equipment within the research building to manufacture a considerable number of conventional weapons. Suddenly, Qiujian spotted something and immediately crouched down, picking up a 7.62mm bullet from the ground. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "A 7-in-1 sniper round? The construction of sniper rifles is significantly more intricate than that of RPGs and mortars. Even some small military factories might struggle to produce them. Moreover, the process of manufacturing a sniper rifle is exceedingly complex. Even with highly sophisticated component molds, it typically requires over 3 days to complete one. This game has descended upon the academy, and it's not even been 24 hours. Yet, the professors at Daxia University of Science and Technology have already successfully produced sniper rifles and their corresponding ammunition. Impressive." Many students, upon hearing Qiu Zhiyun praise their professors, wore expressions of pride. Indeed, our military science professors are all certified first-level scientists in Daxia, while others need 3 days to fabricate a sniper rifle. We at Daxia University can produce several in just a single day. However, it must be said that such efficiency is also attributable to our research building. The military-industrial equipment there is among the finest in the world, far surpassing that of mere small-scale military factories. Fan Xuanhao shook his head, interrupting the discussions, and stated, "My greatest concern at this moment is whether the old principal and our military science department head are still alive. If they have unfortunately perished, it would be a catastrophic blow to Daxia University. We should head to the research building and investigate." With that, Fan Xuanhao gestured for everyone to proceed towards the research building. Yet, as they drew near, before Fan Xuanhao could place his palm upon the fingerprint sensor at the entrance, the silver-hued, explosion-proof alloy door unexpectedly swung open. A middle-aged man clad in a 5-stripe security uniform, his brow furrowed into a distinctive frown, exuded an imposing aura of authority. He wielded a military hunting dagger akin to that of Qiu Zhiyun, standing within the doorway and scanning the crowd with a piercing gaze. "From where do you students hail?" Through the air of intensity that surrounded him, Lin Fan immediately discerned that this man was, in fact, an evolver. Player: Mao Haixiang. Age: 43. Occupation: scout. Background: a retired Special Forces commander from the military, endowed with formidable combat and survival expertise, currently serving as the captain of the Security Assurance Department at Daxia Technology. Primarily responsible for safeguarding the research building. Talent: Frog Eye, possessing exceptional dynamic visual capture abilities within a 100-meter range. Indeed, one must traverse more frequently to encounter a greater number of evolvers on campus. It was a pity that Mao Haixiang was merely a scout rather than a hunter. The conditions for talent fusion require 6 talents of the same profession to amalgamate a C-grade talent into a B-grade talent. Among Lin Fan's collection, the profession with the most C-grade talents was that of a hunter, 5 in total. The skin of the rock crocodile had already been fused once, counting as 2 C-grade talents. If he could encounter just one more hunter, he would be able to fuse a B-grade talent and ascend directly to the status of a Ripper. Just as Lin Fan silently replicated the abilities of the individual before him, Fan Xuanhao, who had been standing at the entrance, hastily spoke up. "Captain Mao, it's me. Fan Xuanhao, I recall you were at the activity center previously." Mao Haixiang recognized the student council president, Fan Xuanhao. However, just as he was about to say something further, he suddenly sensed the presence of evolver energy emanating from Fan Xuanhao. Not only from him, but behind him stood 7 others, each radiating the same aura of evolution. As the captain of the Security Assurance Department, Mao Haixiang managed a cadre of security personnel. The minimum requirement for anyone tasked with the security duties at Daxia Technology University was to be a retired Special Forces soldier. Yet, even within the entire Security Assurance Department, comprising hundreds of retired soldiers, only Mao Haixiang had achieved the status of an evolver. How could this group, formed by students from the campus, possibly harbor so many evolvers? Especially that youth adorned with bone spikes at his waist. Merely gazing upon him instilled a sense of suffocation within Mao Haixiang. Wait, something is amiss. The boy with the bone spikes, along with the 5 individuals standing behind him, did not appear to be students of Dasha Technology University, particularly that bald man. He unmistakably resembled an older individual. Students, no matter how mature they appear, cannot possibly reach such depths of sophistication. Who are these individuals, after all? Fan Xuanhao has brought them to the research building with some ulterior motive. Mao Haixiang's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze flitting between Lin Fan and the others, as well as Fan Xuanhao. His left hand quietly hovered over the door button. If it were merely Fan Xuanhao and his group of students, there would be no need for such anxiety. However, the presence of a mysterious and formidable external team necessitated a heightened sense of caution. It is crucial to remember that within the research building of Dasha University of Technology lie countless confidential documents. There must be no room for error. In front of the research building, the atmosphere gradually shifted into a state of tension, silently intensifying.